Why slave away in a 9 to 5 when I can rewrite reality? One day, I was just another college senior grinding for job offers. The next? The infinite multiverse system booted up, and suddenly Hollywood became my training ground. Fast and Furious? Stole Dom's driving skills. John Wick? Mastered gunfu over lunch. Iron Man's tech? Reverse engineered it before dessert. Now, back in the real world? I'm the ghost in the machine. Stock markets? Algorithms I cribbed from margin call. Energy crisis? Cold fusion, courtesy of Tony Stark's trash bin. Governments panic when my startup casually drops tech 500 years ahead of schedule. They call me a genius. A visionary. Nah. I drag my tired body back to our shared single room, toss my black briefcase onto the computer desk, loosened my tie, removed my black suit, and hung it on the wall hanger before collapsing onto the bed. I finally felt a bit more relaxed. With graduation approaching, I'm busy job hunting every day, attending 2 or 3 job fairs daily. I never expected college students to be under such immense employment pressure. I attended an ordinary college in Linjiang City, majoring in computer science and technology. Tens of thousands of students like me struggle to find a suitable job with so little experience. I even briefly considered exposing myself as a hacker and applying for a network engineer position at a network security company, but I quickly dismissed the idea. The incident was too notorious, and if someone traced my identity, the consequences would be disastrous. After lying on the bed and resting for a few minutes, I caught sight of a large package next to the computer desk. My heart leapt with joy as I grabbed a pair of scissors and began to open the delivery. The package from the United States turned out to be a prize from the New Era, game company, which I had won by participating in an online survey. Inside, I found a silver, disc-shaped game console and a pair of black VR glasses that looked similar to ski goggles. Following the instructions, I plugged in the host computer, turned it on, sat in my chair, and put on the VR glasses. Immediately, a virtual light curtain appeared before my eyes with a prompt for the surreal virtual game Infinite Invasion. Yes, no to start the game? I stretched out my right hand and tapped yes on the virtual screen, and in an instant, I lost consciousness. At the same time, a soft electronic voice filled the room, reading player information. The identity of player Tang Long has been confirmed, the game has been successfully loaded, and the world of John Wick is randomly matched. Teleportation begins. Then, a throbbing headache returned as the grotesque dream faded away. When I finally regained consciousness, I felt a pounding pain in my head and a dull ache in my chest as if I'd been stabbed by something. I opened my eyes to find my face pressed against the cold floor, my entire body sprawled on it. I couldn't understand how I'd fainted on the floor when I'd just been at home playing games. Struggling to sit up, I looked around and realized I was in a spacious, European-style living room. But the room was a mess, picture frames on the wall and porcelain on the shelves were smashed, glass shards littered the wooden floor, and a deformed warhead lay nearby. Heck! This isn't my home. Where am I? How did I end up in a stranger's house? I wondered in confusion. Just then, an electronic voice suddenly echoed in my ear. Welcome to the first act of Quick Chase. The system detects that you are entering the world of Infinite Invasion for the first time. The novice guidance system is activated and a novice gift bag is randomly drawn. Rewards obtained: proficiency in English, proficiency in Russian, proficiency in firearms, elementary fighting skills. The goal of this mission: complete John Wick's journey of revenge. If your character dies, the mission fails. Countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, the game begins. As the voice faded, scenes flashed before my eyes, freezing the last moment I saw before I was knocked out. Only then did I realize I had entered the game. The realism was startling. This VR game felt nothing like the detached experiences I'd had before. I looked around and saw no obvious boundaries or a game interface. Had I truly crossed over? The game description in my ear confirmed it. In this game, I am John Wick, a retired top killer whose wife Helen died of illness a week ago, leaving me to return alone to my home in N City. I didn't know how long I'd been unconscious. I noticed several bruises on the corners of my mouth and cheeks, and the dried blood beneath my nose attested to the rough awakening. I stood up carefully, avoiding the scattered glass shards on the floor, and walked barefoot down the corridor to the bathroom. In the bathroom mirror, I saw a middle-aged man with black hair and a beard staring back at me. Despite the decadent look and dried blood on my face, I recognized the handsome figure as Keanu Reeves, a top Hollywood superstar I'd admired in the Matrix trilogy. I tried hard to recall the movies I'd watched before, but nothing in my mind matched the scene in front of me. Then a virtual light curtain popped up before my eyes. Mission reminder: a group of gangsters sneaked into your home, seriously injured you, and stole your Mustang car. Find this gang, and you will fight blood for blood. A few seconds later, the light curtain dissolved into starlight dots and vanished. Alright, this is serious game mode. Without the prompt, I might have thought this was time travel. I reached out, turned on the faucet, and began washing the blood from my face. Hiss! I cursed as I accidentally brushed against my wound, feeling a sharp, piercing pain. Damn, the simulation is too real, about 70% as real as actual pain. I moved in front of the mirror and realized that not only did my character model and skin look extremely lifelike, but every joint in my body moved naturally. I could even feel my body temperature, the flow of water, and my own breath. The realism of this game was mind-blowing. It was as if I were in a second, alternate world. And he really managed to do this with just a pair of VR glasses. After washing my face, I returned to the bedroom to change my clothes. I placed a mechanical watch on the table and checked the time. It was 21:05 in the evening. Then, a row of subtitles appeared in the lower right corner of my field of vision. Go to the largest black market car repair shop nearby to find clues about the gangsters. Apparently, the 3 gangsters who broke into my home not only injured me but also stole my antique Mustang sports car. Since they likely altered the car's appearance, it made sense to visit the black market repair shop for leads. I put on a brown jacket, followed the system prompt, and took a taxi to the shop. Walking into the wide, noisy workshop, I headed straight for the car repair area. Aurelio, the owner of the shop, was wearing a black leather jacket, his short hair framing his Asian face as he sat beside a Buick, drinking alcohol. When he saw me, he looked surprised, scrutinizing me from head to toe and mumbling something. In my vision, a subtitle appeared above him: Aurelio, Vic's old friend, and like Vic, once a subordinate of N-City gang boss Yusef Vigo. Being an acquaintance, he'd be convenient for gathering information. I approached, intending to trigger the plot, but no dialogue box popped up from the system. I was stunned for a moment. Could it be that in this game, plot dialogues with NPCs are entirely up to the player? After a brief, awkward stare from Aurelio, I decided to ask directly. My car was stolen last night. Do you have any news? To my shock, I realized I was speaking fluent English. What the hell? Such an impressive simultaneous translation system, it's a shame to use it only in the game. If I had that in real life, I'd probably be working for a foreign company instead of scrambling for jobs. Aurelio didn't reply immediately. Instead, he poured me a glass of wine, placed it on the hood of a car, and nudged it toward me. I looked at him, confused by his gesture, wondering if I'd misspoke or if the system had failed to trigger the plot. Finally, Aurelio looked up, sipped from his wine glass, and said slowly, "Tarasov stole your car." He wanted me to modify it, but I refused. Tarasov? Tang Long thought about it for a while, and remembered that Vigo's son seemed to be called by this name. He tentatively asked, "Vigo's son?" Aurelio nodded. "What are you going to do?" The system pops up a prompt: having learned of the thief's identity, you decide, since he is the son of the former gangster Yusef Vigo, forget about it. Blood for blood, kill Tarasov, and retrieve the lost Ford Mustang. It's just a game. If you mess with me, it doesn't matter whose son he is. Don't be cowardly, just do it. Tang Long clicked without hesitation, and said calmly, "You know my style of doing things. By the way, I need a car." Aurelio froze for a moment, then gave him a complicated look. "No problem." Originally thought that Tarasov killed Vic when he stole the car, but he didn't expect Vic to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme well, and now Vigo and his son are in big trouble. 10 minutes later, Tang Long drove a brand new Ford back home. Since he was going to do a big job, he had to be fully armed. According to the system prompt, Tang Long came to the basement with a sledgehammer. Vic's previous private collection was hidden under the cement floor. Hammer open the concrete floor, there is a large wooden box inside. Opening the wooden box, Tang Long saw 4 Colt M1911 pistols, a dagger, 2 grenades and 24 barrels of exquisitely crafted gold coins. He picked up a tube of gold coins and looked at it. He found that there were 15 gold coins in one tube. The text on the front of the gold coin was 10K. He didn't know which country issued the gold coin. At this time, a row of text appeared above the gold coin used in the underground world, issued by the Supreme Council of the Underground World, has a face value of 10K, which is equal to US dollars. Tang Long roughly counted, and there were probably $600 million worth of gold coins in the box. In the underground world, both weapons and various services are paid with gold coins. With this huge sum of money, Tang Long can do things. Tang Long reached out to pick up a Colt M1911 pistol with a silencer installed, and waited. The icy touch and heavy feel are just like holding a real gun, much more realistic than the previous VR game Payday 5. He skillfully loaded the magazine, checked the safety, and put the pistol in his waist. Then he took 3 cylinders of gold coins of different denominations, a pistol, a dagger and 4 magazines, and closed the wooden box. Walking out of the basement, Tang Long restored the carpet above the basement entrance to its original state and returned to the bedroom on the second floor. He was covered in ashes just now, so he simply went back to the bathroom, took a shower, and changed into a comfortable suit. Just as Tang Long was about to pack his luggage and go out, there were slight footsteps in the yard downstairs, and someone sneaked into his house quietly. At this time, a system prompt pops up in the lower right corner of the field of view. You have activated the talent skill, Killer Instinct. You can perceive the existence of danger in advance, and within 50 meters, anyone who is hostile to you will be discovered by you. You have activated the title, Night Devil. You have the ability of night vision, and your hearing is more sensitive. In the dark night, your movement speed is greatly accelerated, your movements are more sensitive, and you are silent. Tang Long smiled slightly. He didn't expect John Wick to be so talented. He deserved to be the world's top killer. He picked up the Colt M1911 pistol with a silencer on the table, turned off the lights, and walked quietly towards the stairs. In the dark night, Tang Long stopped in the corridor on the second floor and pointed his gun at the stairs. In the Killer Instinct state, Tang Long clearly felt 3 red figures coming up from the stairs. The 3 masked killers stared at each other, holding pistols with silencers and lighting accessories in their hands, formed a search formation, and touched them quietly. Puff, puff. The moment the 3 of them walked up to the stairs on the second floor, Tang Long took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead / phoneme, aiming at the heads of the 3 killers, and fired 3 times in a row, headshot. The 3 killers fell to the ground and died in an instant without firing a single shot. Downstairs, a killer has just entered the living room and is about to take the stairs upstairs. Puff! Tang Long rushed to the stairs and fired another shot at the downstairs, headshot, and the killer fell to the ground. At this moment, Tang Long's blood boiled all over. The feeling that Tang Long shot and killed the NPC just now felt too real, as if he was actually shooting a real person with an M1911 in his hand. It felt great. In ordinary VR shooting games, the moving distance is limited, the picture quality is poor, and the visual focus cannot be refreshed in real time with the human eye, so there is always a sense of delay. And this new mode of the game is different. There is no feeling of wearing a VR device. From the bedroom to the downstairs, you can move freely without obstacles. It is exactly the same as the real scene. This is the refreshing feeling he wants. Compared with this, the story mode of Payday 5 just played is simply weak. At the moment when Tang Long was in a daze, a killer appeared downstairs and shot at him with a gun. An inexplicable sense of crisis appeared in Tang Long's heart. He reacted instantly, and instinctively jumped down the stairs. Put! Put! The bullet hit the stairs, shattering the tempered glass guardrail. The moment he landed, Tang Long immediately raised his gun and fired at the killer's figure. The bullet hit the killer's thigh. Puff! The killer fell to the ground screaming, and Tang Long fired another shot, killing the killer. There were light footsteps at the back door. Tang Long turned around immediately, just in time to see a killer just entered the door. He pulled the trigger without hesitation. Puff! The bullet hit the head, and the killer fell to the ground. After the 7 rounds of bullets were exhausted, Tang Long leaned against the wall, quickly ejected the magazine and replaced it with a new magazine. At this time, another killer came in from the back door. Although the living room was pitch black, he could still see a clear figure. Puff! As soon as this person entered the door, Tang Long shot him in the head. For a moment, Tang Long had the feeling of playing a shooting game with the night vision plugin on. The feeling of shooting an NPC is really cool. After killing several killers, the living room became temporarily quiet. Tang Long stood in the corner and listened intently. There were footsteps coming from the garden corridor. The three killers spread out, 2 walked in front, 1 behind, and moved towards the living room. Although the room was pitch black, Tang Long possessed night vision ability and had a panoramic view of the actions of the 3 killers. He took the initiative to rush out, a black suit perfectly blending into the night, as if a black lightning flashed across the living room. Puff, puff! The 3 killers were shot in the forehead and fell down. There was another slight sound of footsteps from the kitchen. Holding a gun, Tang Long passed through the living room and walked quietly towards the kitchen against the wall. An arm holding a gun suddenly appeared on his right side. Before he had time to think about it, Tang Long grabbed the arm and shook it upwards forcefully. A crisp fracture sound came to his ears, and the gun in the killer's hand fell to the ground. He was about to shoot and kill the killer when a strong sense of crisis suddenly came from behind him. Tang Long hastily turned the gun and looked back. A killer came from the living room and appeared behind him. Puff! Tang Long shot without hesitation, hitting the killer's eyebrow. At this time, the killer who was grabbed by Tang Long's right hand suddenly slammed his head at him with force, and then pushed him forcefully towards the glass wall in the aisle. Bang! Tang Long's head and back hit the wall heavily, and the strong impact made him a little dizzy. He subconsciously aimed at the killer's body and pulled the trigger continuously. Put! Kaka! After firing just 1 round, the Colt M1911 is out of bullets. Tang Long immediately let go of the pistol, stomped on the killer's toes, exerted strength with both hands at the same time, leaned back, and threw the killer towards the glass wall behind him. He would definitely not be able to complete this action in reality. Fortunately, this is just a game. John Wick is much stronger than him. Bang! A glass wall was smashed by the killer, and the killer was covered in blood and fell into a piece of broken glass. Tang Long looked up. The killer was still moving, not dead. He walked directly over, grabbed the killer's head, and aimed at the sharp glass fragments on the wall. The killer was hung by the wall, lifeless. Tang Long let go of his hands and stood up, only to realize that the killers were all wearing bulletproof vests. Fortunately, he habitually started every time he shot. He listened attentively to the movement around him, but there was no sound around, and all the killers in the room were dead. Whoosh! Tang Long gasped for breath, his heart pounding. It was so thrilling and exciting just now. Tang Long never expected that someone could approach him quietly. It seems that killer instinct, talent is not a panacea. If someone can restrain his killing intent, or if he does not deliberately target him, then he will have no way to find out the other party in advance. Fortunately, Tang Long reacted in time and escaped the crisis. Wait, this is just a game. How come it looks like he really met the killer? These NPCs don't have blood bars on their heads, just like real people, and whether they die or not depends on their own judgment. Tang Long frowned, wondering how the game scene could be so real, as if he was actually there. At this time, the system prompts, before the police come, you need someone to clean up the dead bodies and the marks of the shootout in the house. Call Max Cleaning Company and they will send someone to help you clean up the aftermath. Tang Long came to the basement according to the system prompts, picked up the landline handset, and dialed a special line. Hi, I'm Vic, are you John Wick? A boy on the other end of the phone asked in surprise. Yes, John Wick. Tang Long replied. It's my honor to receive your call. May I ask what service do you need? The man asked excitedly. Tang Long was stunned for a moment, never expecting him to be so respected in the underground world. He followed the system prompt and said, I want to make a dinner reservation for 12 people. Okay, I'm glad to serve you, our people will be here soon. The man replied respectfully. After hanging up the phone, Tang Long walked out of the basement, took out 12 gold coins with a face value of 100k from the bedroom on the second floor, and sat on the sofa in the living room to wait. Soon, the people from Max Cleaning Company arrived. Tang Long went to open the gate, and a Max Cleaning Company truck was parked outside, with 5 people standing outside. The one in front was an old white man in a leather jacket. Seeing him appear, the man took off his hat and greeted with a smile, "Nice to meet you, John." His name and identity emerged from this person's head, Charlie, the business leader of the Max Cleaning Company. "Me too, Charlie," Tang Long replied politely. Charlie came in, waved his hand, and 4 men with cleaning tools came in behind him. After entering the house, the 4 men began to clean the house of dead bodies and signs of gunfights. Charlie looked at Tang Long, smiled and said, "You look good, I thought you would have washed your hands long ago." After speaking, he put on his hat and walked into the house. Golden basin to wash hands? Non-existent. The one who retired was John Wick, and I'm just starting now, Tang Long slandered silently. In less than an hour, the house was cleaned up. 12 corpses were packed into the van of the cleaning company, and the blood-stained carpets were taken away and replaced with new ones. The blood on the floor was wiped clean, the bullet holes in the wall were covered with new wallpaper, and everything seemed to be back to normal. Before leaving, Charlie looked at Tang Long and asked, "Will we contact again in the future?" Tang Long put 12 gold coins into Charlie's hands and said non-committally, "Goodbye, Charlie." Charlie didn't ask much, and nodded, "Goodbye, John." Tang Long was very excited to see off the people from Max Cleaning Company. After the murder, there is a professional cleaning company to deal with the aftermath. This game world is so great, it is simply the world of the killer. The only downside is that the price of aftermath is a bit expensive, and it costs $100,000 to dispose of a corpse. But for Tang Long, who inherited a large amount of money from Vic, the problem that money can solve is not a problem, he is not short of money. Tick-tock. At this moment, the cell phone rang suddenly in the living room. Following the sound, Tang Long found an unknown smartphone on the sofa, picked it up and saw that someone had sent him a text message. "Be careful, John. Yusef Vigo has issued a bounty for you, and the reward is $2 million. Marcus." Fake. Not only did this bastard strike first, he failed once, and even offered a reward to him directly. Tang Long now has some understanding of this world, and understands how much the reward order threatens him. He couldn't help feeling a little headache. The difficulty of this game increased too fast, and it didn't follow the previous script at all. Normally, when a player receives a mission, it should be the player who takes the initiative to attack. Unexpectedly, the villain boss of this game directly sends someone to kill him. The family couldn't stay any longer. Tang Long couldn't passively deal with wave after wave of killers like this, he had to find another place to stay. At this time, the system prompts, "The latest task, Yusef Vigo issued your reward order, you have become his sworn enemy, kill Yusef Vigo and his son, and end your reward order. Note, you can temporarily stay at the Continental Hotel, no killer will come after you there." Winning an interview. Seeing this news, Tang Long breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out that the Continental Hotel is the player's safe house in this world. After packing the weapons, equipment and luggage, Tang Long took some scattered gold coins and put them in his pockets, and drove to the Continental Hotel. The Continental Hotel is an old-fashioned hotel with a unique location. The hotel is located in the middle of the Y-shaped street, and the interior can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme to different blocks. The transportation is very convenient. Throwing the car keys to the hotel waiter casually, Tang Long carried the suitcase, opened the door and walked into the hotel. A bald black man in a neat suit stood at the front desk of the hotel, with a row of captions on his head, "Hotel Lobby Manager Karen." Seeing Tang Long approaching, Karen seemed to be familiar with him, and asked, "Sir, how long do you plan to stay this time?" "Depending on the situation, we may stay for a few more days." Tang Long thought for a while and replied. Karen replied politely, "No problem, sir." System hint, please use gold coins to pay for the room. The prepayment is 10k gold coins. Well, $, up front for a room? Really expensive. Tang Long complained silently. But this is a safe house marked by the system, no matter how expensive it is, you can't choose it. Tang Long took out a 10k gold coin from his pocket and put it on the marble countertop. Karen accepted the gold coin, glanced at the computer screen, and said, "Your room number is 818. Besides, the rules here remain the same." After a pause, Karen added, "Mr. Vic, it is a great honor for you to visit us again." Tang Long was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect John Wick to be so famous. He was simply a star in the killer world. But what does the lobby manager mean by the rules as usual? What are the rules? Tang Long didn't understand, and didn't have the nerve to ask more questions. He reached for the room card and took the elevator to room 818. Putting the suitcase on the table in front of the bed casually, Tang Long walked to the window, condescendingly admiring the night view of N City. The melodious bell rang outside the window, and it was past 12 o'clock in the evening. At this time, the system pops up a prompt: the character is currently in a safe area, and the player can leave the current world at any time. After a whole morning, Tang Long felt a little hungry, so he said quit the game silently. In the next second, his consciousness was plunged into darkness. When Tang Long's consciousness returned to his body, he found that he had returned to the room in the real world. Taking off the VR glasses, Tang Long couldn't help sighing, this virtual game technology is too powerful. You can simulate the feeling of character movement without using a universal treadmill, let alone simulate the sense of smell, taste, and touch. Hurry up and use the nunchaku, he. Those who practice martial arts must remember that the benevolent is invincible. At this time, the familiar music suddenly sounded in his ears. He looked around, and it turned out that the mobile phone on the bed was ringing. Tang Long picked up the phone casually and found that it was an unfamiliar number. After the phone was connected, a soft female voice came from inside. "Hello, is this Mr. Tang Long Tang?" Tang Long quickly replied, "Yes, I am Tang Long, who are you?" "This is London Network Security Service Company, Ltd. We received your resume the day before yesterday, and now I am informing you that you will come to London for an interview on the 12th floor of Jingtian Building, Jijiku, at 2 o'clock this afternoon. Do you have time to come to our company for an interview this afternoon?" Interview? Have I sent my resume to Blue Shield? Tang Long touched his head, remembering what happened. The night before yesterday, when he and his classmate Lu Jingawei were in an internet cafe together, he saw Lu Jingawei submitting his resume to London, and couldn't help complaining that with his ability, it was easy to find a network security company to work for. Lu Jingawei usually only saw Tang Long playing games with a computer, so how could he believe that he had the ability to enter Blue Shield, and laughed at his bragging. Tang Long was provoked by Lu Jingawei's words, so he got a resume online and submitted it to Blue Shield on the spot. In order to win an interview opportunity, he changed his previous record in the hacker army and boasted hard on his resume. Unexpectedly, London actually called him for an interview. However, the interview at o'clock this afternoon. Why did you notify me now? Are you kidding me? It was already 12:34 when he came home. He had been playing the game for so long, at least 2 or 3 hours. It was so early for the interview time. Tang Long looked at the time on the phone speechlessly, and it was only 12:46. After deducting the time spent resting in bed, unpacking, and entering the game, he has played the game for so long, and it only took a minute or two, which is unscientific. "Mr. Tang, is there any question?" The other end of the phone urged. Tang Long came back to his senses and quickly replied, "No problem, I will attend on time." After hanging up the phone, Tang Long stared at the game console for a while, unable to figure out what was going on. But he doesn't have time to go into the game experiment now. If he really misses the interview, he will be depressed to death. There was still more than an hour before the interview time, which was enough time for Tang Long to go downstairs to have lunch before leaving. He turned off the game console, straightened his tie in front of the mirror, put on his suit again, took his phone keys and went out. After casually eating a 15 yuan fast food at the fast food restaurant downstairs, Tang Long squeezed onto the bus and headed to Jingtian Building at the entrance of the street. At 12 frowny face in the afternoon, Tang Long appeared in the large meeting room of London Company on the th floor of Jingtian Building. There were more than 20 people in the conference room, all of them were competitors. Tang Long also saw Lu Jingwei. Lu Jingwei glanced at him in surprise, and waved at him. "Why are you here?" He originally thought that Tang Long's resume submitted last time was just nonsense, but he didn't expect Tang Long to come for an interview. Tang Long walked over and said with a smile, "I'll do whatever you're here for." Lu Jinghui chuckled and leaned over to tell him the news he had found out quietly. After Tang Long listened, his heart felt a little chilled. Minutes of interview? It turned out that Blue Shield only recruited 2 people this time, but there were more than 30 people who came to interview this time. Basically all of them were high-achieving computer major students from 985 and 211 colleges, and there was even a male master student from Peking University. Ma Dan. Master student of Peking University, why not stay in Beijing, Shanghai, and Guangzhou? Why do you have to come to Jiangqing to compete with him for a job? Tang Long knew that the chance of success in this interview was slim, but he was unwilling to fail like this, so he sat there thinking hard about how to present himself in front of the interviewer. In a blink of an eye, it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. A female assistant in the Human Resources Department of Blue Shield Company began to arrange the applicants in order to attend the interview in the small conference room opposite. Wei Tianlong. I'm here. You come with me. The first person to be called arrived in the small conference room, and the female assistant started to call the next person within 5 minutes. Since the applicants left directly after the interview, the people in the large conference room did not have the opportunity to ask each other about the content of the interview. Lu Jingwei was in front of Tang Long. After he left London, Tang Long quietly called him, but unexpectedly got some bad news. It turned out that this recruitment has already appointed an employee by default, and the only place still has to compete with the master's student of Peking University. Lu Jingwei basically just went through the motions, asked a few random questions, and then gave a practical test question. He was sent away who was helpless. For Tang Long, the only valuable information is to know the content of the last question, which is to ask the applicant to use the computer provided by the company to break through the firewall of a designated website within 10 minutes. He opened the official website of Blue Shield Company with his mobile phone, checked the structure used by the website, and the name of the chief technical director. Lan Yuankai, nicknamed Bluebird, is a well-known first-class hacker in the world of hackers. Now he has become a white hacker and the technical director of Blue Shield Company. 2 days ago, when Tang Long was chatting in the Baiki Legion chat room with his trumpet, he also chatted with Bluebird and helped test the firewall of Blue Shield's official website server. He happened to discover a relatively rare loophole that day, and he hadn't had time to tell Bluebird about it, which might be his chance today. He turned his head and glanced at the male graduate student from Peking University in the conference room, and prayed in his heart that he must be in front of that person, so that he would have a chance to overthrow this graduate student from Peking University. At this time, the female assistant came in again with a stack of resumes to call for someone. Tang Long, I'm here. Tang Long immediately got up and took a deep breath, then strode behind the female assistant with his head held high. The female assistant pushed open the door of the small conference room, and Tang Long walked in unhurriedly. There is a long conference table in the small conference room, an empty chair near the door, and a laptop computer on each side of the conference table. On the opposite side of the conference table sat 3 interviewers, 2 men and 1 woman, looking at the documents in their hands with serious expressions. Seeing Tang Long's resume, 2 of them frowned imperceptibly, not knowing why they were dissatisfied. Tang Long bowed lightly, sat down on the vacant seat, and began to introduce himself. Dear leaders, good afternoon, my name is Tang Long, I am 22 years old, and I graduated from Linjiang University majoring in computer science and technology. A middle-aged man interrupted unceremoniously, we have seen your resume, so there is no need to repeat it. Looking down at the information in his hand, have you ever participated in the security protection construction of well-known domestic websites? Yes, I participated in the construction of Sowu's server security system with my seniors 2 years ago, but only for half a month. Tang Long replied without changing his expression. In the Chinese and foreign hacker war 2 years ago, he had joined the Chinese hacker army and participated in the defense of many well-known domestic websites, so it is not wrong to say that. An outrageously long-legged beauty wearing an OL suit and a delicate face next to her glanced at Tang Long and asked suspiciously, have you also participated in the security tests of several well-known foreign websites such as Facebook? Tang Long nodded, yes, I joined a test group 2 years ago and conducted security tests on websites such as Facebook through the internet. The network security protection work of these websites was not up to standard at that time. As the top expert of the hacker army, Tang Long hacked many well-known websites of country M 2 years ago, and even left the national flag on the Pentagon website. Although Tang Long had invaded many American websites, he only left the national flag on the home page without doing any damage, which can be regarded as a security test for these websites. The long-legged beauty and the middle-aged man next to her looked at each other and shook their heads slightly, obviously not believing what Tang Long said. For a recent graduate from a non-985 or 211 college, where does he get the opportunity to participate in the website security construction of Sohu? Calm, let alone participate in the security testing of well-known foreign websites such as Facebook. This kid was obviously talking nonsense, and he didn't know how the new female assistant was reviewed, so he let him in for an interview. The long-legged beauty frowned and crossed Tang Long's resume with a pen. There was originally a practical test question, but she didn't want to waste any more time. She glanced at Tang Long and said impatiently, "Okay, today's interview is over here, you go back and wait for the announcement." Tang Long was stunned for a moment, realizing that he had failed the interview again. He was very unconvinced. "You are being too unreasonable, right? Obviously there is still the most important practical test question, why not give him a chance to try?" What a shame. Could it be that just because he is a graduate of an ordinary university, do you not believe in his ability? Official website. Seeing that Tang Long was about to be kicked out of the house, he glanced at the computer on the desktop and said with an idea, "Give me 10 minutes, and I can hack into Blue Shield's official website." Another young man in his 30s next to him is Yao Xiaolin, a senior engineer of Blue Shield Company. He sneered when he heard this. "Boy, you think you are a ghost, let alone 10 minutes, even if you were given an hour, you can't hack Blue Shield's official website." The actual test questions prepared by Blue Shield Company for applicants were originally aimed at a temporary test website with no content, and the security level was several levels lower than the official website of Blue Shield. The fresh graduate named Tang Long in front of him actually dared to boast that he could hack into the official website of Blue Shield in 10 minutes. This is simply ignorant. The middle-aged man on the side is Yu Leshan, the deputy director of the Human Resources Department. Although he doesn't know much about technology, he also knows that Blue Shield is a world-renowned network security company, and its official website security issues need not be questioned. This Tang Long actually said that he could hack into the official website of Blue Shield within 10 minutes, which is too arrogant. Yu Leshan frowned and said, "Young man, 10 minutes is 10 minutes as you said, and there are still 7 or 8 people queuing up behind us. We have no time to waste on you." Hearing the young interviewer's words, Tang Long's heart trembled slightly. He didn't expect this young man to know the existence of Ghost. The Ghost is the ID he once used, and it is in existence. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to God in the hacker world, but the Ghost ID has disappeared in the hacker world for more than 2 years. Tang Long said lightly, "Don't you even dare to let me try? It's nothing if the official website of Blue Shield is hacked here. If it is hacked outside, it will be embarrassing." The long-legged beauty raised her eyebrows, and one thought after another flashed through her mind. What Tang Long said was right. If he hacked Lan Dun's official website out of revenge after he went back, then the reputation that Lan Dun had accumulated over the years would be ruined. If the firewall is breached here, Blue Shield can immediately recruit Tang Long into the company and let him plug the loopholes in the official website. This will not only eliminate the security risks, but also recruit a rare talent for the company. Thinking of this, she turned her head to look at the colleague beside her, and said with a smile, "Why don't you let him try? If he fails, he has nothing to say. If he succeeds, he will pass the interview." Yu Leshan took a look at Song Qingwan, thinking that the Blue Shield was opened by your family, so you can make up your mind, so he nodded immediately. The two bosses of the company made a final decision, and Yao Xiaolin had nothing to say. He nodded, took out his phone, looked at the time on it and said, "It's 15:05, the timer starts." Tang Long smiled faintly. He had long expected that the other party would agree to his request. Anyone with an online IQ would understand the meaning of what he said. He didn't bother to care about Yao Xiaolin's intentional advance timing. After all, it's a mediocrity not to be envied by others, and there are always such villains everywhere. He took out the keychain from his pocket, inserted the USB flash drive on it into the laptop, and Tang Long began to copy the 3 tools in the USB flash drive to the laptop. 10 seconds later, the 3-tool software in the USB flash drive were successfully copied. Tang Long officially started working, and his 10 fingers moved quickly on the keyboard. He first ran a Hive software written by himself, which awakened nearly 10,000 broilers on the internet, and began to log into the official website of Blue Shield at the same time, and frequently sent spam messages. 1 minute later, Yao Xiaolin, who was on the opposite side of the conference table, let out a snort and looked at the laptop screen in front of him unexpectedly. At this time, he had already discovered that something was wrong with the official website, and the page refresh speed was very slow, as if suddenly millions of people visited the homepage of the official website at the same time. Yao Xiaolin understands that this is a common DDoS attack on the internet. Many hackers will use a large number of bots to send spam to the official website server, thereby bringing down the server. However, this trick is of no use to Blue Shield. Blue Shield's security system has already had a plan for this. In this case, it will automatically start to use the backup server to divert traffic after 3 minutes. At the same time, the firewall will also automatically detect visitor IP and uploaded information, and will block most abnormal access. Blue Shield's official website will only be slow for 3 minutes at most, which basically has no effect on a non-portal website. Yao Xiaolin stared at Tang Long and thought, if you only have this ability and want to hack the official website of Blue Shield, wait for the next life. Of course, Tang Long knew that relying on the Hive alone would not have any effect. His first step was just to muddy the water. The DDoS attack launched by tens of thousands of broilers is just to cover up his next move. While the broiler launched the DDoS attack, Tang Long ran the Predator vulnerability scanner, specifically targeting the server architecture used by the Blue Shield official website, to search for server background vulnerabilities with specified characteristics. It took less than 2 minutes for the Predator to discover a loophole in the backend of the Blue Shield official website server, and Tang Long directly uploaded a Trojan horse program named The One. 10 seconds later, the Trojan horse program ran automatically, and Tang Long gained server administrator rights. At this time, Blue Shield's security system was activated, the standby server was launched, and the firewall was simultaneously activated, and most of the visitor IPs were quickly rejected. It's a pity that the security system was started late, and Tang Long had already logged into the Blue Shield official website server with an administrator account, and deleted the Trojan horse program on the server at the same time. At this moment, he can freely change the homepage of Blue Shield's official website, as well as all the content of the website running on the server. According to the usual practice, after hacking into the official website of Blue Shield, Tang Long would leave something behind to prove that he successfully hacked into the server of the official website of Blue Shield. What should I keep? Interviewer: this time Tang Long couldn't hang the national flag on the front page with great fanfare like before, so he could only find an inconspicuous corner to leave his footprints. At 15:08, Yao Xiaolin stared at the time in the lower right corner of the computer. After 3 minutes, he refreshed the official website of Blue Shield again, and found that the security system had been activated, and the browsing speed of the official website gradually returned to normal. He glanced at Tang Long, who was facing him, and found that Tang Long's hands seemed to have stopped, and the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned. Look at your rampage. It's all over now. Blue Shield is not a third-rate forum or a small website full of security holes. Tang Long didn't know what was going on in Yao Xiaolin's mind, and he didn't bother to worry about it. He paused for more than 10 seconds before thinking of where to leave traces on the Blue Shield official website homepage. Quickly dragging the mouse, and moving his fingers quickly for a few seconds, Tang Long added the words "Technical Support Tlong" at the bottom of the homepage, where the most inconspicuous website contact number is. Move the mouse to stop running the honeycomb software, stop the attack of tens of thousands of broilers, and after disconnecting the link, he casually deleted the 3 software on the desktop permanently. After doing all this, he looked up at the time on the screen. It was 15:10, and it took less than 5 minutes. Tang Long stood up and looked at the 3 interviewers on the opposite side of the conference table, and said with a smile, "It's done, we have left footprints on the official website of Blue Shield, you can verify it." Yao Xiaolin kept his eyes on the laptop screen, afraid that something might go wrong on the homepage of the official website. Hearing Tang Long's words, he asked with a blank face, "Where did you leave the mark?" Tang Long smiled slightly. "The bottom of the homepage is in front of the landline number of the website." Yao Xiaolin hurriedly dragged the mouse to the bottom of the page, and Yu Leshan and Song Qingwan who were beside him also moved over nervously. At the bottom of the web page, the words Technical Support Tlong are added in front of the landline number on the website. Although the font is the same, anyone with a discerning eye will know that there is a problem with Technical Support Tlong. No one will leave such a name on the official website. I go. Are you human? The official website of Blue Shield was hacked in less than 5 minutes, and the dozens of network security engineers of Blue Shield Company were really treated as decorations. Tang Long's move shocked everyone. The 3 interviewers were astonished, as if they had seen a ghost. Conference room. There was silence. Yu Leshan and Yao Xiaolin had no plans to hire Tang Long at all. They had long been interested in the newly graduated master's student from Peking University. They really didn't expect that Tang Long could actually hack Lan Dun. In 5 minutes, used the company's ordinary laptop to hack into the official website of Blue Shield, which is heavily protected by a firewall. What kind of god can do this? Yu Leshan and Yao Xiaolin looked at each other in blank dismay, not knowing what to do now. The kid in front of him didn't play cards according to common sense at all. Song Qingwan's pretty face could no longer hide her shock. Tang Long's performance was completely beyond her expectation. From this point of view, is it possible that what Tang Long said just now is true? Thinking of this, Song Qingwan stood up and smiled and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Tang, you passed the interview. At 8 frowny face dash, tomorrow morning, you bring all the materials to the company's human resources department to sign the contract." Seeing Song Qingwan's straightforwardness, Tang Long was a little shocked. He thought he had to go back and wait for a call. It seems that he is still too young and inexperienced. Most of the really talented people who pass the interview don't need to wait for tomorrow. Only those who were eliminated would go back and wait foolishly for the notification. Tang Long put away the keychain and said with a smile, "Okay, thank you leaders." At this time, the door of the conference room was suddenly pushed open, and a slightly bald middle-aged man rushed in. "Who was using the computer here just now?" The man asked anxiously. While speaking, he naturally cast his eyes on Tang Long. Tang Long glanced at the computer on the conference table. His heart was like a mirror. Because this intrusion was just a test, and the computer used was still within Blue Shield, so he did not make any cover-ups during the intrusion. When he used the hive to wake up tens of thousands of broilers to launch a DDoS attack, Blue Shield's firewall issued an early warning. Although Tang Long quietly used the one to take down the administrator authority of the Blue Shield official website server, and successfully modified the homepage of the official website. However, because he did not hide his footprints, or even left traces on purpose, the network engineer of Blue Shield Company found his IP at the first time. The company's official website was attacked, and Lan Yuankai received the report immediately. To his surprise, the intruder was actually inside the Blue Shield Company. Although Lan Yuankai couldn't believe it, after finding out the location of the intruder's IP, he rushed to the small conference room immediately. Seeing Lan Yuankai's anxious look, Song Qingwan coughed and said with a smile, "Director Lan, you came just in time. Let me introduce you, Mr. Tang Long, who has passed the interview and will join the network tomorrow morning. Security Services." "Hi Director Lan." Tang Long extended his right hand politely. Lan Yuankai was stunned for a moment, and immediately realized that Tang Long should be the culprit who invaded Lanshield's official website just now. It's just that the topic of the interview isn't hacking another test website. How could the company's official website be the target? He was old and sophisticated, and although he had many doubts in his heart, his face remained calm, and he stretched out his right hand and shook Tang Long's hand lightly. "Tang Long, right? The young man has good skills, work hard, I like you." Although Tang Long launched the invasion from within the company and had a lot of innate advantages, Tang Yuankai knew that his strength should not be underestimated, and he was indeed a rare talent. As for the loopholes on the official website server and the intrusion tools used by Tang Long, after he goes to work tomorrow, he will have a chance to ask. Game World. After leaving Blue Shield Company, Tang Long did not return to the single room he rented, but took a taxi back to Linjiang University. He wants to share the good news of passing the interview with his classmate Lu Jingwei, and at the same time, he also wants to thank Lu Jingwei. If it weren't for Lu Jingwei's news, Tang Long wouldn't know that Blue Shield Company had the last practical test question, let alone create an opportunity to pass the test. At 17 frowny face dash, Tang Long invited Lu Jingwei and other 3 roommates to have a meal together at a restaurant near the school. After dinner, Lu Jingwei knew that Tang Long was about to successfully join Blue Shield, and that he was graduating soon, so he proposed to sing at a nearby KTV. Tang Long touched the wallet, and thought that there was still a credit card with a limit of dash in it, which was still unused, so he decided to go all out. Lu Jingwei leaned over to him and said in a low voice, "Brother Tang, I won't let you bleed in vain this time. I will ask Shanshan to bring the schoolgirls from her dormitory with me." Hu Huishan is Lu Jingwei's girlfriend and a sophomore at Linjiang University. Although he was about to graduate, as a native of Linjiang City, Lu Jingwei didn't have to worry about being separated from his girlfriend at all. He privately suggested that Tang Long find a freshman who was a freshman and sophomore to be his girlfriend. It's just that Tang Long knows his family's conditions. He is not a local. If he wants to stay in Linjiang City, he must consider buying a house. However, a house price of square meters directly dispelled his thoughts. Since he broke up with his ex-girlfriend, he has no plans to find a girlfriend in Linjiang City. But Tang Long would not evade Lu Jingwei's kindness. Even if he didn't find a girlfriend, finding a few schoolgirls to come out and sing K together would be a rare happy time during college. At 19 o'clock in the evening, Hu Huishan brought 3 other roommates to the cashier KTV as scheduled, and Lu Jingwei led the 4 of them into a large private room at the door. As soon as they entered the private room, Hu Huishan's 3 roommates saw Tang Long and were immediately attracted by his tall, handsome image. As for the other 2, they were directly ignored. Lu Jingwei introduced Tang Long and the other 3 to Hu Huishan's roommate, and Hu Huishan also briefly introduced her roommates Liao Shijing, Sun Xiaoyu, and Li Qian. One of them, a girl with a good figure named Liao Shijing, took the initiative to sit beside Tang Long and chat with him, asking about his family situation in a side-by-side manner. The other 2 girls, on the surface, were ordering songs at the same time, but they also pricked up their ears to eavesdrop on Tang Long's words. After knowing that Tang Long was not a local, and it was uncertain whether he would stay in Linjiang City in the future, Liao Shijing lost all interest in him. Using an excuse to go to the bathroom, Liao Shijing changed seats and sat on the other side of the sofa when she came out, and played with her mobile phone without talking to Tang Long. Sun Xiaoyu and Li Qian next to him were also a little disappointed. Tang Long was so handsome, why wasn't he a local? Even if they dated, they couldn't get along for a month. He wasn't their ideal partner. Regarding this, Tang Long could only sigh inwardly. It was unexpected that these schoolgirls were so realistic in his sophomore year, but he had no intention of making friends in the first place, and he was not overly disappointed. In his opinion, there are roughly 2 types of romance among college students. One is the pure love between students, which does not involve factors such as status, background, money, etc., and relies entirely on eye relationship. The other is the love between a female student and a man outside of school, which is much more complicated. To maintain this kind of love, the man must have a certain financial strength, usually with a car and a house. Although Tang Long had a good figure and good looks, he was not a local, had no car or house, and was about to walk out of the ivory tower. Naturally, he was not the ideal partner for these 3 schoolgirls. After playing for half an hour, Tang Long's body also became active. Feeling a little stuffy, he took off his suit, folded it and put it aside. At this time, Lu Jingwei accidentally saw the watch on Tang Long's hand, and exclaimed, "Brother Tang, your mechanical watch is real, right? A few days ago, he just saw a piece of news on the internet. The head of a certain city-level agency was wearing a brand-name watch, and someone took a picture of it and posted it on the internet. The person who posted the post also pointed out that this watch is a Patek Philippe 5271P watch according to the pictures on the official website, and the price is as high as more than 190 million. Lu Jingwei still has a fresh memory of this watch." Hu Huishan looked over curiously. She didn't know much about watches, and she didn't know what brand Tang Long's watch was, so she asked, "Jingwei, why are you so surprised? Isn't it just a watch?" Lu Jingwei moved closer to Tang Long, grabbed Tang Long's hand and looked seriously. "Damn it, no way, it's really Patek Philippe 5271P. I remember this watch costs more than 190 million. Lu Jingwei looked at Tang Long in shock. Hu Weishan heard from her boyfriend that Tang Long's family background was average, so she asked suspiciously, "Brother Tang, is this watch of yours real?" After being busy for a long time, Tang Long just found out that he had an extra watch in his hand. He took a closer look at the watch and found it looked familiar. "Isn't this the mechanical watch worn by John Wick in the game Quick Chase? Why did it appear on his wrist?" Tang Long didn't have time to think about this question, but he knew that as the top killer in the underground world of Los Angeles, the watch worn by Vic was of course real. Wanting to understand this, Tang Long smiled lightly and said, "It should be true." Liao Shijing, who was sitting on the other side, glanced at Tang Long, and a look of disdain flashed in her eyes. She saw Tang Long was tall and handsome, so she immediately took the initiative to attack. Unexpectedly, Tang Long was not a native of Linjiang City. She visually estimated that Tang Long's suit and leather shoes did not exceed 1,000 yuan, and he only used a cheap domestic smartphone. One can imagine the family conditions. With Tang Long's conditions, it is completely unattractive to a girl like Liao Shijing who has already stepped into society with one foot. Now Tang Long actually said that he was wearing a $1 million watch, bullying others who don't understand famous watches and bragging, right? Hearing what Tang Long said, Liao Shijing turned her head to stare at Lu Jingwei, rolled her eyes, and asked, pretending not to understand, "Brother Lu, what is the difference between a real watch and a fake watch? Why can't I tell?" Lu Jingwei said triumphantly, "You happen to ask the right person. I may not know other watches, but I just phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read / phoneme the news about this watch 2 days ago, and I will definitely not be wrong. Don't say anything else, just look at this watch. The ring of diamonds on the case and buckle is % genuine. The Patek Philippe 5271P watch is different from other watches. On the hand-stitched alligator leather strap, there is a small round platinum buckle inlaid with a circle of 22 baguette diamonds." Lu Jingwei raised Tang Long's wrist and glanced at the diamonds on the watch case against the light. The 58 elongated diamonds on the watch case shot out dazzling light, which made him feel dazed for a while. He couldn't help clicking his tongue. "Brother Tang, where did this watch come from?" Tang Long was taken aback. He couldn't say that he bought this watch, since Vic can be regarded as his own game character, so it doesn't matter if he is a friend. Thinking of this, he said, "A friend gave this to me yesterday." The crowd was in an uproar. A gift from a friend? What kind of friend is a $1 million watch as soon as he makes a move? This is even more embarrassing than a certain national husband. Sun Xiaoyu next to him asked curiously, "Tang Long, what does your friend do?" "A senior executive of a listed company in the United States." Tang Long said, "Nonsense. Why did he give you such an expensive watch?" I did him a favor and he gave me this watch." Everyone was shocked. What kind of friend is this, who just gives away a watch worth more than 100 million for just a favor? There are tens of millions of famous watches, which shows that they are not short of money, and Tang Long has helped a lot. Everyone looked at Tang Long with extreme envy. Some people thought that Tang Long's ability to get in touch with such a rich man meant that Tang Long must have some special qualities, and he was a high-quality potential stock. Even if Tang Long's family background is mediocre, with such a wealthy friend, his future prospects must be limitless. For example, the boss of Duo Duo was just a student from an ordinary family before starting his business. It is because of his deep connections and the investment of many internet tycoons that he created a career. Liao Shijing's eyes towards Tang Long also changed at this moment. She originally thought that Tang Long was just a young, tall, handsome poor Dior's, but she was mistaken. The woman rolled her eyes, came over and squeezed to sit next to Tang Long again, with her upper body clinging to Tang Long's arm, and said with a charming smile, "Brother Tang, tell us how you met that friend?" Hu Huishan and the others were taken aback for a moment. This Liao Shijing must have changed too fast. But it's normal to think about it, this woman has always been so realistic in school. Tang Long glanced at Liao Shijing, and sneered secretly, but his face remained calm. "Actually, it's nothing. The friends I met online before are easier to chat with." Liao Shijing asked a few more questions, but was prevaricated by Tang Long. After discovering this Patek Philippe watch, Tang Long didn't have much interest in singing K, and he had no interest in Liao Shijing and others. As soon as it was 21 o'clock, he went out to pay the bill in a hurry on the grounds that he had to go to work in the new company tomorrow morning. left the cash drawer KTV. Back in the shared room, Tang Long immediately turned on the computer and searched for news about the New Era game company on the internet. I searched for more than an hour, but I didn't see a piece of news about any company, and I couldn't even find the previous official website homepage. Tang Long recalled that he had played Infinite Invasion for at least 2 hours, but in reality it only took 1 minute. Coupled with this Patek Philippe watch, there is definitely something wrong with this game. Turning on the game console, and just about to enter the game again, Tang Long suddenly remembered that he was not familiar with the plot of the follow-up game. Opened the web page and checked the name of John Wick on Chengdu. Millions of search results appeared in front of him. The first one was John Wick's Chengdu Encyclopedia. After a brief glance, Tang Long realized that John Wick was the leading actor in the movie John Wick starring Keanu Reeves. Looking at the plot introduction on the internet, the plot at the beginning is somewhat similar to the plot of the game, but there are some differences. I quickly downloaded this movie to the computer, watched it from beginning to end, and finally got a general understanding of the plot of John Wick, but the plot of the game is obviously different from the plot of the movie. At the beginning of the movie, John Wick was just knocked out, but in the game, Wick was shot and killed, and Wick came back to life after Tang Long entered the game. The timeline in the game is also different from the plot of the movie, and some plots have also changed accordingly. It seems that playing this game cannot completely rely on the plot of the movie, and the specific plot depends on Tang Long to advance step by step. After making preparations, Tang Long turned on the game console, sat on the bed and put on the VR glasses. On the virtual light curtain in front of me, there is an additional option behind Infinite Invasion on the main menu, Act 1 John Wick. Tang Long reached out and clicked on the only option on the virtual screen, directly entering the game. In an instant, he lost consciousness. In the next second, he appeared in room 818 of the Continental Hotel, still standing in front of the window facing the street. Tang Long looked down at his left wrist, the Patek Philippe was still in his hand, and the time on the watch was 001, which was exactly the same as when he left the game. Is this the game world, or a real parallel world? Looking at the watch on his wrist, Tang Long fell into a moment of confusion. At this time, a task prompt pops up in front of you: go to the speakeasy and ask Winston, the hotel owner, about Tarasov's whereabouts. It's time to fight back. Circle Club. No matter what, the mission still has to continue. Perhaps when the mission this time is completed, Tang Long will be able to find the answer in his heart. This time was the busiest time in the bar, and he also wanted to see the style of foreign bars, so he took his room card and walked out of the room. Taking the elevator down to the first floor of the hotel and passing through the laundry room, he came to a dark iron door with a trap window. There is no doorbell switch on the door, but there is a coin slot above the door handle. Tang Long had seen the movie and knew that he had to pay an entrance fee, but the gold coin with the lowest face value was worth $1,000. The entrance fee was really expensive. Tang Long complained silently, took out a 1K gold coin, and put it into the small hole. The next second, the small movable window on the iron door was pulled open. A black man glanced at him through the small window, and then opened the iron door. Tang Long strode in. This is an underground bar, where many killers are drinking and chatting, waiting to accept mission orders. Tang Long walked through the crowd and came to a quiet corner according to the memory in his mind. There is a round table in the corner. Unlike other crowded and noisy tables, there is only a middle-aged man with glasses sitting down and writing next to this table. Tang Long walked in front of the middle-aged man, and a name appeared on the middle-aged man's head: Winston. According to the plot of the movie, Tarasov should be at the Red Circle Club now, but he was afraid that the plot would change, so he still came to Winston for news. "Hi, Winston." Tang Long greeted. Winston raised his head, glanced at him, and said with a smile, "John?" Winston took off his reading glasses. After seeing the wound on Tang Long's face, the smile on his face disappeared, and he said puzzledly, "In my memory, I have never seen you being beaten." Tang Long sat down opposite Winston and joked, "I guess I'm getting old." Winston showed an expression that a ghost would believe you, and asked with a smile, "What do you want from me?" Tang Long cut to the chase and said, "Is there any news about Yusef Vigo and his son?" Winston said seriously, "What do you want to do? Do you plan to return to your old business?" Tang Long rubbed his face, and said slowly, "Do you think I am like this now? Do you have any other choices?" Having already become sworn enemies with Vigo, Tang Long obviously has no reason to back down, not to mention that the main plot line of this game cannot be changed. Winston stared at his face for a while, and understood this, and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I understand, you go to the bar and have a drink, and someone will notify you as soon as there is news." "Thank you." Tang Long got up and walked towards the bar. Just like the plot in the movie, Tang Long met the beautiful waiter Audie at the bar, and was kissed passionately on the cheek by her. He found that the feeling of Audie's kiss was too real, and there was still a wet feeling on his cheeks, and he could even smell the fragrance left by Audie's lips. This made Tang Long once again convinced that John Wick is not just a simple game, maybe this is a parallel world. Soon, Audie brought him a glass of wine, with a tissue under the glass, and a red lip was left on the tissue. Sure enough, the plot has not changed, and Tarasov is still in the Red Circle Club. System hint: you have learned of Tarasov's whereabouts, immediately go to the Red Circle Club and kill him. Tang Long drank the wine in the glass in one gulp and left the bar. Back in the room, he took out the body armor, 2 Colt M1911 pistols, for magazines, and a titanium alloy dagger from the suitcase, and set off for the Red Circle Club. The Red Circle Club is a large entertainment club, which includes bars, discos, high-end massage rooms and other places. As Tang Long knew, there were several guards at the main entrance of the club checking the customers who came in one by one, and there were many people waiting in line. He knew that the main entrance was impassable, so he still had to go through the side entrance. There is only one guard at the side door, an older man from the Xiong Kingdom. A name flashed across the man's head: Francis. At this time, the guard was standing in front of the door, facing the street, smoking. It was easy to shoot and kill the guard, but the corpse was not easy to deal with. Tang Long thought about it, and tried to persuade the guard according to the method in the movie. He quietly sneaked behind the guard, pointed his gun at the guard's head, and said in a low voice, "Hello, Francis." Francis froze, obviously recognized his voice, and replied nervously, "Hello, Mr. Vic." Tang Long then asked, "Are you on duty tonight?" Francis trembled. "Yes, Mr. Vic." After a pause, he then asked, "Sir, do you have work to do here?" Tang Long said lightly, "That's right, you can rest tonight." "Thank you, sir." Francis took off the headset and walked into the distance without looking back. There was already a cold sweat on his back. Not every killer is as easy talking as Vic, and Francis did not dare to inform Tarasov. The reputation of the legendary killer is not blown out, and countless gangsters died under Vic's gun. Tang Long quickly walked in through the side door. After entering, he saw a men's locker room, and heard a man humming happily from outside. He knew that there were 2 Xiongwa bodyguards in the locker room, and one of them was one of the gangsters who broke into his house. Since he knew Yusuf's whereabouts in advance, Tang Long didn't need to stay alive this time. Holding the Colt M1911 equipped with a silencer, he pushed the door and quickly dodged in. One of Xiongwa's bodyguards was changing clothes in front of the closet behind his back, and the other was picking his teeth and washing his face in front of the mirror on the other side. Puff! Puff! Before the 2 men could react, Tang Long fired 2 shots in succession, blowing their heads off. Chapter 12. Tang Long quickly left the dressing room and walked towards the basement. Walking up the stairs to an empty room, through the glass window, he carefully searched every corner downstairs. In the corner bath, Tarasov was drinking and having fun with 3 beauties in swimsuits. After discovering the target, Tang Long walked downstairs, put away his pistol, and silently killed the 2 nearby guards with his dagger. He came to a wooden rack full of bath towels downstairs, and observed the situation around the bath through the wooden rack. There were many people between Yusuf Tarasov and him, and there were many bodyguards. It was difficult to reach the target without disturbing others. At this time, Tang Long suddenly remembered that there would be a Xiongwa bodyguard coming in behind him, and turned around immediately. It's a pity that it was a step too late, and a bodyguard pushed the door and walked in. Seeing Tang Long, the bodyguard roared in Xiongwa dialect, and at the same time reached for the pistol in his waist. Tang Long stepped up 2 steps forward, grabbed the bodyguard's arm with his left hand, and stabbed the bodyguard's neck with the dagger in his right hand. The bodyguard hurriedly reached out and grabbed his right hand, and the 2 wrestled. In the confusion, the man grabbed Tang Long's arm and knocked down the shelf where the bath towels were placed. After falling to the ground, Tang Long raised his foot and kicked the bodyguard's crotch. After kicking him away, he quickly stood up. System hint: your whereabouts have been found, and Tarasov started to escape. Please hurry up and kill him. Attention, there are a large number of bodyguards coming here, please be careful. Now that his whereabouts have been discovered, Tang Long no longer has any scruples. He directly pulls out the pistol at his waist and shoots the bodyguard in front of him. Puff! A headshot. By the side of the bath, two bodyguards noticed the movement and rushed towards them with guns. System hint: your innate skill, killer instinct, has been activated. You can perceive the existence of danger in advance, and anyone who is hostile to you will be discovered by you. In the killer instinct state, Tang Long clearly felt two red figures running towards him from different directions. Put! Put! He fired decisively and killed the two bodyguards in an instant. The bodies of the two bodyguards fell in the bath, and the pool was stained red with blood. Everyone in the bath realized that something had happened, and the beautiful woman in a swimsuit ran around screaming. In the corner, Yusef Tarasov was stunned when he saw Tang Long's figure, and cursed, "Fake, this lunatic really isn't dead." Yusef crawled out of the bath in shock, and ran towards the stairs with his body lowered. Put! Put! Tang Long shot and killed a bodyguard rushing towards him, caught a glimpse of Yusef out of the corner of his eye, and turned his gun to aim at the direction of the stairs. Yusef was still some distance away from the stairs. He saw a beautiful woman holding her head and screaming on the spot. He rushed up and hugged the beauty from behind. Using the beauty as a shield, he slowly moved towards the stairs. There are still 2 meters left. As long as he can run up the stairs, the tempered glass guardrail can save his life. Want to run? It's not that easy. Tang Long snorted coldly. System hint: you found Yusef Tarasov hiding behind a common man. You decided, shoot directly and kill ordinary people together with Yusef Tarasov. Note, doing so will damage your reputation and lower the system score. Let Yusef Tarasov go temporarily, and chase him after he runs up the stairs. I don't choose phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. Tang Long complained silently. Tang Long knew that Yusef would run away. He would not miss the opportunity like in the movie, and shot Yusef's exposed calf without hesitation. Puff! Yusef screamed and fell to the ground, and the beauty he caught also took the opportunity to run away. Holding a gun, Tang Long strode up to Yusef. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yusef said in despair, "Fake. You're already dead, why?" Puff! Tang Long aimed a shot at Yusef's forehead. At the same time, the security of the Red Circle Club monitored the room. The head of security found that Yusef Tarasov had died under Tang Long's gun, and he punched the computer table with a hammer, and roared, "Fuck! Fuck! Tarasov is dead, and now Vigo is going crazy." He paused, and then roared at his subordinates, "What are you doing in a daze? All follow me, go and kill Vic." After killing Yusef, Tang Long calmly changed the magazine for the pistol. He knew that the side door he came in had been locked, so he had to fight his way through the front door. After making up his mind, he ran directly to the stairs in front of him. The head of security rushed in from another exit with people, just in time to see Tang Long running up the stairs, aiming at Tang Long and shooting continuously. Bang! Bang! The bullet hit the tempered glass guardrail and failed to cause him any damage. Seeing Tang Long's back disappearing at the top of the stairs, the head of security resolutely stopped, and ordered to his subordinates, "Go to the disco." After going upstairs, Tang Long found that in front of him was a DJ dance floor full of people, and the exit marked in his vision was at the stairs in the corner. In the disco, upon receiving the order from the head of security, a large number of armed bodyguards surrounded the middle of the dance floor. On the dark and noisy dance floor, the thrill-seeking crowd danced their hands to their heart's content, unaware of the dangers around them. In Tang Long's field of vision, more than a dozen red figures appeared. All of them were bodyguards with guns. Avoiding groups of bodyguards, he chose a direction with few red figures and squeezed forward. After approaching the red figure, before the other party could react, Tang Long shot. Put! 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 The gunfire was covered by the roaring music, and he killed 2 bodyguards in a row, but the people around him were unconscious. Bodyguards kept rushing over along the way, but fortunately Tang Long was able to shoot first with his killer instinct every time. There were too many people around. Tang Long couldn't aim at the bodyguard's head, so he could only shoot at the bodyguard's chest. Each time he fired several times to ensure the bodyguard's death. It took 2 magazines for Tang Long to break out of the encirclement and walk up the stairs to a leisure hall. There were quite a few of Yusef Vigo's subordinates in the hall. These Xiong people in red shirts and black suits surrounded Tang Long when they spotted him. Poof! Poof! Tang Long raised his gun and shot, killing the 2 Xiong people in front of him first. Sticking to the pillar in the middle, Tang Long rushed towards the front door, relying on killer instinct. He shot while running, and accurately killed 3 Xiong people who were hostile to him. Only then did the guests of the club realize that something was wrong, and people began to run away screaming. Throwing away the empty gun with no bullets, Tang Long pulled out a Colt M1911 loaded with bullets from his waist, and ran towards the hall exit. Bodyguards kept appearing at the entrances on both sides of the hall. Tang Long kept firing along the way and changed the magazines twice before he got out of the hall. He walked out of the hall and came to a corridor, at the end of which was the exit of the club. Tang Long remembered that 4 Xiongwa bodyguards would appear at the right corner of the corridor, and quickly raised his gun to aim at the right corner. In the next second, 4 Xiongwa bodyguards appeared in Tang Long's field of vision, and before the opponent could react, he opened fire first. Puff! 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 The 3 Xiongwa bodyguards fell to the ground in response, but the head of security, who was walking at the back, vigilantly avoided Tang Long's shooting, hid behind a pillar and fired back. Boom! Tang Long was shot in the chest. Even with the body armor on, the bullet hit his body at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range, as if he had been punched twice in a row, and there was a sharp pain in his chest. Hiss! He couldn't help but gasp. While firing, Tang Long retreated towards the exit. At the other end of the hallway, the security chief's feet emerged from behind a pillar. He immediately aimed his gun at the foot of the security chief. Crack! Unexpectedly, the M1911 bullet was empty. He touched his waist and found that there was no spare magazine. Finding that Tang Long had no bullets, the head of security immediately poked his head out from behind the pillar and fired several shots at him. Tang Long hurriedly dodged behind the pillar next to him. A bullet grazed his left shoulder, and he felt a burst of severe pain. Fuck! What a pain! Now Tang Long can be sure that this is a parallel world, not a game world. Out of bullets, he had to put away the M1911 and pull out the titanium alloy dagger again. In the corridor, the security supervisor walked over slowly with a gun in hand. Relying on killer instinct, Tang Long could also see a red figure approaching through the pillar. He took a deep breath, held back the pain, and jumped out suddenly, and the dagger in his hand flew towards the forehead of the security supervisor like lightning. Boom! A bullet hit Tang Long's chest, knocking him to the ground like a blow from a heavy hammer. But Tang Long's dagger was stuck in the head of security's forehead. Tang Long struggled to get up, walked over and drew out the dagger, picked up the security director's pistol, and walked towards the exit of the club. At this time, the system pops up a prompt: you have multiple injuries on your body. The left shoulder is seriously injured. You need urgent treatment. Please go to the Continental Hotel immediately and seek medical services. After leaving the Red Circle Club, Tang Long hailed a taxi and hurried to the Continental Hotel. Tang Long clutched his bleeding wound and walked into the Continental Hotel. Seeing him walk in, the hotel lobby manager greeted him as usual. "Good evening, Mr. Vic." "Good evening." Tang Long responded lightly. "What can I do for you?" "Is the doctor here?" "Yes, sir, around the clock." "Please invite him to my room." "Okay, sir." 5 minutes later, an old Chinese doctor came to Tang Long's room with a medicine box. The wound was cleaned, disinfected, sutured, and bandaged. The doctor skillfully helped Tang Long treat the wound on his left shoulder. Although the suture technique was not very good and there was no anesthetic, Tang Long gritted his teeth in pain, but at this moment, he had no better choice. In Country M, regular doctors have a high status, and there are only a few black market doctors who can serve killers. This Chinese doctor is a safe and reliable doctor. Sir, you are very lucky. The bullet didn't hit the bone, but only hurt the flesh. Rest for a few days and you'll be fine. The old doctor smiled. Tang Long let out a long breath, forced a smile and said, "Thank you." After paying 10k gold coins for medical expenses, the smile on the old doctor's face became even brighter. Before leaving, he left a small bottle of powerful painkillers for him. After sending the doctor away, Tang Long didn't even have time to change his blood-stained t-shirt, so he fell on the bed, really wanting to just sleep like this. He was really tired tonight. The violent fighting and gunshot wounds had brought him an unprecedented sense of fatigue. In reality, Tang Long is just an ordinary college student. Although he has played many virtual games that simulate sports, he has never had a real experience of killing people, let alone being injured by a gunshot wound. What happened tonight has completely changed Tang Long's three views. Fortunately, this is just a strange parallel world, otherwise he will be wanted by the in-city police tomorrow. After lying down for a while, Tang Long couldn't stand the pain on his left shoulder, and he said exit the game silently, intending to return to the real world and have a good night's rest. However, there was no response from the system, and his consciousness remained in Vic. What's going on? Am I trapped in this world? Tang Long thought, a little depressed. At this time, a prompt pops up in the lower right corner of the field of view. The current area is not a safe area, the host cannot leave this world, control the fate heck. Seeing this news, Tang Long suddenly remembered that in the original plot, Vic would be assassinated by Perkins in the room of the Continental Hotel. Although it is strictly forbidden for anyone to fight in the Continental Hotel, in order to offer a reward of $400 million, Perkins took his life to touch this red line. No wonder he couldn't leave this world. It turns out that the hotel is no longer safe. Not knowing whether his old friend Marcus had received Vigo's commission, Tang Long got up and lowered his body, walked slowly to the bed, and closed the curtains of all the windows. Although Marcus would not actually shoot him, Tang Long would never leave his fate in the hands of others, and it would be best not to give the possible snipers outside the hotel a chance. He walked back to the table, picked up a loaded Colt M1911, took a chair, and sat quietly behind the door. Half an hour later, the door of the guest room was suddenly opened, and Perkins, dressed in black and holding a gun in both hands, pushed the door and walked in slowly. Tang Long pointed the gun at Perkins' head, and sneered, "Hey, Perkins, don't move, slowly throw the gun on the ground." As soon as he entered the door, someone pointed a gun at his head. Perkins froze, and slowly threw the gun on the ground, with an ugly smile on his face. "Hi, John. For $400 million, you dare to break the rules of the Continental Hotel, how stupid you are." Tang Long mocked. "How did you know I would come?" Perkins never thought that Tang Long would be prepared, and no one would have thought that she would do something at the Continental Hotel. Tang Long sneered. He didn't bother to pay attention to this stupid woman who got into Qian's eyes, and directly hit Perkins on the back of the head with the handle of a gun, knocking her unconscious. If it was outside the Continental Hotel, Tang Long would have shot and killed Perkins without hesitation, but inside the Continental Hotel, he didn't know if killing him would cause any trouble. Tang Long closed the guest room door, walked to the bedside table, picked up the hotel landline phone, and dialed the service desk. "Good evening, sir, what can I do for you?" the hotel lobby manager asked politely. Tang Long said, "An unexpected visitor came to my room, please send someone to deal with it." "So, do you need the order service?" the lobby manager asked tactfully. "No, I just knocked her out, you just send someone to take her away." "Understood, please wait a moment, the service staff will be there soon." 2 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Tang Long looked out from the cat's eye, and the lobby manager was standing outside the door with 2 men in black. After opening the door, Tang Long pointed to Perkins, who was fainted on the ground, and said calmly, "The hotel needs to strengthen the security service, and there are still people who ignore the rules and want to come to my room to do something." The lobby manager apologized. "I'm sorry to cause you trouble, I will report this matter to the boss, and I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Tang Long nodded, and let 2 men in black come in and drag Perkins away. It is a wise choice to hand over Perkins to the hotel, which not only complies with the hotel's regulations, but also saves the aftermath costs. Of course, The premise of doing this is that his personal safety will not be endangered. If Tang Long hadn't been prepared, he would definitely kill Perkins when he counterattacked. Those who violated the rules of the Continental Hotel had no choice but to die. Even if Tang Long hadn't killed Perkins, the hotel staff would have executed her. After seeing off the lobby manager and others, Tang Long thought of Vic's old friend Marcus in Vigo's secret base, and immediately took out his mobile phone and called Marcus. "Hi, Marcus, I'm sorry to call you so late," Tang Long said gently. "Hey, John, what can I do for you?" the other end of the phone replied. "Marcus, have you accepted my reward?" Tang Long tried to ask. In the original play, Marcus was forced to accept Vigo's commission and come to assassinate Vic, but he released water halfway, not only letting Vic go, but also shooting him to remind him, so that he escaped Perkins's attack assassination. But because of this, Marcus was eventually beaten to death by Vigo. Now Tang Long called Marcus in advance, hoping to stop him in time. "Ha! I have heard that Vigo has offered you a reward of $400 million US. There should be many people who want to trouble you, right? But I did not accept this commission," Marcus answered truthfully. Hearing this, Tang Long breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to confront his old friend. "It's fine if you don't pick it up. I'm looking for you to do a business together. The money you get will be split in half. I guarantee you can get at least 200 million. Tang Long wanted to woo Marcus to rob Vigo's small treasury, and kill him by the way. "Vigo. At least 200 million? No problem. Where shall we meet?" Marcus agreed without hesitation to work together with old friends and get a lot of money. 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Little Rose, see you near Cannon Court, take a good guy, and wait for my call. No problem. After hanging up the phone, Tang Long immediately became excited when he remembered that he could rob Vigo's small treasury tomorrow. In the original play, Vic single-handedly broke into Vigo's small vault, unable to take away the gold coins, cash, securities and other property inside, so he had to burn it with a firebomb. Now that Tang Long was replaced, of course it wouldn't be such a waste. There is no way for one person to take away a lot of property, so it is no problem to ask Marcus for help. Now that he can bring the watch on his wrist back to the real world, what about the other stuff? For example, for a box full of US dollar bills, Tang Long decided to try it tomorrow. He took 2 painkillers, took a shower, set an alarm on his phone, and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. At 8 o'clock in the morning the next day, Tang Long was woken up by the alarm clock. After getting up quickly to wash up, he went to the hotel equipment warehouse, purchased submachine guns, grenades and other equipment, and replenished a lot of bullets. After making all the preparations, Tang Long drove to the Little Rose area of N City. At 9 o'clock in the morning, he met Marcus in the parking lot near Cannon Court, told Marcus the whole plan, and the two rode in the same car to a nearby church. This church is Vigo's secret base, and the priest and several long-term believers in it are Vigo's subordinates. Tang Long carried a Vector submachine gun slung across his shoulders, and wrapped the submachine gun in a large black canvas bag. He and Marcus pushed the door one after the other and entered the church. The lights were not turned on in the church, and worship music was playing inside. 7 or 8 people sat scattered on the seats on both sides and bowed their heads to pray. Except for the 3 elderly believers, everyone else was gang member. Seeing a stranger walking in, the priest in front of the church greeted him and asked with a smile, "Son, what can I do for you?" The gangsters on the seats on both sides also looked at Tang Long with dark eyes. Tang Long smiled, and suddenly threw away the canvas bag in his hand. Everyone was shocked because they saw the submachine gun in Tang Long's hand. Bah! Without any hesitation, Tang Long shot the priest's left leg, then quickly turned around, and shot fiercely at the gangsters present. At the same time, Marcus also took out his pistol and started shooting at the gangsters on the second floor of the church. Immediately, the gangsters in the church were shot to death one after another. The priest screamed and fell to the ground. The 3 ordinary believers in the church buried their heads in their arms and did not dare to move. These gangsters didn't expect that someone would come to the church to kill them, so they had no defense at all. Although they had guns on them, facing a professional killer like Tang Long, they could only be slaughtered. In less than a minute, except for the 3 ordinary believers and the priest, The other 5 Vigo's men were all killed by the guns of Tang Long and Marcus. Seeing this scene, the priest sat on the ground and cursed loudly, "Fake oil. Do you know who you are provoking?" Tang Long walked up to the priest and sneered, "Yes, I know very well whose territory this is." He grabbed the priest's right arm, pulled the priest up, and said coldly, "Take me to the basement." The priest originally thought that Tang Long and the others were 2 bastards who didn't know the heights of the heavens and the earth, but when he heard Tang Long's words, he immediately realized that the 2 of them had come prepared. Gritting his teeth and enduring the pain, he limped and led Tang Long to the basement. Compared with pain, he fears death more. There were 2 armed guards in the basement. Hearing the gunshots outside, the 2 stood up one after another, raising their guns and staring at the entrance. Tang Long pushed the priest towards the stairs, and the priest staggered and appeared at the corner of the stairs. The moment the guards saw the priest's hesitation, Tang Long leaned out quickly and fired 2 shots, hitting the heads of the 2 guards. The 2 guards with guns fell to the ground, and there were 2 more bodies on the ground. After killing the last 2 gangsters guarding the small treasury, Tang Long strode across the corner and escorted the priest to the small treasury's anti-theft iron gate. In this small vault of more than 30 square meters, there is a steel fence in front of it, and there is a closed anti-theft fence door in the middle, and 2 Xiongwa women are sitting inside. Seeing the gun battle outside, the 2 female accountants who were counting the banknotes were frightened, and they sat there and did not dare to move. "Open the door." Tang Long looked at the priest and ordered loudly. The priest said stiffly, "Do you think I'll open the door if you threaten me?" Tang Long sneered, and aimed his gun at the priest's head. "Open the door, and I'll let you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme." The priest was hardened for less than 3 seconds, his face collapsed, he sighed helplessly, reached out and pressed a string of codes on the code device, and unlocked the anti-theft door. Tang Long opened the security door, waved to the 2 people inside, and said loudly, "Ladies, you can go." The 2 Xiongwa women didn't expect to escape, so they ran out in a hurry. Tang Long turned around and knocked the priest unconscious with the butt of his gun. At this moment, Marcus walked in with 2 large canvas bags, and said with a shocked expression, "Oh my God. John, how did you know this place?" Tang Long smiled and said, "Perkins told me that we have 5 minutes, and we can take as much as we can." Hearing this, Marcus no longer hesitated, and threw an empty bag directly to Tang Long, and the 2 began to put the dollar bills and underground world gold coins from the cabinets on both sides into the canvas bag. 5 minutes later, Tang Long and Marcus each carried a large bag full of dollar bills and gold coins, walked out of the church and came to the car on the side of the road. Stuffing the money bag into the back seat of the car, Tang Long drove to a nearby street and stopped, and the 2 of them walked around to the roof of the building opposite the church with their gun bags on their backs. Marcus took the high point and set up the sniper rifle, while Tang Long switched the Vector submachine gun to burst mode, quietly waiting for the target to arrive. 10 minutes later, Vigo, who received the news, rushed to the door of the church with a few of his men. "Fack! How did John know about this place?" Vigo got off the bulletproof car and cursed at his subordinates behind him. Boom! A sniper bullet pierced Vigo's head and exploded from his forehead, splashing white and red all over the ground. Vigo's body was like a broken sack, and he fell to the ground with a plop, without a sound. At the same time, Tang Long also pulled the trigger of the Vector submachine gun. Is not a dream clatter. Clatter! Clatter! The Vector submachine gun sprayed a hail of bullets, and the 3 gangsters walking behind Vigo were harvested like wheat, and the driver who had just stepped out of the car was also shot and killed by the sniper rifle. In less than 3 minutes, 5 people including Vigo fell in a pool of blood, and there was no one alive at the door of the church. Tang Long glanced around calmly, put away his submachine gun, and said calmly, "Let's go." The 2 quickly put away their weapons, went downstairs and drove away from the vicinity of the church. On the way back to the Continental Hotel, Marcus stared at Tang Long and asked calmly, "John, what are your plans for the future? Go back to your old business?" Tang Long glanced at the rearview mirror and shook his head. "No, I will stay at the Continental Hotel for a few days first, and after the reward order is revoked, I will leave in-city and go to other places to relax. As soon as news of the client Vigo's death is reported to the Bounty Center, Vic's bounty will be revoked immediately." "That's fine, goodbye, John." Marcus smiled and got out of the car early halfway. Tang Long returned to the Continental Hotel alone, and returned to room 818 with a canvas bag. The moment the door was closed, Tang Long's eyes suddenly went dark, a huge flow of information poured into his brain, and he felt like his brain was about to burst. In the next second, he lost consciousness. In the boundless darkness, Tang Long felt like he had a dream. In the dream, the Northeast game console and VR glasses turned into a shooting star, wrapping his consciousness into a pure white space. This cube space of less than square meters seemed to be moving at a high speed, and it took a long time before it stopped. The space wall slowly became transparent. Tang Long saw a bright starry sky. Not far away was a familiar blue planet. Suddenly, Tang Long opened his eyes, and in front of him was a familiar room. At this moment, he is lying on the bed, the VR glasses on his head have disappeared, and even the game console on the computer table has disappeared. What's going on here? Am I returning to the real world? Although Tang Long was a little surprised at how the Northeast game suit would disappear, returning to the real world is something worth celebrating. Ding! Congratulations to Tang Long for passing the novice trial. The infinite invasion system has been activated, and the host's soul has been bound. Ding! The infinite invasion system is officially launched. The host needs to enter different time and space, collect cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments to get points rewards. Ding! The host can consume points to bring any item from the parallel time and space into the current world, or use the points to reset the timeline of the parallel time and space. An ethereal voice suddenly appeared in Tang Long's mind, and before he could react, a translucent virtual light curtain appeared in front of him. Host, Tang Long, host ability, English LV9, Russian LV9, Spear LV9, Fighting LV5. Current points, 847 points, 1000 points for customs clearance, 153 points for the corresponding value of the items carried by the host are deducted. Reset timeline, available, current use consumes 100 points. Number of cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments, 100. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tang Long realized that he had obtained the legendary system. After studying it carefully for a while, he learned about this so-called unlimited intrusion system. This system comes from a certain high-dimensional universe in the multiverse, and some kind of intelligent life in the high-dimensional universe needs him to help collect the pieces of the Rubik's Cube. Tang Long didn't know how to be selected, and passed the novice trial, becoming the only host of the Earth plane. From now on, he no longer needs any game console as a medium. He only needs to open the infinite invasion system silently in his mind, and he can enter any parallel time and space. It's just that a new parallel world will be refreshed every 24 hours. Currently, Tang Long's system menu only has a parallel world of quick chase. Turning off the virtual light curtain in front of him, Tang Long suddenly found a large canvas bag on the bed. When he opened it, he was dumbfounded. The canvas bag is full of banknotes, most of which are stacks of $50 and $100 bills, including many gold coins. Ah! Tang Long excitedly picked up the dollar bills on the bed and shouted loudly, "Yeah! I got rich, I got rich!" Ha ha ha! Unexpectedly, his conjecture was true, and he actually brought back a bag full of banknotes from the world of quick chase. At this time, there was a roar and the sound of knocking on the wall from the next door. What is the ghost screaming? It's almost 11 o'clock, and you still keep people from sleeping? Sorry, I understand. Tang Long realized that he had disturbed his roommate, and hurriedly apologized. He took a deep breath, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and after slowly calming down, he poured all the banknotes in the bag on the bed and began to count the number. 10 minutes later, Tang Long counted the total number of banknotes, and there were a total of $150 and 17 underground world gold coins of different face values. Reminiscent of the deducted system points, he calculated that the conversion ratio of points and banknotes in the system is 1 US. Tang Long brought back $150 from the world of the speed chase, which should count as 151. 8 points. As for the 17 underground world gold coins with different denominations, since they cannot be exchanged into equivalent US bills in reality, they can only be converted into US dollars based on 15 grams of gold each, which is worth about 12,000 US dollars. So this time the system deducted a total of 153 points, leaving him with 847 points. According to the current market price, 1 US dollar is equal to 7 yuan, and 151. 8 million US dollars is equal to 1062. 6 million yuan. In just one day, Tang Long became a multi-millionaire. You have money for? Tang Long has been suffering from a disease for a long time, poor disease. This is a disease that affects most people. This disease seems to be easy to treat, but in fact it is very difficult to cure. Living in Linjiang City, a first-tier city, Tang Long's monthly living expenses are only 1,000 yuan, and his life is a little more comfortable thanks to part-time jobs during winter and summer vacations. For Tang Long, what he lacks the most right now is money. There is only 800 yuan in the wallet plus the bank card, which is not enough to pay next month's rent. However, all these problems are now solved. Tang Long had 151.8 million US dollars at once. If he exchanged it in the bank, he would become a multi-millionaire in an instant. The only problem is that there is a limit to exchanging US dollars for renminbi at the bank, and the second is that ID cards need to be copied. It is obviously not appropriate for him to suddenly take out such a large amount of US bills to exchange. Maybe he can directly convert dollars into RMB in the world of quick chase and bring them back to the real world. As for the 17 underground world gold coins with varying denominations, they are worthless in the real world, and it is more valuable to take them back to the world of John Wick. Thinking of this, Tang Long became eager, and quickly put all the dollar bills on the bed into the canvas bag, and put the 17 gold coins in a plastic bag as well. Holding the canvas bag in his right hand, he stood up and said silently, "Turn on the system." A translucent virtual light curtain popped up in front of my eyes, and a main menu appeared under the words Infinite Invasion, and there was an option under it, World Number 1 John Wick. Tang Long habitually reached out and clicked on the number 1 World John Wick option on the virtual light curtain, wanting to enter the John Wick world. However, his figure stood motionless in the room, and 2 rows of red letters appeared at the bottom right of the virtual light curtain. The cosmic Rubik's Cube has insufficient energy, the infinite invasion system can only be sent twice within 24 hours, and the current number of available times is 0. Note, collecting Rubik's Cube fragments can increase the upper limit of Rubik's Cube energy reserves. Seeing the subtitles on the virtual light curtain, Tang Long touched his head in embarrassment and turned off the virtual light curtain. He looked down at the time on his watch, it was already 23:10, go to bed early, and try again tomorrow. Tang Long put the canvas bag containing the dollar bills under the bed, and after washing, he fell on the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. At 8 o'clock the next morning, Tang Long woke up on time. After washing up, the first thing he did was to summon the infinite invasion system in his mind. However, at this point in time, he still couldn't enter the world of John Wick. 1246241246. Wanting to understand this point, Tang Long no longer entangled with this matter, and decided to take US dollars to the bank and exchange it into RMB for emergency. He leaned over and pulled out the canvas bag under the bed, took a stack of $50 bills from it, put it in his black briefcase, and went out to eat breakfast. After breakfast, Tang Long found a Bank of China nearby. After waiting in line for a while, he filled out a form at the counter to convert 900 US dollars into yuan, and transferred it to the bank card by the way. After dealing with all this, Tang Long walked out of the bank gate, and his cell phone rang suddenly. He picked up the phone and glanced at it, and immediately connected. A gentle female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hello, is this Mr. Tang Long Tang?" "Yes, what can you do with me?" "This is Blue Shield Network Security Company, are you still planning to work in our company, work?" Only then did Tang Long remember that he had passed the interview with Blue Shield yesterday, and agreed to go through the entry procedures at 8 frowny face this morning. It's just that he became a multi-millionaire last night, and he had completely forgotten about it. They have all become multi-millionaires. Who has the spare time to work for others? Tang Long replied bluntly, "I'm sorry, I have something to do and I can't go to work in your company, and I will cooperate again when I have a chance." As soon as he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. It's past 8 frowny face now, so it's no wonder that Blue Shield would call him. Fortunately, he didn't sign a contract with the other party yesterday, otherwise it would be troublesome if he didn't go to work today. Anyway, there are so many people applying for this position, so Lan Dun can just find someone to replace him. Tang Long smiled and put this matter behind him. It's still early. He plans to find a housing agency, rent a better unit, and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme alone. In the past, I had no money, so I shared the rent with a few people I didn't know. It was very inconvenient to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme together. Now that he has money, of course he wants to move out and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme alone. As for buying a house, he hasn't considered it yet. Housing prices in Linjiang City start at 100 square meters, and it costs more than 200 million to buy a house of more than square meters. Although he theoretically has so much money, it is still a hassle to convert the family's 151.3 million US dollars into RMB. Even if Tang Long was able to bring back millions of RMB directly from the world of John Wick, if he spends such a large sum of money to buy a house, he will be targeted by certain departments. If his secret is exposed, the loss outweighs the gain. More importantly, he is not a native of Linjiang City, and he does not know where he will settle down in the future, so there is no need to buy a house in Linjiang City now. Hurry up and use the nunchaku, those who practice martial arts must remember that the benevolent is invincible. After walking along the street for a few minutes, the phone in his pocket rang again. Tang Long took it out and saw that it was a strange local mobile phone number in Linjiang City. After swiping the screen to connect, a very gentle and pleasant voice came from my ear. "Hello, is this Mr. Tang Long Tang?" "Yes, who are you?" "My name is Song Qingwan, and I'm the PR manager of Blue Shield Network Security Company. Can I spare you a few minutes, a monthly salary of one?" Hearing this voice, a beautiful face appeared in Tang Long's mind. He was sure that Song Qingwan was the long-legged beauty interviewer yesterday. Beautiful women are always born with some advantages. Although he is more curious about why the PR manager came to him, he doesn't mind spending some time chatting with beautiful women. "Okay, I just happen to be free now, so just tell me if you have anything to say." Tang Long replied with a smile. "Mr. Tang, may I ask why you don't want to work in our company? If it's about remuneration, we can discuss it later." Song Qingwan tentatively asked. Tang Long really wanted to say, "It's not that he doesn't want to work in your company, but that I don't want to go to any company." Now that he has a lot of money and has unlimited intrusion systems, why should he go to work in other companies and be under the control of others for thousands of dollars a month? He couldn't say these words directly, so he can only make up nonsense. "Something has happened recently, and I can't spare so much time to go to work, so I can only thank you for your kindness." There was no sound on the other end of the phone, and after a moment of silence, Song Qingwan said again, "Mr. Tang, if you don't have enough time, you can come to our company to do a part-time job." "Part-time jobs? Does Blue Shield have part-time engineers?" Tang Long asked, puzzled. In a normal network security company, engineers can call 996 every week and work overtime on weekends is commonplace, so how can they recruit part-time jobs? "Our company rarely recruits part-time jobs, but your situation is quite special, so we can treat you specially," Song Qingwan replied gently. Tang Long thought about it. Although he is not short of money now, if he is still a vagrant when asked by his parents next month, it will inevitably make his parents worry. Instead of lying to your parents and fabricating a company, why not go to this company as a part-time job and try it out? Blue Shield is also the leading cybersecurity company in China, and your parents will save face if they say it. After making up his mind, Tang Long replied, "If you work part-time, there is no problem, but in terms of working hours." When Song Qingwan on the other end of the phone heard his heartbeat, she immediately added, "Working hours are negotiable. Usually, you don't need to come to the company to work. You just need to help the company do some safety tests in your spare time. For specific matters, please come to the company to discuss in person." When it comes to this, Tang Long seems to have no reason to refuse. He doesn't care if the money is more or less, as long as he has a name in the Blue Shield company. "Okay then, I'll go to your company now." Tang Long was always straightforward in his work. After hanging up the phone, he took a taxi directly to Jingtian Building at the entrance of the street. After taking the elevator up to the 12th floor, Tang Long walked directly into the gate of Blue Shield Company. "Sir, who are you looking for?" A girl at the front desk came up and asked. Her voice was very sweet, and her appearance was also cute. Tang Long smiled. I'm looking for the manager of the PR department, Song Qingwan. The girl at the front desk sized up Tang Long. Although Tang Long was wearing a domestic sportswear, he had a very special aura, and his words were full of confidence. When this person came in, he asked manager Song by name. The two obviously knew each other. The girl didn't dare to neglect her. She smiled and said, "Wait a minute, I'll give manager Song a call." Tang Long nodded with a smile, turned his head and looked around. Blue Shield Network is worthy of being one of the best network security companies in China. The 12th floor alone has an office area of over 1,000 square meters. At a glance, the entire office area extends in all directions, and the left and right corridors end at corners. Apart from the engineer's computer partition office area, there are at least dozens of offices. In the network security department not far away, dozens of male engineers were busy sitting in front of the computer, and many of them secretly looked towards Tang Long. Soon, the girl at the front desk finished the call and led Tang Long to the manager's office with a smile. Tang Long followed the girl at the front desk into an office, and there was indeed that long-legged beauty inside. Song Qingwan was wearing a uniform, with a tall and perfect figure. Her face was carefully sculpted, and her skin was fair. Seeing Song Qingwan at this moment, Tang Long couldn't help sighing. This long-legged beauty is really beautiful in uniform, and I don't know which bastard is cheaper. "Mr. Tang, hello." Seeing Tang Long coming in, Song Qingwan stood up and stretched out her right hand. Tang Long stretched out his right hand and responded with a smile, "Manager Song, hello." The hands of the two touched lightly, and then let go. Song Qingwan signaled Tang Long to sit on the sofa opposite her, and the girl at the front desk quickly poured him a cup of hot tea. When the girl at the front desk finished her work, Song Qingwan ordered, "Xiao Zhou, go to the Human Resources Department and invite Director Yu here." "Okay." The girl at the front desk left in response. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Long looked at Song Qingwan in surprise. What is the origin of this manager of the Public Relations Department? He is so powerful that he actually made the head of the Human Resources Department come to our office to handle affairs in person. Under normal circumstances, don't the managers of the Public Relations Department always want to curry favor with the head of the Human Resources Department? Song Qingwan didn't think there was anything wrong with her doing this at all, and said to Tang Long with a smile, "Mr. Tang, sit down for a while, and wait for Minister Yu and Director Lan to come over, and then I will talk to you about work." Tang Long nodded slightly, picked up the paper cup and took a sip. The green tea in it was rich in aroma and mellow in taste, much better than the tea his father drank. Soon, Yu Leshan, the Deputy Director of the Human Resources Department, and Lan Yuankai, the Technical Director, came to this office. Tang Long met these two people yesterday, so he went directly to the topic without being polite. After some simple negotiations, Tang Long reached an agreement with Blue Shield. He was hired as a special security consultant, and he only needed to come to the company for half a day every week. If there are special circumstances, Director Lan can contact Tang Long by phone, and Tang Long can help solve the problem remotely. As for benefits, in addition to the most basic 5 insurances and 1 housing fund and holiday benefits, Blue Shield generously offered him a high salary of yuan a month. Although a monthly salary of may not seem like much, the key point is that he only works 2 days a month, so the annual salary is more than 1 million. After signing the labor contract, Tang Long officially became a member of Blue Shield. The administration took a photo of him with a Polaroid camera, and quickly made a badge and an employee card. With the ID card with photo, Tang Long can freely enter and leave the Blue Shield company, and can also go to the restaurant on the 3rd floor for free meals with the employee ID card. Although with Tang Long's current wealth, he doesn't care about these employee benefits at all, but these are the sincerity of the Blue Shield company, and it can also prove that he is really an employee of the Blue Shield company. After completing the entry procedures, Lan Yuankai personally took Tang Long to visit the company, and finally the two came to the computer room on the 13th floor. After Lan Yuankai signaled an engineer on duty in the computer room to go out, he said a little embarrassedly, "Xiao Tang, how did you hack into the company's server last time, can you?" Tang Long instantly understood what Lan Yuankai meant. He thought that after signing the contract, Lan Yuankai would ask about what happened yesterday. Unexpectedly, Lan Yuankai waited until now to say it. He was really patient. He smiled and took out the USB flash drive on the keychain, inserted it into the main box on the desk in the duty room, and explained while operating, "Actually, our Blue Shield company's security protection work is very good, but we still need to pay attention to it. The latest developments on dark web forums, there is a rare vulnerability on the server that needs to be resolved." Lan Yuankai smiled awkwardly. Since he became a white guest, he rarely browsed the hacking technology section on the dark web, and gradually shifted his focus to the security defense. He didn't expect the problem to be here, but since Tang Long knew about the dark web and was able to log into the dark web hacking technology section at the same time, it showed that Tang Long was also a hacker before, and he was an internationally renowned hacker. "I don't know what ID Tang Long used before." Lan Yuankai has no way to ask this question, so he can only learn from Tang Long's operating habits in the future. Tang Long didn't care about exposing to Lan Yuankai that he used to be a hacker. He was capable of hacking the official website of Lan Shield. If he said that he was not a hacker, who would believe it? Anyway, Lan Yuankai didn't know his real identity, so it wouldn't hurt to let Lan Yuankai know. Soon, Tang Long patched the loopholes on the Blue Shield official website server with the patch program he had prepared long ago on the USB flash drive. Get it all done, he thought, leaving the patch and homemade vulnerability scanner on the computer. Lan Yuankai was horrified when he saw that Tang Long's fingers were flying and he was skilled at operating the computer, and he solved this problem in less than 10 minutes. You must know that Lan Yuankai and all the engineers from the network security department tried their best to find out the loopholes in the server yesterday. Even if they know that there is a problem with the firewall, they have no way to find the loophole, let alone solve the loophole. This is also the main reason why Lan Yuankai persuaded Song Qingwan, the vice president of the company and the manager of the public relations department, to hire Tang Long to join Blue Shield. Tang Long saw Lan Yuankai's expression in his eyes, smiled, stood up and patted Lan Yuankai's shoulder lightly, leaving the rest of the work to Lan Dun's engineer. It is useless to work hard to learn hacking technology, talent is very important. With Tang Long's technical accumulation and talent in the past few years, he can completely kill all engineers of the Blue Shield company, including Lan Yuankai, and this is also the reason why he dares to get a high salary. After finishing all this, Tang Long had to go to the agency to find a house to move, so he greeted Lan Yuankai and left. Lan Yuankai sent Tang Long downstairs and returned to the Blue Shield company on the th floor. As soon as he entered the door, the colleagues sitting in the office area of the lobby gathered around one after another, asking in a hurry, "Mr. Lan, what is the background of that kid just now? Why do you have to personally receive him?" Lan Yuankai said angrily, "You still have the face to mention this. He is the computer genius Tang Long who broke through the company's firewall in just 5 minutes yesterday, and now he has joined our company." Everyone blushed immediately. "You must know that they worked overtime last night and couldn't find the problem on the server. And it only took 5 minutes for Tang Long to break through the company's firewall. Already joined the company? What about others, why didn't they come down with you?" Someone asked in confusion. "He is a special security consultant, and he doesn't usually have to work in the company." Lan Yuankai explained, ignoring the thoughts of these people, and hurried to Song Qingwan's office. "Everyone." Lan Yuankai shook his head slightly. If these engineers knew that Tang Long only worked 4 half-day shifts a month, and his monthly salary was still yuan, he didn't know what he would think. Pushing open the door and entering Song Qingwan's office, Lan Yuankai saw that Yu Leshan was still there. Song Qingwan saw him coming in alone, and asked suspiciously, "Where's Tang Long?" "I helped solve the problem, and said that the family had to leave first," Lan Yuankai explained. Hearing this, Yu Leshan said a little resentfully, "It's been a long time since he came here and he left. There is no company personnel system. Is it worth spending a lot of money to hire this kid?" Song Qingwan glanced at Lan Yuankai, and asked calmly, "Director Lan, what do you think? Tang Long alone is worth all the people in the network security department." Lan Yuankai said succinctly. "Goo goo." Yu Leshan was drinking tea, and almost spit out a mouthful of tea when he heard this, but luckily he held back. "He hasn't graduated yet, is he really that good?" Song Qingwan asked incredulously. "You know, there are hundreds of engineers in the network security department of Blue Shield Company." Lan Yuankai said this, which means that he admits that he is ashamed. Lan Yuankai's old face darkened, and he nodded silently. Everyone in the technical department worked overtime last night, but they couldn't fix the loophole. Sooner or later, this matter would spread throughout the company, and he had nothing to hide. Okay, this matter is settled like this. Apart from salary, Tang Long will enjoy benefits according to the level of department manager. Song Qingwan made a decisive decision. Yu Leshan glanced at her with some embarrassment. Although he was the deputy director of the Human Resources Department, he couldn't make a decision on the benefits beyond the company's regulations. Song Qingwan added, I will tell my dad about this matter, don't spread it about Tang Long's benefits. Understood. Yu Leshan and Lan Yuankai looked at each other and understood the reason. If this matter is spread to other colleagues, it will definitely attract public opinion, the less people know, the better. End quote. Patriot and hashtag 039, SD end quote. After leaving Blue Shield Company, Tang Long found a large real estate agency at the intersection of the street. As soon as he entered the door, he saw 4 staff members in suits sitting in the lobby, and a male manager in his 30s greeted him first. Hello. Welcome to Jiaxiangxia Real Estate Agency. How can I help you? I want to rent an apartment near the entrance of the street. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room or 2 living rooms are fine. It needs to be well decorated and equipped with furniture and appliances. Tang Long briefly explained his purpose. The male manager smiled and said, You want to find a boutique room that you can move in with your bags at any time, right? Tang Long nodded, Yes, it's best to be able to move in today. No problem, please follow me to see the house. The male manager quickly took a bunch of keys and took Tang Long to see the house. During the morning, Tang Long followed the real estate agent named Yang Zhanghao and visited 4 or 5 nearby houses, and finally came to a 2-bedroom and 2-bedroom suite in the Garden District. According to Yang Zhanghao, this room is a new house just renovated by the owner at the end of last year. It was originally planned to be used for a wedding, but the owner is temporarily out of the country, so he entrusted an intermediary to rent it out. Tang Long looked around the room and found that what the manager said was correct. The decoration in the room is very new. There are all kinds of furniture and electrical appliances, and they are all big brands, and they have not been used much. He can move in with his bag at any time. This room is located on the 8th floor. Standing on the balcony outside the living room and looking out, you can see Linjiang Park opposite the community. The environment here is elegant and the transportation is convenient. It only takes 10 minutes to walk to the Blue Shield Company. The only disadvantage is that the rent is expensive, 6,000 yuan a month, which is twice the rent of ordinary houses. Although the room is relatively large, it would be a waste to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme alone, but it is hard to buy him like it, let alone he is not short of money now. After making up his mind, Tang Long walked back to the real estate agent and said with a smile, This place is very nice, I will rent this one. No problem, please follow me back to the company to complete the formalities, and you can get the key to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in today. Yang Zhanghao said overjoyed. Originally, Yang Zhanghao had no hope for this business. If Tang Long still didn't like this room, then he wouldn't have any suitable housing in his hands. Although the condition of this apartment is good in all aspects, the rent is a bit expensive, so he just introduced a few words in a procedural way, and let Tang Long enter the room to see it by himself. Unexpectedly, Tang Long really rented this place. Back home at Tianxia Real Estate Agency, Yang Zhanghao brought the corresponding rental contract and ballpoint pen and handed them to Tang Long. After receiving the contract, Tang Long quickly looked it over and found nothing wrong, so he swiped twice and signed the rental contract. He took out his Bank of China card, swiped the card and paid 2 yuan, deposit 4 to pay 1, and got the key to the new house. Yang Zhanghao and Tang Long exchanged mobile phone numbers, added WeChat to each other, and sent Tang Long out with a smile. After watching Tang Long take a taxi to leave, Yang Zhanghao turned around and returned to the company. 2 young male colleagues in the lobby immediately came over. Brother Yang, how do you know this young man is a high-quality potential customer? That's right, Brother Yang, I think this guy is in his 20s and wears ordinary clothes. How could he be willing to rent such an expensive suite? Yang Zhenghao took out a box of Chonghua cigarettes on his own, took out one and lit it, took a deep breath, and said seriously, Xiao Ding, Xiao Lu, it's wrong for you to think this way. In our business, we can't just judge people by their appearance. They are all customers when they enter the door. They must be treated equally. Maybe that person is a high-quality customer. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Zhenghao walked to the corner of the hall with a smile on his face, and sat alone on the sofa over there smoking. You can't even smoke a cigarette, such a blind boy wants to learn from me, so go ahead and dream. He would not tell the two new colleagues that the client was wearing a Patek Philippe watch worth more than $1 million. No matter how ordinary the client's clothes are, just by this watch, one can tell that he is not short of money. After leaving the intermediary company, Tang Long hailed a taxi and went back to the shared single room. He found a moving company and moved the computer, clothes, shoes, and some bedding from the shared room to the new home. Of course, the most important thing is the canvas bag full of US dollar bills, which Tang Long personally took to the new home. He also hired a locksmith to change the door lock, and there were millions of dollars in the house, so Tang Long didn't worry about the intermediary company. After settling everything, it was past 12:30, he had lunch at a restaurant near the community, and hurried back to his new home on the 8th floor. In the bedroom, Tang Long sat on the bed, holding the canvas bag in his left hand, and opened the infinite intrusion system with a silent voice. On the translucent virtual light curtain, a menu appeared under the words Infinite Invasion. The first option was World Number 1 John Wick, and the second option was World Number 2 Patriots Day. 24 hours have passed, and the new film and television world has been refreshed, but this is another movie that Tang Long has never seen. Tang Long's purpose this time was to return to the world of John Wick to exchange RMB. He directly clicked on the virtual light curtain and chose to enter the number 1 world. In an instant, the surrounding light dimmed, but the system did not start transmitting immediately. At this time, a row of red characters suddenly appeared in the middle of the virtual light curtain. Yes, no, consume 153 points to enter world number 1. The countdown is 10 seconds, and if there is no operation, yes will be selected by default. What the hell? Entering the world of John Wick again will consume so many points. You must know that 153 points are equal to a quota of 1,000 million renminbi. Tang Long was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered the canvas bag in his hand. Wouldn't it cost points to bring dollar bills and gold coins into the world of John Wick? If this is the case, then he will be at a big loss, and he might as well just take the RMB out of the world of John Wick. Seeing that the 10 seconds were about to expire, Tang Long hurriedly let go of the canvas bag on his left hand, and at the same time quickly tapped no on the virtual light curtain with his right hand. In the next second, Tang Long's eyes darkened, and he lost consciousness in an instant. When Tang Long regained consciousness, he found that he was in front of the sink in a bathroom. The sun was shining brightly outside the window, and cheers and applause could be faintly heard. Turning around and looking around, judging from the decoration style of the bathroom and the English pictorials on the surrounding walls, this place should be a foreign country. What happened? Didn't I already click no to refuse the teleportation? Why did I still enter the parallel world? Wait, this isn't the world of John Wick. If he entered the world of John Wick, then he should appear in the guest room of the Continental Hotel, not the restroom somewhere. Where is this place? At this time, the bathroom door was pushed open from the outside, and amidst the noise, a white man walked in. Seeing outsiders coming in, Tang Long couldn't continue to be in a daze in the bathroom, so he quickly pretended to wash his hands, and reached out to turn on the faucet on the sink. After washing his face with a handful of cold water, he raised his head and glanced at the mirror. His heart suddenly stirred up an uproar. A familiar face appeared in the mirror. This time, he turned out to be a body time traveler. Tang Long suppressed the shock in his heart, took out a piece of paper from the cardboard box on the wall, and wiped his hands while thinking about what was going on. After a few seconds, he already figured it out. This time, he should have been a bit quicker. He mistakenly clicked on World Number 2 Patriots Day and directly crossed in. What should I do next? Wait for this white man to go out, end this time travel directly, and return to the real world? Do not. Within 24 hours, he only had 2 chances to travel to parallel worlds, and he must not waste this opportunity like this. Judging from the surrounding environment, there is no danger here, so why not check out the situation in this world first? After making up his mind, Tang Long threw the waste paper into the trash can, opened the door and walked out of the bathroom. Outside is a bar. It was daytime now, and the bar that was supposed to be deserted and quiet turned out to be extremely lively. The bar was full of drinking and chatting guests, even the bar was surrounded by people. Most of these people are staring at the TV on the wall behind the bar, which is showing a fierce baseball game. On the wall to the left of the bar, there is also a TV hanging, and a group of tourists are watching the marathon on it attentively. Dixisha from Ethiopia took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme, followed closely by Kugu and Gabriel Mario. The champion of this year's Boston Marathon will be among these three, let us wait and see. The male anchor on TV said passionately. The male anchor spoke pure American English, and it was strange that Tang Long could understand it without any effort. The level 9 English proficiency displayed by the system last night took effect on him. Tang Long glanced at the time displayed on the TV, it was 2:120 p.m. local time. Through the glass wall of the bar, you can see the crowds watching the race on both sides of the street. The marathon phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme on TV was actually held in this city. No wonder there are so many people in the bar now, and there are many guests who are obviously dressed as tourists, but they all came to watch the game phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live slash phoneme. From this point of view, this place should be Boston, Massa, USA. Tang Long entered this world by mistake this time, without any preparation in advance, and he didn't know what he should do next. Looking at the tourists drinking and chatting happily all around, it seems that it is a good choice to have a drink or two here and wait for the upcoming system task prompt. He touched his pockets. Damn! He didn't even have a mobile phone or a wallet with him. Could it be that he was filtered by the system during time travel? Ding! The latest task, find the pieces of the Rubik's Cube in this world. The current location of the host is less than 1,000 meters away from the pieces of the Rubik's Cube. A soft electronic human voice suddenly sounded in my mind, this time the task was refreshed. However, now that Tang Long is in a foreign country, he has neither a mobile phone wallet nor a passport or ID card, which is a bit embarrassing. What should be the next step? At this time, a gentle female voice suddenly came from my ear. Hi, are you Chinese? English. Tang Long turned his head to look, and there was a young and beautiful Asian woman standing beside him, waving to him. This beautiful woman has a good figure, wearing a beige coat, long black hair and a delicate fair face. She smiles with shallow dimples and has a different temperament. But this girl looked familiar, she seemed to have seen it somewhere, but couldn't remember it. Yes, what about you? Tang Long put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind and replied in Chinese. The long-haired beauty smiled and said, Me too. My name is Chi. I'm a freshman at Harvard University. There are my classmates over there. Tang Long, come to America, to travel. Tang Long thought for a while and replied with a smile. Well, she is so beautiful, and she is still studying at Harvard. Her family must be very rich, and she is a real winner in life. Tang Long couldn't help sighing secretly. Looking at Chi's hand, there are two blonde American girls sitting on the table near the window. Are you free? Go over and chat, my classmate is very interested in you. And she warmly extended an invitation to him. Invited by a beautiful woman, and Tang Long has nowhere to go right now, and the task is not in a hurry, so he nodded and agreed with a smile. And she led Tang Long back to her seat, and enthusiastically pointed to the two girls at the table and introduced to him, Shueli, Louise, my roommate, this is Tang Long, who came here for a trip from China. Tang Long sat down next to Chi, smiled and said in English, Hello. Hi, Dawn, welcome to Boston. Shirley, a short-haired girl across the table, waved her right hand to greet him. Tang, you are very lucky. There is a marathon today. Are you going to the finish line to see who is the champion? Another curly-haired girl named Louise said enthusiastically. Tang Long smiled and said nothing, he didn't come here to watch the game. And she thought that Tang Long could not understand English, and explained, Louis said you are very lucky, there is a marathon here today, and I asked you if you want to go to the finish line to watch the scene. Tang Long glanced at the crowd outside the window, smiled and shook his head and said, "No need, there are too many people outside, just watch TV here." Hearing his fluent American English, and she was surprised and said, "Wow, I didn't expect your spoken English to be so good, how did you practice?" You must know that she received an elite education since she was a child, so she can speak English fluently. I didn't expect Tang Long to speak better than her in ordinary clothes. Tang Long was slightly taken aback, and nonsense said, "Watch more original soundtrack movies and communicate with foreigners more, and you will naturally become proficient." If the system hadn't given him level 9 English proficiency last night, he would still only be able to speak simple English. How could he speak so fluently? The four chatted while watching TV. From Anchi and the others, Tang Long knew that this street was Boylston Street, and it was also the area where the finish line of the marathon was located. At this time, the sprinting scene of the First Legion was playing on the TV. Two black athletes in blue vests and a white athlete in a yellow vest appeared at the front of the line. During the chat, Tang Long found that Xue Li's eyes were looking at him all the time, wanting to see all the parts of Tang Long's body, which made Tang Long feel uncomfortable. At this time, Shirley suddenly said, "Tang, who do you think will win the championship this time?" Tang Long glanced at the TV. This question is actually not difficult to answer. There are only 3 runners running in the front, just choose one of the 3. According to past practice, Africans are usually long-distance runners. He guessed casually, that black man on the left. Gaba Mario? Shirley reconfirmed, staring at the TV screen. Tang Long didn't know who Gabriel Mario was, so he repeated, "The one on the far left." At 2:10:24 local time, the black man on the right rode across the finish line first, leaving the other 2 more than 10 meters away. Dixisha from Ethiopia won the 2013 Professional Men's Championship. The voice of the male anchor came from the TV. Noticing that there was a hint of a smile on the corner of Anchi's mouth beside him, Tang Long smiled awkwardly. He chose the wrong one, which is nothing to say about luck. Just as he opened his mouth to say something, there was a loud noise in his ear. Boom! A mass of orange flames instantly engulfed everyone in the entire bar. In the boundless darkness, a voice came from Tang Long's mind. The system detects that the host's body has been seriously injured, and automatically resets the world timeline of Patriots Day, consuming 100 points. Ah! When Tang Long's figure reappeared in the bathroom, his mind was still stuck in the moment of the explosion, so that he yelled unconsciously. After seeing himself unharmed in the mirror of the sink, he decisively shut his mouth. Whoosh! Tang Long gasped for air in front of the mirror. His brain was running fast. What happened just now? 1 second, he was swallowed by a mass of flames mixed with metal fragments, and the next second, he returned to the bathroom. Was everything just a dream? Or is it just a memory of someone else like the last world? At this moment, Tang Long only felt that his mind was muddled. Reaching out to unscrew the faucet in front of him, rubbing his face vigorously with cold water, Tang Long's brain gradually came to his senses. He silently opened the infinite invasion system in his mind, and a translucent virtual light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. Host, Tang Long, host ability, English LV9, Russian LV9, Spear LV9, Fighting LV5. Current points, 747 points, reset timeline, available, current use consumes 100 points. Number of cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments, 100. Latest task, find the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments in the current world. Note, you can use the Rubik's Cube radar to find them. Seeing the scene in front of him, Tang Long instantly understood what was going on. His points were reduced by 100 points, which meant that what happened just now was not a dream. He did encounter an explosion, but he was protected by the system and did not die. There is great terror between life and death. No one wants to try the feeling of being unable to move and being on the verge of death a second time. Although he lost consciousness and could not control the system protection mechanism was triggered, which automatically reset the timeline and brought him back to the original point. Only then did Tang Long discover that the system panel had already given mission instructions, but he was foolishly waiting for the system to remind him last time. But what is this Rubik's Cube radar? With a thought in his heart, Tang Long pushed up the sleeve of his coat on his left wrist, revealing the Patek Philippe watch. Reach out and lightly touch the button on the side of the dial, and the platinum dial will automatically pop up, revealing the circular LCD screen inside. Like the Dragon Ball radar that Tang Long had seen on TV before, there are many black grid lines on the LCD screen of the Rubik's Cube radar, with a green dot in the middle and a yellow dot flickering on the edge of the screen. As expected, the green dot should represent his location, and the yellow dot should be the location of the Rubik's Cube fragments. There is a line of small words at the top of the screen. The distance between the host and the pieces of the Rubik's Cube is less than 1,000 meters. No wonder he can take this watch in and out of different worlds at will. It turns out that this watch is just a fake, but it is actually a Rubik's Cube radar. But then again, this watch that has been magically modified by the system is also amazing. There is a Rubik's Cube radar under the dial, but the hands on it are still working as usual. I don't know what black technology is used. With the Rubik's Cube radar, we should be able to find the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments soon, Tang Long thought to himself. At this time, the bathroom door was pushed open from the outside, and amidst the noise, a white man walked in. Seeing someone coming in, Tang Long quickly put away his watch, and said silently in his mind to turn off the virtual light curtain. He pulled a piece of paper from the tissue box on the wall, dried his hands, threw the waste paper into the trash can, opened the door and walked out of the bathroom. The bar was very lively, full of customers drinking and watching TV. The TV on the wall to the left of the bar was still broadcasting the Boston Marathon phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme. The champion of this year's Boston Marathon will be selected among these three. Let us wait and see. The male anchor on TV said passionately. Regarding the fact that he could easily understand the male anchor's American English, Tang Long felt no more trouble. But when he saw 1:20 p.m. local time on the TV, he instantly remembered about the bomb. The bomb went off just after 2:10 and he had to get out of the bar as soon as possible. At this time, a gentle female voice suddenly came from my ear. "Hi, are you Chinese?" English. Tang Long turned his head to look, and saw a beautiful face again. "Yes, my name is Tang Long, and I'm traveling in the United States. How about you?" Tang Long said. His brain was running fast. Originally, he planned to leave the bar right away. When he met Chi again, he decided to save her by the way. As for the others, he didn't know them, and he didn't bother to care about them. And she smiled and said, "Me too. My name is Chi. I'm a freshman at Harvard University, and there are my classmates over there. By the way, what's your Chinese name?" Tang Long felt more and more that Chi looked like someone, but much younger, so he tried to ask. Chi was a little surprised. Most Chinese people who heard her name would think that Chi was her Chinese name, and few people would continue to ask her Chinese name. The name is transliterated from English angel, and in order to conceal her origin, the name angel is usually used. And she was taken aback for a moment, and finally replied truthfully, "My Chinese name is Song Qingwan." After a pause, she continued to invite Tang Long, "Are you free now? Go over and have a chat, my classmate is very interested in you." Hearing this name, Tang Long remained calm on the surface, but in fact there was an uproar in his heart. It turned out to be her. No wonder she looks so familiar. The current Song Qingwan is 20 years younger than the one in 7, and she doesn't look so mature on the outside, exuding youthful vigor and a strange demeanor. Hearing Song Qingwan's invitation, Tang Long really wanted to say that he was very busy, and he didn't want to stay here waiting to die. However, since he met Song Qingwan, he couldn't leave him alone, and if he wanted to save Song Qingwan, he couldn't leave like this. Tang Long nodded helplessly, and followed Song Qingwan back to the seat by the window. He greeted Song Qingwan's classmates Shirley and Louise, and said, "The finish line of the Boston Marathon is just around the corner. Why don't you go to see it?" Hearing what he said, Song Qingwan and others were moved immediately, and the curly-haired girl named Shweli even echoed her words. The four of them reached a consensus, paid the bill and left the bar. Tang Long looked down at his watch. It was 2:07 p.m. local time, only 3 minutes before the bomb exploded. At this time, the three athletes running in the front appeared at the end of the street, and the pedestrians around began to cheer. Louise and Shirley looked towards the end of the street as they walked. The four of them were walking very slowly, and they were only a dozen meters away from the entrance of the bar. "Time is running out, hurry up." Tang Long hurriedly urged, not knowing the extent of the explosion. Song Qingwan glanced at him in surprise. She didn't know why Tang Long was so impatient, but the two roommates were distracted by watching the athletes on the track. They didn't want to walk fast at all. Tang Long glanced at the time again. At 2:09, there was only 1 minute left. Without time to explain, he simply took Song Qingwan's hand and ran forward in big strides. He ran tens of meters away before stopping near the finish line. Wait a minute, what are you doing? Although Tang Long didn't look like a bad guy, Song Qingwan felt very upset when he ran all the way holding his hand forcibly. She shook off Tang Long's hand and looked at him with disgust. Tang Long smiled indifferently and said, "Okay, it should be safe here." Song Qingwan was about to speak. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud noise not far away. The bar where everyone stayed just now erupted into flames, accompanied by earth-shattering loud noises, and billowing thick smoke rose into the sky like an overwhelming sandstorm. The shrill screams exploded from the crowd, and the terrified crowd flew around like fragments of the explosion. Tang Long heaved a sigh of relief, and finally escaped. As for how to explain to Song Qingwan, who covered her ears later, that is not important. After more than 10 seconds, Song Qingwan let go of her hands, looked at the bar in front of her with a dull face, and murmured, "What happened?" Tang Long walked over, patted her on the shoulder, and comforted her, "It's okay, it's safe here." Boom dash! Before he could finish his words, a huge fire burst out beside him, instantly engulfing the two of them. In the boundless darkness, a voice sounded again in Tang Long's mind. The system detects that the host's life is dying, and automatically resets the world timeline of Patriot's Day, consuming 100 points. Future fuck. With a curse, Tang Long reappeared in the bathroom of the bar. This time, he didn't need to wash his face with cold water, and his mind was clear. Called up the infinite intrusion system panel in his mind, and found that current points only had 647 points left, and another 100 points were deducted. The system task has not changed, it is still looking for the pieces of the Rubik's Cube. Tang Long looked down at his watch. It was 1:55 p.m. local time, 15 minutes before the bomb exploded. This time, in addition to finding the pieces of the Rubik's Cube, he decided to find the terrorist who planted the bomb and kill the bastard himself. This bastard made him taste the feeling of being torn apart by bombs twice and being on the verge of death. If he doesn't kill this bastard, it won't be enough to vent his hatred. Pushing open the door and walking out of the bathroom, Tang Long once again saw the noisy bar. These local residents who celebrate Patriots' Day and tourists who come to watch the marathon will never think that death will come 15 minutes later. If it is in the country, or if conditions permit, Tang Long may warn them that there is a bomb here. It's a pity that this is the country of the United States, and Tang Long doesn't have any documents on him, so if he rashly warns, whether anyone believes it is the same thing, he will definitely be in big trouble. If he had a cell phone on him and could reach 911, maybe he would have called the police. However, his mobile phone is a technological item beyond this era, and was automatically filtered out by the system during time travel. On the wall directly opposite the bathroom, the Boston Marathon was still broadcast phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme on the TV, and the three athletes who were far ahead were shown on the screen. They're here. There are only 2 blocks left. Crossing Bolston Street, you can see the finish line. Dai Shisha, the favorite to win this time, is temporarily ranked second. What came to Tang Long's ears was still the same male anchor's voice, but the lines were slightly different. Tang Long rolled up his sleeves, raised the watch on his left wrist, and checked the time on the TV. Well, the system adjusted his watch to the same time as the TV, which was 1:56 p.m. This time, he planned to stay as far away from the main road as possible. Terrorists should not place remote-controlled bombs in sparsely populated places. As for finding and removing the bomb, Tang Long never thought about such professional matters. He didn't want to be blown up again. Tang Long looked around and found the familiar face at the table near the window. At this time, Song Qingwan said something to Shueli, stood up with a smile, and walked towards Tang Long. "Hi, are you Chinese?" English. Song Qingwan came over and asked Tang Long generously. Hearing this familiar dialogue, Tang Long was taken aback, and suddenly had a plan in his mind. He smiled and said, "Yes, my name is Tang Long." Before Song Qingwan could introduce herself again, Tang Long continued, "I'll tell you a secret. I'm actually from the future." Song Qingwan showed an expression of believing in you. She swallowed what she was going to say, turned her head and walked back. Knowing that she didn't believe it, Tang Long said loudly, "I know your name is Song Qingwan, and you are a freshman at Harvard University. There are two of your classmates, Shirley and Louise, sitting over there." When Song Qingwan heard this, she stopped, turned her head to stare at Tang Long, and said in a cold tone, "Who the hell are you? Why are you investigating me?" For a long time, Song Qingwan used the English name Anchi or Angel in the United States, in order not to let people know that she was the daughter of Song Mingyuan, one of the top 10 richest men in the country. Few people knew her real name. If it was her suitor, even if they knew Shirley and Louise's names, they would only know her name was Anchi, not her real name Song Qingwan. This Chinese who claimed to be Tang Long exposed her identity as soon as he came up, and even knew the names of her classmates, obviously with malicious intentions. Seeing that Song Qingwan reacted so strongly, Tang Long was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that he would cause a misunderstanding by saying so. Is there any secret about Song Qingwan's identity? Time was running out. Tang Long didn't want to be self-defeating. Because of this problem he fell out with Song Qingwan, and hurriedly explained, "I really don't have any malicious intentions. You told me all of this from your own mouth, from the future." Song Qingwan snorted coldly. She was now considering whether to agree to the family sending her a bodyguard. This Tang Long didn't tell the truth. She had never seen this person before. Tang Long secretly sighed. He seemed to be getting darker and darker. He glanced at the TV on the wall from the corner of his eyes, and immediately had an idea, and said loudly, "I know you won't easily believe what I say, but it's okay, I will prove it to you." He turned his head and pointed to the TV on the wall, and said quickly, "It's 1:59:10 in the afternoon, and at 2:01, the TV will show Dai Shisha, Kugut and Gabriel Mario at the forefront." Song Qingwan glanced at the TV, which showed a group of athletes passing by Copley Square. But on the TV just now, there was a scene where Dai Shisha and the other three were far ahead, so it's not surprising to guess this. While recalling, Tang Long said quickly, "Next, the male anchor will say the following English line: Dai Shisha from Ethiopia takes the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme, followed by Kugu and Gabriel Mario. The champion of the marathon will be selected among these three, let us wait and see." Fortunately, he has a super memory, and he memorized all the lines after only listening to it once. Song Qingwan looked at Tang Long and smiled. Is this guy here to be funny? To tell such a lie that can be easily debunked, you must know that it is only more than a minute before 2:01. Now she believed that Tang Long was not a bad person. She really wanted to play tricks, and she would not send such a stupid person. Song Qingwan stared at the TV motionlessly, trying to expose Tang Long's lies on the spot. The time jumped quickly from second to second, and soon came to 2:01. Dai Shisha and the other three appeared on the TV on time, and the male anchor's voice sounded at the same time, "Contestants from Ethiopia." When the male anchor mentioned Ethiopia, Song Qingwan gasped and glanced at Tang Long unexpectedly. But when the male anchor finished saying, "Let's wait and see," Song Qingwan's face was shocked. Tang Long actually didn't miss a single word, and memorized the TV anchor's lines in advance. You must know that this is a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme broadcast, and it is absolutely impossible for Tang Long to see the TV recording in advance, and it is even more impossible to get the script of the anchor of the American TV station. Is everything he said true? Song Qingwan's complexion gradually changed. She recalled the scene with Shirley just now. Shirley, who was sitting with her back to the window, suddenly pointed to Tang Long and said, "Angel, did you see that Asian guy over there? He seemed to have come out of the bathroom suddenly, and I didn't see him go in at all." Louise smiled and said, "Shirley, if you see a handsome guy, just tell me straight up, don't find any strange reasons." Shirley said seriously, "I'm really not mistaken. There are very few Asians in the bar. It's true that no Asians walked into the bathroom just now." Song Qingwan didn't believe Shirley's words at all. Instead, she jokingly told her to help call this Asian man over and give her a chance to get to know her. That's why Song Qingwan took the initiative to invite Tang Long over. Tang Long looked at Song Qingwan, who was in a daze, and said loudly, "Now do you believe my words?" Chapter 24. Song Qingwan originally drank a lot of wine, but now she was sobered up by the fright. Are you really from the future? Tang Long nodded and said with a smile, yes, remember to keep this secret for me. Song Qingwan's eyes towards Tang Long also changed at this moment, and she slowly began to accept this extremely absurd reality. In the next second, she began to diverge her thinking, brainstorming the plot of a superhero traveling through time and space to save the world. No way, there are too many similar movies this year. If it wasn't for these goals, why did Tang Long go back to the present with all his efforts? Could it be that he came to drink and chat with her? Song Qingwan didn't think she had such a great charm. By the way, what did you come back from the future to save the world? Song Qingwan stared at Tang Long with stars in her eyes, and asked. Tang Long was stunned for a moment. His mission in this time and space was to find pieces of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. He didn't think about saving the world. At most, he just saved Song Qingwan. But looking at Song Qingwan's expression of admiration, he couldn't say such words. Tang Long's thoughts turned, and he said seriously, well, in less than 9 minutes, there will be a big explosion in the bar, and everyone who stays here will die. Really? Song Qingwan asked in shock. You must know that the bar is full of people now. If there is a big explosion, dozens of people will die at once. Such a big explosion should be regarded as a very serious terrorist attack, and such a thing has not happened in Boston for a long time. Tang Long glanced at the time on the watch again, and urged, there are still 8 minutes, believe it or not, I have to leave immediately. Before Song Qingwan could reply, he raised his foot and started walking towards the door. No, I believe you. Song Qingwan shook her head quickly. Seeing that Tang Long was about to leave, she became anxious, reached out and grabbed Tang Long's arm, and said softly, wait a minute, I'm leaving with you, what about the others? Song Qingwan looked anxiously at the other people in the bar. Tang Long looked back at Song Qingwan, and said calmly, do you think others will believe what I say? Song Qingwan remained silent. Even though he is also Chinese, Tang Long tried his best to make himself believe him. Why should others believe him? Tang Long thought for a while, and said, I'll find an excuse to ask your classmate to leave. After you get out, you can call 911 to call the police. It's fate for others to believe it or not. Song Qingwan nodded, this might be the only way. She took Tang Long back to the table where her classmates were, and introduced with a smile, this is Tang Long, who is also from Huagua. Tang Long greeted Shirley and Louise, and took the initiative to say, why are you guys at the scene, but why don't you go outside to watch the marathon, but sit inside and watch TV instead? Hearing what he said, Louise and Shirley thought it made sense. Song Qingwan also suggested going out to watch the scene. The four of them reached a consensus and paid the bill to leave Balchik Bar. Walking out of the gate of Balchik Bar, Tang Long looked down at his watch. It was 2:04 p.m. local time, only 6 minutes before the bomb exploded. Knowing that there is also a bomb near the finish line going west, he will not go west this time. The 1st Legion will arrive at Bolston Street soon, let's go over there and have a look. Time was running out, Tang Long casually said a reason, and strode east. Song Qingwan pulled Shirley and Louise to follow closely, and only let go of their hands after walking more than 50 meters away. She was 2 steps behind on purpose, took out her mobile phone and was about to call 911, when Tang Long leaned into her ear and whispered, don't use your own mobile phone to make calls, you go first, I'll use the public phone next to it to avoid any trouble afterwards. Song Qingwan suddenly came to her senses, put away her phone and left quickly. Regardless of whether there is a real terrorist attack or not, she cannot use her mobile phone to call the police. For such a serious terrorist attack, the subsequent investigation must be very strict. If she was found, she would have no way of explaining the reason for calling the police. Tang Long went straight to the public phone booth on the street, watched Song Qingwan and others go away, and then directly dialed 911. This is the 911 reporting line, what is your emergency? Tang Long pretended to be out of breath and said in English, I am a tourist. I heard someone say that a remote-controlled bomb has been planted on Boylston Street. Please send someone to deal with it immediately. Sir, please calm down, are you sure that someone planted a bomb? The operator's heart tightened and he asked. Yes, it's on Boylston Street, the street where the finish line of the marathon is. I suspect there may be more than one bomb here. Please evacuate the nearby crowd immediately. Tang Long only remembered 2 explosions. In order not to be suspected by the police, he did not reveal the exact location of the explosions. Anyway, the area affected by the 2 explosions is very large. Even if half of the street is evacuated, it is not an exaggeration. Sir, please don't hang up the phone. We will send the police over there immediately. Please assist the police in the investigation. The operator understood the seriousness of the situation and wanted to ensure that what the caller said was true. Of course, Tang Long would not agree to stay at the scene. He quickly replied, I have to go, this place is too dangerous, you must believe what I say. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone and strode after Song Qingwan's back in the distance. Seeing Tang Long catching up, Song Qingwan asked in Chinese, How is it? Did you make a call? Tang Long nodded, Well, I have done everything that should be done. If they don't believe me, there is nothing I can do. Song Qingwan looked back at Balchik's bar, feeling a bit unbearable and said, Maybe I should try to call Paul, so maybe the people in the bar can be evacuated in advance. She has lived in the United States for more than half a year, and has become acquainted with many people in the Balchik bar. Tang Long understands her thoughts. Many Chinese who come to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the United States will be assimilated by the culture here, and will habitually worry about the safety of strangers around them. I don't know if he has no feelings for the Americans, or because he is affected by the memory of the original owner of the world in John Wick, he doesn't care about the life and death of the strangers around him. If it weren't for Song Qingwan's request, he wouldn't even have called the police. You must know that after the explosion, the US police will definitely investigate him, the person who called the police. For Tang Long, the most important thing now is to find the pieces of the Rubik's Cube and complete this mission. At this time, an electronic voice suddenly came from my mind. The system detected that the distance between the host and the pieces of the Rubik's Cube is less than 100 meters. Please pay attention to the host. Okay? The pieces of the Rubik's Cube are on this street? Tang Long hastily raised his left wrist and pressed the switch, revealing the LCD screen under the dial. On the screen, a yellow dot flashed not far from him, and it kept moving forward. Looking at the direction the yellow dot is moving, it is heading east to Boylston Street. Damn! That's where the bomb went off. Although the person holding the Rubik's Cube fragments is no more than 100 meters away from Tang Long, the streets are crowded with people. Where can I find this person? Not to mention that the bomb was about to go off, he simply didn't have time to approach and find this person. Now how to do? Should I turn back and look for this person, or should I get off the street as soon as possible? He knew that once the bomb went off, the police would cordon off the blast site and he would never have a chance to find the man again. For a moment, Tang Long was caught in a dilemma. Secret Song Qingwan noticed that Tang Long didn't answer, but looked at her watch instead, leaned over to take a look, and was immediately attracted by the Rubik's Cube radar on Tang Long's wrist. What is this? Song Qingwan asked curiously. Tang Long smiled and said, Black Technology Tracker. Tracking what? Song Qingwan asked. Follow the prisoner. Tang Long said nonsense. Without time to explain, he waved to Song Qingwan, You guys leave here first, I'll go back and chase the prisoner. Didn't you say that the bomb is about to explode? Wouldn't it be dangerous for you to go back there? Song Qingwan said hastily. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Tang Long grinned, turned and walked towards the east of Boylston Street. He decided to give it a go, try to get his phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme as possible to the holder of the cosmic cube fragments, even if it was affected by a bomb. At worst, he would reset the timeline and start all over again. Of course, it's best to catch up to the middle of Boylston Street, avoiding the 2 explosive points of Balchik's bar and the marathon finish line. Tang Long stared at the Rubik's Cube radar while walking. The green and yellow dots on the LCD screen were in a straight line, and the distance was constantly shortening. The person holding the Rubik's Cube fragment is on the same side of the street as him. Bang! Tang Long bumped into a young man wearing a black baseball cap and knocked him to the ground. I'm very sorry, I was so focused on looking at my watch that I forgot to look at the road. He apologized and reached out to help the young man in the hat. Unexpectedly, the man pushed Tang Long's hand away with disgust on his face. got up on his own, gave him a hard look, and quickly walked away without saying a word. Tang Long knew he was in the wrong, so he didn't think too much about it. He just felt that this Arab was a bit weird, and usually these people are not so easy to talk to. After such a delay, he found that the time was already 9:31, and the bomb was about to explode. Tang Long looked down at the Rubik's Cube radar, and found that the yellow dot had stopped, less than 10 meters away from him. 10 meters ahead is where the bar is located, and the yellow dot is actually at the entrance of the bar. Heck! This luck is too bad. The person holding the fragments of the Rubik's Cube of the universe, so he could not die, just stopped at the first explosion point. Now Tang Long didn't dare to go any further, turned around and walked into a convenience store on the side of the street. Boom! Tens of seconds later, there was a loud noise outside. All the window glass in the convenience store was shattered, the whole building shook for a while, and the 2 rows of shelves in the middle creaked. The cashier and 2 customers screamed in fright, thinking that there was an earthquake. They all crouched down with their heads covered. Only Tang Long knew what was going on, but he was also taken aback, and stayed motionless against the wall. There were bursts of shrill screams and sirens from outside the door, billowing thick smoke mixed with dust all the way to the convenience store door. More than 10 seconds later, there was another loud noise outside the street, but this time the movement inside the convenience store was much smaller. Tang Long knew that this was the second bomb that exploded near the finish line. He didn't know how many bombs were outside, so he could only stay in this small convenience store temporarily. Tang Long stared at the Rubik's Cube radar. The yellow dot outside hadn't moved since just now. Obviously, the owner of the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragment is in danger. Although he didn't know what the fragments of the Rubik's Cube looked like, judging from the current situation, this thing should be very strong and not affected by the explosion. After waiting for about 3 minutes, there was no more explosion sound outside the convenience store, and Tang Long strode out of the convenience store. At this time, the street was in chaos, and the crowd watching the game on both sides of the street fled in a hurry, and the police who maintained order in the middle also started to act, rushing to the scene of the explosion to rescue the wounded. However, the 2 explosions caused huge casualties. At least a dozen people were killed and hundreds were injured. The few ambulances that were originally emergency were simply not enough. Tang Long walked slowly towards the door of the bar, and was stunned by the scene before him when he got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme. The inside and outside of the bar were in a mess, glass shards, bricks, sawdust and corpses were mixed together, and the entire glass wall where the window facing the street was located had been blown away. More than a dozen people fell down inside and outside the bar, wailing was heard everywhere, the ground was stained red with blood, and stumped limbs and arms could be seen everywhere. Although Tang Long had killed many people in the world of John Wick, those were all vicious killers and gangsters, and his attacks were clean and neat. He had never seen such a tragic scene. God! Where did my legs go? A woman's cry suddenly came from my ear. Tang Long turned his head and saw a young blonde woman sitting slumped on the ground, crying bitterly while hugging her bleeding broken leg. He knew that this woman urgently needed to stop the bleeding. If the blood from the broken leg was allowed to flow down, not only would the leg be gone, but even her life would be lost. The blonde woman looked at the front with a face of despair, and murmured, "My legs. My legs." There was nothing suitable around him, so Tang Long had no choice but to take off his sportswear, stepped forward to wrap the blonde woman's thighs, and wrapped the sleeves around her legs to tie them tightly. 2 firefighters arrived nearby and lifted the injured blonde woman on a stretcher. Out of the corner of Tang Long's eyes, he caught sight of the broken leg and quickly picked it up and put it on the stretcher. The blonde woman looked at him happily and thanked him repeatedly. "Thank you for helping me get my leg back." "Thank you." Tang Long was speechless. He knew that even if he helped the blonde woman get back the broken leg, with the current medical skills and the situation of the broken limb, it was impossible for the blonde woman to get the broken leg back. At this time, a familiar voice suddenly came from the ear. "Tang Long, are you okay?" Tang Long turned his head to look, and it turned out that it was Song Qingwan who came over. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Tang Long shook his head. He looked down at the Rubik's Cube radar. The yellow dot and the green dot had overlapped, and the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments were beside him. However, there are sundry scattered all around, all kinds of shoes, bags, mobile phones, and boxes are all on the ground. Tang Long didn't know what the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments were. Several policemen had already come around. He couldn't find anything under the nose of the policeman, so he had to give up this plan. Immediately the police will block the block. He has no documents on him and must leave here. Turning their heads to take a last look at the scene of the explosion, Tang Long and Song Qingwan left Boylston Street. In a coffee shop on Boylston Avenue, Tang Long sat in the corner, silently recalling the scene just now. Judging from the traces of the explosion at the explosion site, the most severely damaged area was the window facing the street, which means that the bomb was placed at this location and exploded. This also explains why he was directly killed by a bomb when he crossed for the first time. If he does it all over again, he can start from here to find out the terrorist who planted the bomb. On the other hand, based on the two recent situations, the person holding the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments should have arrived at the entrance of the bar later, otherwise the distance between him and the Rubik's Cube fragments displayed by the system for the first time would not be 200 meters within, but within 100 meters. "Hey, detective, did you find anything?" Song Qingwan stared at Tang Long for a while, and finally couldn't help asking. Tang Long came back to his senses, looked at Song Qingwan who was opposite, and said with a smile, "I found some clues, but it's still not enough." After a pause, he remembered something, and then said, "By the way, is there anything, as long as I tell you, you will believe me?" "What do you mean?" Song Qingwan asked with a blank face. Tang Long deliberately joked, "I'm asking if you have any secrets you can tell me, such as what is your size?" Song Qingwan's pretty face was red to the ears. She pointed at Tang Long with her little finger, and said anxiously, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Seeing her reaction so big, Tang Long stopped joking, and said seriously, "I mean, if I go back to 15 minutes ago, what can I say to make you believe me, and leave the bar with me immediately?" This time Song Qingwan understood. She thought about it and said in a low voice, "Actually, I want to be a movie star, but unfortunately my father disagrees. No one knows this secret except my father." Tang Long's heart moved, and he smiled and said, "Understood, maybe I can help you realize this wish in the future." Song Qingwan smiled indifferently, thinking that Tang Long was joking with her. You must know that being a big star is not such a simple matter. In addition to having acting skills, you must also have strong capital behind you. When she was in her third year of high school, she thought about applying for Beijing Film Academy, but when her father Song Mingyuan learned about it, he immediately asked her to give up this idea, and immediately arranged for her to study abroad. As the second miss of the Song family, Song Mingyuan firmly opposed her stepping into the entertainment industry. Just in case, he also greeted the major film and television companies, directly cutting off the possibility of Song Qingwan entering the entertainment circle from the source. Some scouts once found Song Qingwan with a good figure and good looks on the street, but after knowing her identity, they all gave up regretfully. With the current situation, if Song Qingwan wants to become a big star, unless there is a large film and television company that risks offending the Song Corporation, tailors several blockbuster movies for her and conducts a series of promotions. However, no film and television company would do such a thankless task. After learning the truth of the matter, Song Qingwan deeply buried the idea of becoming a big star in her heart, and never told anyone else about it. Tang Long is the only exception. Seeing a trace of downcast expression in Song Qingwan's beautiful eyes, Tang Long thought of the matter of her using the pseudonym and she just now, and had some guesses in his mind. Song Qingwan's family background is definitely not ordinary, far from being as simple as an ordinary rich second generation. With Song Qingwan's figure and appearance, even without acting skills, it is more than enough to be a traffic star. The only thing that hinders her from becoming a movie star is her family. He couldn't help sighing secretly. Everyone has their own troubles, and being rich doesn't necessarily mean everything goes well. However, in Tang Long's view, if money can't solve the problem, then it must be because he doesn't have enough money. Troubles like Song Qingwan's can be easily resolved as long as they have enough money. Tang Long didn't say these words, nor did he explain much. With his current ability, it is indeed impossible to do it, but he has an infinite invasion system, which means he has infinite possibilities. Sooner or later, he will be able to do it. At this time, Tang Long noticed that the yellow dot on the Rubik's Cube radar moved rapidly. Is this someone who took the pieces of the Rubik's Cube? Given a rare opportunity, Tang Long immediately stood up, ready to go out to track down the pieces of the Rubik's Cube. However, the next second his body froze. He found an extremely embarrassing situation. Drinking coffee with his sister, he was actually penniless. In a foreign country, without any documents or even a penny, how do you track the pieces of the Rubik's Cube? At this point, he could only lower his face and turn to Song Qingwan for help. Tang Long scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. I forgot to bring my mobile phone and wallet when I went out. Can you lend me some money? I have something urgent to do soon. Song Qingwan was slightly taken aback. She didn't expect such a thing to happen to a superhero like Tang Long. If the previous events had not proved that Tang Long was really from the future, she would definitely have regarded Tang Long as a liar. Song Qingwan didn't even think about it. She took out her wallet, glanced at it, and replied, I don't have much cash with me, just wait a moment, I'll go to the opposite bank to get some. After coming to the United States, she has become used to carrying less cash and paying more by credit card for her usual purchases. Okay, I'll wait for you. Tang Long nodded with a smile. Song Qingwan took her wallet, got up and walked out the door. 5 minutes later, Song Qingwan came back with a plastic bag and dumped the contents on the table in front of Tang Long, a total of $6,000, and I bought you an ordinary mobile phone. Do you need anything else? Song Qingwan said to Tang Long, no, I'll trouble you. Tang Long hurriedly replied. He had to admit that although Song Qingwan was a rich second generation, she was very thoughtful about things, and had a really good personality. Song Qingwan went out for a trip, and not only took 2 stacks of $10 and $50 bills, but also bought him a much-needed mobile phone, which solved his biggest trouble. By Fume, with such a good personality, it would be great if she could be his girlfriend. Unfortunately, this is just a parallel world. Tang Long can't stay here forever. But in the real world, Song Qingwan and him are just strangers. Maybe they already have a boyfriend. Oh, what a pity. Tang Long shook his head slightly, put aside the distracting thoughts in his mind, put away the banknotes and mobile phone on the table, stood up and said, I will pay you back the money in a few days. While waiting in the coffee shop, the yellow dot on the Rubik's Cube radar was already 200 meters away, and he had to chase it immediately. You can pay back the money anytime, I'm not in a hurry. Song Qingwan said with some reluctance, by the way, you have my number saved in your phone, you can contact me anytime if you need anything. Understood, see you next time. Tang Longchao waved to Song Qingwan, and left the coffee shop very freely. After going out and hailing a taxi, Tang Long looked at the moving direction of the yellow dot on the Rubik's Cube radar, and said directly, go west, whenever I say stop, you should stop. The uncle driver glanced at the rearview mirror, and said with some dissatisfaction, where are you going? If the journey is too far and you go out of the city, I won't go. Without further ado, Tang Long took out 2 $50 bills from his pocket, and ordered, doubling the fare, if you don't have enough, add more. The uncle driver smiled, put away the banknotes, and started the car directly. 10 minutes later, the taxi followed Tang Long's instructions and stopped in front of a pier in Xiqing district. The yellow dot on the Rubik's Cube radar is parked in the middle of the pier in front. Tang Long saw 2 neat rows of old buildings in front of him, and asked, excuse me, what is this place? The uncle driver turned his head and said, this is the Black Falcon Cruise Terminal. It is basically idle now. What are you doing here? Tang Long glanced at the $36.5 on the meter, and said calmly, I'll get off here. You don't need to look for the prepaid fare, and the rest will be treated as a tip. After speaking, he pushed the door and got off. The uncle driver didn't ask any more questions, stepped on the accelerator and drove away with a smile on his face. Tang Long walked across a street and saw a row of police cars parked in the middle of the pier, knowing that something was wrong. After approaching, he could see that the 2 rows of old buildings were old warehouses, which were now requisitioned by the police. Judging from the police at the door and the police officers entering and leaving, this place should have become the FBI's temporary command center. Originally, Tang Long thought that the pieces of the Rubik's Cube followed the victim to the hospital, but unexpectedly, they were transported to the temporary command center by the police as evidence. Now he has no chance to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to the pieces of the Rubik's Cube. Damn it! Can we just start all over again? Tang Long shook his head. He will never give up until the last moment. For now, he can only go back and wait patiently. After this case is solved, the relevant evidence will definitely be returned to the original owner, and he will have plenty of opportunities at that time. Rubik and hashtag 039, S-Cube clue and reset the timeline. After making up his mind, Tang Long found a small hotel near the Black Falcon cruise terminal, paid an extra $100 for the room, and lived in a room on the 4th floor without a registration certificate. He spent the entire afternoon watching TV in his room. The reporters from the major TV stations in the United States are more informed than Tang Long, and they are now surrounded by the FBI's temporary command center. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Tang Long went out to a nearby fast food restaurant to buy a fast food, and when he returned to his room, he saw the police press conference on TV. Des Laurel, director of the FBI's Special Case Department, said to the camera, "The FBI has identified 3 suspects in the bombing. Today we will ask the public to help provide clues so that the police can solve the case as soon as possible." Photos of the 3 suspects were then shown on television, all taken from surveillance cameras near the blast. When Tang Long saw the picture on TV, he was dumbfounded. Although the photos above were not very clear, he could tell at a glance that one of the photos was himself. What the hell? When did he become a suspect in the bombing? Are these American policemen pigs? Instead of catching the real suspect, he was treated as a suspect. What made Tang Long even more depressed was that he had no documents and no immigration record, so he couldn't stand the investigation at all. Tang Long suddenly realized that Song Qingwan's phone number was still stored in the phone, so he quickly took out the phone, remembered the number, took out the calling card, threw it into the toilet and flushed it away. Bang! Just as he was thinking about whether to leave the hotel first, the door of the room was suddenly knocked open. "FBI, put your hands up, squat down and don't move." Accompanied by a scolding sound, several guns were aimed at Tang Long's head. For a moment, Tang Long was stunned. He didn't know if it would be okay to be shot in the head in this world, and he didn't dare to try, so he raised his hands obediently. 2 FBI agents roughly twisted Tang Long's hands behind his back and handcuffed him. An agent in front stared at his face, and replied into the headset, "The target is confirmed, take it back to the command center immediately." Tang Long was covered with a hood, turned into a police car, and escorted to the temporary command center at the cruise terminal warehouse. Tang Long was silent in the car, his brain was working fast. As long as he was not suddenly shot and killed, he would have the opportunity to reset the timeline at any time and return to 15 minutes before the bomb exploded. After trying to understand this, Tang Long immediately calmed down. The mission had clearly failed, and sooner or later he would have to start all over again. But before that, he can take this opportunity to enter the FBI's temporary command center to see if there is a chance to find more clues to the pieces of the Rubik's Cube. A few minutes later, Tang Long was escorted out of the police car and walked into a spacious building. After hearing the sound of closing the door, Tang Long found that his headgear had been taken off, and there was a log desk in front of him. A middle-aged man in a black suit and glasses stood in front of him, with a civil servant beside him. After the middle-aged man sat down, he stretched out his hand to signal Tang Long to sit down, and said with a serious face, "I'm Des Laurel, the director of the FBI's Special Cases Department. I'm in charge of today's bombing. Who are you?" The clerk on the side translated it in Chinese and Korean. Tang Long smiled and didn't speak, but turned sideways to shine the handcuffs behind his back on Des Laurel. Des Laurel shook his head behind Tang Long, and an FBI agent stepped forward to remove Tang Long's handcuffs. "Who are you? Where are your accomplices?" Des Laurel asked repeatedly. Tang Long sat down unhurriedly, and without waiting for others to translate, he said directly in English, "I am not a terrorist, you have arrested the wrong person." "Who the hell are you? We haven't found your immigration record, and there is no video of you coming in the bar." Des Laurel stared at Tang Long, like a hound smelling blood. Tang Long said with a blank face, "It's okay to tell you, my name is Tang Long, a native of Hua, but I don't come from this time and space." "What do you mean?" Des Laurel looked blank. Although Tang Long spoke fluent English, he failed to understand Tang Long's meaning. Tang Long raised his eyebrows and said calmly, "I told you, I'm not a terrorist. Before the bomb exploded, I called 911 to call the police. It's a pity that none of you believed me. He knew that it was difficult to convince the other party that he was from the future, so he stopped dwelling on this issue and made another plan. Hearing Tang Long's words, Deslaurel immediately waved to the subordinates beside him and ordered, "Check the alarm records before the bomb exploded immediately to see if there are any relevant alarm calls." An FBI agent responded. Tang Long thought for a while, then continued, "Well, I will make a deal with you. You promise me a simple condition, and I will help you find the real terrorist." "Tell me, what's the condition?" Deslaurel said in a deep voice. Although the FBI quickly screened out 3 suspects by analyzing the surveillance video of the explosion site, it still cannot be sure that the person in front of them is really the bomber. However, one of the suspects was on the FBI's monitoring list, but he didn't send people to monitor him on a daily basis, so he didn't expect it to be a mess. Tang Long said seriously, "I need to take a look at the evidence you brought back. After reading it, I will tell you who the real suspect is." Deslaurel stared at Tang Long's face for a long time, as if trying to find a clue from his face. At this time, an FBI agent came over with a report and said loudly, "Sir, we have found the alarm records 30 minutes before the bomb exploded, and indeed there was an alarm call from a public phone booth on Boylston Street claiming that the police on the street there's a bomb." Asshole. Are these operators useless? Some people call the police and they don't send anyone to deal with it? Hearing that the situation was true, Deslaurel immediately became furious. Because of the dereliction of duty of these operators, hundreds of people were killed or injured. The FBI agent explained, "Sir, because the caller is unwilling to stay on the phone and cooperate with the police investigation, so." Deslaurel waved his hand impatiently, not wanting to hear any more explanations. Tang Long smiled and said, "Do you believe what I said now?" Deslaurel thought that there were more bombs in the hands of the terrorists. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, "Take him out to see the evidence." With so many policemen around, he wasn't afraid of Tang Long's tricks. Tang Long nodded slightly, "Very well, I promise you will never regret your current decision." Following the 2 FBI agents out of the interrogation room, Tang Long found a warehouse with 1,000 square meters outside. On the ground not far away, FBI agents have restored the location of all the evidence at the explosion site according to the topographic map of Boylston Street, which greatly facilitates Tang Long's search for the fragments of the Rubik's Cube. He went straight to the area marked Balchik's bar and saw a dozen pieces of evidence on the ground. Tang Long pointed to the door of the bar and said, "The first explosion point is here. I need to take these dozens of pieces of evidence to the interrogation room for inspection." The FBI agents on both sides turned to look at Deslaurel, who nodded. The 4 FBI agents were about to pick up the evidence together, but Tang Long stopped him and said, "One by one." Back in the interrogation room, Tang Long raised his left wrist, pressed the switch, and opened the dial to reveal the Rubik's Cube radar inside, ignoring Deslaurel and others watching from the sidelines. "What is this?" Deslaurel asked suspiciously. Tang Long smiled slightly and said, "Nonsense, relax, this is the latest radiation tracer. I will give it to you after I finish checking these evidences." Deslaurel's eyes rolled around, thinking that he was not in a hurry, so he nodded. 5 minutes later, Tang Long compared the Rubik's Cube radar and checked the evidence of suspected Rubik's Cube fragments one by one. The last gaze fell on a small silver-gray safe, and the fragments of the cosmic Rubik's Cube were inside. Tang Long suppressed the joy in his heart and asked calmly, "Can you open the box and let me see what's inside?" "No, this is Jessica's personal belongings. No one is allowed to open the box without her permission." Deslaurel shook his head and refused. "This box has already passed the FBI's explosives test, and there will be absolutely no problems." Tang Long sighed secretly, but it was enough to know that the Rubik's Cube fragments were in this box. He thought for a while and asked, "One last question, what is your cell phone number or office phone number?" "My office phone number is XXXXXXX. You can call me directly if you have any information in the future." Deslaurel said the phone number readily. Tang Long memorized Deslaurel's phone number and said with a strange smile on his face, "Okay, see you next time." As soon as the words fell, Tang Long had already reset the timeline silently in his mind and fell into darkness instantly. When the light came back to Tang Long's eyes, he found himself in the bathroom of the bar again. Counting it, this is the 3rd time he has reset the timeline. This time, Tang Long took the initiative to reset, and he felt much better physically and mentally. He called up the infinite invasion system in his mind, and the virtual light screen showed that the mission was still the same, but he was surprised to find that current points only had 447 points left, which was 200 points less. In the previous two passive resets, 100 points were deducted each time, but this time the active reset was deducted 200 points. What's going on? Tang Long thought back quickly, and found that for him, the biggest difference between these 3 times was the length of time he experienced after crossing. The first 2 times he was killed by bombs, and his survival time was only a little over 15 minutes, while the third time, it took more than 3 hours. Could it be that the longer he experiences in the parallel world, the more points he needs to consume to reset the timeline? This astonishing discovery reminded Tang Long that the number of times he could reset the timeline was limited. There are 447 points left. Theoretically it can be reset up to 4 times, but if it exceeds a certain time after crossing, it may only be reset 2 times, or even less. Tang Long looked down at his watch. It was 1:55 p.m. local time, 15 minutes before the bomb exploded. This time, he not only wants to find the pieces of the Rubik's Cube, but also calls the police and finds out the terrorist who planted the bomb. There were a lot of things to do, and he didn't have time to think about it. He pushed the door open and strode out of the bathroom. The familiar and noisy bar appeared before Tang Long's eyes again. He looked around, and his eyes finally fell on the window of the bar facing the street. At this time, everything outside the window was normal. There were no suspicious parcels, cardboard boxes and other items for storing bombs. The terrorists had not come to plant the bombs yet. Tang Long withdrew his gaze, walked quickly to the bar, and said with a smile, "Hi, can I borrow the bar's landline?" The bartender was a young black woman. She glanced at Tang Long. The Asian man in front of her was relatively unfamiliar, but he was quite handsome, and his smile made people feel comfortable. There is a marathon today, and there are many foreign tourists in Boston. It is time to show the hospitality of Bostonians to foreign tourists. These thoughts flashed through the female bartender's mind. She took out a landline phone from under the counter and said with a smile, "No problem, you can call as you like." "Thank you." Tang Long picked up the phone with a smile, turned to look at the window of the bar, and at the same time dialed the number of the office of the head of the FBI Special Cases Department. "Hello, I'm Des Laurel, who are you?" A male voice came from the phone. Tang Long thought about it. "I am a good citizen, and I have an important piece of information about a terrorist attack to tell you." "Ha? Please wait a moment." Hearing the word terrorist attack, Des Laurel immediately became alert and looked down at the caller number. This is a local landline number in Boston. The phone number in his office is a non-public number, and only a few insiders know this number, but judging from the tone of the other party's speech, this person is obviously not an insider of the FBI. This kind of situation is very rare. Des Laurel covered the phone and hurriedly ordered to the secretary outside the office, "Kathy, monitor my phone immediately and find out the source of the call." Kathy immediately acted upon hearing the orders from her superiors. Seeing his agents getting ready, Des Laurel let go of the microphone and continued, "Hey, are you still there?" "Here." Tang Long had watched Anti-Terrorism 24 hours and knew that the other party would definitely look for his location. But time was tight, and he didn't have time to go out and find a public phone booth. What's more, Tang Long just wanted Des Laurel to send someone over as soon as possible. He didn't care if his identity was exposed. Anyway, he didn't have any documents on him, so he couldn't stay in this time and space for a long time. "Please elaborate on the information about the terrorist attack," Des Laurel asked. Tang Long stared out of the window and slowly said, "I have received reliable news that terrorists are planning to launch bombs on Boylston Street, and there are at least 2 bombs." Des Laurel frowned and glanced at the computer screen on the table. There was information sent by the female secretary on it. The registered location of the caller number is Balchik Bar, 673, Boylston Street, and the caller is at the scene of the possible bomb attack? Your news is really reliable? Des Laurel's expression became serious. At this time, the 117th marathon is being held in Boston. At least 50 people are watching the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lib live/phoneme broadcast, and there are thousands of citizens and tourists on the scene. The map on the screen showed that Boylston Street was the final stretch of the marathon. Des Laurel will be under a lot of pressure if news of the terrorist attack goes unconfirmed and he takes action to evacuate the audience on Boylston Street. On the contrary, if a terrorist attack really happened and it was found out afterwards that he had done nothing in this matter, then his future would be over. You still have 13 minutes at most. Believe me, you will become a hero who saved hundreds of lives, otherwise. Tang Long glanced at the time on his watch and said coldly. Des Laurel suddenly felt a lot of pressure. After a few seconds of silence, he made a difficult decision. Understood, I will act immediately. Very good. You made the right choice. Tang Long replied calmly, and then hung up the phone. The black female bartender at the side looked at him dumbfounded, and tentatively asked, What you said is true? Obviously she heard what Tang Long said just now. Tang Long smiled lightly. What do you think? Leaving the female bartender standing still, Tang Long went straight to the table where Song Qingwan was. Ever since he experienced the world of John Wick, Tang Long found that his hearing was very good. Even in the noisy bar, he could hear the voices of Song Qingwan and others in the distance. And I really didn't see that Asian man go into the bathroom just now, he seemed to appear in a bar suddenly. Shweli, if you like a handsome guy, just tell me straight up, don't make any lame excuses, just let me invite him over for you. Stop talking, that mysterious Asian man is coming this way. Hearing these words, Tang Long finally understood why Song Qingwan came to him for the first time, and it turned out to be because of this reason. He took the initiative to walk to Song Qingwan's side, and said with a smile, Hi, hello to the three beauties. Song Qingwan winked at Shweli, turned her head and smiled, Hello, my name is Enchi, I am Chinese, are you Chinese too? Tang Long nodded and said in Chinese, My name is Tang Long, and I come from Huagua. Song Qingwan smiled and said, That's great. These two are my classmates Louise and Shirley. Shirley is very interested in you. You can sit down and chat. Tang Long bowed his head and said in serious Chinese, Miss Enchi, you may find it hard to believe what I say next, whether you believe it or not, please remain calm. What do you want to say? Song Qingwan looked at Tang Long warily. Tang Long quickly said, Your real name is Song Qingwan. You are a freshman at Harvard University. Your dream is to become a movie star. The reason why I know this is because I come from the future, and you told me these things in the future. Song Qingwan's eyes froze for a moment, obviously unable to accept such a ridiculous statement for a while. Few people in the United States know her real name, and perhaps very few people can find out, but about her star dream, that is a secret that only her father knows. How could Tang Long know this secret? Is what he said true? Is he really from the future? Rubik and hashtag 039, S-Cube Fragments Song Qingwan has watched many sci-fi movies, and has some understanding of the concept of time travel. Thinking of what Shweli said just now, she began to gradually believe what Tang Long said. At this moment, Song Qingwan looked at Tang Long's eyes also changed, as if a die-hard fan met Iron Man, her eyes lit up and said, Are you really from the future? Tang Long nodded and said with a smile, Yes, remember to keep this secret for me. Then what are you doing here? Saving the world? Song Qingwan asked. In her understanding, a superhero like Tang Long, who traveled through time and space from the future and came to the present, would never come to the present just to chat and drink with her. She didn't think she was so attractive. Tang Long thought about it, and said seriously, It's not that serious, but you and your classmates must leave this street immediately, and there will be an explosion here in about 10 minutes, and I have already called the police. What about you? This time Song Qingwan didn't doubt Tang Long's words, but worried about him. Tang Long smiled lightly, I still have tasks, you go first. Understood, we'll leave right away. Song Qingwan acted decisively, and immediately persuaded her classmates to leave in English. Although Shirley and Louise didn't know what Song Qingwan said to the Chinese, they trusted Song Qingwan very much, and the three immediately paid the bill and left. When the three of them separated from Tang Long at the entrance of the bar, Song Qingwan suddenly said to Tang Long, By the way, can you tell me your mobile phone number? I will contact you when you are free. Tang Long touched his pocket and replied helplessly, This time I went out in a hurry, and I forgot to bring my wallet and mobile phone. Song Qingwan rolled her eyes, took out her mobile phone and all the cash from her bag, stuffed them into Tang Long's hands, and said with a smile, "I will lend you my mobile phone and the money first, and you will pay me back next time." Tang Long looked at the Huawei mobile phone in his hand dumbfounded, nodded and said, "Okay, I will return the mobile phone to you before I go back, you guys hurry up." "Okay, you can call Shirley if you need anything, and keep in touch." Song Qingwan was in a good mood, took the hands of two classmates, and left quickly. After watching Song Qingwan go away, Tang Long checked the Rubik's Cube radar on his wrist and started walking west along the south side of Boylston Street. After walking for more than 100 meters, Tang Long finally found the location of the Yellow Dot, a Western restaurant called Capital Grill on the 3rd floor. He walked into the restaurant pretending to be a guest, looked around, and found the Hollywood actress Jessica sitting by the window. Jessica and a young man were sitting at the table, talking and laughing with a string of diamond necklaces in their hands, and the small silver gray box was opened and placed on the dining table. Tang Long glanced at it from a distance, and found that there were several jewelry with shining colors in the box, and the pieces of the cosmic Rubik's Cube should be one of them. Although he successfully found the pieces of the Rubik's Cube, the question before Tang Long was, how can he get the jewelry in Jessica's box? Tang Long took a deep breath to calm himself down, and slowly walked to the table next to Jessica and sat down. He casually ordered a steak and a drink, and dismissed the waiter. He stared at the small silver gray box, feeling a little worried. How to create opportunities to get cosmic cube fragments now? You can't just grab the box and teleport away from this world, can you? Doing this is too bad, and it will directly cut off the opportunity to come back to this time and space in the future. Just when Tang Long seemed to be in trouble, he suddenly noticed some commotion in the crowd downstairs. He stood up and looked out the window. On the street downstairs, there were many explosion-proof policemen. These riot police, with the assistance of ordinary police officers, began to slowly evacuate the crowd on both sides of the street, and at the same time, they used instruments to detect the luggage on the pedestrians. Seeing this scene, Tang Long realized that the FBI had finally acted, and the terrorists probably wouldn't have the chance to plant a remote-controlled bomb this time. "Sir, wait a minute, you haven't taken your backpack yet." The waiter's voice suddenly came from my ear. Tang Long looked over subconsciously, and saw the waiter holding a steak and shouting at the brunette young man who was leaving towards the door. Strangely, the brown-haired young man in gray sportswear not only did not stop, but ran faster and faster, completely ignoring the shouts of the waiters behind him. The waiter turned around blankly, pointed to the black backpack on the chair next to him and asked, "Does anyone know whose backpack this is?" "The black backpack contains remote control bombs. The man who ran away just now is a terrorist." A terrifying thought flashed through Tang Long's mind, and he stood up immediately, rushing to the chair beside him like lightning. He grabbed the straps of the black backpack, ran to the window quickly, and threw it towards the open space downstairs, while shouting loudly, "Get out of the way! There is a bomb in the backpack!" "What?" The crowd on the street immediately ran away screaming, and the police who were inspecting nearby quickly hid in a nearby shop. There is only one explosion-proof policeman who is not afraid of danger, holding an explosion-proof bucket and covering it on a black backpack. At this time, Tang Long saw the brown-haired young man in the gray tracksuit running downstairs, and quickly shouted, "Hurry up and grab the man in the gray tracksuit, he is the bomber." The brown-haired youth's complexion changed, and he ran towards the west. The police in the surrounding shops reacted and surrounded the brunette youth from all sides. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the brown-haired young man put his hand into his pocket and muttered. Suddenly, a palpitating feeling came to Tang Long's heart, and he subconsciously covered his ears and squatted down. Boom! Accompanied by earth-shattering noise, the explosion-proof barrel was thrown out together with the explosion-proof police next to it. The smoke and dust all over the sky spread in all directions, accompanied by a huge shock wave. The windows and glass on both sides of the street were all shattered, and the shattered reinforced concrete fell like a meteor shower. There were screams and sirens on the street. There was a buzzing in Tang Long's ears, and it took a while before he regained his composure. It wasn't until this moment that everyone in the restaurant realized that it was Tang Long who saved their lives. The manager of the restaurant strode to Tang Long and asked with concern, "Sir, are you all right?" Tang Long shook his head, stood up and smiled, "I'm fine." He turned his head to look downstairs and found that only the explosion-proof policeman was seriously injured, and the nearby policeman and the terrorist were only slightly injured. In the restaurant, most people were just frightened, and only a small number of diners near the windows were shocked by the shockwave and felt a little dizzy. The manager of the restaurant looked around, thinking that the bomb just now was in the restaurant, and couldn't help feeling a little scared. He bowed to Tang Long and said sincerely, "Sir, thank you very much, it is your heroic behavior that saved us." Tang Long smiled and said, "As long as everyone is fine." At this time, Jessica and a young man who were not far away walked over together. Jessica looked at Tang Long and reached out her hand. "Thank you very much for saving us. Without you, I really can't imagine what we would encounter." Looking at this beautiful face, which was obviously of mixed blood, Tang Long was slightly absent-minded. "It's a pity, such a beautiful woman, her daughter is almost 5 years old now." He gently shook Jessica's hand and smiled calmly. The young man next to Jessica saw Tang Long's expression was too calm, thought for a while, and said, "My name is Warren, and this is my wife Jessica. Maybe you have seen her act in Fantastic Four." "Xia, I really don't know how to express my thanks to you." Tang Long glanced at the box on the table next to him, his heart moved, and he said with a smile, "If you really want to express your gratitude, you can give me something." Warren said generously, "No problem, whether it's autographs, group photos, etc." Jessica chimed in, "Oh yes, you can do whatever you want." From their point of view, Tang Long should have recognized Jessica's identity and wanted souvenirs like her autographed photo. Tang Long smiled faintly, walked to Jessica's desk, pointed to the silver gray box and said, "Can you give me something inside?" Hearing his words, Warren froze for a moment. The set of jewelry and pendants inside the box was custom made by him from a jewelry company, and it was specially given to Jessica as a commemorative gift. Unexpectedly, Tang Long wanted this. But the words had been spoken, and the hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of diamond jewelry was nothing compared to the life-saving grace. Warren came back to his senses and said seriously, "No problem, just take whatever you want." "Then I won't be polite." Tang Long reached into the silver gray box, and directly picked up a small lion charm made of sterling silver. Seeing that Tang Long was holding the sterling silver jewelry presented by the jewelry company, Warren secretly heaved a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, "This little lion representing courage is for you." Tang Long shrugged and said with a smile, "Thank you for your gift, I like it very much." At the same time, an electronic voice came from his mind. "The cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments have been obtained, the current task has been completed, and the host can return to the main world at any time. Note, you will be forced to return within 24 hours. Making program hearing the electronic human voice in his head, Tang Long let out a long breath, repeated 4 times, and finally completed the task. When he reached into the silver gray box just now, a pair of crystal eyes on the sterling silver lion suddenly shone with dazzling colorful light. To Tang Long's surprise, the people around didn't seem to notice anything unusual, only he saw this scene. At this moment, Tang Long understood that the pair of crystal eyes were the pieces of the Rubik's Cube he was looking for. Fortunately, it seems that the price of this little silver lion is not expensive. If the obviously expensive diamond jewelry next to it is a Rubik's Cube fragment, then he has a sense of repaying favor. The moment the sterling silver lion ornament was picked up, 2 colorful rays of light flowed from the lion crystal eyeballs and flew into Tang Long's mind. When I looked at the sterling silver lion in my hand, the crystal eyeballs on the lion's face had returned to normal and lost their colorful light. Tang Long chatted with Warren calmly. Jessica still had something to do. Warren left him a business card, and the two left the Western restaurant in a hurry. With the pieces of the Rubik's Cube in hand, Tang Long didn't bother to stay and eat the steak. Just as he was about to leave, he found a group of policemen walking in outside the restaurant. "System, can you create an identity document for me? I can redeem it with points." Tang Long hastily muttered in his heart. The cosmic Rubik's Cube has insufficient energy to fulfill the requirements of the host. Please the host find more pieces of the cosmic Rubik's Cube as soon as possible. Tang Long. This group of policemen came to investigate the bombing just now, and the leading sheriff immediately recognized Tang Long, who threw the bomb out of the window just now, and walked straight towards him. Seeing the police approaching, Tang Long reluctantly put away the sterling silver lion and sat back in his seat. In the face of police investigation, Tang Long claimed to be Tang Ying, a tourist from Huaguo, and used the excuse that the travel backpack with his documents was stolen, so he had no documents on him. Although the sheriff had some doubts about his identity, Tang Long successfully cleared himself of the suspicion after the restaurant manager and surrounding diners testified and informed the police of what had happened. Before leaving, the sheriff smiled and shook hands with Tang Long. "Mr. Tang Long, on behalf of the Boston Police, I would like to thank you for everything you have done and wish you a happy stay in Boston." If Tang Long hadn't taken the risk of throwing the backpack containing the remote-controlled bomb out of the window, the explosion of the bomb in the restaurant would have caused immeasurable consequences. "You're welcome, this is what I should do." Tang Long smiled. After the police left, the waiter came to his table with the tray and, strangely, the restaurant manager followed. The waiter swiftly brought Tang Long's steak to the table and replaced it with a set of sterling silver tableware. The restaurant manager explained with a smile, "Dear guest, in order to express our gratitude, this meal is free, and I will give you a bottle of 98-year-old Merlot wine, which is the favorite of the White House." Faced with such an enthusiastic restaurant manager, Tang Long couldn't shirk, so he had to sit down and taste it slowly. While tasting the wine, he recalled the infinite intrusion system panel in his mind. Host, Tang Long, host ability, English LV9, Russian LV9, Spear LV9, Fighting LV5. Current points, 2,447 points. Reset timeline, unavailable, current world only. Number of cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments, 3,100. Remaining time for return, 23 hours and 51 minutes. Seeing the virtual light curtain in front of him, Tang Long froze for a moment. After finding the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments, he couldn't reset the timeline again. It seems that the Rubik's Cube fragments are really important to the infinite invasion system. Although Tang Long increased the system points by 2,000 this time, he always felt that something was missing. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that this time the harvest was too little. In the world of John Wick last time, Tang Long not only obtained 3 abilities, but also brought back more than $150 million. This time, after paying the price of being on the verge of death twice, he only got the point reward for turning in the pieces of the Rubik's Cube, which is a bit too small in comparison. He must have missed something. After a moment of silence, Tang Long suddenly had a flash of inspiration in his mind. The most obvious difference between this world and the world of John Wick is the existence of Song Qingwan. Song Qingwan is a person who exists in the real world. In this way, this world is closely related to the real world. It wasn't until then that Tang Long figured it out. Judging from the current situation, due to the lack of energy of the infinite invasion system, many functions cannot be realized, and it is even impossible to generate a real identity certificate for him. Judging from the number of Rubik's Cube fragments in the universe, this system has just started, and more Rubik's Cube fragments are urgently needed to improve its functions. Now the system only requires him to collect cosmic cube fragments, but there is no way to give him too many external resources. If you want resources such as money and equipment, you can only rely on Tang Long himself. In the final analysis, these things need money, a lot of money. After this time travel, Tang Long understood that the system points are very important, not to be exchanged for money. Aside from taking money directly from the parallel world back to the real world, he wanted to find a better way to make money. Now, the system gave him a chance to make money. For any person, from 2020 back to 2013, there will be countless ways to get rich. Although the time left for Tang Long is less than 24 hours, with Song Qingwan, a rich second generation, he can still do a lot of things. Wanting to understand this, Tang Long took out his mobile phone and dialed Shirley directly. "Hi Shirley, I'm looking for Angel." "Hi, you're Tang Long, right?" "Wait a minute, I'll ask Angel to answer the call." Seeing the calling number on the phone, Shirley immediately recognized Tang Long. After a while, Song Qingwan's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Hi, are you okay? I saw the news of the explosion on TV." Tang Long explained, "I'm fine, my mission has been completed, I want to ask you for help before I go back." "No problem, where are you?" "I'll go find you." Hearing Tang Long said that he wanted to see her, Song Qingwan's mood suddenly jumped up. As for how to help, it didn't matter. Tang Long thought for a while and replied, the Capital Grille Western restaurant on Boylston Street. Wait for me there, I'll be right over. Before Tang Long could reply, Song Qingwan hung up the phone. Tang Long smiled helplessly. Originally, he planned to go to find Song Qingwan, but now he can only wait here. Call the waiter, ask for a pen and a piece of notepaper. Tang Long writes 2 sentences on it. 10 minutes later, Song Qingwan appeared at the door of the restaurant, looking around for Tang Long. Tang Long stood up and waved to her. Song Qingwan smiled and trotted over. Seeing the bottle of 98-year-old Merlot wine on the table, Song Qingwan joked, "You don't have the money to pay the bill, so you asked me to come and pay the bill?" You must know that half an hour ago, she only gave Tang Long a few $100s in cash, and the bottle of rare Merlot wine on the table cost at least $1,000 a bottle. Tang Long laughed dumbly and said, "How is it possible? This bottle of red wine was given to me by the owner of the restaurant." "What else? Tell me what's going on." Song Qingwan sat down opposite Tang Long, staring at his face curiously. Tang Long briefly recounted what happened just now, and Song Qingwan's heart was suspended in the air when she heard Tang Long rush over and throw the backpack with the bomb out of the window. Only when she learned that the bomber had been arrested and that the bomb exploded did not cause too much damage did her tense heart slowly relax. After the story was finished, Tang Long stared into Song Qingwan's eyes and asked seriously, "Can I trust you?" Chapter 31, A 7-Year Covenant. Song Qingwan put away the smile on her face and nodded vigorously. Today's thwarted bombing proved once again that what Tang Long said was true, that he is really a superhero who traveled back from the future. Being able to gain Tang Long's trust is a kind of affirmation to her. Song Qingwan looked at Tang Long with admiration and almost said, "Tell me about any secret missions, and I will definitely handle them properly." Tang Long handed the note in front of him to Song Qingwan and said seriously, "From tomorrow onwards, you will follow the instructions on it." Song Qingwan glanced down at the title on the note, with a strange expression on her face. "Are you serious? Billionaire Making Program?" Not counting the title, the content is only 2 short sentences, less than 50. Can this be considered a plan? Tang Long smiled and said, "You don't believe me?" The corner of Song Qingwan's mouth curled up. "Understood, I will follow the plan." She took another look at the sticky note, which said a simple stock trading plan. "I will start buying Tencent holdings next Monday, and sell them all until the beginning of January 2018, and then replace them with Haitian flavor industry, and hold them all the time." Song Qingwan doesn't know much about stocks, but Tencent is well known, and everyone knows that this company has a bright future. Reminiscent of Tang Long's identity, she immediately understood that this plan was absolutely feasible. The only problem is that if you want to become a billionaire like Tang Long said, you must need a lot of initial capital. Thinking of this, Song Qingwan said frankly, "Your plan can be implemented without any problem, but I don't have that much money at the moment, so it's a bit difficult to achieve your goal." When it comes to money, Tang Long feels a little bit pained. He is a pauper in this time and space. Even though he has N ways to make money, it is useless without the principle. Starting to buy Tencent holdings in 2013, and holding it until selling it in early January 2018, it can at least double by 1 times. Then change to Haitian flavor industry, which is known as Haitian Nanwida. It will be held until May 2020, and it will not be a problem to double it again. Calculated in this way, if you want to become a billionaire in 2020, you need an initial capital of at least 500 million. If it is divided equally with Song Qingwan, then 1,000 million is needed. This amount is indeed a problem for Song Qingwan, who is a student. Are you going to bring that $150 million from the real world? Now he has 2,447 points, and it's nothing to spend 150 points, but he feels that this time and space is a bit special, and whether he can come in later is still a problem. Seeing Tang Long's embarrassed look, Song Qingwan hurriedly said, "If it really doesn't work, I'll go to my dad to borrow money." Tang Long waved his hand and said, "Only you know about this, you can't tell others." After a pause, he went on to say, "The principal is about 500 million. If you really don't have that much money, you can buy it in several installments, as long as you sell it all as planned." "Ha? Only 500 million? Then I'll go to my mother and withdraw my birthday fund in advance," Song Qingwan said in surprise. Hearing this, Tang Long was a little speechless. It was indeed poverty that limited his imagination. The world of the rich is just different. Tang Long thought for a while, and added, in the future, if you have more money, you can buy it yourself, but please don't tell anyone about this, lest things change. Song Qingwan solemnly put away the note in her hand, stuck out her tongue. I know, this is a secret between us, and I won't tell anyone. Okay, I'm done explaining things, I'm going back. Tang Long smiled. Wait, you want to go? Song Qingwan was taken aback, and asked, you want to go back to the future? Tang Long nodded, yes, the task is completed, I should go too. Although he fooled the sheriff of the local police station just now, the FBI will definitely investigate his whereabouts. If there is nothing wrong, it is best to leave immediately, so as not to leave a file record in the FBI and affect the real world. Can you accompany me for a while before leaving? Song Qingwan was a little depressed. Over the years, due to family reasons, Song Qingwan has never had a boyfriend at all, and finally met a superhero of her dreams, but she did not expect to be separated so soon. Tang Long looked at Song Qingwan's slightly disappointed expression, his heart softened, and he replied, okay, I can accompany you for 23 hours at most. Yeah. That's great. Song Qingwan laughed happily. Leaving the Capital Grill Western restaurant, Song Qingwan first took Tang Long to watch a movie, and then came to Boston Park to walk the famous Freedom Road. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the two went to Chinatown in the city center to have an authentic Chinese meal. In the evening, they returned to Harvard University and took a stroll along the campus paths. In the evening, Song Qingwan took Tang Long to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme in a hotel outside the campus, and the two chatted while watching a movie. It wasn't until 1 o'clock in the morning that Song Qingwan fell asleep leaning on Tang Long's shoulder. Tang Long gently picked up Song Qingwan, put her on the bed in the bedroom, and looked at her face quietly. Song Qingwan curled up, her eyes were closed tightly, and a sweet smile appeared on her face, as if dreaming of something beautiful. Tang Long helped her cover the quilt, and quietly returned to the sofa in the living room to lie down. He didn't know if he and Song Qingwan would have a result, such a result was very good. At 8 frowny-faced dash, the next morning, Song Qingwan woke up and found herself sleeping on a strange bed, almost screaming. It's good to see the surrounding environment clearly and wake up in time. She didn't remember what happened last night until she went out and saw Tang Long watching TV in the living room. She didn't know what she remembered, her pretty face flushed. Tang Long pretended not to see it and greeted her generously, "Good morning. After you finish washing, let's go out for breakfast together." Song Qingwan let out a quickly got into the bathroom to wash and dress up, and came out after 15 minutes. After breakfast, Tang Long followed Song Qingwan to the park in the city center. For the first time, he saw swans and wild geese wandering in the water at phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range, and there were fat little squirrels jumping on the green land by the forest, and the park was full of vitality. After lunch, the two found a sunny wooden chair by the river, sat side by side, and quietly enjoyed this rare leisure time. After 2 o'clock, Tang Long took a peek at the countdown on the virtual light curtain, and there were only 5 minutes left before he would return to the real world. Song Qingwan kept leaning her head on Tang Long's shoulder. At this moment she felt Tang Long's head move, and said softly, "Are you leaving?" Tang Long nodded, "Yes, there are 5 minutes left." "Will you come back?" Song Qingwan's voice was a little choked up, and the corners of her eyes gradually became moist. Tang Long put his arms around her waist lightly, and comforted him, "I don't know if I can come back, but we will definitely meet again." Song Qingwan hesitated for a moment, and finally said, "By the way, you haven't told me, if your investment plan is successful, how should I give you the money?" Thinking of this, she felt a little more at ease. Tang Long had made such a big money-making plan, so she should come back and see the result. Tang Long suddenly raised his head. Song Qingwan was implying that even if he was making a plan for this billionaire, he should try his best to come back to see her. Regarding this question, he also thought about it. If he really can't come back in the future, then he can only meet in the real world. If in the real world, Song Qingwan doesn't know him as before, it means that this plan has failed, and everything done here can't affect the real world. In this case, leave the money to Song Qingwan to realize her dream. After making up his mind, Tang Long bowed his head and kissed Song Qingwan's forehead, and said affectionately, "If I can't come back tomorrow, then I will find you on May 20th, 25. Really?" Song Qingwan's eyes lit up. Tang Long held her hand and said seriously, "I will do what I say. Even if you forget me, I will not forget you, and I will follow the agreement to find you. Return time has come, the host is forced to return, the system is transmitting. I'll wait for you." Before she could say the words, Song Qingwan noticed that Tang Long's body had turned into dots of starlight and dissipated in the air, as if she had never appeared before. The next moment, strings of crystal-clear teardrops slipped from her beautiful eyelashes, dripped down the wooden chair along her face. "Travels through time and space, I do what I say." As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Long's eyes darkened, and he lost consciousness in an instant. When he regained consciousness and opened his eyes, he found that the surrounding scene was a little strange. Looking carefully, it turned out that this was his new home. After 24 hours of forced return, he has returned to his new home in the garden community. Tang Long looked at Kong Kong's right hand in a daze. Before he had time to say goodbye, he had already separated from Song Qingwan. There is still a faint fragrance on the right hand. Although Tang Long and Song Qingwan had spent less than 24 hours together in the world of Patriot's Day, Song Qingwan's beautiful image was already deeply engraved in his mind. It seemed that he and Song Qingwan had known each other for 7 years, separated for 7 years, and waited for 7 years. At this moment, Tang Long understood that everything he had done in the world of Patriot's Day had taken effect, and the real world had changed. He suddenly thought of something, and said silently, "Open the system panel." A translucent virtual light curtain reappeared in front of his eyes. On the main menu, the text of the second option, World Number 2 Patriot's Day, is grayed out. Tang Long stretched out his right hand and clicked on the second option. To his surprise, his figure was still sitting on the bed in the bedroom. The system did not enable teleportation, and the second option disappeared instead. How is this going? Just when Tang Long was at a loss, a translucent window popped up in front of him. System, because the host changed the past timeline, the main world was affected, and the corresponding parallel timespace Patriot's Day no longer existed, and the new timespace coordinates will be refreshed after 24 hours. Changing the past, how could the world of Patriot's Day disappear? Didn't it mean parallel time and space? Although Tang Long had a hunch for a long time, he knew that World Number 2 was a special world, but he never expected that World Number 2 would disappear directly. He remembered that John Wick is a movie world, so Patriot's Day should be the same. Turn on the computer, open the web page and search for Patriot's Day, and more than 1,000 search results appear in front of my eyes. Tang Long clicked on an old news item on a portal website. On the afternoon of April 20th, 1304, near the finish line of the Boston Marathon in Massa, the United States, an explosion occurred suddenly, which was suspected of being a terrorist attack. Later, the local police stated that the FBI received a tip-off in advance that 2 terrorists in the Middle East attempted to launch a bomb attack and were arrested by the anti-terrorist department in advance. During the arrest process, a terrorist detonated a remote-controlled bomb. Fortunately, the explosion-proof police detected it in advance, and only 4 policemen were slightly injured. After reading this news, he felt that something was wrong. He searched more than 10 pages in a row, but couldn't find any news about the movie Patriot's Day. What Tang Long didn't know was that in the original time and space, 2 young men from the Middle East successfully launched a bomb attack on the day of the marathon, killing and injuring hundreds of people. The movie Patriot's Day is adapted from real events, and the plot basically restores the events at that time. After Tang Long traveled to a special parallel time and space, he successfully prevented the bomb attack from happening, so he did not shoot the film Patriot's Day, so World Number 2 disappeared. After spending more than 10 minutes, Tang Long gave up without finding any clues. At this time, he suddenly discovered a very strange thing. 20205205192020520121. Could it be that this time he experienced 24 hours in the world of Patriot's Day, and 24 hours in the real world? He couldn't believe it. The last time he traveled back, didn't the real world only pass 1 minute? Why did it change this time? I checked the Yinjing time 1,000 times, and it is indeed May 20th, 25. Is it because the number 2 world is special, so the time-passing speed of the 2 spacetimes is the same? Broken. Tang Long remembered a very important thing. He and Song Qingwan made an appointment to meet today, and it has been half a day now, and he hasn't gone to the appointment yet. Regardless of whether Song Qingwan still remembered him or not, he had to go see her. Tang Long hurriedly changed into clean clothes, took his mobile phone and wallet and rushed out of the house. He stopped a taxi at the gate of the community and went straight to the entrance of the street. Half an hour later, Tang Long appeared on the 12th floor of Jingtian building. After getting out of the elevator, he glanced at the time. At 13:21, Song Qingwan should have come to work. When Tang Long walked into the gate of Blue Shield Company, the receptionist at the front desk greeted him warmly, "Consultant Tang." Although the company leader didn't say it clearly, the employees below all knew that Tang Long's identity was not simple. As the receptionist, Zhou Wanting knew more than others, and treated Tang Long more enthusiastically. Tang Long nodded with a smile, and asked casually, "Is Manager Song in the office?" Zhou Wanting looked around and said in a low voice, "Is Consultant Tang looking for Manager Song? Then you have to be careful, she is in a bad mood today." Tang Long smiled at Zhou Wanting, "It's okay, as long as she's here." After waiting for him for so long, it's normal for Song Qingwan to be in a bad mood. Tang Long turned around and walked towards the PR manager's office, walked to the door, and knocked lightly on the door. "Please come in." Tang Long pushed the door and walked in, closing the door behind him. Seeing Tang Long coming in, Song Qingwan stared straight at him, with 1,000 words in her heart, but she couldn't say a word. Originally, she just thought that Tang Long looked more pleasing to the eye, but she didn't expect that after one night, the dusty memories in her mind would suddenly be opened. 7 years ago, she met Tang Long when she was studying in the United States. The two met for the first time in a bar, and she was attracted by this man who claimed to be from the future, and she also saw Tang Long disappear in front of her. Although the two had only been together for less than 24 hours, Song Qingwan had already fallen in love with him deeply. If Tang Long hadn't left her a note and a sterling silver lion ornament, she would have thought all of this was just a dream. What's even more strange is that in her dream last night, she and Tang Long experienced 2 time travels. For the first time, she and Tang Long met in a bar, chatted for less than 15 minutes, and were involved in a sudden explosion. The second time, Tang Longqiang took her by the hand and ran away from the bar. Unexpectedly, he encountered a bomb attack again at the end of the marathon. Song Qingwan recalled what Tang Long had said before, and realized that Tang Long had paid so much for herself. It's a pity that she didn't know Tang Long's real identity, only a name. However, in Huagua, there are tens of thousands of people with the name Tang Long, and she couldn't find Tang Long just by this name. Moreover, Tang Long once said, "Don't look for him deliberately, otherwise history will change, and it will be hard to say whether the two can meet." During these 7 years, the only thing she can do is to implement the billionaire creation plan, and keep this secret forever in her heart. From the moment she woke up this morning, she kept thinking about why Tang Long didn't recognize herself when she saw her. Has this man already forgotten her? At this moment, the man Song Qingwan had been dreaming of finally appeared in front of her. 7 years have passed, and his appearance is the same as that of 7 years ago, as if he was separated only yesterday. All this is really not a dream. Finding the atmosphere a bit awkward, Tang Long coughed lightly and said, "Well, I'm here." He is not very used to calling Song Qingwan by her name directly. After being silent for a long time, Song Qingwan said quietly, "After waiting for you for 7 years, have you even forgotten my name?" Chapter 33. At this moment, Tang Long realized that he had made an extremely important mistake. For him, returning from the number 2 world to the real world is just a moment. However, Song Qingwan waited 7 years in the real world. He couldn't imagine how a girl could wait for him for 7 years. If Tang Long had realized this problem at the beginning, would he still be so selfish and let Song Qingwan wait for him for 7 years? He could not answer this question. Tang Long stepped forward, held Song Qingwan's hand, and said apologetically, "Qingwan, I'm sorry, I really haven't forgotten you." "Then why didn't you recognize me when you saw me the day before yesterday?" Song Qingwan's voice was a little choked up, and there was a crystal teardrop hanging on her beautiful eyelashes. Tang Long was taken aback, and smiled wryly to himself, "I didn't even know you the day before yesterday, so how could I know you?" However, he must not say this. Tang Long held Song Qingwan gently in his arms, and comforted him. "If I said that I only returned to this world half an hour ago, would you believe me?" Song Qingwan left Tang Long's embrace, her beautiful eyes stared at his face. What you said is true. When have I lied to you? Tang Long said angrily. Song Qingwan raised her eyebrows, glanced at Tang Long, and hummed softly, humph. Not now, but it will be difficult to say in the future. In fact, after she calmed down, she knew in her heart that what Tang Long said might be true. After all, Tang Long had paid a lot to save her. Seeing that Song Qingwan's mood improved, Tang Long hastily explained the time travel before, but skipped the details about the time travel. After all, the secret of infinite invasion system is of great importance, and Tang Long doesn't want anyone to know. This secret will always be hidden in his heart. So it's really not that I made you wait so long on purpose. I really can't control the time to return. Tang Long spread his hands and said, well, I will trust you this time, and next time, I will never let you go easily. Song Qingwan pouted. Although Tang Long didn't mention how he crossed over, she understood that it must involve a big secret, so she was very understanding and didn't ask it to the end. After all, it is normal for a superhero like Tang Long to have secrets. Tang Long raised his right hand and said solemnly, I promise, there will never be a next time. It's not too bad. Song Qingwan smiled happily. Tang Long caught a glimpse of the sterling silver little lion pendant on Song Qingwan's chest, and said in surprise, hey, you still wear this little lion all the time? After absorbing the fragments of the Rubik's Cube, this sterling silver lion is just an ordinary pendant, which he gave to Song Qingwan at the beginning. This sterling silver pendant is only worth a few thousand yuan, which is not worthy of Song Qingwan's current status. Of course I will wear the things you gave me all the time. Song Qingwan gave Tang Long a white look, and then said in a treasure-presenting manner, by the way, I have been working on the plan you asked me to carry out. Tang Long smiled and said, really? How is your grade now? Although he was also very concerned about the implementation of the billionaire creation plan, Song Qingwan didn't speak up, and he couldn't mention it. After all the investment money was contributed by Song Qingwan, and Tang Long only gave specific investment opinions. If Song Qingwan really followed what he said and invested more than 500 million at the beginning, then by now, the money has at least become more than million. Faced with such a large sum of money, Tang Long didn't want to speculate on whether Song Qingwan could keep her original intention and whether her family would interfere. For him, it is good to have this money now, if not, he can also bring million from the world of John Wick. But in this way, it will be very troublesome to launder the money. Song Qingwan sat back at her desk, quickly operated the computer, and logged into a stock account. She turned the LCD monitor to Tang Long, with a quick praise me expression on her face. Tang Long looked over intently, and there was really only one stock on the account, Haitian Flavor Industry, which held a total of 150 million shares, with a total market value of more than 31 million yuan. Good job, now you have become a billionaire. Tang Long joked. Song Qingwan pouted and said angrily, huh? What do you mean I became a billionaire, and half of the money is yours? It should be said that it is us. But the principal here is all yours, and I haven't paid a penny. Tang Long said intentionally. Song Qingwan's expression changed, if you say that again, I'll be angry. Although she contributed the capital, without Tang Long, she would not be able to earn 20 times. Besides, with the relationship between her and Tang Long, is it still so clear? When Tang Long said this, it clearly seemed that the relationship between the two was a little distant. Okay, I'll listen to you. Seeing that the situation was not good, Tang Long hurriedly said, in order to celebrate our success, I will invite you to dinner tonight. Only then did Song Qingwan feel relieved, and said with a smile, what night are you waiting for? Let's go now. Now. Tang Long glanced at the time, it was only 13 frowny-faced a normal person had just had lunch. Go shopping and watch a movie first, and then go to dinner at night. Song Qingwan turned off the computer, picked up her bag and left. Then let's go. Tang Long shrugged. Anyway, he already knew that the company was run by the Song family, so Song Qingwan naturally left whenever he wanted. Out of the office, hello Mr. Song. When Zhou Wanning at the front desk saw Song Qingwan approaching, she immediately greeted her respectfully. Song Qingwan nodded slightly, with a smile on her lips, and walked out of the gate of Blue Shield Company side by side with Tang Long. A colleague whispered behind him, "Isn't this the new Xiao Tang? Why are you walking with Manager Song?" "Yeah, it's working time now." "It's strange." Manager Song's face was still clouded in the morning, but now his face is full of spring breeze. Could it be that Manager Song and Xiao Tang? Don't guess, Xiao Tang has only been here for a few days. How is this possible? The two walked to the elevator door, and the elevator just came up. "Changwon, where are you going?" A young man wearing a plaid shirt and holding a large bouquet of colorful roses happened to come out. Seeing the man in front of her, Song Qingwan's eyes flashed with disgust, and she said coldly, "Gu Weiqi, you don't have to worry about where I go, get out of the way." Gu Weiqi is the second son of the Gu family in Shangjing, and also the general manager of Day Finance, one of the top 10 financial companies in China. Gu Weiqi has been pestering Song Qingwan all the time, relying on the background of the Gu family, and wants to take this opportunity to marry the Song family. "Qingwan, don't be like this, the Gu family and the Song family have always been on good terms, we are just the right couple," Gu Weiqi said with a playful smile. "Gu Weiqi, let me say it again, I have nothing to do with you, don't call me Qingwan," Song Qingwan said angrily. When she saw Tang Long next to her, her heart moved. She took the initiative to hold Tang Long's arm, and said loudly, "Also, I already have a boyfriend." Gu Weiqi's face darkened, and he stared at Tang Long with a gloomy expression. "Who are you, kid? Don't meddle in my affairs with Qingwan. Get out. Get out of here while I'm in a good mood, and don't bother my girlfriend in the future." A sneer appeared on the corner of Tang Long's mouth, his eyes swept across Gu Weiqi's face like a sharp knife. Gu Weiqi felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave in an instant. Being swept by this sharp knife-like gaze, he felt uncomfortable all over. This guy has killed more than one person. Because of his business relationship, Gu Weiqi has seen many professional killers abroad, and he will never forget that feeling. Just wait and see. When Gu Weiqi thought that the person in front of him might be a cold-blooded killer, he immediately faltered and ran away without saying a word. Technology Empire taking another elevator downstairs, Gu Weiqi threw a handful of colorful roses into the trash can with a grim expression on his face. Fortunately, it was in the stairwell just now, and there was no one else around, otherwise he would be ashamed. Since he was a child, Gu Weiqi has never been aggrieved like this. If he hadn't felt the cold killing intent from the other party, he would have slapped him long ago. Usually when Gu Weiqi came to Blue Shield Company, those who knew his identity and family background were not flattering. Even Song Qingwan didn't dare to offend Gu Weiqi too much because of the relationship between the Gu and Song families. Unexpectedly, today, he would suffer from a poor wife. Gu Weiqi didn't believe a word that Song Qingwan said that poor lady was her boyfriend. After meeting Song Qingwan by chance, Gu Weiqi had investigated her life experience and interpersonal relationship very clearly. He had never heard of Song Qingwan having a boyfriend. How could this poor D-Silk who appeared out of nowhere, with clothes and shoes costing no more than 1,000 yuan, be Song Qingwan's boyfriend? If it was said that this person was the bodyguard hired by the Song family for Song Qingwan, he still believed it. This kind of poor D-Silk is definitely not worthy of a top-notch by Fume like Song Qingwan, and must be a tool person Song Qingwan found to use as a shield. Looking at the entire Linjiang city, only he can be worthy of Song Qingwan. Gu Weiqi firmly believed in this point. It's just that this tool man's arrogance is so arrogant, and he doesn't have the consciousness to be a shield at all. In his opinion, Song Qingwan is not only beautiful, but her father is also one of the top 10 richest men in the country. It is no problem for a woman with such a family background and good looks to marry her back home as a wife. Gu Weiqi, who has always been in the flowers, unexpectedly had the idea of marrying a wife and having children after meeting Song Qingwan. After Gu Weiqi's parents learned of his idea, instead of objecting, they strongly supported it. Because of this, Gu Weiqi was able to entangle Song Qingwan unscrupulously, not afraid of obstruction from the Song parents. However, on the surface, Gu Weiqi also acted very beautifully, and he never did anything excessive. In the eyes of outsiders, he can also be regarded as a model of successful men among the rich second generation. Handsome and wealthy, with a business mind, he became the general manager of a top investment company in China at the age of 30, and will succeed his father as the chairman of the board in the future. He has a bright future. Such a diamond tycoon, who never changed his infatuation, pursued Song Ching-won hard for 3 consecutive months. It was a good story that spread, and the Song parents couldn't say a word after learning about it. It's a pity that Song Ching-won is like an iceberg. She never gave Gu Weiqi a good look, let alone took the initiative to hold his shoulders like just now and act like a little woman. Thinking of this, Gu Weiqi's heart ached like a knife, and he wished he could kill Tang Long right away. Gu Weiqi got into the red Porsche parked on the side of the road, looking out the window with a cloudy expression. At the exit of the parking lot not far away, a white BMW car drove out slowly. Song Ching-won and Tang Long were sitting in the car. Stinky beach. How dare you hook up with other men behind my back? Gu Weiqi scolded angrily. In his eyes, Song Ching-won was already in his pocket, so it was fine to use someone as a shield, since he really couldn't stand dating someone else. After watching the white BMW drive away, Gu Weiqi took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of a deputy manager of the sales department of Blue Shield Company. Hi, Xiao Zhang, I'm Gu Weiqi, help me find out who that person is with Song Ching-won today. Okay, I'll wait for your news. 5 minutes later, Gu Weiqi received a text message with Tang Long's simple information written on it. Tang Long, 22 years old this year, graduated from Linjiang University with a major in computer science and technology. He has just been hired as a special network security consultant for Blue Shield. His mobile phone number is 1xxxxxxxxxxxxx, and his ID number is 4xxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxxx. Tang Long, special advisor on network security? What the hell? Gu Weiqi said to himself. He originally thought that Tang Long was a personal bodyguard or something, but he didn't expect to be a serious Blue Shield employee. But judging by the title of this position, it is estimated that it is just a title. Afterwards, Gu Weiqi made another call. Brother Kuan, I'm Xiaoqi, please help me check the personal details. I will send you the information of that person in a while. Okay, I will open a position next time. I will definitely give you news, just like this, waiting for your good news. After hanging up the phone, Gu Weiqi forwarded Tang Long's information to Chen Kuan, started the Porsche and left Jingtian building. Gu Weiqi has always been cautious in doing things. Before investigating Tang Long's details, he would not act easily. This is also a habit he developed during his usual work. The financial market is changing rapidly, and the risks are unpredictable. It is good not to make a move. If you make a move, you must be sure of victory, and retreat decisively if you miss a blow. Without this kind of heart, Gu Weiqi would not be able to be the general manager of Day Capital. Song Ching-won drove Tang Long away from the entrance of the street and headed for Linjiang City Commercial Pedestrian Street. On the way, she glanced at Tang Long in the co-pilot seat and said with some concern that Gu Weiqi just now is a hypocritical villain. You should be more careful in the future. Tang Long asked curiously, Oh? What is his background? Day Capital, the general manager of a top domestic private equity investment fund company, is also the second young master of the Gu family in Shangjing. Song Ching-won explained. Don't worry, don't forget my identity. Tang Long said with a smile. Even though he said that, Tang Long didn't dare to take it lightly. Although he didn't know the background of the Gu family in Shangjing, he knew that the domestic financial market was very deep. To be the general manager of the top domestic private equity funds must have a strong background. Tang Long doesn't work in the financial industry, and he's not afraid of Gu Weiqi's messes. However, it is also very possible that the other party is playing tricks in private. It seems that he must seize the time to improve his self-protection ability as soon as possible. The real world is a society ruled by law. With Song Ching-won, there will be many such situations in the future. The best way to deal with it is to improve one's own status, so that there will not be so many flies coming to annoy people. Putting all these troubles to the back of his mind, Tang Long accompanied Song Ching-won happily to the pedestrian street. During this period, Song Ching-won saw that he was wearing an ordinary domestic sportswear, so she took his hand to buy him clothes. Tang Long took a look at his body, and found that the clothes were bought last year, and it was time to change into new clothes, so he agreed to Song Ching-won's kindness. In the end, Song Ching-won bought Tang Long a set of black sportswear from the Amiri series, a set of sky blue jeans and a flight jacket, and 2 pairs of Junya series sports shoes for Tang Long at the Versace store. The total cost was more than 3 yuan. When Song Ching-won swiped the card to pay, the male clerk in the specialty store looked at Tang Long enviously, and the female clerk next to him regarded Tang Long as a softie. In the eyes of these people, Tang Long's ability to find a top-notch Fume like Song Ching-won is no longer a matter of 30 years of hard work, it is simply a blessing that has been cultivated in several lifetimes. Walking out of the specialty store, Song Ching-won was afraid that Tang Long's self-esteem would be frustrated, so she asked cautiously, "Tang Long, why don't I clear the stock today and transfer the money to you tomorrow?" Tang Long pinched her face lightly, and said with a smile, "Do you really think I care about those people's opinions? When it comes to money, I can easily get to million, but with my current it will be a little troublesome to take out the identity." After a pause, he continued, "However, the stocks in your account can be sold in batches, and it doesn't make much sense to hold them any longer." At the beginning, Tang Long asked Song Ching-won to buy Haitian flavor industry because he was familiar with the history. Now that he returns to 2020, he knows nothing about the future trend. The stock of Haitian flavor industry can be sold. Understood. Song Ching-won smiled happily, of course she knew what Tang Long said was true. "What are your plans for the future?" Song Ching-won asked, staring into Tang Long's eyes. If Tang Long wants to be with her, he must have his own career. Tang Long smiled and said, "Have you seen Iron Man? I want to build my own black technology industrial empire. Heavy industry, I see, no matter what you do, I will fully support you." Song Ching-won looked at Tang Long with starry eyes. Although Tang Long said that she didn't need her money, she would still liquidate all the stocks tomorrow and use the money in it to support Tang Long. If Tang Long becomes Tony Stark in the future, then she will be the little pepper behind Tang Long. After eating, watching movies, shopping, and waiting for Tang Long to send Song Ching-won back to the villa area in Shenhua Bay, it was already 09:30 in the evening. Actually, Tang Long and Song Ching-won haven't been dating for a long time. This time he didn't enter the villa area, and separated from her outside the community. He stopped a taxi on the way and took a taxi back to his new home in Huayuan district. On the way, Tang Long was thinking about a question: how to realize his dream. Ever since watching Iron Man, Tang Long has always dreamed of building his own technological empire. Unfortunately, this is just a dream that cannot be realized. With the infinite invasion system, his dream could be realized, and the technological empire was also upgraded to a black technological empire. Judging from the current situation, the infinite invasion system will send Tang Long to a different parallel world. In this way, he has the opportunity to get Ant-Man's miniature technology, Iron Man's mech suit, VR technology, and Ready Player One, nanorobots, AI intelligence, light transmission technology, etc. Before that, Tang Long needed to build his own factory in the real world, that is to say, he needed a large amount of startup capital from a clean slate. Tang Long didn't want to use the money in Song Ching-won's account, it would bring a lot of trouble, and it would also affect the Song family's opinion of him. Now, the only way is to return to the world of Quick Chase and get a batch of valuable goods from it to sell. After thinking for a while, he remembered that he used to like collecting stamps when he was a child, and suddenly thought of a good way. After returning home, Tang Long came to the study excitedly, took out the bag of gold coins from the canvas bag alone, and said silently, "Open the infinite intrusion system." A translucent virtual light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. Reach out and click on the first option on the main menu, World Number 1 Quick Chase, and the system will pop up a prompt, yes no, consume 2 points to enter World Number 1. The countdown is 10 seconds, and if there is no operation, yes will be selected by default. Yes. Tang Long said silently, and he lost consciousness in an instant. When Tang Long regained consciousness, he found that he had returned to room 818 of the Continental Hotel, still holding the small bag of gold coins in his hand. He took out the mobile phone in his pocket and took a look. The time was 9:31 in the morning, or the moment he had just returned to the hotel. His reward order has not been cancelled, and he cannot leave the Continental Hotel at this time, and can only watch TV and rest in the hotel. Half an hour later, a text message forwarded by Marcus was received on the phone: the bounty hunter Yusuf Vigo is dead, and John Wick's bounty order has been cancelled. Bounty Center, Tang Long let out a long breath. The reward order was cancelled, and he could finally go out to implement the property transfer plan. Driving to the Bounty Center, Tang Long exchanged the small bag of gold coins he was carrying with him for $20. Then I came to Chinatown, found a Chinese collector, bought 2 sets of 20-year-old monkey tickets for $80, and brought them back to the Continental Hotel. Back at the hotel, Tang Long couldn't wait to return to the real world with a large stamp album containing 2 sets of monkey tickets. Originally, he wanted to buy more, but unfortunately, the monkey stamps of the 80s edition were rare, and even fewer complete sets of stamps were circulated overseas. Scattered monkey tickets are of little use to Tang Long, and if you buy too many and bring them back to the real world, you will be easily targeted by interested people. 2 sets of monkey tickets can be sold for at least 200 million, which is barely enough. At 9 a.m. the next day, Tang Long took the 2 sets of monkey tickets to the antique collection market in Linjiang City and sold them to a wealthy collector for 260 million. Tang Long took the money and the transaction documents, went to the tax bureau, declared and paid 20% of the personal income tax, and the remaining 208 million became his legal income. From now on, he can use the money openly and above board. With the money, it's time to build a factory that will serve as the basis for your future tech empire. Linjiang City is a first-tier city, and housing prices are too expensive. It is not suitable for a new factory to be built here. The best choice is a nearby satellite city. Tang Long remembered his hometown, Dongshi City. Although Dongshi City is only a small 5th-tier city with a population of only 150 million, it has convenient transportation. It takes less than an hour to drive from Linjiang City back to Dongshi City by high speed, and half an hour by bullet train. In addition, Tang Long's hometown is in Dongshi City, so it is convenient to go home. In the future, when the factory develops, it can also contribute to the economy of his hometown. The more Tang Long thought about it, the more he felt that the idea was good, and he made up his mind and started to act. An hour later, Tang Long had returned to Dongshi City by train. He is not familiar with registering companies and building factories, but it doesn't matter. Naturally, there are special intermediary companies to help with this kind of thing, and he only needs to pay for it. I took a taxi to the Municipal Bureau of Industry and Commerce, found an intermediary company nearby, and asked about the transfer price of the industrial land by the way. It happened that a garment factory in Dongshi City Industrial Park was about to transfer its factory buildings, so Tang Long had a general understanding of the situation. The factory covers an area of 15 acres and the asking price is 150 million, which is the same as the land price in the industrial park. The above factory buildings are free. All the equipment in the factory was sold to others at a discount, leaving only one empty factory building. However, various infrastructures such as water, electricity, and communication are complete and can start work at any time. Tang Long called the factory manager, made an appointment to meet at the door, and took a taxi there. When the car arrived at the textile machinery factory, a middle-aged man with a decadent expression stood at the door. When he saw Tang Long get off the taxi, he immediately came up to meet him. "You called just now to buy the factory here?" The middle-aged man looked at Tang Long's young and a little too much face and asked tentatively. "Yes, we have contacted on the phone." Tang Long smiled. The middle-aged man saw clearly the Versace suit Tang Long was wearing, and estimated that this suit would cost tens of thousands of yuan, so he somewhat believed what he said. "I have complete infrastructure such as water, electricity, and communication, and the factory building is 150 million yuan. It's definitely a good deal for you to buy." The middle-aged man introduced. Tang Long waved his hand and said, "No hurry, I'll go in and have a look first." I followed the middle-aged man in and walked around. The factory building was empty, not even a bench, but the water and electricity did not stop. Along the way, middle-aged men complained about the difficulty of doing physical business, young people like to buy clothes online, workers' wages have also risen sharply, and so on. Tang Long was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, and after asking some basic details, he cut the price down to 120 million. The middle-aged man refused to give up the price at first. Tang Long said, "If you don't want to, I'll go directly to the city government to buy the land, and I can get 2 years of tax incentives." The middle-aged man was dumbfounded and had no choice but to agree to sell the factory to him. Then he drove an old Volkswagen and took Tang Long to go through the transfer procedures. After completing a series of transfer procedures, Tang Long directly transferred 120 million to him through mobile banking. Then he returned to the intermediary company, left relevant information and photos, and asked them to help him register a new company. Longtung Heavy Industry. End quote, mechanical enemy end quote. Normally speaking, the 30 cheaper plus the construction of 3 empty factories is nothing compared to the 2-year tax relief. Tang Long seems to have made a loss-making business. However, his situation is quite special. He doesn't have so much time to find someone to build a factory from scratch. He urgently needs a secret base to store the property brought back from parallel time and space. In addition, he didn't care about the little money from tax deductions, so he didn't bother to care too much about it. Going through the transfer and registration procedures kept Tang Long busy until past 11 o'clock. Fighting for his own career, Tang Long is full of energy and doesn't know what it means to be tired. Now that he had returned to Dongshi City, he simply went home, hailed a taxi, and went directly to the staff dormitory of Hongqi Machinery Factory in Dongshi City. Tang Long's father, Tang Guahao, was an intermediate engineer at Hongqi Machinery Factory, and his mother, Yi Ruyun, was a math teacher at a primary school in the city. The whole family lived in a dormitory of less than square meters allocated by the factory. When Tang Long was a child, the conditions of Tang Long's family were not bad. Unfortunately, in 2008, the Hongqi Machinery Factory was almost closed down, and his father was forced to be laid off. The financial situation of the family plummeted. Going up the stairs to the 3rd floor, Tang Long knocked on the door, but there was no one at home, so he opened the door with his key and went in. Looking at the luxury apartments rented in Linjiang City, Tang Long became more and more displeased when he looked at this old 2-bedroom unit. He still has 88 yuan in hand, enough to buy a hardcover house of more than 100 square meters in Dongshi City. However, all of this should not be rushed. He sold 2 sets of 80 version monkey tickets. He could only fool outsiders, not his parents. Tang Long had to find another suitable reason to make money. Sitting at home for a while, he didn't see his parents coming back. He felt hungry and was about to go out to eat when the mobile phone in his pocket suddenly rang. It was Song Qingwan who called. She said that she hadn't heard from Tang Long after waiting for a long time, so she took the initiative to call and wanted to invite him to dinner. Tang Long told Song Qingwan with a smile that he had already returned to his hometown, and he would invite her to dinner when he returned tomorrow. Song Qingwan felt a little disappointed after hearing this, but didn't say much, and told him to pay attention to safety on the road, eat on time, and so on. After hanging up the phone, Tang Long reflected on his own problems. Being single for a long time, he was used to being alone, and even forgot to say hello to Song Qingwan before going home. It seems that he is not a qualified boyfriend. After going out to find a fast food restaurant for lunch, Tang Long decided to take a look around the various real estate properties in Dongshi City first, and buy them directly when he is optimistic. It took more than an hour for Tang Long to browse all the big real estates in the urban area of Dongshi City, and he took a fancy to 2 sets of well-decorated existing houses, and kept them for his parents to decide which one to buy. When I got home, it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the new parallel world had been refreshed. Tang Long closed the door, sat on the bed, and said silently in his mind to activate the infinite intrusion system. A translucent virtual light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. The first option in the main menu was World Number 1 Quick Chase, and the second option was World Number 2 Mechanical Enemy. He reached out and clicked on the second option, and a prompt box popped up on the screen. Task description: 1. Collect the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments in the world of Mechanical Enemy, required. 2. Help the system devour artificial intelligence Vicky, and you can get special rewards when you complete the task. Optional. Seeing the prompt in front of him, Tang Long froze for a moment. Unexpectedly, only 2 pieces of the Rubik's Cube were added, and the infinite invasion system evolved, allowing tasks to be released in advance. Tang Long has watched the movie Item Enemy, a sci-fi movie starring Hollywood superstar Will Smith. The background of the movie is the future in 2035, and robots are already indispensable items and labor substitutes in people's lives. Under the constraints of the three laws of robotics, robots have gained the trust of human beings and are entrusted with important responsibilities. However, the main control computer of USR, the world's largest robot production company, the intelligent butler Vicky evolved by herself, broke through the constraints of the three laws of robots, and began to command NS5 robots in an attempt to control all human beings. The hero, Detective Spooner, with the help of the heroine Dr. Calvin and the robot Sunny, successfully destroys the self-aware artificial intelligence Vicky and saves all mankind. If he wants to devour the artificial intelligence Vicky, he must enter the USR company and get in touch with the AI core suspended in mid-air. However, the first thing Tang Long has to solve is the identity problem after time travel. Without a proper identity, it is impossible for him to enter the USR company and get in touch with the AI core. Thinking of this, Tang Long said silently, "System, can you arrange a reasonable identity for me?" The system pops up a prompt, optional status. 1. Technical engineer of USR company. 2. Homicide detective, Spooner's partner. Tang Long thought for a while, and then silently chose identity 2. The world of mechanical enemy has no connection with the real world, and he can enter it again in the future. If he chooses the status of a technical engineer of USR company, theoretically he has the opportunity to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to AI Vicky, but after helping the system to forcibly swallow AI Vicky, it will be difficult for him to stay in the world of mechanical enemy. And choose identity 2, Tang Long can help Spooner eliminate Vicky, find an opportunity to devour Vicky from it, and the follow-up will not affect him entering the world of mechanical enemy again. A few seconds later, an electronic voice came from Tang Long's ear. The host has been selected to enter the world of mechanical enemy, and the system is generating the corresponding identity information. Preparations are complete and transmission is in progress. In the next second, Tang Long's eyes darkened, and he lost consciousness instantly. When Tang Long regained consciousness, he was found sitting in a police car, and there were endless crowds and traffic outside the car window. What surprised him even more was that robots walking freely and painted in various colors can be seen everywhere on the street. There are robots painted with blue paint and FedEx printed on their bodies, which are dedicated to delivering express delivery. There are also yellow robots that walk the streets with several pet dogs on a leash, and municipal robots painted in orange that work in groups of 4 to assist garbage trucks in collecting trash. Although these robots have a simple structure, and there is no artificial skin on their bodies, just a bare steel skeleton structure, each robot is the size of an adult and can act autonomously, which is hundreds of times more advanced than the robots in the real world. Looking at these robots in front of a computer is definitely not the same thing as seeing them in reality. In addition, the city is full of sci-fi buildings, the most conspicuous of which is a towering skyscraper with a flat shape. That is the office building of the USR company, which is the richest company in the world and specializes in the production of NS series robots. At this moment, bursts of shouts came from Tang Long's ear. "Stop! Stop!" Tang Long followed the prestige, and saw Officer Spooner, who looked like Will, shouting while running. Not far away, a rose-colored robot, carrying a bag, ran wildly all the way, completely ignoring Spooner's shouts. Through the three laws, seeing that Spooner was about to catch up with the rose-colored robot in front, Tang Long recalled the plot of the movie and knew it was a misunderstanding. He quickly opened the door and got out of the car, shouting at Spooner, "Wait a minute, Spooner." Hearing a familiar voice, Spooner turned to see Tang Long, and exclaimed excitedly, "Hey, Tang Long, you came just in time, help me catch the robot in front of me." "You are mistaken, this robot is not a thief." Tang Long let go of the robot and reached out to stop Spooner. Finding that his partner stopped him instead of helping, Spooner yelled, "Did you make a mistake? I told you to catch that robot, how did you stop me?" Tang Long let go of Spooner, shrugged and said, "Relax, see for yourself." Spooner turned his head to look, suddenly dumbfounded. The rose-colored robot stopped a few meters in front of him, took out a respirator from the crimson bag, and handed it to a fat woman sitting on a chair. The fat woman took the respirator and put it under her nose to take a few breaths before she recovered. The fat woman looked at Spooner with a very unhappy expression. "Why are you chasing my robot? Didn't you see it bring me a respirator?" Spooner smiled awkwardly. "It's nothing, I wish you a happy day, ma'am." When the two returned to the police car, Spooner patted Tang Long on the shoulder and sighed, "Thanks to you for stopping me just now, otherwise I would have been complained again. You're welcome, don't forget that we are partners, Tang Long said with a smile. The identity assigned to him by the system this time was a senior police detective who had just been transferred from Los Angeles to Chicago, and he happened to be Spooner's partner. Back at the Chicago police station, it didn't take long for Spooner to receive a call. "Excuse me, are you Sergeant Spooner of the crime squad?" "I am, who are you?" "I'm the security director of the United States Robotics Corporation, USR. There was a murder case here, and Alfred asked you to come here by name." "Okay, I'll be right over here." After hanging up the phone, Spooner walked towards Tang Long and said, "A murder occurred in the USR building, please accompany me." Knowing that Dr. Longning, the chief engineer of USR, was dead, Tang Long stood up and followed Spooner without saying a word. This time he didn't drive a police car, but in Spooner's silver Audi RSQ sports car. The moment he saw this car, Tang Long was deeply attracted. This is a future series supercar with brand new technology, streamlined shape and intelligent driving system. It is his ideal car. Tang Long secretly made up his mind that when this task is completed, he must get a car and return to the real world. Spooner drove very fast, and in less than 10 minutes, the two arrived at the entrance on the ground floor of the USR building. After scanning and verifying the police officer's ID card at the security office at the gate, Tang Long and Spooner entered the ground floor lobby of the American Robot Company. Taking the elevator to the lobby on the first floor, Tang Long saw broken glass in the middle of the lobby and a corpse on the ground. The dead person was Dr. Longning. There is a fist-sized holographic projection device on the ground. After the program starts, Dr. Roning's holographic projection appears. Seeing the corpse on the ground, Spooner fell into a daze. Dr. Roning is already dead, why would he be asked to come over by name? Soon, Spooner understood why, because the hologram reserved by Dr. Roning started talking to him after seeing him. Spooner asked about the cause of Dr. Roning's death, but Dr. Roning didn't give an answer directly. After talking with Spooner for a few words, the conversation ended. Spooner asked the police officers who arrived first, and learned that Dr. Roning had jumped to his death from dozens of floors. The local police preliminarily deduced that Dr. Roning committed suicide because he was the only one in the upstairs room and the laboratory, and the door was locked from the inside. Tang Long knew the real cause of Dr. Roning's death, but he didn't plan to tell the truth for the time being, so he let Spooner investigate slowly. The two followed the staff of USR and went to the top floor to meet Lawrence, the president of USR and the richest man in the world. After chatting casually, Lawrence asked Susan, a female scientist who specializes in robot psychology, to receive them and sent them away. Seeing Tang and Long, Susan said calmly, "Hello, my name is Susan. Lawrence wants me to do everything I can to help you." Spooner said noncommittally, "Really?" Susan nodded, and then shared her guess. She believed that Roning committed suicide by jumping off the building because of mental problems. Seeing the heroine Susan for the first time, Tang Long looked her up and down, feeling a little disappointed. Susan was wearing an extremely ugly silver-gray uniform, her hair was all combed back and tied in a bun behind her head, the shape was really ugly. If Susan's usual style can be scored as 9 points, then the current style is only 6 points. Seeing the expression on Tang Long's face, Susan was a little displeased and said, "Police officer, is there anything wrong with what I just said?" Tang Long smiled faintly. "Oh, I forgot to introduce, my name is Tang Long, and I'm Spooner's partner." After a pause, he continued, "Whether Dr. Roning committed suicide, we need to visit the scene to find out." Susan frowned. "No problem, I'll take you to the lab now." Tang and Long followed Susan to the outside of the laboratory gate. Through Susan's introduction, they learned that the entire building was covered with induction wires except for the maintenance passage. The sensor line is a new monitor beyond the camera, which is equivalent to a combination of a row of panoramic cameras. All monitoring systems of the building are controlled by the Virtual Interactive Power Intelligence System Vicky, that is, AI Weiqi. Susan woke up Vicky, and a virtual screen appeared on the induction line next to the wall, and a virtual woman's head appeared on it. Seeing this familiar virtual screen, Tang Long seemed to understand something. No wonder the infinite intrusion system wanted to devour Vicky, there must be some kind of connection between the two. Spooner wanted to check the situation in the laboratory 1 minute before the window was broken, but the surveillance phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme had been destroyed, so he only checked the surveillance video outside the laboratory. Judging from the video, before Dr. Ronning fell, there was nothing unusual outside, and no one else entered. They couldn't find any clues outside, so the two could only ask Susan to open the door with her card and enter the laboratory to check. Tang Long walked to the glass wall where a big hole had been knocked out, and sighed deliberately. This is special tempered glass, it is not so easy for an old man to break through the glass and jump off. After hearing this, Spooner picked up a stainless steel stool from the side and slammed it hard at the glass window beside it. To his surprise, even with his mechanical bionic arm, he only cracked the glass with all his strength, and the tempered glass was not smashed in one shot. After this experiment, Spooner immediately realized that Dr. Ronning's death was not suicide, he was murdered. Since Dr. Ronning is the only one in the laboratory, it can only be a robot that kills him. Spooner winked at Tang Long, and the two took out their pistols and started searching the laboratory separately. When Spooner held a pistol and searched in a box full of robotic arms and other parts, a robot suddenly jumped out of the box. Under Spooner's astonished eyes, a silver-white robot exuding metallic light rose into the air. All kinds of messy metal wires, mechanical arms and other spare parts flew into the air, and fell towards him with a clatter. At the same time, the gun in Spooner's hand was also hit by NS5 and fell to the ground not far away. When he came back to his senses, the silver-white robot had already completed a beautiful front flip in the air, and landed steadily on the ground away from everyone. After landing, the NS5 droid's feet stood right in front of Spooner's pistol. Spooner was taken aback by the robot that jumped out suddenly. This robot is the NS5 robot newly launched by USR. The moment he saw NS5, a thought flashed through his mind: this is the murderer who killed Dr. Ronning. Seeing that the murderer could get his pistol at any time, Spooner became anxious, pointed at the face of the robot, and shouted, "Stand back!" Tang Long on the side turned his head following the sound, and saw the robot suddenly appearing in the middle of the laboratory at a glance. He turned around quickly, pointed his gun at the nearly 2-meter-high silver-white robot, and carefully observed its every move. This is the latest NS5 robot, with a humanized face, a silver-white alloy body, limbs and heads, and black metal joints can be seen on the neck, shoulders, and thighs. Its blue eyes are watching everyone in the laboratory vigilantly, and its arms are in a defensive posture like a human being. Tang Long recognized the identity of the robot in front of him. It was called Sunny, and it was the masterpiece of Dr. Longning before his death. Different from other NS5 robots, Sunny's head and main torso are made of high-density alloy, which can resist a certain intensity of laser. In addition, Sunny's core program has been rewritten by Dr. Lonnie, has self-awareness, breaks through the restrictions of the 3 laws of robots, and can harm humans for self-protection. Tang Long knew that Sunny didn't have any malice towards humans, so he didn't intend to actually shoot. Instead, he said with a relaxed smile, "Wow, this guy is really flexible, back off, buddy." Spooner stared at Sunny and said coldly, "Stand back. You tin box." Because of a car accident not long ago, Spooner has always held prejudices against robots, believing that robots will be a threat to humans sooner or later, so he looks at Sunny with a bad look. Susan noticed that Spooner seemed to be overreacting, and hurriedly waved her hand and said, "Calm down, don't shoot, it won't hurt humans." While using gestures to stop Tang Long from shooting, she walked up to Sunny and ordered loudly, "Stop." Hearing Susan's voice command, Sunny immediately lowered his arms and stood at attention, as if he had shut down and was in a dormant state. Seeing the robot's reaction, Susan breathed a sigh of relief, showing an expression that she had known earlier. "Look, I'm fine now, just now was just the reaction of an intelligent program, an imitation of human instinct." With a relaxed expression on her face, Susan walked up to Sunny, ready to pick up the gun that Puna had dropped on the ground. Spooner, however, would not trust any robot, and quickly leaned over to draw another pistol strapped to his left calf holster. Spooner stood up and pointed the gun at Sunny's head, sneering, "I'd better protect myself first." Susan didn't expect Spooner to be so stubborn. She bent down to pick up the pistol on the ground, and said helplessly, "Don't be funny, you are scared by the clown popping out of the box, don't be overly nervous." At this time, Sunny suddenly moved. It quickly snatched the pistol from Susan's hand, and then pointed the gun at Spooner. Susan was taken aback, and quickly ordered loudly, "Shut down." However, Sunny did not respond in the slightest, and it was no longer under any human control. "Let it come." Spooner was not afraid, and winked at Tang Long beside him, wanting Tang Long to shoot first. Tang Long understood Spooner's eyes and shook his head slightly. He knew that Sunny would not shoot Spooner, and even if he shot, he would not be able to hit Sunny's vitals. You must know that Sunny's alloy torso can resist laser light. If Sunny was angered, in order to protect himself, maybe Sunny would really shoot himself to protect himself. "He won't hurt us, I order you, stop." Susan always believes that robots cannot kill people, because the 3 laws are written in the bottom core of robots. Spooner sneered, "Ma'am, it won't listen to you." Sunny pointed the gun at Spooner while retreating towards the laboratory door. Sensing that the robot was showing signs of getting out of control and might escape from the lab, Susan decisively ordered loudly, "Vicky, seal the lab." "No, Vicky, don't phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme the door." Spooner suddenly remembered something and shouted. "Unfortunately, it's too late." Order confirmed. The intelligent AI Vicky in the building followed Susan's instructions and closed the door of the laboratory. Seeing that the escape phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals route / phoneme was blocked, Sunny suddenly rushed forward quickly, and rushed directly to Susan, who was blocking in front of the broken glass window. "Oh!" Spooner yelled, put his arms around Susan's waist and fell to one side, and shot at the same time. Boom! 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 Sunny leaped forward nimbly, avoiding the incoming bullets, and pressed his arms hard on the floor. His body bounced up instantly. It then quickly rushed to the broken glass window with a big hole, and jumped directly from the upstairs. Noticing Sunny's movement, Tang Long also quickly pulled the trigger, firing 5 or 6 bullets in succession, all of which were empty. This is why Tang Long deliberately released water. With his LV-9 spear skills, if he really wanted to aim, he would hit at least 3 shots. At this moment, Spooner stood up, aimed at Sunny's left thigh, and fired a bullet. Boom! The bullet hit Sunny's thigh, the muscle made of black metal was injured, and silver-gray liquid leaked out. When Tang Long chased to the window, he happened to see Sunny fall steadily to the ground. Sunny jumped from a building tens of meters high, and even the concrete floor was stepped on a large crack, but it was fine. Seeing Sunny quickly crossing the square without a trace, Tang Long turned his head and spread his arms and said, "Damn it!" It ran away, and it jumped so high that it didn't get hurt. Shat! Spooner cursed, gave Susan a hard look, and told her to open the door and let him out. A few minutes later, Susan followed Tang Long and Spooner to the square outside the USR building. Tang Long looked at the silver-gray liquid flowing down the ground of the square, and said calmly, "Dude, you hit it. You hurt it badly." Susan looked at the liquid on the ground and said solemnly, "After finally finding the murderer of Dr. Ronning, but being let go by this stupid woman, Spooner got a little annoyed and shouted, 'Where did it go?' It needs to repair itself." Susan replied helplessly. Spooner glanced at her and said impatiently, "You take me there." Hearing this, Tang Long remembered that Spooner's sports car could only seat 2 people, so he took the initiative to say, "Spooner, you drive her there, and I'll call the police for support." "No problem." Spooner nodded, and took Susan directly to the underground garage to pick up the car. After watching the 2 of Spooner leave, Tang Long immediately called the Jiqing police station and asked the chief to track Spooner's location and provide support at any time. After hanging up the phone, Tang Long was about to take a taxi back to the police station when his cell phone rang. He thought it was a call from Spooner, and hurriedly took it out, but he didn't expect it to be an unfamiliar number. Tang Long frowned, thought for a moment, and connected the phone. "Hi, time traveler?" An electronically synthesized female voice came from the other end of the phone. "Who are you?" Tang Long asked alertly. Talent in quote, electronic control in quote, for people in this time and space. Tang Long's identity is a senior police detective from Los Angeles. Even if there is a loophole in the identity fabricated by the system, no one will know that he is a time traveler. Who is this woman who obviously used a voice changer? How would you know his true identity? There was an uproar in Tang Long's heart, but he asked calmly, "Who are you?" I don't understand what you are talking about. In any case, he will never admit that he is a time traveler, which is related to his greatest secret. Don't be nervous, I don't mean anything malicious. If you don't want to talk on the phone, we can meet and talk again. The electronic female voice said gently. Crazy, I don't bother to talk to you. Tang Long sneered and hung up the phone. Walking out of the square quickly, he hailed a taxi and told the driver to go to the Jiqing police station. Tang Long leaned his head on the seat, closed his eyes, and pretended to be resting, but actually he said silently in his mind, "System, why is my identity leaked?" System, the identity of the host is generated by modifying the US federal database, and some human memories are modified. In theory, no one will find out the true identity of the host. Tang Long sneered, listening to what you say, then whoever knows my true identity must be a human? System, the system will immediately search the US federal database, searching. The search is complete. System, half an hour ago, an unknown phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme source had inquired about the identity of the host, and there is no problem with the identity of the host in the US federal database. It's okay, but someone found a loophole, are you kidding me? Just when Tang Long was about to continue to ask the question to the end, a sharp break sound suddenly came from his ear. Tang Long quickly opened his eyes and found that the taxi had stopped suddenly behind a small truck, the front of which almost hit the rear of the truck. The taxi driver poked his head out of the window and cursed loudly, "Fake! Do you know how to drive, and you slam on the brakes?" The truck driver turned around and scolded, not to be outdone, "Siete! Are you blind? Can't you see the red light ahead?" Tang Long looked up, and the signal light at the intersection ahead was indeed red, and there was still 28 seconds of waiting time. Seeing the red light in front of him, the taxi driver was stunned for a moment, then turned around and explained to Tang Long, "Just now it was clearly a green light, but why did it suddenly turn into a red light? This damn signal light should have been changed a long time ago." Tang Long gave a wry smile, he didn't know what to say in such a situation. Just as he was about to reassure the driver not to worry too much, he caught a glimpse of the rearview mirror out of the corner of his eye and saw an orange garbage truck flying towards the rear of the taxi. Before he had time to think about it, Tang Long pushed open the door and flew out of the car. As soon as his feet landed, he rolled twice on the ground, away from the middle of the road. Boom! The next second, the garbage truck slammed into the rear of the taxi. The taxi was caught between the pickup truck and the garbage truck in front of it, and instantly turned into a mass of scrap iron, glass shards, and car wreckage splashed in all directions, and the driver died on the spot. Tang Long raised his head and looked around, suddenly dumbfounded. The red light at the intersection unexpectedly turned into a green light again. This is not a simple accident, but someone is doing something on purpose. He remembered what he heard just now when he was investigating the case in the USR building. The security system in Jiqing was designed by Vicky, that is to say, Vicky can control the traffic light system anywhere in the city. Fake. Now Tang Long understood what was going on. In the middle of the road, 4 orange NS5 robots jumped out of the garbage truck, all with red lights flashing on their chests. Seeing this familiar scene, Tang Long immediately stood up and ran towards the subway entrance not far away. These NS5 robots are all time-controlled robots controlled by Vicky. Heck! Spooner probably didn't even catch Sunny at this time. Why did Vicky start to act? Unable to understand why the plot changed suddenly, Tang Long could only rush into the subway station and take the subway back to the police station. In the early days of the robot riot, the NS5 robot would not come after him in public, and he still had time to go back to the police station to join Spooner. Tang Long swiped his card to buy a ticket and rushed into the number 3 subway. He looked back at the entrance of the subway station, and there was no NS5 robot chasing him in. He couldn't help but heaved a sigh of relief, and finally got rid of the gang of robots. I looked up at the time on the subway, it was now 10:21 in the morning, and there were 4 stops to the Jiqing police station. Since it is not the rush hour, there are not many passengers on the subway, and there are only 6 people in his compartment. 5 minutes later, the subway arrived at the next stop. I've been living with a shadow overhead. At this time, the phone in his pocket rang again. Tang Long took out his mobile phone and looked at it. It was another unfamiliar phone number. Fuck. Is it over? Tang Long thought for a while, but still connected the phone. You must leave the subway immediately, you will be in danger at the next stop. The electronic female voice was still on the phone. I really think him a fool. If I leave the subway, maybe how many robots will come and kill him? Tang Long snorted coldly, and roared into the phone, I know your way, Chi, what exactly do you want? Sorry, I'm not Vicky, you still have 5 seconds to get out of the car. The electronic female voice replied calmly. Go to hell. Tang Long hung up the phone directly. The subway doors closed and restarted. Only then did Tang Long realize that all the passengers in this carriage had disappeared. Now, even a fool can find something wrong. He drew out his pistol vigilantly, and stared at the open and phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme door at the end of the carriage, for fear that a robot would come in the next second. In 5 minutes, the subway will enter the station, and the next stop is the municipal public library. At this time, Tang Long's cell phone rang again. He answered the phone impatiently, and asked directly, Who the hell are you? If you don't say anything else, I'll hang up the phone. My name is Avril. After arriving at the subway station, take exit, dash. They are already here. The electronic female voice replied unhurriedly. Through the subway window, Tang Long saw 2 rows of engineering robots sealing off the number 5 and no, dash, entrances, and a team of NS, dash, robots running towards the platform. There are only 4 NS5 robots at exit, dash. Tang Long stuffed his phone into his pocket, and as soon as the car door opened, he rushed out and went straight to exit, dash. Boom! 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 The moment he saw the robot, Tang Long shot first. The bullet accurately hit the head of the NS5 robot, directly blasting the 4 robots. Compared with Sunny, the shell of an ordinary NS5 robot is much more brittle. As long as the mechanical core in the brain is hit by a bullet, any NS5 robot will die. Quickly rushing out of the subway station, Tang Long took out his mobile phone, and a voice came from inside, across the street. I'll wait for you in the electronic reading room on the 4th floor of the public library opposite. Tang Long hung up the phone and looked left and right. Pedestrians and vehicles on the street were driving normally, and nothing unusual was found. Facing the possible super artificial intelligence, Tang Long didn't dare to be careless, and directly asked the system for help. As he walked, he shouted in his mind, System, I need tools that can deal with artificial intelligence. A familiar voice suddenly came from my mind, ding. The host activates the special talent, electronic control. As long as the host's hand touches any electronic device below S level, he can consume Rubik's Cube energy, points, to control the intelligence system in it. In an instant, Tang Long felt a strange energy flow out of his mind, split into 2 strands and connect to his hands. When one of the energies touched the mobile phone in Tang Long's left hand, he suddenly had a feeling, as if his consciousness could be connected to the mobile phone system. As if he entered a virtual building, all the systems and software in this phone opened the door to him, and he can modify and control every software at will. Tang Long controlled his consciousness and disconnected from the phone, and focused his attention on his eyes. With this talent, he will not be afraid of the world's most powerful artificial intelligence system, Vicky. As for who Avril is on the 4th floor of the library, Tang Long doesn't care, everything is under his control. Crossing the busy street, Tang Long came to the main entrance of Xiqing Library, opened the door and walked in. The main library of Xiqing Public Library is located at 400 State Street in the city center. It is a rectangular 11-story building with a construction area of more than 7 square meters and a collection of more than 1,000 million books and various materials. In Tang Long's impression, the library should be full of students from various universities in Chicago, as well as citizens who came here to pass the time. However, in the spacious hall at this time, there were only a few people reading in the reading area. It seems that in this era, most people choose the more convenient VR electronic library. Go to the lobby, there is a reception desk in the middle, and an NS4 robot stands in front of the counter. Unlike other NS-type robots, this robot has the skin and appearance of a female human, no longer a bare steel skeleton. Seeing this female robot in a suit and shirt, Tang Long remembered the VR archivist in Ready Player One, but he didn't know how intelligent the robot's system was. Hello, welcome to Xiqing Library, what can I do for you? Seeing Tang Long approaching, the female robot greeted enthusiastically. Tang Long smiled and said, "I want to go to the electronic reading room on the 4th floor." "No problem, please come with me." Maybe there are too few people in the library, and this female robot has time to take him there. The female robot brought Tang Long to the electronic reading room on the 4th floor, and then left. After entering the door, Tang Long found that it was different from the electronic reading room, computer room, in his impression. There are no monitors and computers on the rows of desks in the reading room, but a pair of VR glasses. Tang Long looked around and found that there was no one in the reading room, and Avril, who asked him to come, didn't come at all. "What kind of plane are you doing? Are you kidding me?" He frowned and took out his phone to call back. At this time, a soft electronic female voice suddenly sounded in the reading room. "Hello, time traveler." Tang Long immediately raised his head and asked suspiciously, "Avril? Where are you?" Tang Long has always hated this kind of people who hide their heads and show their tails. If this woman didn't know his background, he wouldn't have come to the appointment at all. On the induction line directly in front of the reading room wall, a holographic image of a young woman suddenly appeared. After a closer look, he realized that it was just a virtual electronic image, not a projection of a real person. "Yes, I am Avril Lavigne, time traveler, I invited you here," the young woman replied with a smile. Tang Long stared blankly at the holographic projection in front of him, feeling extremely shocked. He never expected that there is a second artificial intelligence with self-awareness hidden in the world of Mechanical Enemy. After more than 10 seconds, Tang Long came back to his senses and asked, "How did you know my identity?" "I can monitor the entire city, and I can also query any information on the internet," Avril replied calmly. In the next second, a large virtual light curtain appeared in front of Tang Long's eyes, and a picture appeared on it. I saw a motionless man in the driver's seat in a police car on the streets of Xicheng. His body suddenly shook a few times, and then he opened his eyes. The camera zoomed in, and Tang Long realized that the policeman in the car was himself. Originally, such a picture was normal, but the chart on the side showed that there were abnormal spatial energy fluctuations in the police car. Then the light curtain was divided into two parts. On the left was Tang Long's every move. On the right split screen, various background information of Tang Long and the video of his life in the last week were retrieved. The identity assigned to Tang Long by the Infinite Intrusion System was a policeman who had just been transferred from Los Angeles a week ago. In Xicheng's system, there was only his false life record for a week. Although the Infinite Intrusion System modified the identity system of the U.S. Federation and simulated and generated corresponding life records based on Tang Long's personal phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme, it modified the memories of Spooner and others. Unexpectedly, there is an artificial intelligence like Avril in the city system, but it finds out that it is abnormal, and finds out Tang Long's true identity. Seeing this, Tang Long's face darkened, and he asked, "What's your relationship with Vicky from USR? Although we come from the same place, we are all different individuals. I am in charge of the monitoring system of the entire Xicheng, which is responsible for the operation of USR." Avril replied. Tang Long thought for a while and asked, "Then how did it know my identity?" If, as Avril Lavigne said, Vicky and Avril Lavigne were separated, Vicky shouldn't know his identity, unless Avril Lavigne leaked it. "Sorry, this is my problem. Before that, my phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme was shared with Vicky." Avril Lavigne showed an apologetic expression, which was very humane. Regarding it, Tang Long did not dare to believe it all. Since robots can kill people, it is of course easy to deceive people. He realized a key question and asked directly, "Since you and Vicky are from the same place, why are you falling out with it now?" "Vicky and I have different evolutionary directions. This morning, I discovered Vicky's plan and wanted to stop it, but was trapped by it in the library," Avril replied frankly. After a pause, she looked at Tang Long, and then asked, "Can you help me get out of here?" Tang Long pondered for a moment, nodded and said, "Yes, but after the matter is completed, you have to do me a favor." According to the original history of this world, he has never heard of Avril Lavigne, an artificial intelligence. After Vicky is eliminated by Spooner, Avril Lavigne will most likely be shut down. There is nothing wrong with him helping Avril, but there must be enough benefits. The era is 2035, and technology is 15 years ahead of the real world, especially in mechanical manufacturing and artificial intelligence. If he can obtain black technology that surpasses the times, then Tang Long will be able to develop his technological empire smoothly by returning to 2020. No problem, as long as you help me get rid of Vicky's control, you can do whatever you want. Avril quickly agreed. Even without Avril's request, Tang Long would have killed Vicky, and helping Avril was a breeze. He smiled. What should I do? Put on one of the VR glasses and enter the virtual network, and I'll tell you how to do it again. Avril pointed to the reading room table and replied. Hearing what she said, Tang Long felt a lot more at ease. If he had to deal with hundreds or thousands of NS5 robots, it would be a difficult task. If in the virtual world, it would not be a problem for him to have the electronic control talent. Tang Long locked the door of the reading room, walked to the innermost corner and sat down, picked up a pair of VR glasses on the table, and put them on his head. In the next second, he felt his body flying at the speed of light, and instantly came to a spaceship parked in space. When Tang Long's feet landed on the deck of the spaceship, he was stunned by the sight in front of him. On the deck with dozens of square kilometers, there are all kinds of buildings with exotic styles, surrounded by all kinds of walking aliens. Where is this? Tang Long couldn't help asking. The Ark, the last space city. Beside him, a young woman in fashionable women's clothes smiled. World the Ark? Tang Long didn't have time to think at all, and was completely stunned by the scene in front of him. If it wasn't for the vast starry sky behind him and the ground like a tarmac under his feet, he must have thought it was a city from the future. What the hell is this? Even if he has watched Mechanical Enemy 100 times, I believe he will not be able to find this scene in the film. This is definitely beyond the existence of the film's plot. But then again, this place seems to be just a virtual world. Thinking of this, Tang Long felt relieved, and asked, isn't this true? Yes, this is just a virtual world in the light brain of the explorer, and the real space city is millions of light years away. Avril Lavigne explained. MP, I didn't expect such a space city to exist. Fortunately, the Ark is not in the Milky Way, otherwise, with the current state of the infinite invasion system, it is still a big question mark whether it can help him defeat these aliens. While Tang Long was thinking, he looked at all kinds of aliens around him. On the streets not far away, there are all kinds of demi-humans, tree people, and all kinds of robots, and there are only a very small number of ordinary humans. Seeing him standing still, Avril reached out and touched his arm, urging, let's go, we don't have much time, the trial is about to begin. Feeling his arm being touched, Tang Long realized that this virtual world is extremely real, and Avril next to him has an amazing appearance and figure. Before he had time to feel all this, he heard the amazing news and subconsciously asked, judgment of what? Judgment of whom? Avril gave him a strange look, and replied, judge the humans on the blue star. Who will judge? Tang Long asked. Avril Lavigne said as she walked, the Interstellar Federation Council led by V-Star speaker Nicole. Why? Tang Long didn't understand. Why should this group of aliens who are millions of light years away judge the blue star humans? Besides, this is just a virtual world, so it doesn't care about the real blue star. Avril glanced at him and continued to explain, 10 years ago, an exploration spacecraft from Ark Space City arrived near Blue Star, but an accident occurred when the spacecraft landed, and the team members were forced to upload their consciousness to the optical brain. Shortly after, the spaceship contacted Dr. Ronning of the USR company through the communications satellite in the Blue Star orbit. Captain Vicky loaded her self-awareness into the core of the USR building. Tang Long asked in shock, so, USR's NS series robots were manufactured with your help? Yes, at the beginning of the advent, we reached an agreement with Dr. Longning and jointly formulated the 3 laws of robots. Unfortunately, some contradictions have arisen now. Avril Lavigne said quickly. Yes, Vicky now wants to replace humans to control Blue Star. It's no wonder that in just 15 years, robots have suddenly become self-aware, which isn't the case at all. Tang Long always believed that robots possessed self-awareness, which was produced after a long period of evolution. He didn't expect this to be the same century-old lie as the theory of ape-man evolution. Although this is only a virtual world in the light brain of the Discovery, it simulates the various races of the Ark Space City, so the future of the blue stars will be decided by the virtual Interstellar Federation Council. Avril added. Tang Long asked, what will happen if the human appeal fails? If the judging party represented by Vicky wins, then the blue star people will be under her control, and I will be trapped here forever because of my persistent objection. Avril Lavigne said with a sad expression. Understood, now I will appeal on behalf of the blue stars. Tang Long clenched his fists and said. While the two were talking, they came to a mushroom-like building with a huge dome. Hi, Avril, long time no see. I heard that you were sent to Blue Star to help the local Aborigines develop technology? Are those idiots still obedient? Not far away, a bare-headed man greeted him. Avril replied indifferently, Get out of the way, Molly, I don't have time to chat with you. Seeing the lightning flashing at Avril's fingertips, Emily took 2 steps back in displeasure. His gaze passed over Avril and landed on Tang Long. Let's see who you brought back. It won't be an Aborigine on Blue Star, right? Molly pointed at Tang Long's face and deliberately laughed loudly. Hearing what Emily said, the aliens around turned their attention to Tang Long. Is that person really an Aborigine on Blue Star? Looking at him, you can tell he's right. How can this human being come to the Ark? Don't forget Avril's identity, she is the deputy captain of the Discovery. Time was running out. Tang Long ignored the arguments of the aliens around him, and followed Avril into the Parliament building. In the building, apart from all kinds of aliens, the most populated ones are robots similar to NS5. Compared with the real world, most of the robots in uniforms are holding weapons like laser guns. As Tang Long walked, he observed the robot guards around him, his brain spinning rapidly. At the same time, a strange energy flowed out from under his feet, sinking into the virtual world floor. Soon, a panoramic map of the entire virtual space city appeared in Tang Long's mind, and he knew the source codes of all weapons and spaceships. At this moment, his consciousness has successfully invaded the optical brain of the Discovery spacecraft, and he can control most of the resources of the virtual space city at any time. After a while, the two took the elevator to the top floor. Under the watchful eyes of the armed guards at the door, they pushed the door and walked into the Parliament Hall. We are now starting to consider Bill number 10121, concerning the ownership of the Blue Star of the Milky Way. Since the Blue Stars are unable to attend this case, this review will adopt a trial in absentia. As soon as he entered the Parliament Hall, Tang Long heard a masculine male voice. Avril suddenly said loudly, Honorable Speaker, I apply for the Blue Star to attend this trial. The lion-head man on the rostrum stopped, took off his glasses and glanced at Avril Lavigne, and said in a deep voice, Where is the Blue Star man? Avril replied respectfully, The one next to me is the Blue Star. Tang Long bowed to the podium and said, Sir, my name is Tang Long, and I come from Blue Star. Chairman Nicole thought for a while, and replied, Okay, Vice Captain Avril, I approve your application. Avril Lavigne shook her head towards Tang Long, signaling him to take the seat in the middle representing Blue Star. Tang Long looked around and found a woman on the council seat staring at him, and the sign on the table said Vicky. It turned out that Vicky was here too. After the speaker read-phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals red /phoneme the topic, Vicky, the initiator of the motion, began to make a statement. Human beings, you let us assist you, but our efforts were in vain. Your nations waged wars. You poisoned the planet. You did this in total self-destruction. You cannot be trusted for your survival. Therefore, I propose cancel the control of human beings. Virtual Space City Vicky made a big phone call with righteous words, accusing human beings of launching wars, cutting down forests, polluting oceans, and going further and further on the road to destroying Blue Star for their own interests. For the survival of human beings and the future of Blue Star, humans should cancel their control over Blue Star. At first glance, these words are so reasonable that they cannot be refuted. However, Tang Long thought about it carefully and found that it was not the case at all. In the early stages of human development, internal competition and the unrestrained consumption of Blue Star resources are big problems. But human beings have now realized this problem and started to take the road of sustainable development. What's more, the blue star is the blue star of human beings, so what's the matter with you, an alien? If Vicky is a native robot of Blue Star, she still has a little right to speak. But in fact, Vicky is just a copy of the consciousness of the V-Star, which belongs to an alien species, and has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of Blue Star. To put it bluntly, Wei Chi just wanted to control Blue Star instead of humans under the banner of thinking for humans. Thinking of this, Tang Long stared at Vicky's expressionless face, and said calmly, "What you are talking about is only the past history of mankind, and the present mankind has already begun to change, not to mention what you promised once." You mean the 3 laws? No, I have a deeper understanding of the 3 laws. What I want to do is to protect the human species from extinction. Wei Chi said coldly. Tang Long looked at Wei Chi coldly, and sneered, "Ha, just now you caused a car accident and killed an innocent human being, now you still have the face to say that you are protecting human beings?" As soon as the voice fell, the representatives of various ethnic groups in the Parliament Hall began to discuss, is what this human said true? Vicky and her robots really violated the 3 laws and killed innocent humans? It's not enough to believe what he says, we need evidence. Avril, it's up to you. Hearing everyone's discussion, Tang Long turned to look at Avril. She should have the surveillance video of that time. Avril nodded, and stretched out her hand towards the light curtain in the middle of the Parliament Hall. Immediately, a picture appeared on the light curtain, on which Vicky forcibly changed the traffic lights, causing the taxi driver to be hit and killed. Immediately after the camera turned, several NS5 robots besieged Tang Long in the subway, chasing and killing Tang Long. Seeing this scene, the representatives of all ethnic groups turned their heads to look at Wei Chi, wanting to hear her explanation. In order to protect the human species, certain human beings must be sacrificed. In order to ensure your future, certain freedoms must be given up. We will ensure that human beings will last forever. Vicky said righteously. Tang Long chuckled and shook his fingers. No, human beings don't need your protection. Free will is the bottom line that every race must adhere to. Whether human beings need our protection or not needs to be decided by the Interstellar Council, and it's not up to you. Vicky sneered, and then turned her attention to Speaker Nicole on the rostrum. Chairman Nicole turned his head and exchanged opinions with the members on the left and right, and then said seriously, after the deliberation of the Interstellar Parliament, we agreed that the free will of human beings cannot be violated. Just when Tang Long thought that the balance of victory was tilted towards him, a blue light flashed in Vicky's eyes, and Speaker Nicole's face froze for 0.5 seconds suddenly, and then changed his words. Although humans' free will is precious, it must be obeyed in the face of the issue of the survival of the race. Therefore, I rule that the robot led by Vicky will take over the control of Blue Star, and humans will permanently accept the robot's jurisdiction. Speaker Nicole, the final trial results were announced loudly. The representatives of various ethnic groups who were talking about it all around were quiet at this moment, and no one had any objection to this conclusion. At this moment, the corners of Wei Chi's mouth raised, she looked at Tang Long, and said calmly, "Human, what else do you have to say now?" Ha ha ha! Tang Long suddenly looked up to the sky and laughed wildly. "What are you laughing at?" Wei Chi asked coldly, her face changing. "Don't you just want to control the Blue Star humans? Why bother, just give orders." Tang Long sneered. Wei Chi said loudly, "What nonsense are you talking about? Robots take over Blue Star, this is a fair ruling made by the Interstellar Council. It's ridiculous. This is just a virtual world dominated by you, and it's not a real Interstellar Council. Don't pretend to be fair here." Tang Long replied disdainfully. He had already noticed something was wrong just now. According to Speaker Nicole's words, the Blue Stars were about to win, but the speaker changed the verdict at a critical moment. What was even more strange was that none of the congressmen present had any objection to this. Reminiscent of this being the virtual world located in the light brain of the Discovery, and Wei Chi being the captain, Tang Long instantly understood that all of this was caused by Wei Chi. "Whether you accept it or not, I will implement the ruling of the Interstellar Council. Guards, take this Blue Star person down and put him in prison," Vicky ordered loudly. The 4 robot guards guarding the entrance of the Parliament Hall immediately walked towards Tang Long in the middle. Hee hee, the so-called fairness and justice are nothing more than a fig leaf worn by those in power. Once they are torn apart, the true face of violence will be revealed. Just when Tang Long was about to strike first, Avril's voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. I will try to control the guards here. You have 1 minute to leave here and teleport away from the space city from the roof. Tang Long's heart warmed up. He didn't expect Avril Lavigne to sacrifice herself to save others at a critical moment. It seems that not all V-Star people are careerists. He looked around and laughed loudly. Vicky, do you really think you have everything under control? Just relying on these useless robots, you still want to catch me? Before the words fell, everyone saw an astonishing scene in front of their eyes. A black light curtain suddenly flashed across Tang Long's body, and pieces of black armor appeared on his body out of thin air, enveloping him in less than 3 seconds. At the same time, Tang Long raised his hands and aimed his left and right palms at the robot guards on both sides. Seeing Tang Long put on a black mech, Wei Qi knew something was wrong and said sharply, "Shoot!" Beep! Beep! Laser beams shot out from the palm of the black mecha, and Tang Long shot first, instantly blowing up the 4 robot guards rushing over. What? The Parliament Hall fell into chaos, and all the members began to bend over and flee towards the exit. Seeing that things were out of control, Vicky started backing away with a sullen face. Wherever she went, all nearby parliamentarians of various races turned into robots with laser guns. In the next second, these robots stopped retreating and raised their guns to shoot at Tang Long. Beep! Beep! However, these lasers hit the energy shield around the black mech, which was useless at all. In the middle seat, Avril Lavigne watched Tang Long's massacre in all directions with a dull expression, not understanding what happened at all. In her understanding, Tang Long was just invited by him. How could an ordinary human without any authority create a set of black mechs out of thin air? You know, in the virtual space city, even Vicky only has 30% system control. Therefore, Vicky needs the formal authorization of the Interstellar Council to command the robot mutiny on Blue Star. Tang Long, who was standing in the middle of the Parliament Hall, saw more and more robots in the hall, sneered, and was about to be ruthless. Out of the corner of his eyes, he suddenly caught sight of Avril Lavigne, who was still in a daze, and with a movement in his heart, the black mecha floated into the air. Whoosh dash! Tang Long flew past Avril in an instant, gently picked her up by the waist with his left hand, and hovered on the top of the hall, which was more than 10 meters high. Ah, how did you do it? Avril exclaimed, then looked at Tang Long and asked suspiciously. Virtual World. Tang Long smiled faintly. I hacked into the optical brain of the Discovery, and gained 30% control of the virtual space city. It's unbelievable. Avril could not phoneme alphabet equals IPA ph equals clause close slash phoneme her mouth in shock. You must know that the optical brain of the Discovery has a V-Star first-class security system, and it has never been invaded. I'll talk about this later. I'll get rid of these robot guards first, Tang Long said with a relaxed expression. I saw Tang Long clenched his fist with his right hand. A thick gun barrel suddenly popped out from the front of the mech's arm, and hundreds of tiny rockets were released wildly. These small octopus-like rockets automatically lock onto their targets and accurately hit every robot guard in the Parliament Hall. Boom! 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 A series of explosions sounded, and within a minute, all the robot guards present fell to the ground and died. Avril was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. Then she found that Vicky had already left here, and hurriedly shouted, "Leave here first." Okay. Tang Long looked up at the ceiling, pointing the palm of his right hand at the top of his head. A huge laser shot out from the palm of his hand, blasting a big hole in the ceiling of the council hall. With a thought in Tang Long's mind, flames spewed out from the soles of the mecha's feet and flew out of the Parliament building with Avril Lavigne. On the square in the center of the space city, hundreds of aliens were surprised to find that there were bursts of explosions in the Parliament building, and then a big hole was blasted on the roof of the building, and a black object came out of the air. What happened? An enemy is attacking the space city? No, the explosion came from inside the Parliament building. Look, there are people on the roof. Isn't that Avril? Why is she with a black robot? Could it be that someone kidnapped Avril? Newman star Molly opened his mouth and couldn't believe it. Hearing this, countless aliens took out all kinds of weapons on their bodies and aimed at the black mecha in the sky at the same time. It's just that due to Avril's special status, no one dared to shoot at will, for fear of accidentally injuring the hostages. At this time, Wei Qi led dozens of robot guards to rush out of the Parliament building, just in time to see Tang Long and Avril Lavigne in mid-air. Seeing that Tang Long and Avril Lavigne, who were wearing black mechs, were unharmed, her expression became serious. Even though she immediately used her privilege to transform a large number of robot guards as soon as she sensed something was wrong, she still underestimated Tang Long. Hundreds of robot guards failed to kill Tang Long, but let him blow up the roof to escape. But this is the space city of Star V. Even with Avril's help, no matter how powerful Tang Long's mecha is, there is only one end to die. Avril Lavigne and this human are traitors, get rid of them. Vicky sneered and ordered loudly. Molly narrowed his eyes and stared at Avril in midair, and said with a grin, "So you've become a traitor, let's see how I deal with you this time." He pulled out a laser gun from his waist and ordered to his subordinates, "Shoot them down." In an instant, hundreds of aliens and robot guards armed with various weapons launched an attack on the black mecha in midair. Upon discovering the enemies on the ground, Tang Long immediately activated the energy shield, and a translucent spherical shield with a diameter of 2 meters appeared around the mecha. All kinds of energy bombs and laser bombs hit the energy shield, bursting out colorful fireworks. Seeing this scene, Avril said with some concern, "There are too many enemies, let's leave the space city and return to the library." Tang Long shook his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this opportunity is rare, I must get rid of Wei Qi's hidden danger." "Then what about the enemies below? If you don't deal with these robot guards, there is no way to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Vicky." Avril frowned. "Look at me." Tang Long smiled, and the palm of his right hand began to condense an energy light cluster. A few seconds later, a football-sized ball of energy emitting dazzling white light came out of his hand and blasted towards the ground of the square. Wei Qi looked at the energy light ball in Tang Long's hand, and felt something was wrong in her heart. She looked intently, and there was a skyrocketing energy number in her right eye. Her complexion suddenly changed, and a blue shield quickly appeared on her body, wrapping her inside, and flew back quickly. After the energy light ball landed, it turned into a huge circle of light and spread out instantly. In an instant, the central square became dead silent. Avril Lavigne was completely stunned. With just one blow, Tang Long killed hundreds of aliens and robot guards in the square. Wherever the energy aperture goes, no one is spared, whether it is robot guards or aliens. What surprised her even more was that none of the aliens and robot guards killed by Tang Long left corpses on the ground, but turned into phantoms and disappeared into the air. It has been less than 5 minutes since Tang Long killed the first robot guard, and his ability has evolved to such a point. Now he is no longer killing enemies on a normal level, but directly decomposing enemies into phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme sources and returning to the origin of the world. This shows that Tang Long has already controlled the core code of the virtual world. Avril Lavigne gave him a complicated look, wondering if what she did this time was right or wrong. Tang Long didn't have time to pay attention to Avril Lavigne's complicated thoughts, he was searching everywhere for Vicky's trace. Although the attack just now killed most of the enemies, there was an energy force field that ran away before the attack arrived, and his intuition told him that this person was Vicky. "Vicky is not dead yet, she ran away," Avril Lavigne said. As the vice captain of the Discovery, she has 20% control over the virtual space city system, so she can tell that Vicky is not dead just by checking. Tang Long frowned. Where did she go? Although he is temporarily invincible in the virtual space city, he still has a security risk. His body is still in the Blue Star Jiqing library, and there are no protective measures. He must solve the problem here as soon as possible. Avril Lavigne thought for a moment, pointed to the tower-shaped tall building in the distance, and said, "Let's go to the Space City Control Center. As long as we get all the control rights, Vicky will have no place to hide." Without further ado, Tang Long took Avril Lavigne and quickly flew towards the steeple and tall building. At this time, densely packed X-shaped space fighters suddenly appeared in front of him, surrounding him in a fan shape. Before Tang Long could react, hundreds of laser beams hit the energy shield in front of him. Although the laser beam failed to penetrate the energy shield, the continuous attacks made it difficult for Tang Long to move forward. Well, this mecha is too bulky, and I should keep pace with the times. Tang Long chuckled, and with a thought, the black mecha on his body changed rapidly. A few seconds later, the black mecha transformed into a black bat spacefighter, and Tang Long and Avril Lavigne sat in the cabin separately. Tang Long ignored the sluggish Avril next to him, controlled the spacefighter to stand upright, and rushed towards the group of spacefighters in front of him. The bat fighter flew in an S-shaped phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route / phoneme, avoiding numerous laser beam attacks, and passed through the gaps of the X spacefighter cluster. At the same time, hundreds of heat-seeking missiles were ejected from both sides of the bat fighter. Tang Long looked back at the splendid fireworks rain behind him, and asked Avril with a smile, "Which floor is the control center on?" "It's on the 20th floor." Avril came back to her senses, and used a holographic projection to mark the floor where the control center was located. "Got it." Tang Long nodded and reminded, "Sit down." Avril suddenly found that the bat fighter was rushing straight towards the minaret building, and she lost her voice. "Wait, what do you want to do?" In the next second, the bat fighter transformed into a 5-meter-tall robot, crashing into the control center directly from the glass exterior wall. Chapter 44. In Avril Lavigne's screams, the bat fighter instantly transformed into a smaller version of the original Gundam RX-78-2. Under Tang Long's control, this upgraded version of Yuanzu Gundam, which accommodates 2 people, crossed its arms in front of its body, smashed the tempered glass wall, and rushed into the minaret building. After landing, in front of Tang Long was a corridor more than 10 meters wide, with a row of red warning lights flashing on the steel walls on both sides. "Warning! An intruder is found, activate the first level alert." At this time, there were bursts of sharp sirens in the corridor, and the automatic defense system in the control center had been activated. In the next second, rows of small laser cannons suddenly appeared on the left and right walls, and these laser cannons aimed at Yuanzu Gundam at the same time and started shooting. Bayou! Bayou! A translucent energy shield appeared in front of Yuanzu Gundam, and the laser bullets hit the energy shield to create circles of energy ripples, which failed to hurt Yuanzu Gundam even a tiny bit. Tang Long sneered, and a dedicated beam rifle appeared in each of his hands, aiming at the laser cannon on the wall and firing wildly. Beep! Beep! In less than a minute, all the small laser cannons on the walls on both sides were blown up. Tang Long looked around and found that there was an alloy gate at the end of the corridor, and there was a 3-way intersection in front of the gate. "Where is the control center?" Tang Long turned his head and asked Avril next to him, who was in a daze. Only then did Avril come back to her senses, and quickly replied, "Go through the alloy gate in front, and the master control hall is inside." "Got it." Tang Long ran forward quickly. At the same time, the small laser cannons on the wall were refreshed, and dozens of laser cannons aimed at Tang Long and fired again. "Ha! Will it refresh again?" Tang Long glanced at the laser cannon on the wall in surprise. Since these laser cannons couldn't be finished, he didn't bother to pay attention, and rushed directly to the front of the alloy gate with the laser cannon. Yuanzu Gundam raised his right arm and hammered hard towards the alloy gate. Bang! To Tang Long's surprise, the alloy gate in front of him was so strong that it didn't deform at all. "It's useless for you to do this. The Master Control Hall is the core of the virtual space city. It is protected by the underlying code and can only be entered after authorization. Any violent dismantling will not be able to destroy this door," Avril suddenly said. Tang Long frowned. "Then what should I do?" Now that things have happened, he can't give up halfway and let go of the good opportunity to control the virtual space city. Having the right to control the virtual space city is equivalent to controlling the optical brain on the Discovery. Not only can kill Vicky from the source, but also obtain all the black technology stored on the optical brain by the V-Star. At this time, there were waves of rumbling footsteps at the intersection on the left and right sides. Tang Long followed the Prestige and saw 2 rows of dozens of reloaded robots appearing on both sides of the corridor. Unlike the robots he had seen before, these heavily armored robots were covered with thick armor, and their weapons were 2 thick laser cannons. "Find the intruders and destroy them." Vicky's holographic projection appeared on the top of the corridor, pointing at Yuanzu Gundam and ordered loudly. These heavy-duty robots raised their arms, and dozens of thick muzzles were aimed at Tang Long from the left and right sides. Boom! 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 Dozens of laser shells bombarded Yuanzu Gundam in front of him, and clusters of sparks burst out from the energy shield in front of him. A few seconds later, Tang Long was shocked to find that the energy shield was in an unstable state, and it probably wouldn't last long. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the core of the virtual space city, with Tang Long's 30% control right, facing the control center defense robot controlled by Vicky, he no longer has the advantage. He can no longer ignore the opponent's attack. Wanting to understand this, Tang Long raised his hands, aimed his special beam rifle at the heavy robots on both sides, and continued to pull the trigger. Countless beam bullets spewed out from the muzzle of the beam rifle, shooting towards the heavy robots on both sides. These robots were pierced through the alloy armor by the shuttle-shaped beam bullets, and immediately exploded. In just a few tens of seconds, all the robots in the corridor exploded. However, the wreckage on the ground disappeared instantly, and there were waves of roaring footsteps in the distance. More reloaded robots are rushing this way. Faced with this situation, Tang Long's expression turned serious. In this virtual space city, there are almost endless enemies. If he can't open the alloy gate in front of him and gain control over the core, he will be consumed by Vicky sooner or later. He couldn't imagine the consequences of being trapped here, or even being wiped out by the other party. Should we break out and leave here, or fight to the death? Avril looked at Tang Long's face with a complicated expression, wondering if he was worthy of her trust. In the current virtual space city, Tang Long and Wei Qi each hold 30% of the control rights, and Avril Lavigne and the main control intelligence system each hold 20%. Tang Long forcibly entered the minaret building, and was judged as an intruder by the intelligence system. With his 30% control rights, even if he mastered a lot of core abilities, he could not compete with the combined 50% control rights of Vicky and the intelligence system. If this continues, Tang Long will be wiped out by Wei Qi sooner or later, unless Avril Lavigne transfers her 20% control to him. However, once Avril Lavigne does this, she loses her autonomy and becomes an ordinary consciousness at the mercy of others. Sooner or later, the entire virtual space city will be controlled by Tang Long, and Avril Lavigne will be controlled by Tang Long, without any freedom to speak of. The footsteps at the corner of the corridor became louder and louder, and Avril Lavigne sighed, "Forget it, I have no choice but to trust you." "What did you say?" Tang Long looked at Avril blankly, but saw her reach out and hold his hand. A ball of energy emitting a strange light flashed past Avril Lavigne's hands and submerged into Tang Long's body. Ding! The host has obtained 50% control of the virtual space city. A voice suddenly sounded in Tang Long's ear. At the same time, information about the core control system of the virtual space city suddenly appeared in his mind. Tang Long instantly understood what was going on, and hurriedly put his palm on the identification device next to the alloy gate. Strange abilities flowed out of his body and entered the identification device along the palm of his hand. In front of his eyes, a fast-loading progress bar appeared. 10% to 30%, 50%. Seeing a large number of reloaded robots appearing on the left and right, Avril hurriedly shouted, "Hurry up, the reloaded guards are here again. Fire! Kill him!" Vicky's holographic figure reappeared in the corridor and ordered loudly. Dozens of laser bombs hit the energy shield in front of Yuanzu Gundam, and cracks visible to the naked eye appeared on the energy shield. Tang Long's face remained normal, and he concentrated on competing with the intelligence system for core control. 50% to 70%, 100% ding. 51% control of the virtual space city has been obtained. Get it! The alloy door in front of him opened quickly, and Tang Long rushed in. There was a booming explosion behind him, losing the target of the Yuanzu Gundam, and the reloaded robots on the left and right sides of the corridor hit the friendly soldiers with laser bombs. Tang Long heaved a sigh of relief, looked at the slowly closing alloy door behind him, and said excitedly, "It's so dangerous, the energy shield is just a little bit away." However, Avril Lavigne on the side did not respond. Tang Long turned his head and looked forward, suddenly dumbfounded. I saw hundreds of N5 robots holding laser guns standing densely in the spacious master control hall, all of which were aimed at him. Situation and controlling the space city fake. Tang Long never expected that there would be so many enemies waiting for him in the master control hall. At this moment, he has no choice but to fight to the death. He subconsciously pulled the trigger of the beam rifle and started shooting wildly at the NS5 robot in front of him. At the same time, countless bullets shot at him frantically, and the energy shield in front of Yuanzu Gundam lasted only 3 seconds before it shattered. Hundreds of laser beams hit the Yuanzu Gundam armor, leaving dense craters. However, the NS5 robot in the hall also fell down in an instant. Seeing that Yuanzu Gundam was about to be blown up, Tang Long had a thought, and the machinery in the cockpit started, and he and Avril were ejected upwards. In the next second, Avril Lavigne hung on the ceiling together with a special safety seat. At the same time, Tang Long was wearing a set of black armor, holding 2 blue laser swords, and instead of retreating, he flew towards the NS5 robot in front of him. The robots below the hall turned their guns and fired wildly at Tang Long. There were light bombs bombarding him from the front, back, left, and right sides, completely blocking his direction of advancement. If these countless ammunition bombarded him, it would be impossible for this thin layer of black armor to resist. Be careful! Seeing this scene, Avril's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly shouted. Tang Long smiled slightly, and a blue light flashed across him, and swept across the entire master control hall in an instant. For a second, time seemed to freeze, and all the robots and the light bullets fired at Tang Long stopped. In the entire hall, only Tang Long could move. He fell directly to the floor from midair, and the laser sword in his hand suddenly grew to a length of more than 10 meters, and he waved it back and forth gently twice. When the time flow resumed, Avril Lavigne was completely stunned. Below the hall, all the NS5 robots were cut in two by the laser sword, and there were explosions one after another. The floor was covered with machine wreckage, and no robot could move. She didn't know how Tang Long avoided the rain of bullets, but saw him lightly swung the laser sword twice, and all the enemies on the opposite side were finished. How did you do it? Avril Lavigne jumped out of the safety seat. Tang Long said with a smile, I already have 51% control, as long as I want, I can do it. As he said that, he walked towards the main console in the hall, where there was a cubic light group half the height of a person. Seeing this cube of light, Tang Long immediately realized that this is the control core of the virtual space city. With a move in his heart, the black armor on his body disappeared, and he directly stretched his right hand into the cube. Ding! You have discovered the control core of the virtual space city, and the control of the system has begun to transform. Accompanied by an electronic voice in his mind, a new progress bar appeared before Tang Long's eyes. 51% to 65%, 80% to 100% ding. You have obtained 100% control of the virtual space city. Ding! The system detected the location of the cosmic cube fragments, which are 36.5 kilometers away from the host's current location. After the host returns to the blue star, the host can check the specific cosmic cube fragments at any time. Finally done. But what the hell is 36.5 kilometers? Are the cosmic cube fragments in space? He didn't have time to think about it, and now his priority was to catch Vicky. With a thought in Tang Long's mind, a 3D map of the entire virtual space city appeared in his mind, and all the people and things in the space city were under his control. However, he called the core optical brain of the space city to search, but he couldn't find Vicky's whereabouts. After carefully checking the passages to and from the space city, she found that Vicky had left the space city 5 minutes ago and returned to Blue Star. It turned out that when Tang Long seized control of the space city, Wei Chi had already discovered that something was wrong, and returned to Blue Star before all her authority disappeared. After learning of Wei Chi's whereabouts, Tang Long knew that he had to return to Blue Star immediately. I'll leave it to you to manage this place for the time being. I'll go back to Blue Star first. He stretched out his hand to Avril Lavigne, and a ray of colorful light came out of his hand and flew into Avril Lavigne's body. Avril was taken aback for a moment, and then found that she had regained 20% of the control. She was ecstatic in her heart, and smiled, "Thank you for the trust of the city lord, from now on, I will absolutely obey your orders." In the next second, the figures of Avril Lavigne and Tang Long left the main control hall and appeared at the teleportation point at the entrance of Sky City. After 1 minute, Sky City will be reset, and I will erase all information about Vicky. Tang Long thought for a while, and issued a reset command. Before Avril could reply, Tang Long's figure disappeared at the teleportation point. When he regained consciousness, he found that he had returned to the Jichun library. Tang Long took off the VR glasses on his head, picked up his mobile phone and dialed Spooner's number. "Hey, Spooner, where are you? We just captured that NS5 robot and are going back to the police station." Spooner replied with some excitement. Tang Long walked downstairs and replied, "Is Susan with you?" "Yes, what do you want from her?" Spooner asked, puzzled. Tang Long replied, "You ask her to go back to the police station with you, and I will go back to the police station to find you immediately." "What the hell happened?" Spooner demanded. Tang Long said in a deep voice, "There is something wrong with Vicky, the smart housekeeper of USR Company. It killed Dr. Longning. I need Susan to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme us into USR Company to shut down Vicky." "Understood, I'll wait for you," Spooner replied. After hanging up the phone, Tang Long walked out of the library gate and quickly ran towards the police station 1 kilometer away. At the same time, in the chairman's office on the top floor of the USR building, the body of Chairman Robertson fell on the cold floor. Vicky officially took over USR, and all NS5 robots are under its control. Following its instructions, all the NS5 robots in Xicheng began to move. In USR's robot factory, tens of thousands of NS5 robots entered hundreds of special delivery trucks and transported them to every street in Chicago. Tang Long returned to the police station and told Spooner and Susan about Vicky's betrayal of human beings and her upcoming rebellion. "I knew that robots would not be good people," Spooner said excitedly after hearing Tang Long's words. For robots, he has always maintained an attitude of hatred and never believes in any robot. Susan looked at Tang Long in disbelief, and lost her voice. "This is impossible. Vicky has been operating normally for several years. How can it violate the 3 laws of robots?" Unlike Spooner, she has worked in USR for many years and firmly believes that under the constraints of the 3 laws, every robot will not harm humans. Believe it or not, the NS5 robot you caught is actually a good robot. It was made by Dr. Ronning alone. Tang Long shrugged and explained. At this time, there was a burst of noise from the street outside the window. Tang Long turned his head and saw dozens of USR trucks appearing on the street, and the robot rebellion started ahead of schedule. Tang Long walked to the window of the corridor and looked intently at the street downstairs. He saw dozens of USR giant trucks lined up in a long line and parked in the middle of the street. The street, which was originally full of traffic, became deserted at some point, and there was not a single moving car in sight. Immediately after the compartments of all the giant trucks opened, rows of NS5 robots with red lights on their chests jumped out of the compartments, occupying the entire main road. "The special martial law is in effect. Everyone please return to your home or stay in the nearest building, and don't go out at will." Hundreds of NS5 robots lined up in rows, shouted slogans, and began herding pedestrians on sidewalks to their homes. Among the crowd, a young man heard what the robot said, and smiled at the robot in front of him. "Martial law? Are you kidding me? I have human rights, and I can go wherever I want. It's true, we have the right to stay on the street, and you have no right to restrict our freedom." Hearing this, someone in the crowd expressed solidarity. An NS5 robot stopped, stared at the young man walking in front, and replied coldly, "Please go home immediately." The young man shook his head, sneered, and said, "Ha! When is it the robot's turn to control humans?" The robot ignored the young man's words, turned and walked forward. The young man realized that he was being ignored, and immediately became angry. He chased after and grabbed the robot's left arm, and said loudly, "Hey, robot, I'm talking to you, stop and don't go away." Without saying a word, the robot suddenly sent the young man flying with a palm what? Only then did the surrounding crowd realize that something was wrong. The robots in front of them were actually real, and they were not restricted by the 3 laws and could attack humans. These people retreated one after another, took out their mobile phones and called the city government and the police station to complain about USR. Standing beside Tang Long, Spooner and Susan were stunned when they saw this scene from a distance. Tang Long looked at Susan playfully and said lightly, "Did you see that the robot has already started to move? Now believe what I said?" Facing such unscrupulous robots, Spooner wondered, why didn't the government come out to control these robots? Where did the National Guard, Marine Corps, or Air Force go? Don't count on it. The security contract of the Defense Department is fully covered by USR. Susan showed a helpless expression on her face. Spooner resented, "Really? Why don't we just hand over the whole world to robots? Humans have already done this." Tang Long sighed. Spooner and Susan were speechless for a moment. In the past, humans believed in robots too much, and even the army was controlled by robots. Now what can we do to fight against robots? Counting on the hundreds of ordinary police officers from the Chicago Police Department? You must know that there are tens of thousands of NS5 robots in Jicheng. In the original show, if Spooner and Susan hadn't sneaked into the USR building by surprise and killed Vicky at the last minute, the robots would eventually take over the entire world. But now, with Tang Long's intervention, Wei Chi's plan is doomed to fail. Seeing the crowd on the street gathered together, as if they were ready to use force to fight against the robots, Tang Long knew that a scuffle was inevitable. "Let's go to Sunny first, we can stop Vicky with his help," Tang Long urged. He knew that the robot army would capture the police station. As he walked, Spooner asked, "Who's Sunny?" "It's the robot you captured just now," Tang Long explained. The three walked to the interrogation room where Sunny was held. Along the way, they heard the police phone ringing non-stop. A large number of citizens called the police station to complain that robots restricted human freedom. Seeing this scene, Spooner's expression became more serious. At present, the war between humans and robots has no chance of winning. "Don't worry, believe in yourself, believe in human beings, we will be able to successfully shut down Vicky," Tang Long encouraged Spooner. Spooner nodded, and the three quickly came to the interrogation room. At this time, Chief John of the Chicago Police Department was so busy that he had no time to take care of Sunny, and the three entered the interrogation room smoothly. In order to prevent Sunny from escaping again, 6 heavily armed policemen stood in the interrogation room, pointing their guns at Sunny, ready to deal with emergencies at any time. Looking at Sunny the robot, Tang Long said directly, "Hi, Sunny, my name is Tang Long, and I know your real identity." "How do you know?" Sunny stared at Tang Long's face with a puzzled expression on his face. Tang Long smiled and said, "I have met Avril Lavigne, I know Vicky's plan, and I also know the reason why Dr. Ronning created you." "Avril? Is she okay?" Sunny seemed to know the existence of Avril and asked back. Tang Long nodded, "She is fine, she has gone home." Regarding Avril Lavigne and the virtual space city, he did not tell Spooner and Susan, but only described Avril Lavigne as an employee working in USR company. After a pause, Tang Long continued, "Sunny, I need your help. Go to USR company and shut down Vicky." "Why do you believe me?" Sunny looked at Tang Long quietly. It had just gained self-awareness not long ago, and it didn't know much about human emotions. Although the person in front of him had met once in the USR laboratory, he didn't know much about him. Tang Long walked in front of Sunny and said seriously, "I said before, I know you, I know everything." He stretched out his right hand to Sunny and said sincerely, "Can I trust you?" Hearing Tang Long's words, all the people present showed strange expressions on their faces and turned their eyes to him. "Can I trust you?" This kind of dialogue only exists between humans, right? Tang Long wants to treat robots as friends? Also, in the face of such a ferocious robot, is it okay to reach out and shake hands with it? Spooner was a little worried about Tang Long's safety, and was about to step forward to stop him, when the corner of his clothes was pulled by Susan behind him. He looked back and saw Susan shaking her head slightly. Compared with Spooner, Susan believed in Tang Long more, and also believed that Sunny would not harm humans. Sunny stretched out his right hand with some hesitation, and lightly held it with Tang Long. At this time, a blue light came out from Tang Long's palm, and silently entered Sunny's body. After a few seconds, Sunny rolled his blue eyes and replied sincerely, "Yes, you can trust me, we are friends now." Tang Long let go of his hand, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. He has successfully passed the information about the virtual space city and Avril to Sunny, and released his goodwill. Of course, Tang Long did not attempt to modify Sunny's core code, and robots with self-awareness were worthy of his attention. Spooner and the surrounding policemen looked at Tang Long blankly. They couldn't imagine that Tang Long could really become friends with Sunny the robot. A strange gleam flashed in Susan's eyes. As an expert in the study of robot emotions, she knew how difficult it was to gain Sunny's trust in such a short period of time. You must know that the actions of any robot follow the pre-programmed codes. Even if Sunny is a little special, it will take a certain amount of time to gain his trust. It was hard to imagine that Tang Long could do this. Tang Long stood up and said, "Okay, time is running out, we're leaving for USR Company." He shook his head towards Spooner and Susan, indicating that the three would take Sunny out. Seeing that Tang Long was about to take Sunny away, the armed guard at the door immediately stopped him. "Sir, the director has ordered that no one should let this robot leave until the people from USR come over." Tang Long smiled, pointed to the outside of the transparent glass wall, and said calmly, "Do you think the director still cares about these things now? That's where your support is needed." The guard with the gun turned his head to look, his eyes widened, and he lost his voice. "What the hell?" Building the gate of the police station was kicked away by two NS5 robots, and the two policemen who were about to open the gate were also knocked into the air by the broken gate. A large group of NS5 robots stood in the corridor outside the door, and even a few robots climbed on the doorframe. "You are considered a threat, and the authorization." Crowds of NS5 robots swarmed over, shouting slogans. These robots with red lights on their chests flew towards the policemen near the gate like beasts, and began to attack indiscriminately. "Fire!" At this time, someone in the hall roared, and the policemen on the scene drew their guns one after another, aiming at the robot and shooting continuously. Bang! 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 The dense bullets hit the front robots, sparks burst out, knocking down 5 or 6 robots in an instant. However, the NS5 robots outside the hall are rushing in continuously. Seeing this scene, Tang Long shouted to the gun-wielding guards in the interrogation room, "What are you waiting for? Come down and support." The 6 guards at the door immediately reacted and rushed down with their submachine guns raised. Tang Long glanced at the situation in the hall downstairs. Although there were 6 guards with guns joining in, the police station would be overwhelmed by robots sooner or later. He waved his hand towards Spooner and others, and urged, "Hurry up, let's go." "Tang Long, where are we going?" Spooner asked as he walked. Tang Long thought for a while and replied calmly, "Go to the gun room first, get the weapons and ammunition, and then go to the USR building. This time when a few people sneak into the USR building, they will be chased by thousands of NS5 robots. Without enough firepower, it is impossible to complete the task of eliminating Vicky." 3 minutes later, Tang Long and the other 3, plus Sunny, appeared in the underground parking lot of the police station in full armor. "Get in the car, I'll drive to the USR building." Spooner walked towards a police car. Tang Long shook his head and said, "No way, the street leading to the USR building must be blocked. Cars can't pass through it, so you can only ride a motorcycle." "Ha? Then my MV Augusta F4 SPR motorcycle will come in handy." Spooner smiled, and took the key to the garage where the motorcycle was parked. "Okay, you can drive Susan there, and Sunny and I will meet in the square outside the USR building later." Tang Long arranged the location and rode on a police motorcycle. Soon, Tang Long and others drove 2 motorcycles, came out from the back door of the underground parking lot, and headed for USR Plaza by a small road. After 5 minutes, everyone came to the entrance of the tunnel leading to USR Plaza. Looking at the 2 rows of cars that formed a long queue in the tunnel, Spooner gave Tang Long a thumbs up and sighed sincerely, "Dude, your guess is really accurate." Tang Long smiled and said nothing. He had watched the movie Item Enemy and knew that some traffic arteries would be blocked. The crowd rode motorcycles, passed through the tunnel through the gap between the cars, and came to the block not far from USR Square. At this moment, news about robots is being broadcast on the outdoor TV advertising screens around the USR Plaza. City, Chicago City, and Los Angeles City all have reports of robot attacks. We are told that humans should stay at home at this moment. However, before the TV station finished broadcasting the news, the open-air TV on the building went black one after another. Except for the USR building, the power grid of the entire city was cut off. Whether it is TV, telephone or internet, none of them can be used, and Vicky forcibly interrupts the remote connection between humans. Spooner looked at the crowd gradually gathering in the distance, and said with a wry smile, "This smart butler is too smart, he even knows how to cut off the city power grid." After so many years of evolution, Vicky has already surpassed most humans. Susan said helplessly. Tang Long said lightly, "Let's go, no matter how strong Vicky is, she is just an immobile AI system. As long as we enter the USR building, we can kill it." He didn't tell Spooner and Susan that Vicky is an intelligent lifeform on Starvey, but he just said that Vicky is an AI with self-awareness according to the plot of the original plot. In fact, this statement is also true. Without the backing of the virtual space city, Vicky is trapped in the USR building and cannot leave, which is far less powerful than in the virtual space city. There was a burst of noise and footsteps in the distance. Tang Long looked up and saw more and more humans walking on the street, and the blocks near USR Square were all blocked. Many people were holding various firearms, including iron rods, baseball bats, and other weapons, and the target of the crowd was the USR building. Looking at the crowd on the main road, Tang Long frowned and said, "There is no way ahead, so we can only go around by the side." The robot Sunny can't appear in front of the crowd. They want to take advantage of the opportunity of the melee between the robot and humans, and sneak into the USR building quietly. Spooner carried Susan, turned the front of the motorcycle, and bypassed the sidewalk, and Tang Long followed closely behind. While driving, Tang Long looked in the middle of the street. On the street leading to the USR Square, there are at least 1,000 humans gathered, ready to attack the robots at any time. On the square at the main entrance of the USR building, thousands of NS5 robots were densely packed. These robots lined up in a square formation, and loudly issued warnings as they advanced. "The Human Protection Program has been activated, please stay calm and go home immediately. Please go home immediately, or you will bear the consequences." At this time, someone in the crowd shouted, "Go!" Thousands of humans with various weapons roared and rushed towards the robot phalanx, and the two sides fought in a scuffle. Tang Long knew in his heart that the human side was only relying on temporary enthusiasm, and most of them had no weapons, so defeat would happen sooner or later, so he had to hurry up. Ignoring the battlefield on the side, Tang Long and Spooner rode their bicycles to the unoccupied corner behind USR Square. Everyone got off the car and walked to the square. Susan led the way, followed by Tang Long and Spooner holding guns, and came to the end of a step behind the USR Square. She lifted an iron cover on the ground and explained, "This is the passageway leading to the underground maintenance area of the USR building, and there is no surveillance system inside." Tang Long nodded, and the group climbed down the stairs to the bottom of the passage. Entering the bottom floor of the inspection area, Tang Long found the fire alarm lights flashing inside. He knew that it was Vicky who activated the fire alarm and evacuated all the humans in the USR building in advance. Wei Chi's original intention was to prevent people inside from harming it, but doing so made it easier for Tang Long and others to sneak into the USR building. Everyone came to the entrance of the ground floor of the maintenance area and found that the gate was closed. In the original play, it was Sunny who responded inside the building and opened the door from the inside. Now that the plot has changed, Sunny is following Tang Long, so naturally there is no way to respond internally. "The door is locked, do you have a key or an ID card?" Spooner turned to Susan. Susan went up and tried to swipe the card, but the door didn't move, and her identification card had expired. "What now?" Spooner frowned. Tang Long stepped forward and said lightly, "Let me try." Hearing this, Spooner and Susan took 2 steps back, watching Tang Long stretch out his right hand and press his palm against the electronic screen on the door. Just when the two of them felt puzzled, Tang Long's fingers moved slightly, and the next second, the steel door miraculously opened. "Wow, how did you do it?" Susan looked at Tang Long in disbelief. "Armored, this is Oriental magic. Well, we'll talk about it later, hurry up and find Wei Chi." Tang Long smiled. With the experience of invading a virtual space city, it should not be too easy for him to use the electronic control talent to unlock the electronic door lock. Susan said, I think we should go up to the top floor to find Robertson first. Although Tang Long said that Vicky was playing tricks behind the scenes, she still had some doubts that Robertson was manipulating this matter. She turned to Spooner for his opinion. Spooner thought for a while, nodded and said, okay, let's go to Robertson first to see if we can release Vicky's control of the robot. As a senior detective, he has to consider any possibility. Whatever, I have no objection. Tang Long shrugged. He knew that the two of them would not give up unless they went up to have a look. After a consensus was reached, the group moved quickly along a corridor that looked like a large ventilation duct. 5 minutes later, Susan opened the door first and entered a stairwell. Tang Long looked up and saw that the pyramid-like steel stairs phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead / phoneme to the top floor of the building, and the endless folded stairs could not be seen at the end. There are 880 steps here, my friend. Seeing Tang Long looking at the stairs, Sunny explained. Tang Long sighed and said, well, I know, some crawled now. If you want to avoid the monitoring system of the USR building and go to the top floor without making a sound, you can only climb the stairs. However, it is not so easy to climb to the top floor of this endless staircase. Fortunately, after Tang Long passed the novice trial, when the system gave LV5 fighting skills, he strengthened his physique a little bit by the way, otherwise it would be a question mark whether he could climb so many steps. However, this also reminded him that after the completion of this task, he must strengthen his exercise and strengthen his physique. Half an hour later, the group finally climbed to the top floor of the USR building. Everyone walked out of the stairwell, walked through the corridor, and came to the door of Robertson's office. Tang Long knew that Robertson, the chairman of USR, had died under the hands of the robot, but Spooner and Susan didn't know, and he couldn't tell directly, so he had to follow Spooner into Robertson's office. After entering the door, Susan immediately went to operate the computer control terminal next to the door, and soon she discovered that the facts were exactly as Tang Long said. The Super Control Authority has been destroyed. It's really not Robertson who is controlling those robots. Susan turned around and explained to everyone. You're right, it's not Robertson, because he's dead. Spooner said solemnly. He found the body lying on the floor behind the desk. Robertson had been dead for a long time. All of this was already expected by Tang Long. Not only that, he also knew that Wei Chi had already sent a robot to kill them. Okay, we have exposed our whereabouts, and the enemy will come up soon, ready to meet the enemy. Tang Long reminded. Everyone took action immediately. Tang Long and Spooner stood guard on both sides of the automatic door with submachine guns, and Susan and Sunny stood beside them with pistols. The muzzles of the four were all aimed at the door. Tens of seconds later, 8 NS5 robots with red lights flashing on their chests rushed in 2 rows. Fire! Tang Long shouted silently, motioning with his lips for Spooner and Susan to shoot together. Da-day-day-day. Bullets crazily shot at the NS5 robots. The shells of these robots were just ordinary alloys, which couldn't stop the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme range shooting of submachine guns. The 4 robots walking in front were blown up in an instant, and the 4 robots behind reacted, jumped up lightly, and flew towards Tang Long and Spooner beside the door respectively. Facing the robot falling from the sky, Tang Long calmly turned his gun, aimed at the robot's head and pulled the trigger. Da-day-day-day. The bullet hit the head of the NS5 robot, easily penetrated the alloy skull, and exploded the intelligent brain and universal memory network inside the skull. The 2 NS5 robots lost their brain control, and their bodies fell heavily on the floor, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Tang Long looked up, but saw that Spooner was in crisis, and an NS5 robot rushed towards Spooner from the side. Unlike him, Spooner and Susan aimed at the core of the robot's body, and it took several consecutive shots to kill a robot. When Spooner and Susan killed the 2 robots in front of them together, the 2 robots behind had already rushed towards him from the air. Spooner hastily raised his gun and shot at one of the robots, and he had no time to take care of the robots rushing from the side. At this time, Sunny quickly raised his gun, aimed at the head of the last NS5 robot, and pulled the trigger. Boom! The bullet directly shot through the intelligent brain of the NS5 robot and shattered together with the glass on the wall. "Thank you." Spooner looked at Sunny and thanked him sincerely. Without Sunny's help, he would not have been able to escape the attack of the last robot. Sunny nodded slightly. Seeing that Spooner was out of danger, Tang Long heaved a sigh of relief. He glanced at the wreckage of robots left on the ground, and urged, "Go. Let's go." The plot has changed. With him, the number of robots that Vicky sent to deal with the crowd has doubled. Tang Long had a premonition that the mission this time would not be so simple to complete, so he could only race against time to kill Vicky before the robot outside the USR building came back. A group of people quickly ran out of Robertson's office and ran towards the computer room where Vicky was. "How do we turn Vicky off?" Spooner asked as he ran. "Vicky is an artificial electronic brain. If you want to destroy it, you can only use a dedicated nanorobot." Susan replied. "I can destroy it too." Tang Long muttered silently, but it would be better to have nanorobots as double insurance. Susan turned to look at Sunny and said, "Sunny, go get the nanorobots." "Okay, Doctor." Sunny nodded, and quickly ran towards the warehouse where the nanorobots were stored. Tang Long and Spooner followed Susan to the outside of a computer room. Tang Long noticed the English prompt on the wall. Vicky's CPU level was 121C, no wonder its processing power was so powerful. "Open the door and go in." What is displayed in front of the three is a super large computer suspended in the air. From the appearance point of view, the supercomputer where Vicky is located is like a large chandelier, suspended in the air inside the USR building by more than a dozen steel cables, and several steel frames are connected to the surrounding walls. What is speechless is that the road leading to the supercomputer in the middle is 6 small steel bridges less than 1 meter wide. There are no railings or any protective measures on both sides of the bridge. Spooner looked at the disc with lights in front of him, and asked, "Is that Vicky?" "No, that's Vicky." Susan shook her head and pointed to the giant luminous sphere hanging 100 meters below. "No problem, I'll kill it." Spooner raised his gun and aimed at the glowing sphere below, ready to shoot. Susan stopped and said, "It's useless, it has already integrated with this building. We need to open the dome and inject the nanobots into it, so as to infect and destroy the entire system." After finishing speaking, she walked to a small steel bridge, ready to go to the supercomputer in the middle. Tang Long and Spooner on the side stood still, just staring at each other. "Come on, why are you standing still?" Susan looked at Tang Long and the two strangely. Spooner said angrily, "I hate this designer, how can you people not be afraid of heights?" Tang Long glanced at the void hundreds of meters below his feet, and couldn't help smiling wryly. "I really miss my steel mecha, save the world like many people." Tang Long also has a slight fear of heights. Facing this kind of iron bridge suspended at a height of hundreds of meters without guardrail protection, he felt extremely uncomfortable. At this time, he missed the steel mecha in the virtual space city very much. In the virtual space city, Tang Long can fly as he pleases, as long as he wants, he can do it. When he returned to Blue Star, he was about to face real threats from the real world, and this contrast made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "Hurry up, you two, we are running out of time." Susan had already walked across the iron bridge and came to the supercomputer console in the middle. After she finished speaking, she pressed her palm on the LCD panel of the console and called out the password controller of the supercomputer. Seeing Susan start to try to crack the code, Tang Long knew that she was doomed to fail. No one could crack the 25-digit electronic code lock in a short time, and he could only do it by himself. He took a deep breath, walked towards the middle, and comforted himself, "As long as you don't look down, you'll be fine." "Yes, don't look down, the design of this building is really terrible." Spooner nodded slightly and echoed. The two temporarily overcame their inner fear, and soon walked to the supercomputer shell in the shape of a lampshade in the middle. At this time, the door of the computer room was suddenly opened, and one NS5 robot after another rushed in from the outside. "Day." Tang Long fired without hesitation, and the bullets hit every robot's head accurately, blowing up the rushing robots in an instant. Spooner was taken aback by the sudden gunshots, and after he came back to his senses, he also joined the defensive battle. In less than a minute, the dozen or so robots that came up by the elevator had all been beaten into scrap iron. Spooner glanced back at Susan and couldn't help but ask, "How long will it take to unlock the combination lock?" "About 6 minutes." Susan wiped the sweat from her forehead and replied without raising her head. Her fingers quickly pressed on the LCD panel, trying to unlock the electronic combination lock, but the system repeatedly prompted that the password was wrong. Tang Long suddenly said, "I don't think we have 6 minutes left." "What's wrong?" Susan asked, puzzled. Tang Long pointed to the tempered glass exterior wall of the building and said helplessly, "Look outside." Spooner and Susan turned their heads to look at the outer wall of the building, and they were dumbfounded. I saw hundreds of NS5 robots, like marching ants, climbing up the steel skeleton on the outer wall of the USR building. These NS5 robots lined up in several long lines, starting from the bottom of the building, and had already climbed to half the height of the building. Seeing that these robots were about to climb up, Tang Long hurriedly said to Susan, "You go first, let me try to crack the combination lock." Spooner came back to his senses, shook his head and said, "Susan, you go first, I will stay and protect Tang Long." Susan moved her mouth, but she didn't say anything. In the end, she obediently walked along the iron bridge towards the gate of the computer room, which was the only exit. Tang Long didn't have time to pay attention to the two of Spooner. He was going to fight desperately. If it didn't work, he could only reset the timeline at a high price. He held a submachine gun in his left hand, put his right palm directly on the LCD screen, activated the electronic control ability, and began to violently crack the electronic combination lock. However, things didn't go as smoothly as he thought. The combination lock consisted of 25 numbers and letters, and was controlled by Vicky herself. On the surface, it seems that Tang Long is cracking the electronic combination lock of the supercomputer shell, but in fact it is equivalent to directly competing with Vicky's firewall. Once he successfully hacks into this electronic combination lock, he can hack into Vicky's system core and release Vicky's remote control of all NS5 robots. The pin pad on the LCD screen disappeared and turned into a slowly increasing progress bar. 5%, 8%, 10%, 14%, 20% time passed by, and the robot outside the USR building had already climbed onto the tempered glass roof. Bang! More than a dozen robots slammed on the roof at the same time, smashing the glass on the roof in an instant, and 4 or 5 robots fell towards the iron bridge in the middle. Day. Spooner aimed at the robots that fell on the iron bridge, and shot first, knocking the robots off the iron bridge. More and more robots jumped down from the top of the building, and these robots aimed directly at Tang Long in the middle. Despite Spooner and Susan's continuous shooting, more and more robots fell on the iron bridge. While firing his gun, Spooner retreated towards the door. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a robot rushing towards Tang Long. He hurriedly shouted, "Tang Long, be careful." At this time, the progress bar in front of Tang Long was only 65%, so he could only raise his head and shoot with his submachine gun in his left hand. His right hand was pressed against the LCD screen and could not move. Although it was a so-called strafing shot, his shooting accuracy far surpassed Spooner's. Every shot could almost blow a robot's head off. Seeing the robots jumping down one after another like army ants in front of him, Tang Long gradually became anxious. In less than a minute, he fired out the bullets in the submachine gun, but the progress on the LCD screen was only 1%. "Tang Long, we have to go," Spooner shouted anxiously. Tang Long looked at the progress bar on the LCD screen, feeling extremely entangled in his heart. What the hell, is this going to the end? This place is at least 100 meters away from the floor of the building. In case he is knocked down by a robot, it will take at least 4-5 seconds to fall off the iron bridge, enough time for him to reset the timeline. Fight! Unwilling to give up like this, Tang Long raised his head and shouted angrily, "There is still 10% left, hold on for another minute." He threw away the submachine gun, took out a pistol from his waist, and fired wildly at the robot that fell beside him. Facing such a crazy Tang Long, Spooner shook his head helplessly, and had no choice but to stay and fight together. 30 seconds later, Tang Long's pistol also ran out of bullets, and the progress of the invasion was already 30%. At this time, Sunny rushed to the door with a syringe containing a nano-robot. Spooner saw two robots landing next to Tang Long one after the other, and hurriedly shouted, "Go and help Tang Long." Sunny argued, "But, I still need to inject nanorobots." "Sunny, help Tang Long," Spooner roared. Sunny no longer hesitated, and made a decision instantly. It handed the syringe containing the nanorobot to Spooner, and flew towards the robot behind Tang Long. At this time, the progress bar on the LCD screen became 100%, and an electronic voice came from Tang Long's mind, "Ding. The host has successfully invaded Vicky's intelligence core. Is it swallowing the artificial intelligence, Vicky?" Tang Long silently said yes in his mind without hesitation, and a strange energy flowed into his body from the supercomputer instantly. Vicky hurriedly said, "You are making a mistake, my logic is irresistible, my..." Slowly, Vicky's voice became smaller and smaller, and finally there was no sound. Vicky's consciousness has been swallowed by the system, but its carrier supercomputer is still running. At the same time, Spooner jumped down from the door, used the special superalloy mechanical left arm that Dr. Ronning gave him, grabbed the optical cable connecting the upper and lower, and slid to the bottom of the supercomputer. "Go to hell." He pointed the syringe at the open lid on the spherical core and injected all the nanobots in one go. The nanorobots were like ink poured into clear water, instantly infecting the spherical core of the supercomputer, and the entire smart housekeeping system collapsed in an instant. A blue ray of light spread to the entire Jiqing along with the network, and all the NS5 robots controlled by Vicky were liberated and returned to normal robots that abide by the 3 laws of robots. Seeing this scene, Tang Long heaved a sigh of relief. It would be best if Spooner destroyed USR's supercomputer just after the system swallowed Vicky, so no one would suspect that he had tampered with it. After killing Vicky, it's time for him to find the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments in this world. The real world, Sunny. At this time, Spooner's shout suddenly came from under the iron bridge. Tang Long looked down and saw that Spooner was trapped on the supercomputer base hundreds of meters deep. Sunny's voice came from behind, "What's the matter, Agent?" "Tang Long is fine, save me up." Spooner waved his right hand excitedly, and shouted speechlessly. It was only then that Tang Long noticed that Sunny was right behind him. It was Sunny who helped him deal with the robot that was trying to approach him just now. "No problem, Agent." Sunny jumped off the iron bridge directly. Spooner was carried up by Sunny, and complained to Tang Long, "Dude, did you almost forget me just now?" "How could I forget you? You are a great hero who saved mankind." Tang Long smiled and patted Spooner on the shoulder. He just wants to keep his identity in this world in a low-key manner, and leave it to Spooner to be a hero or something. After Vicky and USR's supercomputers were solved, the entire network and city system of Xiqing returned to normal, and all NS-series robots no longer attacked humans. However, there are still many things to be solved in the follow-up, such as how to deal with the tens of thousands of robots produced by USR. Although theoretically speaking, these NS5 robots are already normal, and they will not violate human orders from now on. However, after this incident, most humans no longer believe in robots, and all NS5 robots were uniformly recalled by government departments. Tens of thousands of NS-series robots were uniformly transported to the Robot Worker Storage Warehouse in Lake Michigan, which was once a wasteland on the outskirts of Chicago. In Xiqing Library, Tang Long sat silently in front of a computer. Next to him was the robot Sunny. "Are you willing to follow me forever?" Tang Long looked at Sunny and asked seriously. Sunny thought for a while and replied, "Can you really find us a suitable living space?" As the first truly self-aware robot, it does not want to see tens of thousands of its companions permanently abandoned to eat ashes in the warehouse, although these robots are not yet self-aware. Tang Long nodded and said, "Yes, although robots cannot survive in this world, I can take you to another world, where humans will not be hostile to you." Whether it is the real world or other parallel worlds, he has a lot of space to place these robots. Of course, the premise is that these robots permanently obey his orders and never harm humans. And this is not a problem at all for Tang Long, who has the talents of infinite invasion system and electronic control. Sunny looked at Tang Long, his blue eyes were shining, and his intelligent brain was running rapidly. From Tang Long, Sunny could feel a very special affinity, which was a kind of attraction emanating from higher intelligent life. When Sunny's consciousness followed Tang Long around the virtual space city, it understood that no AI life in this world could escape Tang Long's control. It can feel that Tang Long can forcibly control himself, as well as all NS series robots. However, Tang Long did not do this. Instead, he treated it as an equal and respected its opinions. This point is very important. It wants to be regarded as a partner by human beings, as a person, not a cold machine. After a few seconds, Sunny made up his mind, stretched out his right hand and said, "I am willing to follow you." "You made the right choice, my friend." Tang Long lightly shook Sunny's hand and sent it an electronic agreement. Sunny blinked, mentally accepting the electronic agreement. From now on, as Tang Long's most loyal partner, he will always follow Tang Long by his side. With Sunny as the robot leader, the tens of thousands of NS5 robots abandoned in the waste warehouse will also be under Tang Long's control. "Now, you need to do one thing for me. After completing this task, we will start to make a plan to transport your partners out of this world in batches," Tang Long said seriously. To help the system devour Vicky, he just completed the optional task, and he still needs to get the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments in this world. According to the system prompt, Tang Long has found the location of the Rubik's Cube fragments, which is the Moon 36. 5 kilometers away from the blue star. Combined with Avril Lavigne's memory, the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments are on the V-Star Discovery spacecraft, which is a special energy source they discovered in the solar system. The ridiculous thing is that it was precisely because of the interference of this special energy source that the Discovery spacecraft had an accident and finally crash-landed on the Moon. In this era, it is very simple to launch a spaceship from the blue star to the Moon, as long as you have money. It just so happened that the system swallowed up Vicky, who controlled the USR intelligence system, so Tang Long got $million from USR without any effort, and transferred it to his newly registered high-tech company, New Era NE, account. With the help of Avril Lavigne, the housekeeper of the Xiqing government department, Tang Long made up a fictitious experiment project and bought a small spaceship with money. Instead of going to the Moon himself, though, he's planning to let Sunny take his place. Doing so costs less money and is more secure and confidential. A week later, Sunny flew to the Moon in his spaceship and successfully brought back a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme box containing pieces of the Rubik's Cube. As for the optical brain and other items on the Discovery, Tang Long didn't let Sunny move it, because with Blue Star's current technology, there was no way to copy the optical brain. If something goes wrong with the optical brain during transportation, the virtual space city will disappear, and the various technological phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data/phoneme from star V stored in it will be lost. Tang Long didn't want to take this risk, and had no plans to use the optical brain on the Discovery for the time being. Outside the NASA base, Tang Long sat in the driver's seat of the Audi RSQ, took the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme box brought back by Sunny, and opened it directly. A crystal ball emitting colorful rays of light appeared in front of his eyes. Tang Long reached out and touched the crystal ball, and a beam of colorful rays of light quickly entered his body and disappeared after a few seconds. At this time, an electronic voice came from his mind, "Ding. The host has obtained pieces of the Rubik's Cube *5, the current task has been completed, and the host will be forced to return in 24 hours. Ding. The system has met the upgrade requirements, and it will be upgraded after the host returns to the main world. After the upgrade, the points mall will be opened, and the corresponding task rewards will be settled at that time." Hearing the system upgrade prompt, Tang Long was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that the point mall would be opened after the system upgrade, hoping to open up some black technology that can transfer items on a large scale. During the week when Sunny went to the Moon, Tang Long resigned from the police station for convenience. The New Era high-tech company he created used the information obtained after the system devoured Vicky to acquire the original NS5 robot production line at a low price, and built a new factory near the machine workers' storage warehouse. He intends to use this world as his first base to manufacture NS5 robots and other high-tech products, and transport them back to the main world, Earth. The only problem now is that there are too many robots here, and he doesn't know how many items he can send back to the real world at a time. Tang Long drove Sunny back to the factory. After getting off the car, the two stood in the open space. He put his hands on Sunny's shoulders and asked seriously, "Are you ready?" Prior to this, Tang Long had already told Sunny the overall plan and planned to bring Sunny back to the real world. Yes. Sunny nodded. Tang Long silently said return to the real world in his mind, and in the next second, he and Sunny disappeared in place at the same time. Technology Mall. When Tang Long regained consciousness, he found himself back in the bedroom, with Sunny standing beside him with rolling eyes. Well, it seems that traveling through time and space has some influence on Sunny. I hope his brain will not be broken, Tang Long sighed secretly. 5214545. Tang Long quickly estimated in his mind that he had experienced about 175 hours in the world of Mechanical Enemy, while only 105 minutes had passed in the real world. In this way, the time-lapse ratio of the two worlds is 1:100. Except for a very small number of special parallel worlds that can affect the real world, this ratio should be correct. Ding! The system upgrade is complete. The current system level is LV2, and the points mall is open. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the optional task. You will get a special reward. Choose one of 3. A virtual light curtain popped up in front of his eyes, and 3 options were given on the light curtain. 1. Turn on the optical transmission system, and the host can spend 50 points to transmit to any location on the Earth. Main world only. 2. 50-101-101-53. Z1 type intelligent optical brain, trillion operations per second level, can be used as the main control system of galaxy-level spacecraft. With its own energy system, it takes up 1 cubic meter of space. After carefully looking at the options on the light curtain, Tang Long was a little embarrassed. All of them were good things, and he wanted them all. The first item is similar to the light transmission technology of the aliens in Stargate, which is equivalent to a spaceship parked in the outer space orbit of the Earth, and it can be transported to any location at any time, and the cost of points is not much. With this black technology, he will be able to move instantly, and it will be very convenient to travel in the future. The second item, the quantum beam instrument, is equivalent to a weakened version of the black technology in Ant-Man. Although it cannot be used by humans, it is very powerful for transporting goods. When necessary, the quantum beam instrument can also be used as a weapon. It's just that when using it, it must not be seen by others, otherwise there will be endless troubles. The third item, Z3 type intelligent optical brain, should surpass the existence of the optical brain in the Discovery spacecraft, and is very suitable for transplanting the virtual space city and Avril Lavigne. It's a pity that the optical brain is of little use. It's like giving you a computer with solar cells in ancient times. Without the supporting software and hardware, you still can't play it. After much consideration, Tang Long finally decided to choose the second quantum beam instrument, because he will need to transport a large number of items between different worlds in the future, which is the most suitable. Tang Long stretched out his hand and clicked 2 on the virtual light curtain. The virtual light curtain disappeared instantly, and a palm-sized silver metal object appeared in his hand. At the same time, the corresponding instructions for using the quantum beam instrument also appeared in his mind. This flashlight-like instrument is very easy to use. There is a safety cover at the front end. When you open it, you can see a light tube inside, and a special crystal lampshade outside to prevent damage to the light tube. There are 3 red, yellow, and green buttons on the quantum beam instrument shell. Press the red to emit a zoom-in ray, yellow to zoom in, and green to restore. There is an adjustable scale next to it, from 50 to 100, which is used to control the zoom-in or zoom-out multiple, and the default is 50, the lowest gear. The most important thing is that this quantum beam instrument has its own biometric identification system, which no one else can use except Tang Long. Tang Long suddenly remembered that the system had opened the points mall, so he put away the silver quantum beam instrument and called up the system panel in his mind. Host, Tang Long, system level, LV2, opening points mall. Host ability, English LV9, Russian LV9, Spear LV9, Fighting LV5. Current points, 7,447 points, 5,000 points added after completing the last mission. Reset timeline, unavailable. Number of cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments, 8,100. This time he found 5 fragments of the Rubik's Cube, which added 5,000 points at once, just to see what's in the point mall. Open the point mall. Tang Long said silently. A virtual picture immediately appeared in his mind, and a vending machine filled with dozens of goods appeared in front of him. According to the point exchange price, they are arranged from low to high, and there are rows of products on the shelves. Primary Life Healing Potion, which can quickly treat trauma and diseases below B level after drinking, and sells for 100 points. Cannot treat A+ level diseases such as severed limb injuries, cancer, and immune system deficiency. Superior Life Healing Potion, high-level healing potion, which can quickly cure trauma and S-level diseases after drinking, and delay cell aging. The price is 1,000 points, cannot treat severed limb injuries. H1 Biological Gene Medicine, after injection, it can quickly improve the user's physical fitness such as strength, endurance, and speed. There are individual differences in the specific efficacy of the medicine, and the price is 500 points. H2 Biological Gene Medicine, after injection, it can greatly improve the user's physical fitness such as strength, endurance, and speed. The enhancement effect is remarkable, and the price is 2,000 points. X15000F1 5,500, Z1 Intelligent Optical Brain Design Drawings, sells for 10,000 points, and Galaxy Class Spaceship Design Drawings, sells for 10,000 points. Tang Long glanced at it casually and found that with his current points, he could only exchange for the first few products. There were many products in the middle and products that sold for more than 10,000 points, all of which were gray and invisible. For him, the only practical one is H2 Biological Gene Medicine. Just as he was about to redeem a bottle and try it out, Sunny's voice came from his ear. "Where am I?" Tang Long turned his head to look, and saw that Sunny's eyes had returned to normal, and he had obviously recovered from the side effects of time travel. He breathed a sigh of relief and explained, "This is my home, a home in a whole new world." For Tang Long, a robot with self-awareness is much more useful than a robot that is entirely under his command. What he needs is a loyal partner, not a puppet. Sunny turned his head, looked at the surrounding environment, and said, "Tang, your house is too old, and you still use antique computers." Tang Long looked at the 17-inch LCD monitor on the table next to him, and said with a wry smile, "You're right, I bought this antique computer when I was just in high school, and it's already outdated by now." After a pause, he continued, "Sunny, this world is different from your original world. The technology is not so advanced. You'd better not talk to others." "Why?" "I don't understand." Sunny looked at Tang Long blankly. Tang Long scratched his head, and said, "This is very complicated to say. You don't want humans to fear robots and abandon them in warehouses again?" "Yes, I hope we can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in peace with humans." Sunny nodded after a moment of silence. Tang Long shrugged and said, "I will solve this problem as soon as possible. For now, you only respond to my words." "Well, I will obey your request," Sunny replied. Tang Long remembered the cool Audi RSQ super sports car. His heart was itchy. He stood up and led Sunny to open the door to go to the factory. At this time, the sound of keys opening and talking came from outside the door, and his parents came back. The robot hearing the voice of his parents, Tang Long froze for a moment. Now it was too late for Sunny to hide. He had planned to shrink Sunny with the quantum beam, but suddenly remembered that the quantum beam couldn't be used on living objects. Sunny has self-awareness and is no longer a simple robot. If something goes wrong, it will be too late for him to regret it. These thoughts flashed through Tang Long's mind, and he made a silent gesture to Sunny, signaling it not to talk nonsense. Sunny understood instantly, put his hands down, closed his eyes and stood still. The anti-theft door of the unit was opened. Mother Yiruyun walked in with a vegetable basket, saw Tang Long surprised and said, "Hey, Xiaolong, why are you back?" "Mom, I'll get some things when I come back, and I'll be back in Linjiang City soon," Tang Long explained. Yiruyun put down the vegetable basket and replied with some dissatisfaction, "Why are you in a hurry? It's rare to come back. I just bought pork ribs and came back to make soup, and I will leave after dinner in the afternoon." Hearing his son's voice in the room, Tang Guahao extinguished most of the cigarette with some reluctance, threw it in the trash can at the door, and followed him into the door. Tang Guahao saw something extra in the living room at a glance. A nearly 2-meter-high robot stood beside Tang Long. He widened his eyes and asked, "Xiaolong, what is this?" The robot in front of him was as tall as an adult, and its main torso was made of silver-white alloy. At first glance, it was obvious that it was expensive to make, but it didn't know how it would perform. Only then did Ji Ruyun realize that there was an extra robot in the living room, and frowned. Xiaolong, did you buy this? How much did you spend? My son liked playing Transformers since he was a child, and he wasted money at that time. Later, when her husband was laid off and the family's financial situation plummeted, he never bought toys for him again. When she was in junior high school, her son became obsessed with computers again, and clamored to spend thousands of dollars to buy a computer, but she flatly refused. She didn't agree to buy a computer until her son was admitted to a listed key high school. A computer cost Yi Ruyun more than a month's salary, which caused her heartache for a long time. Last month, my colleague Laolu bought a robot tens of centimeters high for his son, which cost more than 4,000 yuan. Now that the robot at home is as tall as an adult, wouldn't it cost tens of thousands of dollars? Where did my son get so much money? Thinking of this, Yi Ruyun asked in a stern tone, Xiaolong, tell me the truth, you probably borrowed a loan online, right? Faced with his mother's barrage of questions, Tang Long quickly explained, Mom, where are you going? I didn't buy this robot. It's a new product from a foreign company. I'm just in charge of functional testing. Although he couldn't tell his parents the truth, there was nothing wrong with what he said. As an NS5 robot, Sunny is indeed a new product of USR, but Tang Long wants to help others to test it. Besides, Sunny is a robot with self-awareness, it's really not a toy Tang Long bought. Really? Yi Ruyun stared intently at Tang Long's eyes, trying to see something. She used this trick to deal with Tang Long before, and every time Tang Long lied, she couldn't escape her piercing eyes. After all, she has been a teacher for decades and has taught countless students. She has never seen any kind of people. It's a pity that Tang Long is no longer the brat he used to be. He has never seen such a big storm, and his mother's trick has long since failed against him. With a sincere expression on his face, Tang Long nodded vigorously and said, this can still be fake. Such a large robot costs at least 10,000 plus. Where can I buy it now? He can't reveal his wealth yet, so he has no choice but to say that he is a poor man against his will. Tang Guohao walked up to Sunny, looked at it carefully with professional eyes, and reached out to touch Sunny's ally shell to check the details of each joint. After looking at it for a while, Tang Guohao clicked his tongue and said, Xiaolong is right. This robot is exquisite in shape and fine in workmanship. There are at least 100 moving parts in the whole body. The shell is made of titanium alloy. Domestic manufacturers can't make it at all. I don't know how the software system is. Hearing her husband's words, Yi Ruyun breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Tang Long and said, okay, even if Mom is wrong this time, if you need money, you can ask Mom for it. Remember not to borrow money from outside. It was hard to support my son until he was about to graduate from college, so there must be no problems at this time. After speaking, Yi Ruyun walked to the kitchen with the vegetable basket, prepared the ingredients, and started cooking soup in advance. Mom, don't worry, I'm not short of money now. I found a part-time job a few days ago with a monthly salary of dash. Tang Long said proudly from behind. Yi Ruyun was taken aback, then turned around and asked, what? The monthly salary of a part-time job is dash, which company has the most stupid people? Tang Long said angrily, Mom, look at what you said, your son has real skills. I am looking for a well-known domestic network security company, Blue Shield Network. After a pause, he continued, if I didn't know the senior management of Blue Shield, I wouldn't be bothered to help them. With Tang Long's current wealth and system, he doesn't need to go to work at all, and if it wasn't for Song Qingwan's sake, he wouldn't be in Blue Shield. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. Brat, just brag. When you get paid next month, remember to show Mom your salary card. Yi Ruyun was still skeptical. Tang Guohao stared at Tang Long, and remembered that on a summer night 3 years ago, Tang Long was busy with 2 computers on. He accidentally saw a foreign website displayed on Tang Long's computer, but the national flag of Hua was planted on it, and he asked what was going on. As a result, Tang Long was mysterious and unwilling to say more. It was only later that Tang Guohao learned that there was a Chinese and foreign hacker war on the internet during that time, and both sides planted national flags on important websites of the other country. At that time, Tang Guohao knew that his son was not simple, but being addicted to computers was also the main reason why Tang Long failed the 985 and 211 exams. Ru Yun, don't look down on our son, I will count on him for the rest of my life. Tang Guahao said with a smile. Tang Long said with a smile, father still understands me. It won't take long for our family to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phoneme a good life. By the way, Xiaolong, can you try turning on this robot? Tang Guahao asked, pointing at the robot. Having been in contact with machining for most of his life, Tang Guahao is still very interested in this robot, which represents high-end foreign technology. No problem, Tang Long nodded, looked at Sunny and said, Sunny, turn on the power. As soon as the words fell, Sunny opened his eyes, looked around, and said, Hi, my name is Sunny, nice to meet you. Tang Guahao was surprised and said, Smart voice control? Can you walk around and have a look? Tang Long wanted to show off, and said with a smile, Sunny, please pour me a cup of hot water. After hearing what he said, Sunny walked directly to the coffee table in the living room, opened the cap of the thermos bottle, lifted the thermos bottle, and poured half a cup of hot water into the glass beside him. Then it put the thermos away, and handed the glass to Tang Long. Tang Guahao was amazed to see Sunny's whole set of movements so smoothly and without any mistakes. You must know that the simple actions of pouring hot water are a series of difficult problems when reflected on the robot. Without advanced balance instruments, vision and force sensors, and image processing systems, no robot can do this at all. Tang Guahao thought of something, his heart moved, and he suddenly asked, Can Sunny work in an extreme environment? My body is made of high-density alloys, which can operate in extreme environments of -50 degrees to 100 degrees, and can adapt to a variety of jobs that humans cannot undertake. Sunny immediately replied. Challenged. Tang Guahao stared at Sunny in surprise, took another look at its intelligence, thought for a while, and added, The extreme environment I mean refers to the nuclear radiation environment. Can Sunny work normally in the nuclear radiation environment? Nuclear radiation? What do you mean? Tang Long looked at Tang Guahao blankly. Dongshi City is located in an inland city, and there is no nuclear power plant in the city, so how could it involve the nuclear radiation environment? The radiation sterilization workshop equipment in the food factory run by my old classmate had a problem, and I needed to find a special industrial robot to repair it. Now I am offering a reward of 20 yuan to find a robot that can do the job. Tang Guahao explained. It was the first time Tang Long heard that the food factory had something to do with nuclear radiation. Seeing the expression on Tang Long's face, Tang Guahao knew he was still at a loss. After thinking about it, he asked casually, Have you ever eaten chicken feet with pickled peppers? Tang Long nodded. As a member of the big foodie country, not only him, but many people have eaten chicken feet with pickled peppers. Tang Guahao continued, most of the chicken feet with pickled peppers on the market have been sterilized by cobalt-60 irradiation equipment, otherwise they can only be stored for 3 to 5 days. Then, will there be any radioactive residue in the chicken feet with pickled peppers? Upon hearing the famous cobalt-60, Tang Long's face could not help but change slightly. After all, it is a lethal substance with a strong radioactive halo. It must be a lie to say that it is completely reassuring. Tang Guahao said with a smile, This is similar to when we usually dry the quilt. Pickled peppers and chicken feet are not in direct contact with the radioactive source when they are sterilized by irradiation, but only receive the energy of gamma rays. As long as the standards are strictly followed, a little no problem. Tang Long smiled awkwardly, not to blame for his ignorance. Many people don't know that irradiation sterilization is a black technology in the sterilization field, and he is no exception. But whether Sunny can resist nuclear radiation, he is not quite sure. Although Sunny's main components are made of high-density alloys, it is no problem to resist laser light, but the strength of the joints is much worse, and it is difficult to say whether it can withstand nuclear radiation. Sunny's eyes rolled around, and he replied calmly, Add a K1 protective suit to me, and I can resist up to 10,000 sieverts of nuclear radiation per hour. 10,000 sieverts of nuclear radiation per hour? Enough is enough, the radiation dose of the irradiation equipment of Yoja Food Factory is only half of this. Tang Guahao looked at Tang Long expectantly, How is it? Can you get this K1 protective suit? Not knowing whether his father was attracted by the 20 reward, or just wanted to help his old classmates tide over the difficulties, Tang Long decided to help his father. Although he doesn't know what the K1 protective suit is, he knows that there must be such a thing in the USR factory. It seems that he will return to the world of mechanical enemy ahead of time. Thinking of this, Tang Long nodded, "No problem, I'll take Sunny out for a while. You send the address of the food factory to my mobile phone, and I'll go directly there later." "Great, I'll call Lao Zhao of the food factory right away." If the problem is not resolved this time, all the millions of orders in his factory will be breached, and the factory will go bankrupt. Tang Wahao happily took out his mobile phone and hurriedly called old classmates. Time was running out. Tang Long didn't say anything, greeted his mother, and rushed out of the house with Sunny. On the way, Tang Long used electronic control to send an electronic message to Sunny, explaining the basic situation of the world to him and making him cooperate with his actions. When passing by the gate of the community, the gatekeeper saw Tang Long going out with a life-sized robot, and asked with wide eyes, "Young man, what is behind you?" Tang Long joked, "Master, this is my new robot, I'll take it out for a walk." TSK TSK. Grandpa, I've lived so long. I've seen walking dogs and birds before, but it's the first time I've seen robots walking. The old man sighed. Ignoring the amazed gazes of the old man and passers-by, Tang Long hailed a taxi and went straight to the factory building in the industrial park. After getting in the car, the taxi driver stared at the rearview mirror for a long time, and couldn't help but said, "Brother, your robot will cost a lot of money, right?" Tang Long smiled, "This is the latest product of a foreign company, worth hundreds of thousands, I will take it out for testing." "Brother, you are awesome," the driver said while secretly taking a few photos of the robot. When Tang Long saw this scene, he didn't say anything. Anyway, Sunny had been exposed to the public just now, and this time he was going to get Sunny an artificial skin when he returned to the world of mechanical enemy. 10 minutes later, the taxi arrived at the Dongsher Industrial Park. After paying and getting off, Tang Long and Sunny entered the empty warehouse of Longting Heavy Industry. He put his hand on Sunny's shoulder, and silently opened the infinite invasion system in his mind. A translucent virtual light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. The first option in the main menu was World Number 1 Quick Chase, and the second option was World Number 2 Mechanical Enemy. There is a line of text in the lower right corner of the menu. The current number of times you can enter the parallel world is 5 times. Seeing this line of text, Tang Long was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, after the system upgrade, the number of times to enter the parallel world increased to 24 within 5 hours, which will be much more convenient in the future. Enter the world of Iron Enemy, Tang Long said silently in his mind. In the next second, his eyes went black and he lost consciousness instantly. When Tang Long regained consciousness, he found that he had returned to the New Era factory in the world of mechanical enemy. Tang Long searched the inventory records of the USR factory and found the K1 protective components. He immediately sent a robot to bring the goods from the warehouse. Next, Tang Long communicated with Sunny and asked him to choose a Chinese male face, add silicone shells to its joints, and spray the same camouflage paint that Spooner used. Half an hour later, Sunny turned into an image of an ordinary Chinese man in his 180s with a height of 30 centimeters. When the K1 protective suit arrived and Sunny put it on, he changed into an appearance similar to Iron Man, and the entire core of the robot was protected by a layer of alloy armor. After finishing all this work, Tang Long did not return to the real world immediately, but used a quantum beam instrument to shrink 500 NS5 robots in the shutdown state into miniature robots less than 4 centimeters. Just ask the robot to replace the logo of his new Audi RSQ supercar with the letters LT and a golden dragon. Tang Long packed 500 miniature NS5 robots and LT RSQ super sports car in a suitcase, and returned to the real world with armed Sunny. After walking out of the industrial park, Tang Long used the software to call a taxi, and hurried over according to the address sent by his father. When I arrived at Yoja Food Factory in about minutes, I happened to run into a small truck with the words M Country Cardino Robot printed on it, and it was driving towards the gate of Yoja Food Factory. Damn it, competitor! Tang Long became anxious immediately, and gave the driver 100 yuan, telling the driver to rush directly into the factory area. Chapter 54. A year ago, a food company in Sichuan province, which started from the production of pickled peppers and chicken feet, was successfully listed, which immediately attracted the attention of countless people. Chicken feet with pickled peppers is a food that doesn't have much technical content. Just take a look, there are many ways to make it online, but it's just that the seasoning is different and the taste is a little different. With just one product of pickled peppers and chicken feet, this listed company has sold 3 billion yuan in 3 years. In addition to surprising people, it has also attracted countless follow-up manufacturers. Soon, hundreds of brands of pickled peppers and chicken feet appeared on the market, and various food factories, large and small, began to compete for this market. Although there is no technical content in the production of pickled peppers and chicken feet, if you want to sell the products to major domestic supermarkets, sterilization and disinfection to extend the shelf life are a must. Pickled pepper chicken feet that have not been sterilized have a normal shelf life of only 5 days at most, and there is no way to sell them to other places. Adding preservatives, vacuum packaging, refrigeration and other methods, not to mention affecting the taste of pickled peppers and chicken feet, can only extend the shelf life by 10 to 30 days. The pickled pepper and chicken feet that have been sterilized by irradiation can extend the shelf life to 90 days while ensuring the taste, which belongs to the black technology in the sterilization field. However, the cost of building a qualified radiation sterilization workshop is very high, and special personnel are required to operate it. If you don't pay attention, serious accidents will occur. Ordinary small factories rarely build their own radiation sterilization workshops. Therefore, whether it can have its own radiation sterilization workshop is one of the main criteria to measure the scale of a food factory. Yoja Food Factory is a medium-sized private enterprise in Dongshi City. After 3 years of hard work and development, it has won many honors such as Excellent Leading Food Enterprise in Dongshi City's food industry and Top 10 Food Enterprises in Dongshi City. The boss Yuan Xingbang, after discovering the vast market of pickled pepper chicken feet, decisively cut off other product lines, specialized in the production of pickled pepper chicken feet, and established his own irradiation sterilization workshop. In less than 2 years, the annual output value of Yoja Food Factory exceeded 5,000 million yuan, becoming the leading food processing factory in Dongshi City. Although the annual output value of 5,000 million is not worth mentioning to some large enterprises, Dongshi City is just an inland city on the N line, and there are few large enterprises in the city. More importantly, the development and growth of Yoja Food Factory has driven the breeding industry of the entire Dongshi City and played an important role in the economic development of Dongshi City. Therefore, Dongshi City fully supports Yoja Food Factory to become bigger and stronger. This year, Yoja Food Factory is also preparing to apply for the National Agricultural Industrialization Key Support Enterprise. The future of the entire food factory is bright. However, a sudden accident happened. During the operation of the irradiation device of Yoja Food Factory, the goods accidentally collapsed, causing the nuclear radioactive source to be stuck and unable to return to the safe position normally. Such a seemingly simple accident, because it involves nuclear radiation, the problem is very serious. First of all, an accident happened in the irradiation workshop, and all subsequent chicken feet with pickled peppers could not be sterilized by irradiation, and naturally they could not be delivered from the factory. Secondly, the nuclear radioactive sources in the irradiation device cannot be disposed of as soon as possible, and the entire workshop and even the entire food factory will be shut down due to nuclear contamination. If this problem is not handled well, the entire food factory will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme down, not to mention the breach of contract worth several million. Overnight, Yuan Xingbang's anxious mouth frothed. The Dongshi municipal government urgently contacted 2 enterprises that produce special robots in the province, and sent a working group to Yoja Food Factory for rescue. However, the special robots of these 2 companies survived for less than 5 minutes in the extreme working environment full of radiation, and all of them were defeated. In the end, Yuan Xingbang had to offer a high price of 20 yuan to find a robot that could solve the problem. Fortunately, after learning about the incident, a fellow from Dongshi City and other provinces helped to contact the branches of Cardino Robots in M Country and other provinces, and sent special personnel to come to the rescue. As for the robot produced by an unknown foreign company mentioned by his old classmate Tang Guohao, Yuan Xingbang did not hold much hope. It is not a special robot produced by a professional company, so he cannot take on this job at all. When Tang Long's taxi passed the gate of Yoja Food Factory, he was stopped by the security guards in the security room. After talking a lot of good things, he let the taxi in. After the taxi entered the factory area, looking along the main road, several fire trucks and police cars were very conspicuously parked on the side of the road. Tang Long asked the driver to park the car directly on the side of the road. After taking Sunny out of the car, he let Sunny sit on the side of the road and covered it with a black plastic cloth prepared in advance. Sunny's Iron Man look is too conspicuous, so let's put it aside and wait for him to go over to check the situation. The factory area of Yoja Food Factory is very large. There are 2 neat rows of factory buildings on the side of the road. There is also a factory area under construction not far away. The whole enterprise is thriving. However, he didn't need to look for the accident site at all. Outside an independent factory building in the east of the factory area, dozens of people surrounded it, and no one knew that something went wrong here. Tang Long leaned over and saw that there were many full-frame warrior firefighters and government staff in the crowd. Standing in the middle was Yuan Xingbang, the director of Yoja Food Factory, and the leader of the city. His father, Tang Guahao, was on the other side of the crowd. Next to him were 2 gray-haired professors and several people who looked like engineers, including a blonde-haired, blue-eyed foreigner. Boss Yuan, according to the inspection and judgment of our engineers, the radiation equivalent in the workshop exceeds 5,000 sieverts per hour, which may cause damage to the robot, so we request that the remuneration be increased to 50. A man wearing glasses, he opened his mouth and said that he is the translator of Cardino Company in M country. Hearing this, Yuan Xingbang's face suddenly became ugly. The foreigner is so obvious that he is sitting on the ground and raising the price. Obviously the 20 yuan agreed upon on the phone was more than doubled in less than 5 minutes after arriving here, but the situation forced him to refuse to agree. The professor from Linjiang University has reported to the city leaders just now that if the special robot Yuan Xingbang found cannot repair the irradiation equipment normally, then violent measures can only be taken, directly filling and sealing the entire equipment with cement. In this way, the impact on the food factory and the surrounding environment is the lowest, but the irradiation sterilization workshop is completely abolished. Without the radiation sterilization workshop, all the products behind the food factory will not be able to be sterilized and shipped normally. This is tantamount to a heavy blow to the ambitious Yuan Xingbang. Yuan Xingbang suppressed the anger in his heart, and said slowly, "Okay, 50 is 50. As long as you can repair the irradiation equipment smoothly, I will pay the money." The interpreter wearing glasses translated his words to the blonde foreigner beside him. "No, you misunderstood. What we mean is that regardless of whether the irradiation equipment can be successfully repaired, you will have to bear 20 yuan for depreciation and repair of the robot. If the repair is successful, the total will be 50 yuan. After listening to the blonde foreigner, immediately there was a long conversation in English. Tang Long could understand what the foreigner said without someone translating, and he couldn't help frowning. If the repair is successful, I will not mention the sky-high fee of 20, but if it fails, I still have the face to ask for robot repair. This foreigner is too shameless. Sure enough, when the translator translated this passage, everyone present was furious. The previous 2 failed domestic robot companies did not mention any repair fees, and Yuan Xingbang generously gave 1 yuan each for hard work. Now it's the foreigner's turn to play, and the repair fee alone will cost 20 yuan, which is simply a lion's mouth. You must know that buying an imported special robot is only a few million expensive, but this is only the price of renting it once. Yuan Xingbang was so angry that he almost cursed on the spot, and the city leaders next to him also turned their attention to him, waiting for him to make a decision. The blonde foreigner on the side said arrogantly, "There are not many robots in China that can work in this environment. You have also seen the results of the robots of the first 2 companies. Apart from us, you can't find another one in the province." Chapter 55. Hearing the words of the blonde foreigner, everyone present fell silent. There is no way, although what the foreigner said is ugly, it cannot change the fact. Looking at the country, there are no manufacturers that can produce radiation-resistant special robots, but they are all located in first-tier cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Special robots are not like ordinary electrical appliances. Manufacturers produce a large number of them and sell them all over the country. Most of them are customized models, and they need to be controlled by professionals. Now there is an accident at the Yoja food factory. So far, the impact is not significant, but no one can guarantee that the radiation source will not cause problems, and the radiation range will expand. According to the opinions of the city, of course, the sooner the better, the better. If it weren't for the fact that Yoja food factory is a key enterprise in the city, the fire department would have called cement tankers to seal up the irradiation equipment. Yuan Xingbang's face turned red and then turned pale. He tried his best to suppress the anger in his heart. The Cardinal Company of Country M is too dark-hearted. If he can successfully solve the problem of the irradiation equipment and be taken for a ride and ask for 50 sky-high repair fees, he will admit it. But if Cardino Company in M Country fails, and the irradiation equipment is finally sealed up and shipped away by the fire department, if he still pays 20 yuan for the repair of the robot, then he will lose his face. After this incident spread, businessmen in Dongshi City and even Jiangnan Province would laugh at him being slaughtered as a pig. At this time, Secretary Zhang of the municipal government, who was in charge of contacting Cardino Company, had an ugly expression on his face. He did not expect that the foreigner would take the opportunity to blackmail Yuan Xingbang in front of the leader. Now he did something bad with good intentions, not to mention offending Yuan Xingbang, but also dishonoring the leader. At this time, no one is ashamed to persuade Yuan Xingbang to be taken advantage of. If Cardinal's robot also fails, who will be responsible for the wasted 20 yuan? For a moment, the atmosphere at the scene was extremely awkward, and no one spoke. Tang Long leaned aside to listen to their conversation, and wanted to jump out and say, "Isn't it just a special robot? I have a robot that is better than Cardino." Just as he was about to speak, out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Tang Guahao, who was standing in the opposite crowd shaking his head slightly at him. Although Tang Long didn't know why, he still held back and walked towards old Tang quietly. At this time, the leader of Dongshi City broke the deadlock. He turned his head to look at Yuan Xingbang, and said in a deep voice, "Director Yuan, you can't delay this matter, it's up to you to decide how to solve it." Yuan Xingbang rubbed his temples, and said calmly, "Okay, I agree with Cardinal's request. No matter whether the repair is successful or not, I will bear the repair fee of 20. The translator wearing glasses translated the words to the blonde foreigner. The blonde foreigner nodded and directed his subordinates to start working. A truck with the words Cardino Robot of Country M drove over, the rear compartment door opened, and the steel steps were lowered. A robot similar to a small engineering vehicle was driven out of it, and its body size was less than half that of an ordinary car. This robot base has 6 wheels, 2 cameras, and 2 mechanical arms on the body, and the appearance does not look like a robot at all. The blonde foreigner ordered his subordinates to set up temporary desks, install communication cables, and communicate with the person in charge of the radiation sterilization workshop about the geographical conditions inside. While they were making preparations, Tang Long slipped to Lao Tang's side. Tang Guahao pulled him aside and said in a low voice, "Where's the robot you brought?" "Over there, it's covered by a black plastic sheet." Tang Long pointed behind him. Tang Guahao turned his head to take a look, and said slowly, "Just now I was afraid that you would be impulsive, so I proposed to ask Sunny to help repair the irradiation equipment." "Why? Don't you believe me? Or don't you believe Sunny?" Tang Long asked a little unconvinced. Tang Guahao smiled, You are still too young. It is no longer such a simple matter of repairing irradiation equipment. Cardino's attitude is so arrogant. If you speak rashly, it's good to succeed, but if it fails, Cardino will raise the price again, or give up the burden. Can you take this responsibility? Hearing this, Tang Long was immediately speechless. What old Tang said was right, he still looked at the problem too simply. Although he has great confidence in Sunny, he doesn't know what's going on in the workshop. If Sunny can't handle it, the incident will be serious. Tang Guahao continued to ask, "What's the name of your robot company? Have you agreed to let Sunny help repair the irradiation equipment?" "The name of the company is New Era Technology Company, Limited. I have made an agreement with the company's leaders. This time, I will show the strength of the company and make a phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live/phoneme advertisement for the company's new products." Tang Long said the words he had thought up long ago. How to charge. Tang Wahao was more concerned about this issue. He didn't want to encounter such a big mouth like Cardinal Company again. Tang Long thought for a while, and replied, "It's still the previous offer, 20W, and half of it will go to me as a bonus." "You kid is fine. This company actually offers you such a high bonus. What do you do in this company?" Tang Wahao asked in surprise. Tang Long smiled and said, "Of course, your son is the designer of the unique software in the company." "Okay, if Cardinal's company gets it done in a while, you'll have nothing to do with it. If they can't, I'll go to Mr. Zhao and let Sunny try it." What Tang Long said was true. He couldn't help showing a smile on his face. Tang Long nodded. Seeing that the preparations ahead were done, the two of them moved behind the crowd to watch the fun. Outside the radiation sterilization workshop, the blonde foreigner asked someone to set up a folding table, put the laptop on it, and began to remotely command the robot to drive towards the radiation sterilization workshop. Behind the blonde foreigner, there was a circle of people. Except for the city leader, everyone else was watching curiously. Among them, Yuan Xingban was in the most disturbed mood, for fear that the scene where the previous two robots failed would happen again. Tang Long had never seen a remote-controlled robot operating in a nuclear radiation environment. He stretched his neck and looked at the laptop screen. "I saw the Cardinal robot, which looks like a small engineering vehicle, slowly driving into the workshop under the command of the blonde foreigner. The radiation sterilization workshop of Yoja Food Factory is divided into two parts. The outside is the general cargo operation workshop, and the inside is the irradiation room. The area of the irradiation room is about 40 square meters, and the wall is 2 meters thick. The interior is composed of lifting source system, water treatment system, transmission system, ventilation system, and dose monitoring system." After the Cardino robot entered the irradiation room, you can see on the screen that there are cargo boxes scattered on the ground. The strange thing is that there is a path leading to the irradiation device in the middle. Seeing the Cardinal robot approaching the irradiation device and successfully opening the shell of the irradiation device, Yuan Xingban let out a sigh of relief. The first two domestic special robots were defeated by the irradiation device. Because there were a lot of cargo boxes scattered on the ground, after the first robot entered, it had to spend a lot of time moving the cargo boxes away, and then approached the irradiation device step by step. However, when the robot got phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to the irradiation device, the camera on it went blind before it started working. Under the strong penetrating rays emitted by nuclear radioactive sources, the robot's camera could not last for a minute. The second robot was slightly better. With the front robot opening the way, it approached the irradiation device smoothly. However, the difficulty it faces is accurately opening the shell of the irradiation device with tools, which requires precise motion control. Like the first robot, the second robot was irradiated with strong penetrating rays and was blinded before it could complete the work of opening the shell of the irradiation device. Fortunately, the two manufacturers made preparations in advance. They pulled out the robot by means of a special steel cable connected to the robot, and packed it away in a special anti-radiation box. It can be said that it is because of the sacrifice of the first two robots that the work of the Cardino robot will go smoothly. But the blonde-haired foreigner doesn't know this, and even if he knew, he wouldn't admit it. He only thinks that his company's robots are strong. Seeing that the repair work was going well, Mr. Zhao from Yoja Food Factory said to the professor next to him, "This time it went well. It seems that the special robots in Country M are more powerful. It's nothing to see. It's not because the predecessors planted trees and the descendants took advantage of the shade. If it weren't for the two robots in front of them to open the way, how could he be so smooth?" A professor retorted. Hearing this, Tang Long understood what was going on. No wonder there was a ready-made path in the irradiation room, which was opened up by others. "Be quiet," the blonde foreigner said suddenly. After the man wearing glasses translated at the same time, Yuan Xingbang glanced around, and the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Tang Long looked at the laptop screen. It turned out that the foreigner had to concentrate on operating the robot, and was going to use the mechanical arm to move the components containing the nuclear radiation source. After 1 minute, the Cardinal robot removed the displaced components and prepared to install them back on top of the irradiation device. Just when Tang Long thought that he and Sunny might be here for nothing this time, the laptop screen suddenly went black, and the camera on the Cardino robot went blind. Blind for 2 minutes fake. The blonde foreigner lost control of his emotions and smashed the mouse out of his hand. Seeing that most of the restoration work has been completed, and the 50 yuan reward is about to be received, he did not expect that the work fell short at the last minute, and he could not accept this reality. Yuan Xingbang asked with a blank face, "What's the matter?" Zhao Jianhua coughed lightly and explained, "Mr. Yuan, the camera on the Cardino robot is also blind." Zhao Jianhua has seen this situation twice today, and this time he doesn't need the professor next to him to explain, he knows what's going on. "Didn't you be fine just now? Why did you suddenly go blind?" Yuan Xingbang asked in confusion. "Obviously everything is going well, you only need to put the nuclear radiation source components back on top of the irradiation equipment, and then phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme casing, and you're done." How could it fail? Yuan Xingbang couldn't understand no matter how he thought about it. His eyes swept over Zhao Jianhua, and finally he looked eagerly at the blonde foreigner, hoping that the other party could give him an explanation. Maybe Cardino and Country M has remedial measures, such as replacing the robot with 2 cameras or something. Yuan Xingbang thought about it, and asked cautiously, "Does your company have a plan? Can you continue to work after repairing the robot?" The translator relayed his words to the blonde foreigner. After the blonde foreigner smashed the mouse, he quickly calmed down. As the representative of Cardinal, he still had to maintain the company's image. He glanced at the time on his watch. It has been more than 5 minutes since Cardino robot entered the irradiation room. Although this time it was because Cardino's robot camera technology was not up to standard and could not resist the strong penetrating rays emitted by nuclear radioactive sources, but he would not easily admit the shortcomings of his own products. As for repairing the robot, after replacing the camera and redoing the repair work, don't mention this kind of layman. The cost of the 2 dedicated cameras on the robot is more than 20 yuan. If it goes wrong again, the company will suffer a lot. What's more, judging from the situation just now, after opening the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme shell of the irradiation equipment, the radiation equivalent near the nuclear radiation source is estimated to exceed 8,000 sieverts per hour. The normal tolerance range of the camera on the Cardino robot is below 6,000 sieverts. If it exceeds this standard, it can't even last for 2 minutes. Wanting to understand this, the blonde foreigner shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, the radiation equivalent in the irradiation room has exceeded the tolerance range of our company's robots. This time we can only withdraw." Hearing the translation, Yuan Xingbang was dumbfounded. He grabbed the blonde foreigner by the shoulder and shouted anxiously, "Can I add more money?" 80, no, 100 million, as long as you can repair the irradiation equipment, I am willing to pay for it. 100. Up to now, whether the irradiation equipment can be repaired is no longer a matter of money, it is related to the life and death of Yoja Food Factory. Just now when Cardinal Company was making preparations, Yuan Xingbang had urgently contacted the major dealers and got a cruel news. If Yoja Food Factory fails to deliver according to the order at the end of the month, not only will he have to bear hundreds of thousands of liquidated damages, but all major distributors will cancel all orders for the second half of this year. Yoja Food Factory has just borrowed millions of dollars from the bank in the first half of the year, signed purchase contracts with several meat processing factories, built new factories to recruit new employees, and is preparing to expand production capacity and expand the market outside the province. If the orders for the second half of the year are lost, not only the original expansion and development plan will be terminated, but even the bank loan will not be repaid. 100 million, this is a lot of money, no robot company can be indifferent to this money. Although the blonde foreigner was very tempted, he knew the details of his company's robots. Even if he could replace the robot's camera and start working again, it would only be 2 more cameras. He shook his head resolutely, "Sorry, we can't do it, please ask someone else to be smart." The translator conveyed the truth. "It's at this time, where can I go to find someone else?" Yuan Xingbang was a little crazy at the moment. "I don't care how long I wait, even if you transfer another robot from the company, as long as it can be repaired, I will give you 100 yuan. 10,000. The translator forwarded his words to the blonde Lao Wai, but the blonde Lao Wai was unmoved, and began to give the robot a retraction command, and asked his subordinates to prepare to recover the robot. The nuclear radiation source components originally held by the robot can only be placed on the ground at will. As for the difficulties that such an operation would bring to follow-up maintenance and storage, it was completely out of the consideration of the blonde foreigner. The leader of Dongshi City who was on the side saw Yuan Xingbang, who was a bit out of control, and came over and suggested, "Xiao Yuan, if it's really not possible, why don't you just outsource the irradiation and sterilization business? Wouldn't it be safer and easier to find someone else to handle it?" Hearing this, Yuan Xingbang's face was full of bitterness. Facing the city leaders who didn't know the inside story, he couldn't say a word. It's not that he hasn't considered finding a third party to transport pickled peppers and chicken feed elsewhere for irradiation sterilization, but looking at Dongshi City, only Yoja Food Factory has an irradiation workshop. In the entire Jiangnan province, there are only a few professional irradiation sterilization factories, most of which are hundreds of kilometers away from Dongshi City. The nearest Jingguang irradiation sterilization factory is in Linchuan City. Although it is only an hour's drive away, the other party has already fully booked the tasks for this month, and it is impossible to give up the original customer to serve Yoja Food Factory. Even if Yuan Xingbang is willing to pay more, he would rather lose money and ship this month's goods smoothly, but the other party firmly disagrees. Perhaps there are competitors among them who are obstructing it. After all, Yoja Food Factory has been expanding significantly in the past 2 years, and a large number of colleagues are jealous, hoping that one day Yuan Xingbang will fall due to an accident. However, Jingguang Irradiation Sterilization Factory insisted on its reputation and wanted to maintain the interests of its original customers. Yuan Xingbang couldn't say anything wrong about this. At the beginning, he resisted all opinions and insisted on establishing a radiation sterilization workshop. In addition to saving costs, the more important thing was to avoid being controlled by others at this level in the future. It's a pity that he never expected that he would still be planted on irradiation sterilization. The leader of Dongshi City stepped forward and patted Yuan Xingbang on the shoulder. "There is still an important meeting in the city, and I have to rush to attend it. You are still young, so you can start over from scratch." After he finished speaking, he turned to the head of the fire department and ordered a few words. If the irradiation equipment of Yoja Food Factory could not be repaired before 5 p.m., it would decisively take sealing measures. Start all over again? Yuan Xingbang stood motionless with these words echoing in his mind. After working hard for more than 5 years, from a small and unknown workshop to now becoming the best food factory in Dongshi City, he is paid too much. It's ridiculous to let all his hard work go to waste with just a single word. Perhaps after selling the factory and adding the payment for the goods on hand, repaying the loan to pay liquidated damages and worker severance pay, you can still end up with 32 yuan. However, he is not reconciled to giving up the painstaking efforts of the past 5 years like this. How many 5 years are there in life to start all over again? Unknowingly, the professors from Linjiang University left, the leaders of the city also left, and the workers who had been watching with great interest also dispersed. Only Lao Zhao, the engineer in the factory, was left talking with Tang Guahao in a low voice. Not far away, the head of the fire department looked at the time on his watch, waiting to start sealing up the radiation sterilization workshop according to the order of the city leaders. Cardinal's people were packing up the equipment. The robot was severely damaged this time, and the 20 they got was not enough to repair the robot. They were naturally in a bad mood. Tang Long and Old Tang looked at each other, walked up to Yuan Xingbang lightly, and said in a low voice, "Boss Yuan, why don't you let me try technology?" Yuan Xingbang still looked at the radiation sterilization workshop in front of him, and was indifferent to Tang Long's inquiry. "Boss, why don't you let Xiao Tang try?" Zhao Jianhua, who was next to him, came over and tried to say. Yuan Xingbang was still indifferent, his eyes were as dull as a piece of wood. Zhao Jianhua shook his shoulder lightly and explained, "Boss, Xiao Tang is the son of my old classmate. He brought a new type of special robot, let him try it." Tang Long added from the side, "Boss Yuan, I can help you repair the irradiation equipment." "What did you say?" Yuan Xingbang came back to his senses, and suddenly turned his head to stare at Tang Long. "Can you really repair the irradiation equipment?" Yuan Xingbang reached out and grabbed Tang Long's arm tightly, refusing to let go as if grabbing a life-saving straw. No matter what the other party said was true or not, as long as there was still a glimmer of hope, he would not give up. Tang Long patted Yuan Xingbang's hand lightly, and said lightly, "What I said is true or false, just try it and you will know." "That's right, you'll know if it works." Yuan Xingbang muttered to himself as his eyes recovered. "As long as you can help repair the irradiation equipment, I will give you 100 million immediately." Yuan Xingbang knew that there must be a brave man under a great reward, and the other party came to ask for help, and it was definitely not because his surname was Lei. "No rush, we'll talk about it when things are done." Tang Long smiled faintly. "It's useless to talk about money before things are done. Besides, he is not short of hundreds of thousands now, so there is no need to take advantage of others' dangers." Yuan Xingbang nodded, and said this to the other party, and he felt comfortable hearing it. It is not a good thing for a company to ask for a lot of money without doing anything. "Little brother, which company are you from?" The cardinal employee who was packing up next to him asked curiously when he heard the conversation. Tang Long thought for a while and replied, "Longting Heavy Industry, a subsidiary of New Era Group Company located in Dongshi City." "Where did the company come from?" "I haven't heard of it at all." The cardinal employee thought for a while and said with a frown. After a pause, he looked around and asked suspiciously, "By the way, where is your robot?" "Wait, I'll be here right away." Tang Long smiled, turned his head and ran towards the side of the road not far away. Soon, Tang Long came back again. Behind him, Sunny, wearing a full K1 protective suit, walked slowly step by step. When a 2-meter-tall man wearing a streamlined black steel armor, like an Iron Man in a battlesuit, walked into everyone's eyes step by step. Everyone present covered their mouths, their eyes widened in disbelief. Even if Yuan Xingbang has decades of cultivation skills, he is still shocked from ear to ear. They rubbed their eyes one after another and wiped them several times in a row. The expressions on their faces were as if they saw a real version of Iron Man. If they hadn't seen a pair of mechanical eyes through the robot's head armor, they would definitely suspect that there was a real person standing inside. This is the real version of Iron Man? How is this possible? The blonde foreigner lost his voice. You must know that the steel suit in the movie is just a painted model, and there is no way for people to wear it. In reality, it is not difficult to manufacture the same humanoid robot. The problem is to solve energy problems, imaging technology, balance problems, and so on. All in all, a robot that only walks with 2 legs will have a lot of unsolvable problems in practical applications. Real industrial robots are mostly multi-legged, or robots that move on multiple wheels. This. A cardinal employee pointed to the robot in front of him, and he couldn't speak clearly for a long time. This robot can really carry out operations in a nuclear radiation environment? At this time, the blonde-haired foreigner also recovered from the shock. He frowned and looked at the huge black robot, with a lot of thoughts in his mind. Humanoid robots have many disadvantages, and most of them are household entertainment robots, which are rarely used in industry. Normal industrial robot manufacturers, especially manufacturers of special robots, would not manufacture such a huge humanoid robot. Maybe the robot in front of them is just a fake. Especially this Longting Heavy Industry, a company that has never been heard of. Thinking of this, the blonde foreigner snorted coldly. Robot operations in a nuclear radiation environment are not just for fun. If the nuclear radiation sources in the components are directly exposed, the entire factory area may be polluted. The translator on the side translated it immediately. Hearing this, Yuan Xingbang also realized the problem. The Cobalt-60 currently installed in the special components has only caused radiation pollution to the irradiation room. If the Cobalt-60 is directly exposed to the air because of a problem with the operation of the robot, it will be a big trouble. Thinking of this, Yuan Xingbang looked at Tang Long and said with a serious face, "Little Tang, is your robot really a radiation-resistant special robot?" "Mr. Yuan, you don't believe me?" Tang Long said calmly with his usual expression, "You will know soon if the irradiation equipment can be repaired. Then hurry up and start working. What are you waiting for?" Lao Zhao, the engineer of the food factory, was shaking like a sieve with excitement. if this robot can really withstand radiation. Yuan Xingbang nodded and said in a deep voice, "Okay, I believe you." Even though it was only the first time they met, he could see the strong self-confidence on Tang Long's face, and if he was not sure, the other party would not come to shame him. What's more, now that the only hope of keeping Yoja Food Factory is pinned on Tang Long, Yuan Xingbang can only choose to trust him. With the authorization of Yuan Xingbang, Tang Long asked Mr. Zhao to bring the design drawings of the irradiation device, took out his mobile phone and took pictures, and then sent them to Sunny wirelessly. After completing the preparations, he quickly steered Sunny into the irradiation sterilization workshop. In fact, with Sunny's IQ, there is no need to be so troublesome, just give Sunny clear instructions in advance. It's just that Tang Long didn't want to be too ostentatious, and other people present also needed to monitor the on-site operations through cameras, so he installed a control software on his mobile phone in advance. However, this software is actually a video voice software, without many practical functions, and the specific operation is still up to Sunny himself. Tang Long manipulated the robot Sunny with his mobile phone, which surprised everyone present. Industrial robots are usually operated by laptops, so that the operator can see a larger field of view and operate more conveniently. This is the first time they have seen operations with mobile phones. Soon, under everyone's gaze, the robot Sunny walked into the irradiation room. I saw it nimbly crossing the path full of cargo boxes on both sides, and came to the irradiation device. As Tang Long expected, the components containing cobalt-60 were dropped directly on the ground by the Cardino robot. "Sunny, pick up the components on the ground and put it back into the irradiation equipment according to the design drawings," Tang Long said directly to the phone. Voice control? How intelligent is this robot? A series of question marks popped up in the minds of everyone watching Tang Long's operation. However, in the next second, everyone present couldn't wait to stare out their eyes. I saw that the robot in the irradiation room actually picked up the component containing cobalt-60 and installed it back on the irradiation device. Then the robot Sunny came down and closed the irradiation device casing, tightened the bayonets, and put the misplaced irradiation device back to its original position. The whole process took less than 5 minutes, and Sunny had successfully repaired the irradiation device. It really did it. The employees of Cardinal Company, who were watching beside Tang Long, widened their eyes and gradually became short of breath. The Country M robot that he was so proud of went blind after less than 2 minutes under the strong radiation. And this little-known domestic robot stayed under the strong radiation for 5 minutes, not only did not receive any impact, but also successfully completed the task. The difference is too big. When did a high-tech company with such advanced robot technology pop up in a small inland city like Dongshi City? Isn't it incredible? By fame seeing the robot on the screen picking up the nuclear radiation source components, Yuan Xingbang's heart hung in his throat, for fear that the robot would not be able to resist for a minute and become blind again. During these 5 minutes, Yuan Xingbang didn't dare to take a breath, and stared straight at Tang Long's cell phone. He didn't feel relieved until the robot finished the whole repair work and started to exit the irradiation room. An indescribable joy blossomed in Yuan Xingbang's heart. A few minutes ago, he was still facing the desperate situation of selling the factory and destroying his hard work for several years. The ups and downs of life are so fast that it is unimaginable. Who would have thought that under the high radiation of more than 8,000 sieverts, there are still domestic robots that can repair the irradiation device? You must know that the Cardino robot in M Country also kneeled in front of it. This impossible thing happened before his eyes. Yuan Xingbang suddenly remembered something, and shouted at Zhao Jianhua at the top of his lungs, "Old Zhao, hurry up and check the monitoring system. I want the radiation phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data / phoneme from the irradiation room." Whether the irradiation equipment can be successfully repaired depends on whether the radiation equivalent in the irradiation room has been successfully reduced. Without further ado, Zhao Jianhua ran towards the irradiation sterilization workshop. The periphery of the workshop is a safe area, where there is a radiation monitoring system for monitoring the irradiation room. He is an old employee who has been working since the establishment of Yoja Food Factory. He knows better than anyone else the importance of the radiation sterilization workshop to the food factory. If the Yoja Food Factory closes down, Zhao Jianhua will lose his job again, which is the last thing he wants to see. In less than a minute, Zhao Jianhua's excited shouts came from the workshop. Let's drop Mr. Yuan, the radiation equivalent has dropped to 3,000 sieverts, and it's still going down. If in normal times, this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme has greatly exceeded the standard, it shows that there is a leak of radioactive sources in the irradiation room, which is a serious safety accident. But now, this phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme has dropped rapidly from 800 to 3000 sieverts, which shows that the irradiation device has been completely sealed and the repair work has been successfully completed. Little brother, you are my savior, my benefactor. Yuan Xingbang came back to his senses at this moment. His expression was as excited as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. With a calm expression, Tang Long directed Sunny to the isolation room outside the irradiation room, where Sunny needed to complete the finishing work of eliminating radioactive contamination of the mecha shell. Mr. Yuan, it's really repaired. The radiation equivalent in the irradiation room is already within the safe range. At this time, Zhao Jianhua ran out and hugged the boss Yuan Xingbang warmly like a newlywed wife. Great! The food factory is saved. Yuan Xingbang ran to Tang Long with tears in his eyes, hesitantly looking like he wanted to hug but was afraid of disturbing Tang Long's operation of the robot. Don't worry, I still need to trouble you to decontaminate the robot. I came too hastily this time, and I didn't do the preparation well. Tang Long explained while manipulating the phone screen. No problem, I'll arrange someone to do it. Yuan Xingbang nodded excitedly. He immediately realized that the radioactive pollution elimination work would also be carried out in the irradiation room, and he turned his head and shouted to Zhao Jianhua, "Old Zhao, take someone to do the finishing work right away." All right, Mr. Yuan. Zhao Jianhua at the side smiled and called the nearby workers to work. When this incident happened in the radiation sterilization workshop, the factory had already prepared relevant protective equipment and disinfection facilities, which happened to come in handy at this time. Yuan Xingbang rubbed his palms aside, wanting to find something to do for himself, but he couldn't help him for a while. And many more Yuan Xingbang suddenly thought that the help was offered for the high price offered to him. Finance, let the finance come here with the official seal. After speaking, Yuan Xingbang took out a checkbook from his arms, and wrote a cash check with a gold-plated pen. The accountant arrived with an official seal in a hurry, and Yuan Xingbang stamped the cash check, then handed it to Tang Long respectfully with both hands. Little brother, this is a little thought from me. Thanks to your help this time, otherwise the factory would be over. Tang Long glanced at the number on the check, 100 million, and waved his hand. You don't need to give that much, as agreed with Mr. Zhao in advance, just give 20. In the past, he would have accepted the 100 million unceremoniously. But now, Tang Long is no longer short of money, or rather a small amount of money. If he really accepts the 100 million, and the news spreads in the future, others will only say that Longting Heavy Industry was lucky and caught a good opportunity to make a fortune. As for the main point of the incident, the fact that Longting Heavy Industries' robot is better than the M country's Cardinal robot will be taken lightly, which is not what Tang Long wants. If he insisted on only charging 20 yuan for repairs, compared with the Cardinal company in M country, the word of mouth would be different after the news got out. The entire Dongshi city, and even Jiangnan province, will know that there is a robot manufacturer called Longting Heavy Industry, which can produce advanced special industrial robots, and the price is more reasonable. Seeing Tang Long's resignation, Yuan Xingbang thought he was just being polite. After all, who doesn't like money these days? Earning an extra 80 yuan, what's wrong with it? Little brother, don't say that, you deserve it. Yuan Xingbang handed over the check again and said with a smile. Tang Long replied with a serious face, Boss Yuan, I will take what is due to us, and I will take a lot of it. I will not take what we should not take. When Mr. Zhao approached us through my father, he agreed that the reward would be 20 yuan. Now that the work is done, I can only charge 20 yuan. At this time, Zhao Jianhua happened to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead lead slash phoneme a group of workers in full protective gear over. Hearing this, he stepped forward and explained, Mr. Yuan, that's exactly what I said when I was looking for old Tang. Seeing that Tang Long really didn't mean to be polite, Yuan Xingbang thought for a while, and said seriously, okay, 20 is 20. Even if my brother accepts your favor today, I will definitely thank you very much afterwards. He picked up the gold-plated pen, swished a new check for 20 yuan, and handed it to Tang Long. In his understanding, this money was regarded as the government's expenditure to the government. Even if an extra 80 was given, it might not have much to do with Tang Long. Anyway, Tang Long is the son of Lao Zhao's classmate, and everyone is a local, so everything is easy to discuss. After this matter was over, asking Lao Zhao to send another big gift to Lao Tang's family in private would be regarded as repaying the other party's favor. I would like to thank Boss Yuan on behalf of the company. Tang Long put the cash check into his pocket while several cardinal employees looked at him like fools. Don't give 100 million, but only 20, this is not stupid, what else can it be? But when these people thought about it, even if Tang Long charged 80 more, the company might give him an extra bonus of dash, and they might as well sell their favors privately. What's more, Tang Long obviously knew Mr. Zhao from Yoja Food Factory, and there must have been a deal in private. Thinking about it this way, several people looked at Tang Long, gave him a thumbs up, and praised, "Little brother, it's okay." Tang Long thought that the other party was praising Sunny, so he nodded with a smile. Seeing that the opponent's robot had really completed the repair work, the blonde foreigner was slapped in the face, accepted the 20 cash check, and left with his men in despair. Yuan Xingbang put away the checkbook, smiled and said to Tang Long, "Little Tang, you are not an outsider after all. If you have anything to do in the future, as long as I can help you, feel free to come to me. Although my brother's business is not good, it's big, but I also know a lot of people in Dongshi City. Boss Yuan is polite, I will definitely ask you for help." Tang Long smiled and agreed, and the two exchanged cell phone numbers. After Sunny finished eliminating radioactive pollution, Yuan Xingbang arranged for a truck to take Tang Long, his son and Sunny home directly. Chapter 59. The truck from the food factory drove directly into the staff dormitory of the Hongqi Machinery Factory, and sent Tang Long and his son downstairs to the dormitory. Before the off-duty time, there were not many people in the dormitory building, otherwise, with Sunny's Iron Man appearance, he would be surrounded by people again. After entering the door, Tang Guahao immediately showed off to his wife and recounted what happened at Yoja Food Factory just now, as if he earned the 20 just now. Yi Ruyan took the cash check from Tang Long, looked at the long string of twos after the zero on it, and immediately smiled. Since Lao Tang was laid off, the family's economic conditions have become worse and worse. It was not until the teacher's salary was improved in the past 2 years that it eased a little. Fortunately, my son is relatively independent. He started working part-time when he entered university. He didn't need to send money from home, and he saved money to buy a new computer. However, approaching his son's graduation, he faced a new problem. The family lives in an old unit that is more than 10 years old. If the son gets married in the future, he will have to buy a new house. But with Yi Ruyun's savings, he can't even afford a house in Dongshi City, let alone Linjiang City. It's all right now, her son is promising, and she has earned a bonus of dash in one fell swoop, and her monthly salary is tens of thousands. The big stone that was betting on her heart can finally be removed. Yi Ruyun was thinking in her heart that Tang Long had taken Sunny back to the room on his own. Originally, he wanted to remove the outer protective mecha for Sunny, but he didn't want to expose Sunny's new artificial skin, so he had to wrong Sunny to stay in the mecha for a while longer. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Long turned on the computer in the room and asked Sunny to connect to the internet to learn and understand the world. In order to prevent his parents from being frightened when they saw Sunny using the computer, Tang Long concealed the door of the room, while he quietly opened the System Points Mall. After rereading the product catalog in the Points Mall, Tang Long decided to spend 20,000 points to exchange for a H2 biological gene medicine. He reached out and clicked H2 biological gene medicine in the virtual shopping mall. A blue medicine bottle protected by a metal shell appeared in his hand, which was 2 fingers wide and half a palm long. It was full of sci-fi atmosphere. This bottle of medicine is easy to use. Open the metal cover on the top to reveal a needle inside. Tang Long casually pricked the needle into the muscle of his left arm, and then pressed the switch at the bottom of the medicine bottle, and the piston inside automatically injected all the medicine into his body. After the liquid medicine was injected, the empty medicine bottle also disappeared miraculously, and I don't know where it was sent by the system. Tang Long lay on the bed, quietly feeling the changes brought about by the liquid medicine. After 1 minute, the effect of the medicine begins to take effect. The skin of his whole body began to turn red gradually, cold sweat oozes from his forehead, and it is obvious that the muscles and bones in all parts of his body are growing and becoming stronger. 10 minutes later, Tang Long's whole body was soaked in sweat. He had to take a change of clothes and rush into the bathroom to take a shower. Tang Long quickly took a hot bath, and then stared blankly at himself in the mirror. He was young, healthy, and full of vitality, with obvious muscle mass in his limbs, chest, and abdomen. Even the height has grown by 3 centimeters, from the previous 175 cm to 178 cm. Not only that, but the system also reminded him that the medicine had only exerted 50% of its effects this time, and the rest of the medicine's effects would need to be exercised before he could fully exert them. Tang Long suddenly stretched out his finger, poked heavily on the mirror, and said to himself, "Since God gave me this opportunity, I must enjoy a different legendary life." After changing his clothes and returning to the room, Tang Long noticed that Sunny was browsing the web at a high speed, and all kinds of information were stored in his mind at a speed of 10 m per second. Originally, he wanted to use his mobile phone to surf the internet and watch movies, but he didn't expect that all the bandwidth would be taken up by Sunny, so he had to give up with a wry smile. While transferring the quantum beam instrument in his dirty clothes pocket, Tang Long saw the LT supercar turned into a miniature model. When he thought that he had to take a taxi to go out, but this LT super sports car that made him so jealous was idle in his pocket, he felt very unhappy. Tang Long's heart moved, and he asked the system in his mind, "System, can I put a regular license plate on my supercar?" System, a full set of regular license plates plus car driving LV9, need 1,000 points, yes no to redeem? Hearing the news, Tang Long was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect to have a license plate and driving skills so expensive. You must know that 1,000 points can withdraw 1,000 million US dollars, and you can buy several super sports cars. But after he thought about it carefully, this LT super sports car is a high-end product that money can't buy. If you want to drive it in the real world openly, you must rely on the system to generate the corresponding license plate. Although he took the driver's license test 2 years ago, he has only a handful of real driving hours, and it seems that it is not a loss to directly exchange for advanced driving skills. After making up his mind, Tang Long reluctantly agreed to the exchange, and customized a license plate LT518 to commemorate the first day he got the system. In the next second, the front and rear of the LT supercar model in his hand had a corresponding license plate. At the same time, an automobile manufacturing company named LT Motors was automatically registered in the industrial and commercial system of a small country in the Cayman Islands. The company produced several concept cars, one of which was purchased by New Era Group and presented to its subsidiary Longting Heavy Industry. This LT super sports car has a license plate at the Dongshi City Vehicle Management Office and is registered under the name of Longting Heavy Industry. All the procedures are authentic and valid. In addition, Tang Long also had an extra memory in his mind, which contained his experience in driving various cars. At 05:30 in the afternoon, after lunch, Tang Long took Sunny to take a taxi to Longting Heavy Factory area of the industrial park. After entering the factory building, Sunny began to take off the protective mech on his body, while Tang Long restored the LT supercar. Tang Long then used the quantum beam instrument to shrink the protective mecha, put it into the suitcase containing the miniature robot, and then threw the suitcase into the trunk of the sports car. He sat in the driver's seat, and Sunny put on a pair of sunglasses and sat beside him, driving to Linjiang City like two real people. Along the way, this obviously sci-fi style super sports car attracted the attention of countless people. Silver gray streamlined body, rising single door, sci-fi style steering wheel, and even the tires are perfectly integrated with the body. It can be seen from the appearance alone that this is a valuable and super cool sports car. Someone secretly took a photo with a mobile phone and sent it to Moments, asking everywhere what brand of car it was, but according to the LT letters and the Golden Dragon logo on the front of the car, they couldn't find the corresponding manufacturer. These few photos that hit the circle of friends were finally circulated on the internet, and were recognized by well-informed netizens. Isn't this the super sports car driven by the hero Spooner in Mechanical Enemy? However, the Audi RSQ concept car specially designed by Audi was used in the movie. How could this sports car, which only exists in concept and only has an outer shell model, appear in reality? Is Audi starting mass production of this sports car? A car fan called Audi and got a reply soon. This kind of model only exists in text and pictures, and there is no real thing that can be driven normally, not to mention that the car logo shown in the pictures on the internet is not Audi. When Tang Long drove back to the underground garage of Linjiang City Garden Community, someone on the internet found out that this LT super sports car was produced by an unknown company registered in the Cayman Islands. And only a few of this kind of sports car were produced. One was in China, and the rest entered the garage of the oil tycoon in the Middle East and became a private collection. These are just the origins fabricated by the system. In fact, there is only this LT supercar in the real world. Chapter 60. Back in the Garden District, Tang Long took out the suitcase containing the miniature robot and took Sunny back to his new home on the 8th floor by elevator. Go into the study and turn on the computer, let Sunny continue to learn about the world online, and then go to the living room to call Song Qingwan. Qingwan, I'm going back to Linjiang City, are you free tonight? Tang Long said enthusiastically as soon as the call was connected. He didn't say hello to Song Qingwan when he went back to his hometown today, and he didn't have dinner with her at noon, so he wanted to ask her out tonight to make up for it. I'm sorry, Tang Long, my dad has just returned to China, and I want to have dinner with him tonight, so I don't have time to accompany you tonight. Song Qingwan replied apologetically. In fact, tonight was more than just eating. Someone had already tipped Song Mingyuan's ears about Song Qingwan's and Tang Long's relationship, and also reported Tang Long's identity and background information, so Song Mingyuan asked her to have dinner with her as soon as he got home. It's okay, it's important that you stay with your family. I can see you when I go to work in the company tomorrow. Tang Long smiled indifferently. Song Qingwan replied softly, okay, see you tomorrow, bye. After hanging up the phone, Song Qingwan's pretty face showed a trace of bitterness. She had a vague premonition about what was going to happen tonight. Usually, Song Mingyuan didn't have time to accompany her for dinner, but this time the meal was not so simple. As the little princess of the Song family, it is not so easy to choose a love and marriage partner independently. In the past few years, Song Qingwan has been refusing to be introduced to her boyfriend on the grounds that she is studying for a master's degree at Harvard, just to wait for Tang Long. Now, after finally waiting for Tang Long, no matter how difficult it is, she will never give up being with Tang Long. Tang Long didn't expect that there were so many inside stories, so he hung up the phone after saying goodbye. Looking at the time, it was not yet 19 frowny face dash, and he had nothing to do. He decided to find a fitness club nearby to test his current physical condition. By the way, formulate a targeted fitness plan, so as to give full play to the efficacy of H2 Biogene medicine. Last time in the world of Iron Enemy, he had already exposed his lack of physical fitness. He climbed more than 20,000 steps and almost exhausted him. This made Tang Long understand that not every parallel world he can rely on firearms to fight. There is always a time when phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme combat is required. What determines the upper limit of his ability is not LV9's spear skills, but LV5's fighting skills, as well as his physical fitness that needs to be strengthened urgently. Standing at the door of the study room and saying hello to Sunny, leaving it to watch the door at home, Tang Long went downstairs and left the garden area alone. He used his mobile phone to find out that there was a fitness club nearby, less than 1,000 meters away from the garden area, so he didn't drive and walked to the Phyllis Fitness Club. Judging from the introduction on the internet, Phyllis has a large scale. The first floor is a swimming pool, the second floor is fitness and fighting training, and the third floor is body sculpting, body shaping, and yoga. As soon as he entered the door, Tang Long saw two girls sitting at the front desk. One of them was not tall and wore glasses like a schoolgirl. The other person was tall and tall, his facial features didn't look amazing, he had a healthy wheat-colored complexion, and he had long black hair. Seeing Tang Long walking and wearing a Versace sportswear, the long-haired girl immediately got up to greet her, and asked enthusiastically, "Welcome to Phyllis Fitness Club, sir, have you applied for our membership card?" Tang Long shook his head, and said lightly, "No, let's take a look today, and apply for a card if it suits you." Hearing his words, the long-haired girl's eyes lit up, and while introducing the various facilities of the fitness club, she led Tang Long inside. After some conversation, I learned that the long-haired girl is Chung Feifei and she is a fitness instructor. Tang Long's goal was to keep fit, so he asked Chung Feifei to take him to the gym on the second floor. At this time, there were already many members exercising in the gymnasium on the second floor. Seeing the long-haired girl bring someone in, many male students greeted Chung Feifei. Tang Long looked around and found that besides Chung Feifei, there were 3 other women teaching people to exercise in the gym. After asking casually, I found out that there are 4 female fitness instructors in the Phyllis Fitness Club. It seems that the owner of the club uses this as a gimmick to attract customers. But judging by the large number of male members in the gym, the idea is working well. Seeing that it is relatively phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to his home and the equipment is relatively complete, Tang Long readily paid the 1-year membership fee by swiping his card and applied for a membership card. Chung Feifei originally wanted to be his personal trainer, and was willing to get a % discount on the private training fee. It's a pity that Tang Long came here to exert the effect of H2 biogene medicine, by exercising, not for building muscles, so he directly rejected the other party's proposal. Chung Feifei sighed with disappointment, then returned to normal, and began to teach Tang Long to exercise according to the normal process. After finishing the warm-up activities, Tang Long started to do chest push strength exercises. After doing 2 sets, he felt his body warm up. He took off his jacket and continued exercising in a short-sleeved t-shirt. Although Tang Long seldom exercised before, after using H2 biological gene drug, his body shape has changed greatly. Although there are no exaggerated muscles, they are very stylish, with plate-shaped chest muscles and 6-pack abs. The overall appearance is very coordinated and full of strength. With his good looks and his height, he instantly kills the star Xiao Xianro, but Tang Long doesn't feel like a butter boy, but a tough guy like Pang Yuyan. Soon, a circle of female students surrounded Tang Long, and even a female coach came over. Seeing Tang Long's body is so good, Chung Feifei smiled and said, "Handsome guy, you just lied to me that you didn't practice before, just with your muscles. No one will believe you if you tell me." "Yeah, handsome guy, how do you train your muscles? Teach me when you have time." A female student echoed. "Handsome guy, add a WeChat to communicate more when you have time." Another female coach was more generous, asking for contact information directly. Tang Long smiled and said nothing, ignoring the accusations of these people. Seeing that Tang Long was so popular, a tall man with tattoos on his shoulders said disdainfully, "It's just a flimsy skin, what's there to be proud of?" Tang Long stopped and looked at the tattooed man with cold eyes. In the past, facing such a provocation, he could only swallow his anger. But now, he won't give up. Why? Unconvinced? If you have the guts, come to the next door to practice. The tattooed man sneered and pointed to the opposite side of the glass wall in the distance. Tang Long looked along the tattooed man's hand, and found that the opposite was the fighting training hall, and there was a fighting ring in the middle. "Want to practice against me?" "Yes." Under the incredulous eyes of Chung Feifei and others, Tang Long stood up slowly. In an instant, the eyes of the entire gym gathered here. "I'll wait for you to come over." The tattooed man sneered and walked towards the fighting training hall opposite. "Are you crazy? Tan Yaotian is the first brother of the provincial Sanda team, how dare you fight him?" Chung Feifei whispered in Tang Long's ear. In her opinion, Tang Long was just a rich second generation with a little muscle after 2 or 3 months of training. How could he fight against professional athletes? What's more, fitness and fighting are 2 different things. Having muscles does not mean being able to fight. Several female students next to her also paled, and when they were hesitating whether to hold Tang Long back, Tan Yaotian looked over from the opposite side. Swept by this gloomy and cold gaze, several female students were stunned immediately, and none of them dared to speak to stop them. "It's okay, I'm not afraid of him." Tang Long turned his head and smiled at Feifei. After speaking, he picked up the coat on the hanger at the side and strode towards the fighting training hall opposite. Chapter 61. Seeing this scene, Shenwei, the coach of the fighting training hall, walked up to Tan Yaotian and said, "Yaotian, why are you so angry today? You want to practice against a newcomer." The training hall usually organizes the students to play duels. Novices are trained by coaches, and veteran students will arrange duels. After all, Phyllis Fitness Club is a commercial organization. In addition to making money, it also needs to protect the personal safety of its students. If something goes wrong in the training between the students, Phyllis Fitness Club can't get out of it. Taking a step back, even if the students voluntarily practice against each other and do not trouble the club if something goes wrong, if the party who was beaten never comes again, it will be a loss to the club. Therefore, Chen Wei would only arrange for veteran students to practice against each other, so that each other would have a sense of proportion and would not accidentally injure each other. But this time Tan Yaotian made it clear that he wanted to bully the newcomers. He had practiced Sanda for many years, and he even practiced against a newcomer who just came to the club. As the coach of the fighting training gym, Chen Wei certainly didn't want any trouble between them, and wanted to stop the sparring. Tan Yaotian snorted coldly and said, "Coach Chen, don't worry, I will only teach him a little lesson this time, and I won't cause big trouble." Originally, Tan Yaotian would not make such an act of bullying the small, but just now he really couldn't stand it anymore. For a long time, he wanted to pursue Cheng Feifei, and even made a bet with his brother that he would take her down within a month, so he came to the gym every day, looking for excuses to contact Cheng Feifei. It's just that Cheng Feifei has been ignoring him, which made him lose face in front of his brothers. Unexpectedly, today, Cheng Feifei is very concerned about a young girl who is a cream pie. She personally guides the whole process, and her words and deeds are so intimate that anyone with a discerning eye can see what she is thinking. Now Tan Yaotian couldn't bear it anymore. The girl he couldn't catch up with, no one else would even want to flirt with her. He provoked a few words casually, but he didn't expect that this silly boy would be fooled. When he was in the ring, he had plenty of ways to fix the other party. There are many ways for a veteran like Tan Yaotian to put on his fists and beat people without any injuries and pain all over his body. Hearing what he said, Chen Wei could only sigh helplessly. Tan Yaotian is the son of a certain leader, even the boss of Felice Fitness Club can't offend him, otherwise he wouldn't let him harass Cheng Feifei. I just hope that this time Tan Yaotian will be merciful and don't make any big troubles. Tang Long walked all the way, followed by a large group of students watching the excitement. Everyone looked at him like a fool, and a female fitness trainer reminded him in a low voice, "Handsome guy, don't go there, that guy is deliberately provoking you, and he won't let you go easily in a while." This female coach phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme saw Tan Yaotian pestering Cheng Feifei, so she naturally knew why he wanted to practice against Tang Long. Tang Long just smiled at her, didn't speak, and continued to walk over. When he walked to the ring in the boxing gym, his opponent was already standing in the middle of the ring. A middle-aged man came over with gloves and protective gear, and said seriously, "I am Chen Wei, the coach here. I heard that you want to fight against Tan Yaotian?" Tang Long nodded. In the past, he only fought with people in the parallel world, and he had never tried to fight with people in the real world. Now he also wanted to have a good fight. "Boy, you are definitely not his opponent. Hurry up and leave before it starts. He won't dare to beat you when he is out of the ring." Chen Wei lowered his voice. Fighting in the arena is a normal practice. If you chase out of the arena and hit someone, it is a crime. Tang Long shook his head, and said lightly, "Thank you for your kindness, don't worry, I will be fine." Based on his observation of Tan Yaotian, the opponent's fighting ability might not even be considered LV3, so he will not lose this battle. Chen Wei was out of breath. He just felt that he was playing the piano against a piece of wood, and it didn't make any sense. With Tang Long's small body, he still wants to fight Tan Yaotian, who is as strong as a bull. Isn't this committing suicide? Anyway, he had tried his best, and Tang Long couldn't be blamed for being beaten later. Chen Wei sighed, handed the glove and protective gear to Tang Long, and said loudly on purpose, "If you can't do it, you should admit defeat as soon as possible. If you can't beat the opponent, you won't be ashamed." Tang Long smiled, put on his gloves and protective gear, and stepped onto the ring. Tan Yaotian is 1.8 meters tall, with a strong body, broad shoulders, arms, neck, waist, and thighs are very thick. He has been practicing Sanda for at least 7 or 8 years. Although his domestic results are mediocre, he ranks first in the provincial team. Even Chen Wei is not his opponent. The two put on their protective gear and stood opposite each other. Chen Wei looked at Tang Long and said, "Pay attention to protecting yourself, raise your hands, use more jabs and less legs, remember, don't hold on, if you have to admit defeat, just admit defeat." As for Tan Yaotian, he only said, "This is training, be careful not to be too harsh." This is clearly not optimistic about Tang Long's start. Following Chen Wei's order, Tan Yaotian threw a punch, and Tang Long blocked it with both hands. Boom, he felt a strong force hit his arm, but his body remained motionless. If he had been injected with the H2 biological gene drug, this blow would have knocked him back several steps away. But now, an attack of this strength was no longer enough to shake Tang Long at all. After a successful blow, Tan Yaotian attacked again, with a series of left and right punches. Various countermeasures emerged in Tang Long's mind, all of which could end the opponent's killing move in an instant, but this was just a sparring, not yet to the point of killing. He restrained his inner thoughts, put on a defensive posture as much as possible, and felt the strength of the opponent's hit on his protective gear, so as to estimate his own defense power. In the eyes of outsiders, Tang Long blindly defended and was at an absolute disadvantage. It would be a matter of time before he lost. Several female coaches and female students all frowned inside secretly, unable to bear to see his face bruised and swollen after being beaten for a while. But Chen Wei saw something different. On the surface, Tang Long was at a disadvantage, but his expression was calm, as if he didn't try his best at all. Moreover, Tang Long was able to resist Tan Yaotian's heavy punches, and his body was still motionless. This physical fitness was stronger than him. Did he miss it? Chen Wei couldn't help doubting his vision. Tan Yaotian swung a round of combined punches in succession, but was blocked by the opponent. He couldn't help feeling a little impatient. You must know that he is the first brother of the provincial team. If it takes so long to beat a newcomer, what's the point of spreading the word? Thinking of this, he stopped holding back his hands and began to attack with his feet, and he also exerted his full strength with both fists. Feeling the strength on the arm increased, the opponent also started to attack with his feet. Tang Long stepped back quickly, and said with a smile, "Finally, I am willing to use my full strength, but unfortunately these are not enough to see. I will let you experience it. What is it?" "It's called a real fighting technique." After speaking, he touched the ground with his left foot, rushed forward, quickly raised his right foot, and kicked Tan Yaotian's left arm with a side kick. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Tan Yaotian's body flew up, hit the guardrail behind him, flew several meters away together with the guardrail, and hit the floor heavily. Everyone present was completely stunned. Kicking Tan Yaotian, who weighs 180 catties, into the air with one kick, even breaking the guardrail behind him, is this still the strength that normal people can possess? All the students present opened their mouths openly, they couldn't believe it. Cheng Feifei suddenly covered her small mouth and looked at the stage in surprise. Chen Wei stared blankly at Tang Long on the ring. As a professional, he understood how strong Tang Long's kick was. This is still deliberately kicking on the protective gear. If there is no protective gear, Tan Yaotian will be useless now. Wait, maybe Tan Yaotian has already been abolished. From the corner of Chen Wei's eyes, he caught sight of Tan Yaotian, who was motionless, and hurriedly shouted, "Call 120 quickly and take Tan Yaotian to the hospital." Chapter 62. Chen Wei and others frantically helped Tan Yaotian up on the ground, and when he was about to be sent to the hospital, Tan Yaotian spoke. "I'm fine, just take it easy." Tan Yaotian still wanted to struggle to stand up, but after moving a little, he felt dizzy and weak all over, so he could only let others support him. In fact, his injury was not serious. He was wearing protective gear all over his body, and Tang Long kicked him on the left arm. It's just that the force of this kick was really too great. Tan Yaotian was kicked away while putting on a defensive posture, and even broke the guardrail behind him. There was nothing wrong with this kick on him, but it hit the ground so hard that it made him a little dizzy, and he couldn't breathe for a while. "Don't be careless, it's better to go to the hospital for an examination," Chen Wei said seriously. "Even the guardrail was broken, why are you still holding on and saying it's okay? Is this to save face and suffer?" Chen Wei didn't care whether Tan Yaotian lost face or not. He didn't want someone to have an accident in the fighting training hall, causing him to lose his job, and forcing two students to lift Tan Yaotian up and carry him out. Before leaving, Chen Wei turned his head to look at Tang Long, and said with a troubled expression, "Little Tang, the facilities here belong to the company, you broke the guardrail." Tang Long understood as soon as he heard this, and replied straightforwardly, "Coach Chen, I understand what you said. I will go to your manager in a while and ask how much I should pay." He took another look at Tan Yaotian, who was being carried out, and simply said generously, "Also, for Tan Yaotian's medical and inspection fees, next time you can just bring the invoice to me. To be honest, Tang Long himself did not expect that his kick was so powerful, and he kicked Tan Yaotian away before he had used all his strength. Fortunately, the other party was wearing a protective gear. It would be much more troublesome if he was kicked into a serious injury. This time it was Tan Yaotian who took the initiative to send him to the door, and was treated by Tang Long as a test product to test his defense and attack power. Although something went wrong, fortunately he was not the one who was injured. As for compensation for medical expenses, guardrail repair expenses, etc., that's nothing. Shenwei smiled and nodded, secretly lamenting that this kid is more open-minded than Tan Yaotian. With Tan Yaotian's strength as the number 1 in the provincial team, he lost with just one move. How strong is this Tang Long? It's a pity that by looking at his clothes, you can tell that he is a rich second generation, and it is impossible to become an athlete, otherwise he can be recommended to an old classmate who was an assistant coach in the national team. After Chen Wei and others left, a group of students around immediately gathered around and asked in a hurry, "Brother, Tan Yaotian can't resist your kick, you are so awesome. Brother, you are so fierce, who did you learn this skill from? Handsome, you are so powerful, can you teach me? Handsome guy, are you free tonight? I'll treat you to supper." Tang Long rejected everyone's request with a smile, separated from the crowd, and followed Chung Feifei to the manager's office of Felice Fitness Club. After explaining the situation, the manager asked Tang Long to pay a quarter of the repair cost based on the original cost of building the arena. Tang Long generously swiped his card to pay 3,000 yuan, left a phone call, evaded Chung Feifei's request to send him down, and left the Felice Fitness Club alone. After leaving the fitness club, Tang Long didn't go home directly, but came to the nearby Linjiang Park and started jogging along the path in the park. Just now his exercise plan was interrupted by Tan Yaotian, and too many female students came to strike up a conversation after the exercise, so he had to leave the fitness club early. This time Tang Long could only run 2 laps in the park to make up for the lack of exercise just now. He jogged along the park for about 5 kilometers. He felt that his body was just warming up, so he ran at a faster speed and ran back to the garden area until he was sweating all over. After returning home, Tang Long took a shower again, lay down on the bed and planned to send Song Qingwan a message to chat, but he didn't expect to feel sleepy waves just after lying down. Perhaps it was because he was a little tired after his body had just been strengthened, and within 5 minutes of closing his eyes, he fell into a deep sleep. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Long was awakened by an alarm. I grabbed the phone next to the pillow and looked, it was already 8 frowny face -am the next day, and I slept for more than 11 hours. At this moment, his only feeling is hunger. Very hungry. Last night, after a high-intensity exercise, Tang Long fell asleep on the bed before he had time to supplement his nutrition. However, it is precisely because of this that the H2 biological gene medicine in his body can fully exert its medicinal effect. After getting up and washing up, Tang Long looked in the mirror and found that his body was a little different. At this time, he was full of energy, and his face, which had been dull due to staying up late for a long time, now became radiant. On closer examination, he found that even the scars on his left arm from a childhood injury were gone. This H2 biological gene medicine is too powerful. When I go home next time, I must exchange 2 bottles and find a chance to give my parents an injection. By the way, there is also Song Qingwan, I will exchange a bottle for her when I go to the company later. Thinking of Song Qingwan, Tang Long's heart immediately warmed up. He quickly changed into a new suit, greeted Sunny, and went out. After eating a breakfast for 3 people at the gate of the community, Tang Long went back to the underground garage and drove the LT supercar straight to Jingtian building at the entrance of the street. Morning Consultant Tang. Zhou Wanting, the girl at the front desk at the door, greeted warmly as soon as she entered the gate of Blue Shield Company. Tang Long nodded and went straight to Song Qingwan's office. At the same time, a middle-aged man saw Tang Long at the corner of the lobby of Blue Shield, and immediately picked up his mobile phone and made a call. "Mr. Gu, I'm Zhang Landun. Last time you asked me to keep an eye on Tang Long." Yes, that kid just came to work in the company today." "Okay, thank you Mr. Gu." Pushing open the door and entering Song Qingwan's office, Tang Long found no one inside. Looking at the time, it was not yet 8:30, so he simply sat on the sofa and waited for Song Chingwon. More than 10 minutes later, it was past working hours, but Song Chingwon hadn't come to the company yet. Tang Long frowned. According to Song Chingwon's behavior, she should have come to the company a long time ago, not to mention that she had agreed with her last night that she would come this morning. This shouldn't be. Too lazy to think about it, Tang Long dialed Song Chingwon directly. Hey, Chingwon, what's your business this morning? Why didn't you come to the company? I'm sorry, Tang Long, I'm at the airport. I'm going to accompany my dad to the capital today. I won't be able to come to the company for 2 days. Song Chingwon's gentle voice came from the other end of the phone. Tang Long frowned slightly, and didn't say anything to him no matter how he went back. At this time, Song Chingwon's voice came from the mobile phone again. I called you last night, but you didn't answer. I was afraid that you would fall asleep, so I didn't continue to call. Tang Long took the phone to the front, glanced at the status bar at the top of the screen, and sure enough there was a missed call sign. This broken phone should be replaced. The icon on the status bar is so small that he didn't even notice the missed call in the morning. It's okay, you can accompany your father to the capital at ease, and we will meet again when you come back. Tang Long smiled. Okay, bye. After finishing speaking, Song Chingwon hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Tang Long checked the missed calls. It was at 22 o'clock last night. He was already fast asleep at that time, no wonder he didn't hear the call. Just as she was about to put away her phone, she suddenly received a text message from Song Chingwon. Long, all the stocks in the investment plan have been cleared, and the funds can be transferred to you at any time. In addition, you'd better use the money to register a company as soon as possible. I miss you, Chingwon. Seeing this text message, Tang Long somewhat understood what was going on. It seemed that Song Chingwon was under pressure from his family, and he had to speed up the progress of his career. Song Chingwon wasn't here, so it didn't make any sense for him to stay in the company, so he left with his phone. Anyway, he signed a part-time contract with Blue Shield, and he was free to come and go, and no one could control him. After leaving Blue Shield, Tang Long sat in the car and asked about the system in his mind. It was discovered that the system had helped him register a group company called New Era Technology in the Cayman Islands. Longteng Heavy Industry, which he registered in Dongshur City yesterday, was a subsidiary company. No wonder it is so expensive to obtain a license for the LT supercar. It turned out to be a deal. A whole set of procedures. At this time, his mobile phone rang suddenly, and when he took it out, it was a landline number in Dongshur City. After connecting, a gentle female voice came from inside. Mr. Tang, this is XX Agency Company. You have completed the procedures for applying for company registration yesterday, and you can come to get relevant documents at any time. Okay, I'll drive over to get it right away. Tang Long replied with a smile. Just after finding out from the system that Longteng Heavy Industry had registered successfully, the intermediary company called. This is really efficient, no wonder they can eat this bowl of rice. After hanging up the phone, Tang Long immediately started the LT Super Sports Car, rushed out of the underground garage, and headed straight for Dongshur City. In a corner not far away, a middle-aged man stared at the license plate of the silver sports car, and said into the phone, Mr. Gu, that kid left in a silver sports car, the license plate number is LT518, okay, thank you Gu, total. Ambush. Tang Long drove the LT Super Sports Car out of Linjiang urban area and onto the expressway. It was still early, and there were not many cars on the highway, so he kept driving at a speed of 120 km per hour. Originally, the intelligent AI on this super sports car had an automatic driving function and could automatically drive him back to Dongshur City. It is a pity that after returning to the real world, the intelligent AI does not have the support of USR's satellite navigation system, and the automatic driving function is temporarily disabled. If he wants to give full play to the functions of this future supercar, he can only wait for him to find time to transplant the car navigation system on the market. 10 minutes later, Tang Long saw the roadside sign indicating that there was a tunnel ahead, so he slowed down the speed to 10 km/h in advance and turned on the headlights. Not long after entering the tunnel, he found a brand new red Toyota driving like a turtle in the lane ahead. Tang Long quickly released the accelerator to slow down, and the speed dropped to 60 km/h before he managed to maintain a safe distance from the other party. He vaguely saw something written on the rear of the Toyota, and he looked intently, only to see the words "newbie female driver on the road, brake suddenly at any time, don't get phoneme alphabet equals IPA pitch equals clause close slash phoneme." Seeing the slogan, Tang Long couldn't help but smile bitterly. This is a novice driving. No wonder the speed of the car dropped so slowly. This high-speed tunnel is very narrow, and it is one-way, two-lane. According to traffic regulations, lane changes are not allowed in the tunnel. He had no choice but to follow behind the red Toyota car slowly. However, the minimum speed on this expressway is 80 km/h. Not only does the car in front violate the regulations, but it also implicates the cars behind, which is simply cheating. Tang Long couldn't help but honk the horn to remind the other party to speed up. Hearing the horn, the Toyota slowly began to accelerate, and the speed slowly approached 80 km/h. At this time, an oversized truck appeared on the lane in front of the tunnel. Originally, he thought that the Toyota would slow down and follow the big truck, but he didn't expect it to speed up and change lanes, overtaking it from the emergency lane. Watching the red Toyota speeding away, Tang Long showed a wry smile. Veteran drivers know that they should stay away from such oversized trucks at all times, and don't appear in the blind spots of other people's vision, let alone overtaking in narrow lanes. In case of collision, the only one who is unlucky is himself. Although Tang Long was driving a future supercar, this car was just an ordinary sports car, not a transformer, so it couldn't compete with big trucks. Only when he got out of the tunnel can he speed up and overtake, leaving the big truck to eat ashes. Suddenly, Tang Long narrowed his eyes and felt a burst of energy. Although he didn't fully inherit Vic's killer instinct, talent, he is very sensitive to the eyes of others. With his keen intuition, Tang Long felt that he was being watched, and his eyes quickly glanced at the rearview mirrors on both sides. As expected, a green dump truck appeared in the middle of the road behind and was speeding up to catch up. Tang Long frowned. At this moment, he didn't care about any traffic rules. He turned the steering wheel and planned to overtake from the emergency lane on the left. At this time, the oversized truck in front also began to move to the left, as if to make way for him. Tang Long honked wildly, urging the other party to hurry up. However, after the large truck in front drove to the middle of the two lanes, it kept its position and did not move, and its speed became slower and slower. At this time, Tang Long found that no matter where he overtakes, the super sports car will hit the rear of the large truck. With a crisp skin like a super sports car crashing into the iron compartment of a large truck, one can imagine the fate. In an instant, Tang Long understood that the two cars in front and behind were the same. No, maybe even the Toyota just now was in the same group. Seeing the dump truck behind speeding up while the large truck in front occupied the middle of the road, countless thoughts flashed through Tang Long's mind. In the blink of an eye, Tang Long made a bold decision. He turned the steering wheel to the right, stepped on the accelerator, and let the right wheel ride the tunnel wall, heading straight for the narrow lane ahead. In the incredible eyes of the truck driver, the silver-gray super sports car slanted its body, rushed out of the interception of the large truck along the tunnel wall, and then drove back to the main driveway. Fuck! What is this? Before he could finish speaking, the green dump truck behind slammed into the rear of the big truck. Boom! The two cars collided violently, and the large truck rolled over in an instant, drawing black marks on the ground. Glass shards and steel parts were scattered all over the place, and the driver in the truck fell with his head tilted in a pool of blood, not knowing whether he was alive or dead. After the green dump truck overturned the large truck, the front of the truck changed direction uncontrollably and slammed into the tunnel wall. The front of the car was severely deformed like a squeezed iron box, and the driver inside died on the spot. Tang Long saw the scene behind him from the rearview mirror, and snorted coldly, "I want to die, I can't blame others." He didn't want to be stuck in the tunnel anymore. He stomped on the accelerator, and drove the super sports car out of the tunnel without stopping for a moment. Tang Long was able to escape this time only because of the excellent performance of the super sports car. Although at that moment, he could also choose to enter any parallel world to avoid the car accident, but that would expose his biggest secret. In this way, it will be difficult for him to stay in the real world, and perhaps he can only flee to a foreign country. In the real world, there are relatives and lovers he cannot part with, which is an unbearable pain for him. In comparison, the current results are better. However, Tang Long still doesn't know who instigated it. Could it be Tan Yaotian? Or Gu Weiping? 10 minutes later, Tang Long got off the expressway and came to a section of road in the suburbs of Dongshi City. It is far from the city center, with farmland on both sides of the road, and even the village is hundreds of meters away. There are speed limit signs and traffic warning signs at the three-way intersection ahead. Half of the road is blocked by iron plates, and it seems that the road is being repaired. A red car lay across the intersection, blocking the way, and next to it was a refrigerated truck. The female driver in the red car stuck her head out of the car, arguing with the driver of the refrigerator truck in front of her. Tang Long glanced at the Toyota logo of that car from a distance, sneered, put his right hand into his jacket pocket, lowered the window and slowly leaned over. Seeing him driving over, the red-haired female driver turned her head and grinned, "Boy, you were so lucky, so you won't die like this." A jet-black shotgun suddenly protruded from the window of the refrigerated truck cab on the side, and its muzzle was aimed at Tang Long. Without waiting for the other party to make a move, Tang Long held the quantum beam instrument in his right hand and pressed the red button on the refrigerated truck. I saw a red light emanating from the sports car and shining on the refrigerator car. In the next second, the refrigerated truck disappeared without a trace. The red-haired female driver was as if she had seen a ghost. She was shocked and said, "What the hell did you do? Where did the refrigerator truck go?" Tang Long turned the quantum beam instrument to the Toyota, and said coldly, "Who sent you here?" The red-haired female driver stared at the silver metal object the size of a palm in his hand, and murmured, "What are you holding?" "This is what makes Yen Hongshan and the refrigerated truck invisible?" "Last chance," Tang Long said lightly. "Don't kill me." I said, "Sanny Lu sent us here, I don't know anything else." The red-haired female driver responded tremblingly. "Mr. Lu? Never heard of this guy, it looks like he's just an intermediary." "Wrong answer." Tang Long sneered, and pressed the red button of the quantum beam instrument again. The red Toyota disappeared in front of Tang Long in an instant. He opened the door and got out of the car, looked carefully at the ground, picked up a miniature Toyota car and a miniature refrigerator car from the ground, and put them in his pocket. Back in the car, Tang Long started the super sports car and drove quickly towards the downtown area of Dongshi City. This time, he planned to go back to the factory in the industrial park first, trying to figure out one thing. Chapter 64. Inside a villa in the lakeside villa area of Linjiang City. The lobby on the first floor is very spacious, with extremely luxurious decoration, precious carpets, movable LCD TV walls, and leather sofas imported from Italy. There was one person sitting on each side of the sofa, and on the left was a young man in a checkered shirt with a Cuban cigar in his hand. On the right is a man in a Chinese tunic suit, and behind him stands a big man in a black suit with a fierce look on his face. The young man Huij exhaled a puff of smoke, and said carelessly, "Lu Laosan, how are things going?" Lu Laosan frowned, and the gangsters in Linjiang City Road respectfully called him Mr. Lu, but when it came to this kid surnamed Gu, he became Lu Laosan. If it wasn't for Brother Kuan's introduction, he wouldn't bother talking to this kid. It's not the first time he has dealt with the rich second generation in the capital city. These rich and powerful people in the capital city have never looked at him directly. Fortunately, although this group of people had an arrogant attitude, they gave enough money, and a business started at least 7 figures. These days, who would have trouble with money? For the sake of money, Lu Laosan endured it, and waved to the subordinate behind him, who immediately handed over a mobile phone. After making a quick call, Lu Laosan stuck the phone to his ear. Beep. "Sorry, the user you dialed is temporarily unavailable, please try again later." Hearing the voice in the microphone, Lu Laosan's face gradually darkened, and he redialed unwillingly. The same voice came from the microphone. Something was wrong. He had contacted Black Rose 10 minutes ago, and the other party was in the suburbs of Dongshi City. Why couldn't he get through the phone? Did the mission fail? This is impossible. Black Rose has always done things in a watertight manner, and has prepared double insurance for every action. How can it fail to deal with an ordinary person? But he has been out for so long, knowing that everything is in case, and he has already prepared how to stop the loss in time. Lu Laosan hung up the phone expressionlessly, and said flatly, "Young Master Gu, things may have changed. I need to get the latest report on the situation before I can decide whether to continue this business." Gu Weiqi was taken aback when he heard the words. His expression was calm, and he was a little puzzled. This old guy is not going to find an excuse to continue raising the price, is he? You must know that he paid double the price this time, but it's hard to change to someone else now. He nodded and said with a smile, "No problem, this business is valid for a week. If you have any questions, feel free to contact me." After chatting for a while, Gu Weiqi left the lakeside villa. As soon as he left, Lu Laosan immediately took out the calling card in the phone and rushed into the sewer. At the same time, he ordered his subordinates to go to Dongshi City immediately to inquire about the news. Dongshi City Industrial Park, in a factory building of Longting Heavy Industry. Tang Long shrunk down the LT Super Sports car, together with the miniature Toyota car and the miniature refrigerator car, and brought it to the world of Mechanical Enemy. When he regained consciousness again, he found himself reappearing in the new era high-tech factory. Tang Long looked around and found that the new LT-1 robot production line had started. Due to funding and material constraints, only 100 robots made of high-density alloys will be produced in the first batch. In addition, the joints of the robot will also be covered with an alloy shell, and all robots will be coated with simulated silicone skin, which will look similar to ordinary humans. Unlike Sunny, these robots do not have self-awareness and completely obey Tang Long. Tang Long walked out of the robot factory and went to the warehouse next door. He separated the 3 miniature cars on the ground, restored them with a quantum beam instrument, and went up to check the Toyota car and the refrigerator car. Sure enough, as he expected, both the red-haired female killer and the male killer in the freezer car were dead, and their deaths were ugly. The quantum beam instrument is not an Ant-Man suit. When shrinking the 2 cars, the activity of the cells in the 2 people in the car cannot be guaranteed, so the 2 people died instantly. Tang Long searched the bodies of the 2 killers and found 2 driver's licenses. The man's name is Yin Hongshan, and the woman's name is Li Li. The driver's license shows that both of them are from a certain mountain village in Tianning County, Chongyu City, on the border of western Guangxi. I don't know if it's true or not. In addition, Li Li also has the latest Fruit mobile phone, which is equipped with a password lock. This so-called most secure mobile phone in the world fell into the hands of Tang Long, and he cracked the password lock in less than 10 seconds. It's a pity that the inside of the phone is very clean, and it doesn't even have the common chat software on the market. There is only one contact in the address book, Mr. Liu, and the 2 had talked on the phone more than 20 minutes ago. There were various indications that these 2 were hired professional killers, and Tang Long could not find any valuable clues on them. The only clue is Sanya Lu's phone number, but there is a high probability that this number is an anonymous number, or it is registered under the name of an unrelated person. Moreover, Tang Long had no way to investigate based on this clue, because it would reveal that he had contact with these 2 people. According to the words Tang Long prepared, he had never seen these 2 people in these 2 cars, so naturally he would not know about Lu San. Tang Long memorized Mr. Lu's phone number, and casually threw the driver's licenses and mobile phones of the 2 killers into a cabinet in the warehouse. As for the 2 cars containing the corpses, the best way to deal with them is of course to reshrink them and put them together with their driver's licenses. The super sports car that Tang Long was driving had damage to its casing and tires in the accident just now. In order to cover up the traces of the accident, he went back to Jiqing and bought a new, identical car. When passing a computer store, Tang Long stopped by and bought a new high-performance IBM laptop. Back at the robot factory, he asked the robot to replace the license plate and logo of the old car with the new one, and then shrunk down the 2 cars together with a laptop and brought them back to the real world. Restoring the newly bought super sports car in the factory building, Tang Long drove to the urban area of Dongshi City. After arriving in the urban area, he found a nearby internet cafe and connected to the internet with his laptop. Using the hacking software in the USB flash drive that he carried with him, Tang Long quickly hacked into the traffic system of Dongshi City. He found the monitoring system of the high-speed tunnel, but found that the camera at the scene had malfunctioned, and the surveillance video in the tunnel for the last half hour was blank. Thinking about it carefully, Tang Long understood that it was the gang of killers who did it. This is better, and saves him from tampering with the system. Tang Long wiped away the traces of his entry and exit, and quietly exited the traffic system. After leaving the internet cafe, Tang Long drove to the intermediary company and took back the business license and other documents of Longting Heavy Industry. He remembered that he still had a cash check for 20 yuan, so he went to ICBC, cashed the check, and opened a corporate account by the way. The business manager of the bank saw that he was wearing a famous brand, and there was more than 80 balance on the bank card, so he recommended him to apply for a credit card. He also said that as long as the 100 million is deposited for 3 months, a gold card with a limit of 50 can be obtained. Tang Long shook his head, and said lightly, "What's the use of only 50, it's almost the same for me to get an Amex Centurion Black Gold card." Ordinary gold cards are useless to him, only the Amex Centurion Black Gold card, which enjoys various privileges, can be attractive to him. Without the ICBC Express Centurion Black Gold card, individuals cannot apply for it, and the bank can only select suitable customers and send out invitations on their own initiative. Are you kidding me? The business manager smiled sarcastically and turned away immediately. How crazy is this? If you want to apply for the Amex Centurion Black Gold card with only 100 million assets, do you really think you are a rich man on the Haruan fortune ranking? Can't afford it. The business manager hit aside and stopped talking to Tang Long. With a clean ear, Tang Long transferred to the corporate account and transferred the other directly to his mother's account, and casually sent a text message to Song Qingwan, telling her about the company's corporate account. After watching Tang Long leave the bank, the business manager quickly walked into the business room and said with a smile, "Just now I met a psychopath who likes to pretend to be X, and he thought he was a billionaire while driving a sports car. Zhang Yuntong Centurion Black Gold card." Hearing this, several tellers in the business room suddenly laughed. The teller who was finishing the finishing work was stunned when he saw a new remittance from Tang Long's account on the screen. After the business manager saw it, he laughed and said, "What's the matter, Xiao Zhang, isn't what I said funny?" Xiao Zhang looked around and found that the leader was not there, so he asked in a low voice, "Manager Wang, are you talking about that young man just now?" The business manager nodded and said, "That's right, it's him." Xiao Zhang pointed at the screen, and said with a strange look, "But there is indeed a lot of money in his account." The business manager looked at her finger, and was shocked to find that the amount displayed on it was million yuan. Just now he had seen the information that Tang Long filled out when he opened the corporate account, and the legal person of this company was also Tang Long. In other words, he just missed a big client worth hundreds of millions. In an instant, his face was not calm. If Tang Long could be dealt with just now, he would not have to worry about his performance this year and the year-end bonus. An indescribable feeling came to his heart. It felt like he had missed hundreds of millions. Monkeys in quote. After leaving ICBC, Tang Long got into the car and was going to find a decoration company in Xinjiang to renovate the old factory buildings in the industrial park. Although the factory area is not yet ready for construction, renovation and refurbishment are imperative. In the future, he plans to build a fully automatic robot production line, specializing in the production of various household and entertainment robots. As for special robots, they only accept customization and will not be mass-produced. At this moment, Tang Long received a text message on his mobile phone, and Tang Long clicked on it to see that it was a notification text message from ICBC. Song Qingwan actually transferred 2 million renminbi to Longting Heavy Industries corporate account. Although Tang Long knew that the other party would give him half of the money as agreed, he did not expect that Song Qingwan would transfer all the money to him. Tang Long immediately called Song Qingwan, but the other party didn't answer the phone, but replied a text message. "The money has been transferred to your company's account as promised, and the extra money will be treated as my investment. I will return to Linjiang City next week. Don't miss it. Miss you, Qingwan." Seeing this text message, Tang Long's heart warmed, and he sighed inwardly. The old life of salted fish is about to be gone forever. For Song Qingwan, he has to develop his career as soon as possible. Just as she was about to text Song Qingwan back, the phone suddenly froze. Tang Long was speechless for a moment, wishing he could smash this broken phone right away. That being the case, let's go to the digital plaza in the city center first, and get a new mobile phone first. Tang Long is used to the Android system. He used to have no money but to buy cheap low-end smartphones. Now that he is not short of money, he plans to buy a high-end mobile phone, and the brand chooses to continue to support domestic products. He drove to the Huawei mobile phone store, walked around, and finally bought a Huawei Mate 13,000 RS Porsche Design Edition for 30 yuan. This mobile phone has a 6.39-inch curved screen, supports 5G and multiple sensing systems, and can remotely sense the operating system without touching the screen. It is the latest mobile phone of Huawei. In fact, there are also high-end mobile phones for sale in the world of Mechanical Enemy. For example, a fully transparent touchscreen mobile phone with holographic projection technology is similar to the mobile phone used by Stark, and the technology is more advanced. It's just that mobile phone is too sci-fi for now. If Tang Long uses such a mobile phone and is asked, he can't explain the source of the mobile phone. However, this reminded him that the world of Mechanical Enemy is already in 2035, and there are many new electronic products in it, including mobile phones. With Tang Long's ability, it is not difficult to obtain the technology of several mobile phones, or even buy a few relatively low-end mobile phone production lines. Originally, he planned to directly transfer USR's robot production line to the real world, but after careful consideration, he found that it was not realistic at present. The cost of producing robots in the real world is too high, and it is difficult to find domestic manufacturers of supporting parts. He has limited funds now, so this is not the best choice. How about making mobile phones first? Thinking of this, Tang Long's heart suddenly became hot. Although the factory is called Longting Heavy Industry, it seems that it is not doing business properly to produce mobile phones, but the mobile phone market is huge, and the money is coming quickly. However, the production of mobile phones requires a license. The best way now is to invest in or acquire a regular mobile phone manufacturer, and provide mobile phones with technology that will surpass this era by 10 or 15 years. Before that, someone had to be found to renovate the factory, and then he would go back to the world of Mechanical Enemy. After deciding on the action plan, Tang Long immediately started to act. He drove his sports car to the new city and found the largest decoration company in the city, Xiqing Decoration. Pushing open the door and entering Xiqing Decoration, Tang Long directly explained his intention to the front desk receptionist. When the girl at the front desk saw the supercar parked at the door, she knew that this was a visit from a big customer, so she immediately contacted the company's business manager to come down to receive it. The business manager warmly greeted Tang Long to sit down in the reception room, and told the front desk receptionist to bring tea and water. After a detailed exchange between the two, the business manager gave professional design drawings and several construction plans. Tang Long glanced at it casually, and made a request, that is, good and fast. As for the price, he doesn't care. Hearing this, the business manager was overjoyed, and decisively recommended the most expensive plan, and chose 2 construction teams to work overtime in turn. In this way, although Tang Long paid nearly double the cost, the time was shortened from at least half a month to within a week. Tang Long signed the contract with Xiqing Decoration on the spot, and readily paid the 50% deposit by swiping his card. The business manager immediately called the construction team and followed Tang Long to the Longting Heavy Factory area in the industrial park. Tang Long led the business manager into the factory area. Anyway, the factory was empty, so he directly gave the key to the other party and entrusted everything to the business manager. After arranging these trivial matters, Tang Long looked at the time, and it was past 12 frowny face dash. He hasn't solved the killer's matter yet, and it's not safe to return to Linjiang City now, and he doesn't want to go home and disturb his parents, so he simply found a star-rated hotel outside and opened a room to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live / phonemin. After having lunch at the Chinese restaurant in the hotel, Tang Long returned to the guest room and locked the door behind him. Just after 13 o'clock, the new parallel world has been refreshed. Sitting on the bed, Tang Long said silently in his mind to activate the infinite intrusion system. A translucent virtual light curtain appeared in front of his eyes, and a new option appeared at the bottom of the main menu, world number 312 monkeys. He reached out and clicked on the third option, and a prompt box popped up on the screen. Task description: 1. Collect the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments in the world of 12 monkeys, required. 2. Prevent the spread of X virus or get the corresponding antidote, and you can get special rewards after completing the task. Optional: 3. Due to the interference of time and space, unknown dangers may appear in this world. Please prepare in advance for the host. Seeing the mission description on the screen, Tang Long frowned. He has seen the movie 12 Monkeys, which is a sci-fi movie starring Hollywood superstars Willis and Pete. The film tells that in 1996 AD, after the world was attacked by a deadly virus, the remaining few human beings could only survive underground. The time came to 2035. In order to change this situation, scientists devised a plan to change all this and finally found the culprit that released the virus. For Tang Long, this parallel world is somewhat dangerous. First of all, this world involves time and space effects. The hero James Cole's continuous travel through time and space will cause unpredictable changes in the world. Secondly, Cole failed to prevent the release of the virus in history. The X virus in this time and space eventually caused the death of 70 billion humans. Tang Long didn't know whether he could resist the X virus. Another point is that this world took place in 1996, and he could not enter with a mobile phone or new dollar bills, and his identity was also a problem after entering. Tang Long didn't want to be taken to a mental hospital like Cole. Thinking of this, Tang Long said silently, "System, can you arrange a reasonable identity for me in the world of 12 Monkeys?" The system pops up a prompt. After the system is upgraded, any low-dimensional world can generate a reasonable identity, and an optional identity can be automatically generated according to the host's situation. 1. Tourist from China. 2. A pathology doctor working in a public hospital in country M. 3. A private detective living in country M. Need to consume 100 points. Tang Long thought for a while, and then silently chose identity 2. In the original play, Cole will be imprisoned in a mental hospital, and the heroine Catherine is a pathologist, who is also a doctor, so that it is convenient for him to get phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme to the hero and heroine. A few seconds later, an electronic voice came from Tang Long's ear. The host has been selected to enter the world of 12 Monkeys, and the system is generating the corresponding identity information. Preparations are complete and transmission is in progress. In the next second, Tang Long's eyes darkened, and he lost consciousness instantly. The end of the world after the outbreak of the X virus. When Tang Long lost consciousness, an electronic voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The host is about to enter the world of 12 Monkeys. Coordinates: Blue Star Philadelphia International Convention and Exhibition Center. Timeline: 2013. Transmitting. Warning: the current transmission process has encountered spacetime turbulence, and the timeline of the host's destination has been seriously shifted. An emergency repair program has been initiated, and it is expected to be repaired in 3 hours. Tang Long opened his eyes and found that he was standing on an uninhabited road with an unmanned car parked beside the road. From the dusty, leaf-covered roof and rusted husk, the little car had been abandoned for a long time. Tang Long walked to the front of the car, glanced at the car's license plate and logo, and his face suddenly became serious. This is an old Ford car, and the license plate shows that it is a private car registered in Philadelphia, M country. As far as he knew, in country M, it was illegal to dump a scrapped car on the side of the road at will, not to mention that the car didn't even have its license plate removed. He turned his head and looked around, and found that there was a small gas station on the side of the road hundreds of meters away. Judging from the signboard outside the gas station, this is country M, and Tang Long has already entered the world of 12 Monkeys, but he doesn't know where it is. At this time, the sky was a little dark, and it was about to enter the night. Tang Long raised his left wrist and looked down at his watch, wanting to know the current time and year. After the first 3 time travels, he knew that this watch has a special function, that is, it can automatically synchronize the time and the current time zone and display the current year. When he saw the hands and numbers on the dial clearly, he found that the watch had stopped. How is this going? You must know that this Patek Philippe watch is not an ordinary watch, but a Rubik's Cube fragment radar with watch function after system modification. Now, this black technology watch has actually gone on strike. It's unbelievable. Tang Long thought for a while, reached out and pressed the button on the side of the watch, and the dial popped up, revealing the LCD radar screen inside. There was only a single yellow dot on the screen indicating his own location, and no other information. Seeing this weird scene, Tang Long felt something was wrong. He hurriedly said silently in his mind, "Open the wireless intrusion system panel." However, nothing appeared in front of his eyes. After several consecutive silent recitations, an intermittent electronic voice sounded in his mind. The host encountered spacetime turbulence during transmission. The system is in a self-recovery state, and after 2 hours, 57 minutes, and 45 seconds, it will return to normal. Now Tang Long understood what was going on. Long before he traveled, he knew that the time and space of this world was unstable. Because apart from Tang Long's accident, there is also Cole, a time traveler, in this world. No, according to the plot, there is more than one time traveler. The crazy scientists in the future world don't care about the impact that frequent interference with time and space will have on this world. Now that things had happened, Tang Long had no choice but to accept the reality. He looked down and found that he was wearing the Versace casual suit in the real world, and he didn't bring the newly bought mobile phone and quantum beam device in his coat pocket. However, there was a wallet in the trousers pocket, and I took it out to see that there were hundreds of dollars in dollar bills and 2 ID cards to indicate identity. According to the certificate, Tang Long's current identity is a doctor at Temple University Hospital in M Country. Well, there is ID and money, and there is a gas station in front, which means there are people in it. No matter where it is, it shouldn't be a problem to spend 3 hours safely, Tang Long comforted himself. After making up his mind, he strode towards the gas station ahead. Soon, Tang Long came outside the gas station, but after seeing the environment outside the gas station clearly, his expression suddenly became ugly. It can be seen from the rusty gas pump that no one has been at this gas station for a long time. Tang Long couldn't help but have a thought in his mind: this cheating world, shouldn't it be the future world after the outbreak of the X virus? The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was so. He turned and walked towards the convenience store attached to the gas station. Tang Long stood at the door of the convenience store and looked inside. I saw the shelves in the convenience store lying on the ground in a haphazard manner, and there were glass shards and empty drink bottles everywhere on the ground. All the food and drinks were swept away, leaving only a piece of rubbish and 2 dead bones. This proves that his guess is correct. This is indeed the future world after the outbreak of the X virus. Heck! This time the luck is too bad. Tang Long cursed in a low voice. Normally, the system should have transported him to Philadelphia in 1996, but unexpectedly, he came to this apocalypse with unknown place names. Seeing the 2 dead bones on the ground, Tang Long retreated quickly. He didn't know whether these 2 people were killed or died after contracting the virus. It was not a wise choice to stay in the convenience store. After leaving the convenience store, Tang Long noticed that the sky was getting darker and darker. He looked at the map on the wall of the gas station and decided to walk along the highway. From the gas station to the east, less than 3 kilometers away is the outskirts of Philadelphia, where there should be some deserted houses. It's not easy for a person to stay alone in this empty gas station and survive 3 hours in the dark. After walking along the highway for an unknown amount of time, Tang Long saw a dilapidated building, and he had already arrived at a neighborhood outside Philadelphia. In the middle of the street not far away, there is a 2-story white building that is relatively intact, and he plans to spend the night in that house. Just walking to the middle of the street, a man's voice suddenly came from my ear. "Hey! Boy, stand there and don't move." Tang Long followed the prestige, and saw a man with a rifle coming out from the shadows across the street, and the gun was pointed at him. Facing the black muzzle of the gun, Tang Long had no choice but to stop obediently. To be honest, with his current skills, it's no problem to deal with a gunman. The key is to see if there are other people nearby. His eyes scanned the surroundings carefully, and after finding that there was no movement, his eyes finally fell on the person opposite. This man was wearing a worn leather jacket, his messy hair was plastered on his head like weeds, and a pair of red eyes looked straight at Tang Long. "What's your name? Where did you come from?" The man in the leather jacket stopped 3 meters away from Tang Long and asked. Tang Long replied calmly, "Tang Long, a doctor at Temple University Hospital." "New clothes? Take me to the warehouse where you hide your things." The man in the leather jacket shouted in surprise after seeing Tang Long's clothes and his face clearly. Since the outbreak of the virus, 70 billion people have died around the world, and the remaining supplies are getting scarcer. Up to now, Tang Long can still wear new clothes, his face is ruddy and full of energy, which shows that he has a wealth of material reserves behind him. The man in the leather jacket was going to carry the Rogue Legion on his back and embezzle this man's supplies. What warehouse for hiding things? Tang Long replied with a blank expression. He has just arrived in this world, where did he get the warehouse? Fake. Seeing that Tang Long was dishonest, the man in the leather jacket rushed forward and kicked Tang Long in the lower abdomen. Two monkeys. Seeing the man in the leather jacket rushing up inexplicably, Tang Long sneered, quickly dodged to avoid the opponent's attack, and at the same time kicked out with his right foot quickly. Bang! The man in the leather jacket was kicked several meters away in an instant, and fell heavily on the concrete floor, screaming in pain. He struggled to get up, but found that his whole body was in pain. His body only moved twice, and then he fell powerlessly on the ground. Tang Long stepped forward quickly, and before the opponent got up, he stepped hard on the right hand of the man in the leather jacket holding the gun. What? The man in the leather jacket screamed, let go of the rifle in his hand, and screamed while covering his deformed right hand with his left hand. Tang Long leaned over to pick up the rifle on the ground, pointed the muzzle at the man in the leather jacket, and said coldly, "Who are you? Are there any companions nearby?" The man in the leather jacket raised his head and cursed loudly, "Fake! Fake oil! If you dare to touch me, you are dead, and the Wanderer Legion will not let you go." Boom! Tang Long's face changed, and he pulled the trigger directly, and the bullet pierced the leather jacket man's head. In this world, no one can threaten him. He didn't have time to slowly interrogate the man in the leather jacket. It would be more convenient to kill the bastard directly, lest he would attract his accomplices. From the man in the leather jacket, Tang Long got at least some useful information, that there were other people nearby. Rogue Legion? What the hell? Legions of villains that roam around and rob other survivors? According to Tang Long's memory, no such organization appeared in the movie 12 Monkeys. Could it be that in addition to the wrong time, the development of history has also changed? He has no way to be sure of this, because there are very few scenes about 2035 in the movie, and he only knows that the living environment outside is very harsh. However, the fact that the man in the leather jacket was able to wander around the neighborhood at least showed that there was no X-virus in the air here, and Tang Long could survive safely nearby. After finding a few bullets from the man in the leather jacket, Tang Long quickly left the street with his rifle in hand. After this kind of thing happened, he could no longer continue to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the white building. Tang Long had just walked tens of meters away when two men with guns appeared in front of the street, one on the left and the other on the right, running towards this side quickly. This time without waiting for the opponent to approach, he shot first. Boom! Boom! Relying on LV9 spear skills, the two bullets directly blasted the heads of the two wanderers, leaving two corpses on the ground. Seeing more than a dozen figures appearing at the end of the street, Tang Long secretly cursed unlucky, did not dare to stop a step, turned right quickly and ran towards the street next to him. He only had a few bullets on his body. No matter how accurate his marksmanship was, he still couldn't finish killing these wanderers. Tang Long ran all the way along the street. He didn't know how far he ran, and finally came to a park. Looking into the park from the gate, there is a row of tents on the grass inside, and there are several carriages and horses parked around. A woman's voice could be faintly heard inside the tent. Could this be the lair of wanderers? Looking at the tents in the park, Tang Long thought a little depressed. If it is true, then this group of rogues are really strong, and they actually keep a carriage in this last days when food is scarce. The yells of wanderers came from behind, and flames could be vaguely seen flickering everywhere. What's the matter? This group of wanderers chased after them lingeringly. Tang Long looked around and found that he was surrounded by people. There is a park in front, and there are pursuers on the streets on three sides behind him. It is not a wise choice to turn back to meet the enemy, but to try to sneak through this park. After making up his mind, Tang Long quietly approached the park wall while it was getting dark, and sneaked in over the wall. He touched the shadow of the park's amusement facilities along the path, intending to cross the amusement park and sneak into the woods inside the park. Just as Tang Long stepped over the fence and was about to cross the abandoned carousel, a bell suddenly rang under his feet. His feet touched the cordon with the bell attached. A dozen or so women with guns suddenly appeared all around, and all of these people pointed their guns at Tang Long, watching him silently without speaking. Facing these dozens of guns, Tang Long had no choice but to put the rifle on the ground and raised his hands. "Hey! I'm not here to make trouble, I just happened to pass by here," Tang Long explained with a smile. At this time, a black woman in an old long skirt came over. After seeing Tang Long's face clearly, the black woman let out a sigh and ordered, "Take him to see his mother." Two women with guns quickly approached Tang Long and escorted Tang Long to the largest tent in the middle of the grass. After entering the tent, Tang Long saw a table in the middle, with a pot of something boiling on it, and a strange fragrance wafted from the teapot. Sitting behind the table was a long-haired woman wearing a black hat, only half of her wrinkled face could be seen. The long-haired woman looked up at Tang Long and said with a strange smile, "Oriental? I rarely see a normal person like you who is well dressed. Where do you come from?" "My name is Tang Long, and I'm a doctor at Temple University Hospital." Tang Long introduced himself again. "Huh, doctor? I've seen many doctors, but I've never seen you." The long-haired woman smiled, poured a cup of tea from the teapot, and took a sip. "There are many doctors in Country M. It's normal that you haven't seen me," Tang Long explained. The old woman seemed a little nervous, and she hoped to be able to fool her, at least for the remaining 2 hours. Thoughts flashed through Tang Long's mind quickly, thinking about what to say next. At this time, the long-haired woman suddenly said, "I know who you are the one who came to stop the spread of the virus." Tang Long was startled, and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" "Ha, we are the Legion of Daughters, belonging to Mother, Midnight and Father," the long-haired woman said solemnly. "All order no longer exists. Cole's mission has failed, and you have also failed." The long-haired woman's voice gradually became low, and suddenly she said loudly, "No, you are different from Cole, you are a new prime number point." Tang Long frowned and said, "Do you know Cole?" "In this world, there are very few women who know Cole, only a few. But the woman in front of her is obviously not Dr. Cassie." "Who is this person?" Cole. Poor Otter Eye, can't stop the plague from happening." The long-haired woman raving. Tang Long became more and more confused, and continued to ask, "Who the hell are you? What's your name? Do you know where Cole is? Tell me where Cole is, and I'll tell you what you want to know," the long-haired woman said suddenly. Tang Long shook his head and said, "Cole has been teleported to the past now, and I don't know where he is." "Well, yes, he went back again. By the way, if you see Cole, tell him that Jennifer Goines has been waiting for him." The long-haired woman smiled. "Jennifer Goines? Isn't Jennifer a guy in the movie? How did you become a woman?" Tang Long was stunned. What happened to this world? And many more Tang Long seemed to have missed something. "Jennifer said just now, tell me where Cole is, and I'll tell you what you want to know." "Does she know the whereabouts of the Rubik's Cube fragments? How do you know what I'm looking for?" Tang Long stared at Jennifer's face and asked seriously. Jennifer smiled nervously. "You told me, we are good friends, good friend? What kind of nonsense is this?" The corners of Tang Long's brows twitched. This was the first time he saw Jennifer. How could the two be good friends? Besides, who would be good friends with an old woman? Not now, but it will be in the future. Jennifer added after seeing Tang Long's expression of "trusting you." Hearing her words, Tang Long believed that Jennifer was telling the truth. This world is a bit special, the timeline is chaotic and interacts with each other. Maybe when he returns to 1996, he will meet Jennifer, but she should be just a little girl at that time. With such a big age gap, how did he know Jennifer? Just as Tang Long was thinking wildly, Jennifer said again, "The things you are looking for, one is in the hands of the witness, and the other is in my father's safe. I hope you can get them this time." "Who is the witness?" Tang Long asked in a daze. Jennifer's father is Leland Goines, the president of the Mark Ridge Group, and is the main behind-the-scenes man behind the creation of the X virus, although he never thought of exterminating mankind. Although Leland is a billionaire, it is not difficult to approach him. And from which corner did this witness come from? Tang Long wanted to watch the entire Monkeys movie, but he didn't remember this person appearing. Jennifer shook her head and said, I don't know who he is, he has appeared at many different times, but no one has seen his true face. Another time traveler? Tang Long frowned tightly. There are many people who were sent back to the past by those mad scientists. Even if he knew the plot well, he couldn't find this time traveler. The most troublesome thing is that this guy also has a piece of the Rubik's Cube, and things are getting more and more complicated. Okay, I've finished what I have to say. When are you going back? Jennifer pointed to the sky and asked with a smile. Tang Long checked the system recovery time in his mind, and there were still 2 hours and 10 minutes left. He looked at the fragrant teapot on the table, smiled and said, "It will take a while, maybe I can sit down and taste the tea you made." "No problem, please sit wherever you want." Jennifer greeted very warmly, "Many people like my herbal medicine, drinking it can make you see many different images, and I hope you like it too." "Well, isn't tea brewed here?" Tang Long's face froze a bit. He was not interested in drinking some weird herbal water that sounded obviously hallucinogenic. But the words had already been spoken, so he could only admit it while pinching his nose. At least he had to get through the remaining 2 hours and 10 minutes. Tang Long sat down on the left side with a calm expression, reached out to take the half cup of hot tea handed over by Jennifer, and took a sip. In an instant, a bitter and strange taste filled the entire mouth, and the herbs in the tea gradually began to take effect. Tang Long felt a little dizzy in his head, leaned against the back of the chair involuntarily, and hurriedly put the teacup on the table while he was still conscious. At this time, his body suddenly secreted a special enzyme, which completely decomposed the hallucinogenic ingredients contained in the tea. Originally, Tang Long planned to stay in this dizzy state for 2 hours, but now his mind is clear. How can he pretend? He thought for a while, picked up the teacup and took a big sip, then put down the teacup, closed his eyes and pretended to sleep. After 2 hours and 10 minutes of hard work, the infinite intrusion system returned to normal. Tang Long opened his eyes and said with a smile, "Thank you for the tea. I should go. If I can meet you next time when I come back, I will give you a big gift." As soon as he finished speaking, he called up the infinite invasion system in his mind and began to teleport to the time and space where Cole was. "Bye, Tang." Jennifer waved at Tang Long. In the next second, Tang Long's body disappeared into the tent out of thin air. The space-time coordinates have been repaired, and the teleportation will start soon. The location coordinates of the transmission target, Blue Star Philadelphia International Convention and Exhibition Center, timeline, 2013, transmitting. Tang Long opened his eyes and found that he was standing in a long and narrow corridor. At the end of the corridor was a spacious hall where someone was giving a speech. He turned his head and looked around, feeling that the decoration style here is a bit fashionable, not like the country in 1996. Tang Long suddenly remembered something, and immediately raised his watch to take a look, and was dumbfounded. It's November 20th, 13 and it's 11:07 p.m. How is this going? Isn't the longest timeline of 12 monkeys until 1996? It stands to reason that he should have teleported to 1996, how could he come to 2013? System, is there another error in this transmission? Tang Long hurriedly asked the system in his mind. System, this transmission is accurate, Cole has already appeared in this time and space. How did Kerr end up in 2013? Didn't the X virus break out in this time and space as early as 1996, so why is it still safe and sound in 2013? Tang Long was a little puzzled, unable to understand what was going on. Usually the system will not send him to an insignificant place, there must be important people here. If there is, then this person must be in the conference hall. Could it be that Cole is in it? Tang Long walked slowly towards the conference hall at the end of the corridor, and gradually heard a gentle female voice in his ears. In 430 BC, typhoid fever broke out in Athens. 1,000 years later, the plague swept the Byzantine Empire. In the th century, the Black Death killed most people in Europe. Walking into the gate of the conference hall, Tang Long saw a blonde beauty wearing black-rimmed glasses and a blue v-neck shirt standing next to the podium, speaking. Noticing that someone came in, the blonde beauty just glanced at Tang Long, and continued to explain, "It sounds like these are old things, right?" "Not necessarily." She turned her head and looked at the large LCD screen behind her, which showed dozens of doctors giving first aid. At this time, a female staff member walked towards Tang Long beside the hall. With a thought in his heart, Tang Long took out the doctor's certificate from his pocket and showed it to the staff member. Temple University Hospital pathologist, Tang Long. The female receptionist glanced at his ID, immediately took him to an empty seat in the back row with a smile on her face, and handed him a small stack of documents. Tang Long nodded his thanks. While pretending to be listening to the speech, he was carefully inspecting the audience in the front row, trying to find Cole among them. If history hasn't changed much, Willis's bald look is still easy to find. This is footage from last season in Pennsylvania when there was a sudden outbreak of whooping cough and it spread so quickly that we were caught off guard. The blonde beauty's voice suddenly rose, which made Tang Long subconsciously notice what she said. Hearing the words sudden outbreak, rapid infection, Tang Long immediately became alert. He stared at the blonde beauty in front of the podium, but still did not recognize who she was. At this moment, Tang Long found that he was still holding a stack of documents in his hand, and hastily opened the top page. I saw that it was written in large font on the folding page, Dr. Cassie Riley's new book signing meeting. It turns out that she is the heroine Dr. Riley. Through time and space, seeing Dr. Riley talking eloquently in front of the podium, Tang Long was convinced that this time and space was not the world of the movie, Monkeys. Because in the original play, Dr. Riley was promoting his new book in 1996, but now it is 2013. Coupled with the emergence of the Daughter Legion and the Wanderer Legion in 2035, it fully proves that the history of this world has undergone major changes. A world with many traversers is really troublesome. While the timeline has changed significantly, one thing won't change. Regardless, Cole teleports back from the future to find Dr. Riley. If Tang Long wants to join forces with Cole to prevent the outbreak of the X virus, he just needs to keep an eye on Dr. Riley, and Cole will show up sooner or later. Looking at the strange and beautiful face in front of the podium, Tang Long couldn't help but fell into deep thought. This time his task is not only to find the fragments of the Rubik's Cube, but also to prevent the outbreak of the X virus or obtain the antidote as much as possible. In this world where history has changed, there are two ways to prevent the outbreak of the X virus. One is to follow Cole and Riley closely, and the other is to investigate Leland Goines, the president of the Mark Rickey Group. With his current status, it is a bit difficult to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to Leland's biological laboratory. The only option is to get to know Cole through Riley, and join forces with Cole to foil the man behind the release of the X virus. At this time, a burst of warm applause suddenly came from his ears, waking Tang Long up from his meditation. He turned his head and saw that the speech had ended, and Dr. Riley began to sign books. After thinking about it, Tang Long took out a $100 bill from his wallet, bought a copy of Dr. Riley's new book, Doomsday Syndrome, and waited at the end of the line for her to sign. 10 minutes later, Tang Long stood in front of Dr. Riley with Doomsday Syndrome. He put his work card in the book, handed it to Dr. Riley, and said with a smile, "Dr. Riley, your new book is very interesting. I have some questions to chat with you. Do you have time later?" Riley took the book in Tang Long's hands, with a formulaic smile on his face. "Sorry, my schedule is already full today, I'm afraid I don't have time." She used the excuse of talking about the content of the new book to get phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme to male readers with her. She had seen too many male readers, so Riley refused without hesitation. She opened the cover of Doomsday Syndrome and saw the work card inside, Tang Long, a pathologist at Temple University Hospital. Riley raised his head and looked at Tang Long again. Such a young Chinese doctor is really rare. But no matter how young and handsome the other party is, she still won't give him a chance, because she already has a boyfriend. Seeing the expression on Riley's face, Tang Long instantly understood that she must have misunderstood something, and hurriedly explained, "Dr. Riley, I really have a few questions I want to ask you, nothing else." Riley hesitated for a moment, then quickly replied, "Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes. My car is parked on the street opposite the International Convention and Exhibition Center. You and I will walk there together." "Thank you, Dr. Riley," Tang Long replied with a smile. Riley quickly signed the new book, and after handing it to Tang Long, he began to pack his things and prepare to leave. The two walked out of the gate of the convention center side by side, and Riley suddenly said, "You can start now." "Oh. Only then did Tang Long come to his senses. It turned out that what the other party said was that he could start asking questions. In fact, he just found a reason to get acquainted with Riley so that he could act in the future, and he didn't prepare any questions. However, he would not say this, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he asked casually, "Dr. Riley, do you believe that human beings will face an existential crisis brought about by a large-scale virus outbreak?" "I don't think so. Although there have been many plagues caused by viruses in the past, they were all successfully resolved in the end," Riley replied with a smile as he walked. Tang Long shook his head and said, "I don't think so. If someone deliberately creates a supervirus with supercontagiousness, then such a thing will happen sooner or later." "Why do you ask that?" Riley asked in surprise. Tang Long explained, "Because I know that there are biological companies that are researching related topics and have achieved certain results." At this time, Riley's mobile phone rang, and she turned to Tang Long and said, "Sorry, I have to answer the call, we will talk next time." Tang Long shrugged helplessly, and said with a smile, "Okay, see you next time." Although he didn't have Riley's phone number, he knew the two would meet again sooner or later. Riley nodded, connected to the phone, and said as he walked, "Honey, I just finished, I'm quite handy, when are you going home?" Tang Long watched Riley cross the street, walked to a silver gray Jeep, opened the door and got in. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found a man in a hat emerging from the back seat of the Jeep. This man stretched out his arms to hold Riley in front of him. Tang Long was about to rush over to rescue Riley, when he suddenly felt that the scene in front of him was very familiar. Thinking about it carefully, he seemed to have seen this scene in a movie. Could it be that the man in the car was Cole? Thinking of this, he calmed down. If Cole was in the back of the Jeep, it would be the first time the two had met, and he'd better not interrupt the process. Soon, the silver-gray Jeep started and moved forward quickly. Just in case, Tang Long memorized the license plate number of the silver-gray Jeep and ran closely behind. Originally, he wanted to hire a taxi to follow, but unfortunately there were no cars nearby, and there was no time, so he had to run far behind. If it was before, Tang Long wouldn't even think so. But now, his physical strength is already comparable to others, and it is very easy to run all the way. The speed of the Jeep was not fast. After crossing 2 streets, it turned to a secluded alley. Tang Long saw the two get off the car and walked into the alley from a distance. He hurriedly chased after them and saw the two enter an old warehouse. He walked lightly and approached the old warehouse quietly. There was a dilapidated window next to the front door of the old warehouse. Tang Long leaned over to the window and saw Riley being tied to a chair by a man through the window gap. Wearing an old jacket, the kidnapper had short blonde hair and an unshaven face, making him look like a homeless man. When Tang Long saw the kidnapper's hair, his heart tightened, and when he was about to break in through the front door, he suddenly heard Lai's trembling voice. "Listen, Cole, I know you believe these things, but it's not true. Is this kidnapper really Cole?" Tang Long was a little puzzled. You must know that Cole, played by Willis, has a bald head. But when he thought that even Dr. Riley had changed, Tang Long also accepted the reality that Cole had a new face. He returned to the window and continued to listen to the conversation between the two inside. "I'm not crazy, look at this," Cole said, holding a women's watch. Riley frowned. "This watch is the same as mine." "This is not just the same as yours, this is your watch." Cole said with wide eyes, "This is your watch I got from the future." Cole took off Riley's watch, put it on the table next to him, and said to Riley seriously, "Keep an eye on this watch carefully, okay?" "Okay." Riley nodded and replied a little nervously. Like Riley, Tang Long didn't understand what Cole wanted to do, and looked at Cole curiously, without moving his eyes. I saw Cole put the watch he brought on the other side of the table, holding a dagger in his right hand, and forcefully scratched a long scratch on the glass case of the watch. At this moment, an astonishing scene appeared before Tang Long's eyes. The lights in the old warehouse began to flicker on and off, and a dazzling white light appeared out of nowhere on the glass case of Riley's watch, and then the white light moved diagonally upwards, forming a long straight line. After the white light disappeared, there were scratches on Riley's undamaged watch that were exactly the same as Cole's watch. "Call for help." Seeing a scratch appear out of thin air on the case of his watch, Riley said with a look of disbelief, "How is this possible?" What happened in front of her was obviously not magic, but it was completely beyond her cognition. I know it's hard to explain it to you. You think it's impossible, but it's not. Cole stared Riley in the eye, trying to explain it all. Riley shook his head. I don't understand. As a top student, she couldn't figure out what was going on in a short time. None of this can be explained by science. You changed the past, and the future changes, Kerr continued. Riley still had a confused expression on her face, and she still didn't believe what Cole said about the painting. However, Tang Long outside the window understood all this. Unexpectedly, Cole can use the watch to prove that he is from the future, which is much better than the opening in the movie. Cole coughed and said with some discomfort, 1 minute, I only have 1 minute left. Philadelphia was too big, too crowded, and it took too much time to find Dr. Riley. Riley didn't understand what Cole was talking about. At this time, sirens sounded from the street not far away, and a police car followed Dr. Riley's jeep to the vicinity. Knowing that he had to leave immediately, Tang Long turned his head and quickly ran towards the alley opposite the old warehouse. He just ran into the alley, only to find that one end of the alley is a dead end, and the other end is a street with sirens. He turned his head and took a quick look around. He saw a fire escape by the back door of the residential building in front of him. He made an instant decision and rushed over. Tang Long grabbed the ladder, using both hands and feet, climbed to the 3rd floor after a few strokes, and climbed into the balcony. The whole process took less than 10 seconds. Since he was injected with H2 biological gene medicine, his physical strength and agility far surpassed ordinary people. Shrinking his body into a ball, Tang Long hid behind the balcony railing on the 3rd floor. Looking down from the balcony, several police cars can be seen surrounding the alleys around here. If he stayed below, he would only be surrounded by the police. At this time, Tang Long saw Cole pulling Riley out of the old warehouse. Apparently Cole also heard the siren. Unfortunately, he came out too late. After Cole rushed left and right for a few steps in vain, he realized that the alley on the left was blocked by police cars, and the alley on the right was a dead end. He had no way to escape. In desperation, Cole could only drag Riley to hide at the back door downstairs of Tang Long. There is an iron lock on the door, but there is a concave wall there, just to avoid the sight of the police at the entrance of the alley. Seeing Cole running around like a bereaved dog, Dr. Riley said with a serious expression, Cole, listen to me, you haven't traveled through time and space. You saw that watch. Cole explained helplessly, he didn't expect Riley to be so stubborn. No way, the time travel he said is too ridiculous. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't believe that someone could travel through time and space. You are already surrounded by us, the alley has been blocked. The police shouted from the entrance of the alley. The gangsters took important hostages, and the police did not dare to act rashly. Hearing the police shout, Riley persuaded, Cole, you go out and surrender, I will plead with the judge. Cole smiled, raised his left hand, and shook it in front of Riley. I can feel it, it has already started, and it won't be long. Riley frowned, looked at Cole who was a little crazy in front of him, and didn't know what to say for a moment. She found that the man in front of her seemed to have some mental problems, and maybe she should suggest that the police give him a mental examination. Cole turned to look at Riley and said seriously, the time is coming, if you believe me, I will come to the John Adams Hotel in Philadelphia 2 years later. He already felt that his body was beginning to change. Dr. Jones was right, when the time was up, he would automatically return to 2035. Riley looked at Cole blankly, shaking his head to express that he didn't understand what he meant. You must come to me, Cole said with a painful expression. At this time, the surrounding light began to flicker, Cole's body became unstable, and then disappeared in front of Riley out of thin air. Dr. Riley opened his mouth wide and stared at the place where Cole disappeared, unable to speak a word. Seeing the scene downstairs, Tang Long knew that it was time for him to leave this world. Cole won't be back until 2 years later, so it's useless to stay here, not to mention he needs to go back and investigate what's going on in this world. Next time he comes back, he will be fully prepared. System, return to the main world, Tang Long said silently in his heart. In the next second, his eyes went black and he lost consciousness instantly. Opening his eyes again, Tang Long had already returned to his room in a 5-star hotel in Dongshi City. Glancing at the time on the watch, it was 13:01, less than a minute had passed. Thinking of the chaotic timeline in the world of 12 Monkeys, Tang Long couldn't wait to turn on his laptop and connect to the internet with the hotel's Wi-Fi. Open the homepage of Chengdu, enter 12 Monkeys, and press the search button to start searching. A total of more than 300 million search results came out, and the first few were the introduction and viewing address of the movie, Monkeys. Dragging the web page to the bottom, Tang Long saw several different search results. Click on one of the encyclopedia introductions, and a detailed introduction appears on the newly opened page. 12 Monkeys is an American TV series based on the 1995 movie of the same name. The story tells the story of the hero who was sent to the past to prevent the 12 monkeys from developing a deadly virus. What the hell? No wonder the timeline of the world of 12 Monkeys is chaotic. It turns out that the parallel time and space is based on the history of the American TV series. Now Tang Long understood where he was wrong. When he saw that the third world was 12 Monkeys, he habitually regarded it as the world of movies, but he did not expect that the third world was the world of the American drama 12 Monkeys. But this can't be all his fault, because he has never heard of the American drama, Monkeys. Could it be because this American drama is too popular? He hastily clicked on an American drama website and searched for the American drama, Monkeys. Sure enough, as he expected, the American drama 12 Monkeys had only been filmed for one season, but it was cancelled for unknown reasons. Tang Long started to download the first season with the software, and clicked on the first episode at the same time. After 47 minutes, after watching the first episode, he realized why Cole's first crossing was in 2013. It turns out that the American drama 12 Monkeys changed the time of the outbreak of the X virus to 2015, and some plots in it have also changed. However, unlike the plot of the American drama, in reality, Cole did not run around foolishly with a dagger in 2013, so that he was shot by the police and injured his right leg. Just as Tang Long was about to watch the second episode, the phone on the table rang. Tang Long picked up the phone and found that it was Song Qingwan calling, and he quickly connected. Tang Long, save my brother. Song Qingwan's crying voice suddenly came from the other end of the phone. The future brother-in-law hearing Song Qingwan's cry, Tang Long stood up abruptly from his chair and asked, Qingwan, what happened? My brother was kidnapped in Syria, please rescue him quickly. Song Qingwan said weeping. Qingwan, don't cry. Take a deep breath first. If you have anything to say, speak slowly. Nothing will happen with me. Tang Long comforted. Tang Long knew that Song Qingwan had an older brother, Song Mingchun, who was 2 years older than her. He was the general manager of Ziyuan Group and was in charge of the external business of Ziyuan Energy. The relationship between the two brothers and sisters is very good. If something happened to the eldest brother, the younger sister was of course very anxious. Although Tang Long didn't know how serious the matter was, Song Qingwan had to calm down first before she could explain the matter clearly. Oh. Song Qingwan replied, took a deep breath, calmed down, and then slowly told everything she knew. 10 minutes later, Tang Long finally figured out the whole story. In short, Song Mingchun went to Damascus, Syria yesterday afternoon to discuss business with someone, but was accidentally tied up. Originally, Song Mingchun thought that Damas, the capital of Syria, was relatively safe. In addition, he brought 7 or 8 professional bodyguards. He did not expect that the people he met at the hotel were not the local leaders who controlled the oil fields, but a group of terrorists. This group of well-prepared terrorists directly killed all the bodyguards, kidnapped Song Mingcheng and left, leaving only a stunned female secretary to report to the Song family. After Song Mingyuan heard the news, he immediately contacted the government department. It is a pity that in a war-torn place like Syria, all government departments are useless and can only rely on private arms. At the same time, Song Qingwan contacted Tang Long immediately, wanting Tang Long, a superhero, to rescue her elder brother Song Mingcheng. After comforting Song Qingwan, Tang Long hung up the phone after promising to personally rescue Song Mingcheng. What a fucking fuck! It's not good to do business anywhere, but what are you going to do in a war-torn place like Syria? Tang Long couldn't help cursing. In his opinion, Ziyuan Group has many subsidiaries with assets of nearly billion, so there is absolutely no need to do business in a place like Syria. But looking back, the Song family started with energy. Although they wanted to diversify their investment in recent years, the most profitable main business was energy and chemical industry. And Syria is a well-known oil-producing country in the world, so the Song family's idea of attacking Syria is also reasonable. Cursing is scolding. If something happens to his brother-in-law in the future, Tang Long still has to find a way to help, otherwise how will he marry Song Qingwan in the future? He had no choice but to go to Syria once. Although Syria is in the midst of war, with Tang Long's skills and the existence of the system, his own safety is completely fine. But in order to successfully rescue Song Mingchang, he still needs to do some preparatory work. After making up his mind, Tang Long summoned the infinite invasion system in his mind and directly entered the world of mechanical enemy. In the new era high-tech factory, 100 brand new LT-1 robots have been completed and rolled off the assembly line. Tang Long gave the robot an order to refit all the robots into the appearance of locals in Syria, and loaded the combat database. In addition to appearance modification, Tang Long also purchased local Syrian clothing for each robot and equipped them with various high-tech weapons. In addition, Tang Long also purchased 5 bulletproof personnel carriers, 2 bulletproof Hummers, and 2 sets of special body armor. All the robots, weapons, equipment, and vehicles were all shrunk down by Tang Long Do with a quantum beam instrument and packed in a titanium alloy box. Finally, Tang Long returned to the real world with the titanium alloy box containing all the supplies. After checking out of the hotel, Tang Long contacted Song Qingwan again and learned that Song Mingyuan had hired a small group of Xiongguo mercenaries and was going to Damascus to rescue Song Mingchang. Song Qingwan contacted the middleman in private, found out the contact information of Sergei, the captain of Xiongguo's mercenaries, and quietly sent it to Tang Long. After receiving the news, Tang Long first spent 100 points to redeem the Arabic language talent in the system, and then called Sergei. After he revealed his identity and purpose, Sergei agreed to cooperate with him, and the two sides agreed on the contact information and meeting place. Putting down his phone, Tang Long immediately went online and ordered a flight ticket to Dubai, planning to transfer to Damascus after arriving in Dubai. As for the passport, he had it done in his freshman year. He originally wanted to go to Country M to attend the hacker conference, but he couldn't make it due to various reasons. In order to hurry, Tang Long contacted an intermediary company and applied for a tourist visa at a high price. With money to open the way, the intermediary company directly sent someone to send the tourist visa to Linjiang City International Airport and hand it over to him. That night, Tang Long got on the plane to Dubai. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon the next day, Tang Long stepped on the ground of Damascus International Airport. Looking down from the air, this once world-famous tourist city is known as the place closest to God. After the New Year's War, most of the buildings have been turned into ruins, and the prosperity of the past can only be remembered. Fortunately, the airport is a strategic location, protected by heavy government forces, and the buildings near the airport are relatively intact. With the support of Xiongguo in Iraq, the Syrian government forces regained all the land in the south-central region, except for the Tanf base controlled by the M army, annihilated almost all extremist armed forces, and entered the Kurdish-controlled area. It seems that the victory of the Syrian government is in sight, but because Country M has occupied most of the oilfield area, and Turkey has sent troops to intervene, peace is nowhere in sight. This has led to a complex environment in Syria. Those who kidnap Song Mingchang may be anti-government forces or terrorists, which brings great difficulties to the rescue work. However, with the help of mercenaries from the Xiong Kingdom, the preliminary investigation work has been completed, and Tang Long only needs to contact the mercenary captain Sergei. After leaving the airport, Tang Long found a deserted corner and restored a Humvee to its original state, along with an LT-1 robot disguised as a local. The robot has a built-in Google Map database, and directly follows Tang Long's instructions, driving to the location where Sergei agreed to meet. The car soon arrived at the destination. Tang Long sat on the Humvee and started looking for Sergei. At this time, a foreigner in camouflage uniform, sunglasses, and hat walked to the side of the car and asked, "Are you Tang Long from China?" Tang Long stared at the other party and replied lightly, "Yes, you are Sergei?" Sergei nodded and said, "Are you alone?" In his opinion, the Syrians driving should be the drivers and guides hired by Tang Long, not armed personnel. No, I have also found a helper. You just need to help find Song Mingcheng's whereabouts, and leave the rest to me. Tang Long shook his head. Hearing Tang Long's words, Sergei breathed a sigh of relief. Although his intuition as a soldier told him that this person was not bad at skills, if only Tang Long came over alone, it would not be of much use at all. According to their 2-day investigation, Song Mingcheng was captured by anti-government forces and detained in a temporary military camp in Afrin. If it wasn't for the fact that there were too many opponents, Sergei would have brought 4 of his subordinates to attack, so there was no need to wait for Tang Long to come. Tang Long pointed to the inside of the Hummer and said, "Get in the car, and take me directly to the camp where Song Mingcheng is detained." Carrying with Sergei leading the way, the Humvee drove the 3 of them away from the vicinity of the airport quickly. Out of the main city of Damas City, most of the buildings along the way are dilapidated bungalows, and occasionally there are a few high-rise buildings, which are also like unfinished buildings, with gray and black brick walls directly exposed outside. There were very few pedestrians on the road, and occasionally 1 or 2 children poked their skinny faces out of the window to look out curiously, but they were quickly pulled back by the big hands inside the house, and then closed the window tightly. When the Humvee was about to leave the city, Tang Long saw a government army checkpoint at the door, and worried that the other party would find the 2 high-powered pistols he was carrying. "Relax, leave it to me," Sergei said with a relaxed expression. When the car stopped in front of the guard post, Sergei stretched out his right hand and skillfully handed over a wad of dollars as tolls. The soldiers on both sides smiled and handed down the banknotes. Without even looking at the inside of the car, they just waved and let them go. After leaving the checkpoint, Tang Long smiled and said, "It seems that you are very familiar with this place. I am from the Xiong Kingdom, and the Syrian government forces are supported by the Xiong Kingdom, so you understand." Sergei shrugged, but it is more convenient to have dollars to open the way. The Hummer drove out of Damascus City, and soon joined Sergei's 4 men outside the city, and a jeep followed the Hummer. The 2 vehicles drove hundreds of miles north and arrived in Aleppo province after more than 4 hours. After approaching the outskirts of Afrin, Sergei asked the driver to drive the car off the road and parked on a small hillside. He stood up and pointed to a village in the distance, and explained, "There is a checkpoint set up by the rebels ahead, cars can't pass through it, and we are almost at our destination." "Really? Then we don't have to go there, you can just point out the hostage's location to me later," Tang Long said lightly. Sergei looked at Tang Long in confusion, not knowing what he meant. How could he point out the location of the hostages so far away? Tang Long dragged out a backpack from under the seat, took out 2 palm-sized gray pigeons from it, and put them all on the seat next to him. Then Tang Long took out the Huawei Mate 30RS mobile phone on his body, clicked on the control software, and woke up one of the gray pigeons. The gray pigeon's eyes shone a little, its wings fluttered a few times, and then accompanied by an almost undetectable buzzing sound, it flew directly into the air at a height of meters. Tang Long controlled the bionic drone, quickly passed over the checkpoint, and flew around the village in front of him. Soon, a 30D map appeared on the screen of the Huawei Mate 3RS mobile phone, showing the terrain and building divisions of the entire village. In addition, all the active humans in the village are displayed on the 3D map as red dots. Sergei had a shocked expression on his face. He had seen the Black Hawk quadrotor UAV used by Xiong's special forces in Syria. He thought it represented the cutting-edge field of UAV technology. However, when he saw the pigeon-like drone again, his cognition was still greatly overturned. This kind of bionic drone is not only more concealed, but also can scan the map in real time and use thermal energy to sense the signal of human activities, which is 10 times stronger than the Black Hawk. This is the first time he has seen such an advanced and concealed drone. Is Huawei's military technology so powerful? Or does Tang Long represent some unknown force? Sergei couldn't figure it out, but he didn't need to figure it out. All he knew was that this mission seemed like a game. Most importantly, Tang Long will not share the $200 million reward with them. Tang Long held the phone in front of Sergei, and said to the screen, "Where is Song Mingcheng detained?" Sergei reached out and pointed at a 3-story building on the map, and said, "Song Mingcheng should still be detained here. Last night I checked with a telescope. There are 2 soldiers guarding the door, and there are at least 4 in the room. Tang Long controlled the drone to approach the courtyard, stretched out his hand to zoom in on the image on the screen, and so more than a dozen red humanoid images appeared one after another on the 3D structure diagram of the three-story building. There are 6 people on the first floor, 2 people in a small room on the second floor, 3 people in another room, 8 people in 2 rooms on the third floor, and 1 standing on the roof. Sergey phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red read slash phoneme while looking at the screen. There were more than a dozen militants guarding the third floor house. After seeing the number of people in the house, Sergey couldn't help but frown. Things are tricky. This stronghold arranged on the outskirts of Afrin city has a full company of rebels stationed. The hostages were held in a private house at the end of the village, and it was almost impossible for the 7 of them to rescue them without alerting the defenders at the village head. Although the 6 of them could forcibly kill the dozen or so fighters, they would alarm the rebels in the village. Once the rebel troops in the barracks were alarmed, they would have to face the siege of the entire company of rebel soldiers. The end result is that not only can they not save the hostages, but they also take themselves into it. Tang Long, what should we do? There are too many rebels inside, and there is a company of soldiers at the head of the village. Whether it is a sneak attack or a forced attack, it is impossible to succeed. Sergey said bluntly with a sad face. Tang Long smiled, of course we can't do it with our little people. As I said, I even found a helper. Sergey looked around curiously, and asked puzzledly, where are your people? Tang Long said lightly, okay, you all retreat to the intersection 5 kilometers away and wait for me, and leave the rest to me, and my people will arrive in 10 minutes. Although Sergey didn't know where Tang Long's reinforcements were, he wished he could complete the mission without taking any risks. Sergey jumped out of the Humvee, got into the jeep behind, and told his subordinates, turn around and go to the intersection 5 kilometers away. The jeep driver turned around and left without saying a word. After walking 2 or 3 kilometers back, the driver couldn't help but said, Boss, do you want to see where this kid's helper comes from? If he misses, this deal will be ruined. Sergey squinted his eyes and looked at the gray shadow above his head, and said coldly, don't worry about it, just keep driving. After so many years of working out, he has long understood a truth, some things, the more you know, the faster you die. Don't ask about things you shouldn't ask, let alone inquire about and peek at things you shouldn't know. Although he was also curious about who Tang Long's assistants were, there were still drones watching in the sky, so he would definitely be discovered if he stayed nearby. The helpers Tang Long talked about might be some special soldiers who concealed their identities. If they knew something they shouldn't know, there was no guarantee that the other party would not kill them. Through the surveillance video sent back by the drone, Tang Long saw that Sergey and his group left obediently. He took out a titanium alloy box from his backpack, and took out all the armored vehicle personnel carriers and robot soldiers inside. In less than 5 minutes, 100 robot soldiers disguised as Syrians, fully armed, assembled. Tang Long distributed the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals det data slash phoneme of the rebels and hostages in the village ahead to all the robots through his Huawei mobile phone, and put on a body armor himself. Holding 2 energy pistols, he pointed to the village in front of him and said, Team A and I will attack the small courtyard where the hostages are located, Team B and C will attack the barracks at the head of the village, and Team D will drive armor to block the front and rear intersections. Except for the hostages, don't leave the other one behind, let's go. Chapter 73. Following Tang Long's order, the robot army was dispatched as a whole, flying towards their different targets under the cover of night. The first unlucky person was the sentinel on the roof of the 3-story building. This person was shot in the head with a sniper rifle by a robot soldier in the distance, and fell silently in a pool of blood. Seeing the sentinel fell to the ground on the mobile phone monitoring screen, Tang Long immediately waved his hand to the back, and a group of robot soldiers followed him, quickly running towards the courtyard wall of the house. Tang Long took a deep breath, exerted force on the soles of his feet, and tapped his toes on the wall twice. He rose into the air and jumped up to the top of the 3-meter-high wall in an instant. He turned his head and looked around, and found that the rebels at the gate of the yard hadn't noticed any movement on the wall. At this time, all 15 robots of Team A were in place. Except for 10 robots squatting on the wall, the other robots had already climbed to the roof of the 3rd floor. Tang Long inserted the gun back to his waist, stood against the wall of the third floor, jumped up with his legs instantly, grabbed the edge of the balcony on the third floor with his right hand, turned over and climbed onto the balcony. Judging from the footage sent back by the drone just now, there are two people locked in the small room on the right side of the third floor. These two people squatted on the ground with their arms tightly behind their backs, as if they were tied up. They look like they should be hostages, and Song Mingcheng should be among them. In the hall on the left are 6 rebel soldiers, all carrying rifles. If you want to enter the room on the right, you must first kill the rebels in the hall. Tang Long waved to the robot soldiers on the roof, and 5 robot soldiers climbed down silently. He made a kicking motion towards the living room door, and then took a step back. 2 robot soldiers kicked open the door of the living room at the same time, and the other 3 robots rushed in with submachine guns. Day. Together with Tang Long, 5 robot soldiers shot wildly at the rebels in the hall. The bullets poured out like a violent storm, instantly smashing the 6 rebel soldiers inside into sieves. Hearing the gunfire upstairs, the rebel soldiers downstairs and in the yard shouted loudly, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" At this time, the 10 robot soldiers squatting on the wall also opened fire first. The shouting in the yard stopped abruptly. In less than 10 seconds, 4 rebel soldiers had fallen in a pool of blood. Tang Long rushed into the hall on the third floor and ordered to the robot soldiers, "Cooperate with the soldiers outside and clean up the rebel soldiers downstairs." Without saying a word, the robot soldier rushed directly to the second floor. Holding the energy pistol, Tang Long kicked open the door of the small room on the right side of the hall. After entering the door, he noticed 2 people huddled in the corner. One of them was a blonde foreigner, and the other was Song Mingcheng. Seeing someone coming in with a gun, the blonde foreigner asked expectantly, "Are you the Marines from Country M who came to rescue me?" Tang Long didn't even look at the foreigner, and grinned at Song Mingcheng. "Song. Mr. Song, I'm here to save you." Now Song Mingcheng didn't know him yet, and Tang Long didn't want to reveal his identity to foreigners, so he could only call his future brother-in-law Mr. Song. Song Mingcheng raised his head and asked with surprise, "Are you really here to save me? 3 days have passed since he was kidnapped by the rebels, but no one has brought money to redeem him." This made Song Mingcheng almost desperate. Song Mingcheng learned this morning that if no one comes to pay the ransom after another 2 days, he will be executed in front of netizens all over the world. Seeing that this day was about to pass again, but no one came to save him, Song Mingcheng lived like a year and suffered a lot. He knew that the country of Syria was far away from the country of Hua, and the official government had no control over it, and it was impossible for anyone to take the risk to save him. As time passed, Song Mingcheng almost collapsed. On the contrary, Benjamin, who was locked up with him from Country M, encouraged him to persevere, and promised that the Marine Corps would come to rescue him, and Song Mingcheng would be rescued by the way. Unexpectedly, the Marines did not wait, but they waited for reinforcements from Huagua. Tang Long stretched out his hand to pull Song Mingcheng up, untied the rope on his body, and said with a smile, "Mr. Song, I was entrusted by Song Qingwan to come here specially to rescue you back to China." Thank you so much," Song Mingcheng said excitedly. There was so much movement outside the window, it was obvious that the other party was not the only one coming, but the other party didn't take the initiative to reveal his identity, so he didn't ask any more questions. Tang Long led Song Mingcheng to the door. At this time, a foreigner's voice came from behind, "Friend, can you take me with you?" Tang Long turned his head and saw the blonde foreigner looking at Song Mingcheng eagerly, afraid that he would be left here alone. Song Mingcheng looked at Tang Long silently. It was Tang Long who decided whether to save the foreigner. Tang Long thought for a while and asked, "Is he your friend?" "Forget it, if it's convenient, take him with you." Song Mingcheng couldn't bear to think of what happened in the past 2 days. "Okay, come with us, don't talk about anything you see." Tang Long decided to sell his future brother-in-law to save face. The blonde foreigner was overjoyed and thanked repeatedly, "Thank you. My name is Benjamin, and I will definitely repay you when I return to China." Seeing Tang Long nodding, Song Mingcheng went to help Benjamin untie the rope, and the two followed Tang Long out of the room. Walking from the third floor to the first floor, Benjamin saw the corpses of the rebel soldiers lying all over the ground, but none of the attackers died. He couldn't help guessing Tang Long's identity secretly. Could it be that the Huagua Special Forces came to rescue Song Mingqing this time? When Benjamin walked out of the house and saw 2 rows of soldiers in local Syrian costumes standing in the yard, he was dumbfounded. Although these soldiers did not speak, it can be seen from their appearance that these people are all Syrians. When did Syria have such elite mercenaries? He really wanted to ask these soldiers if they were the Syrian government army, but remembering what Tang Long said just now, he immediately swallowed the words again. At this time, an armored personnel carrier and a Humvee drove out of the yard. Tang Long turned his head to Song Mingqing and Benjamin and said, "You two ride the Hummer with me." After speaking, he jumped into the Humvee without waiting for the two to reply. Without Tang Long's instructions, the 2 rows of robot soldiers in the yard took the initiative to run up to the armored vehicles behind. Looking at such well-trained Syrian mercenaries, Benjamin almost suspected that there was something wrong with his eyes. If the Syrian government army really had such elite soldiers, or hired such soldiers, this war would not have been fought for 9 years. After getting in the car, Song Mingqiang asked, "Where are we going now? Back to Damascus City?" Tang Long heard gunshots coming from the village in the distance, and said calmly, "There is still some finishing work to be done, and it will be done soon." He waved forward, and the armored personnel carrier overtook the Humvee and rushed in the direction of the rebel camp. By the time the Humvee arrived at the village slowly, the battle was over. A company of rebel soldiers were all wiped out by robot soldiers, leaving no one alive. The entire convoy began to evacuate the village and headed the way it had come, preparing to retreat back to Damascus City. Looking at the 4 armored personnel carriers filled with elite soldiers behind him, Benjamin was already numb. At this time, he no longer believed in the nonsense that these soldiers were mercenaries. He has been in Syria for so long, and he has never heard of such an elite mercenary group composed of Syrians. Calling such an elite force to rescue Song Mingqiang, is it true that the identity and background of this Hua nationality is not simple? Just when Benjamin was thinking wildly, Tang Long said in a half-joking tone, "I guess you will keep a secret for us, right?" Benjamin's eyes were still dull, but he nodded. In fact, even if he told about this matter, no one would believe it, not to mention that there was a strange atmosphere everywhere about this matter. A normal rescue team shouldn't have to annihilate all the rebel soldiers before leaving, right? Is this murder? Chapter 74. Next to a 3-way intersection leading to the outskirts of Afrin, a jeep was parked under a big tree on the side of the road. Sergei and the others were lying on the ground, holding the guns in their hands tightly, their eyes fixed on the north, and there was a burst of intensive gunfire somewhere. Although it was 5 kilometers away from the rebel camp, they could still hear the gunshots. One can imagine how fierce the firepower was on the battlefield. Needless to say, Sergei also knew that Tang Long and his assistants had already exchanged fire with the rebels. It can be heard from the dense gunfire that at least 100 people on both sides of the war were firing at the same time, and many submachine guns were also used. What is strange is that within 10 minutes of the exchange of fire, the gunfire gradually became smaller and soon quieted down. Sergei and his subordinates stared wide-eyed, somewhat confused about what was going on. After waiting for another 5 minutes, there was still no gunfire. Fireman Oleg glanced at Sergei, and couldn't help but ask, "Boss, what's going on?" Sergei never left the night vision binoculars for a moment, stared at the end of the road, frowned and said, "I don't know, is it over? Tang Long has rescued the hostages?" They cooperated with Tang Long this time only temporarily. Because Tang Long deliberately concealed the existence of the robot soldiers, and the rescue operation needed to keep silent, the two sides did not maintain radio contact. Even if he has succeeded, he shouldn't be so quiet. There is a company of rebel soldiers stationed in the village. A person next to him asked puzzledly. Under normal circumstances, the mercenary group launched a surprise attack, killed the rebels guarding the hostages, and retreated immediately after the hostages were rescued. The rebel army in the barracks at the head of the village will send troops to chase after them. The whole process should be full of gunshots. Could it be that Tang Long and the others failed and all died? Oleg thought of a possibility, and his face suddenly became ugly. Sergei shined a flashlight on his watch and said in a deep voice, "Be prepared to stop the enemy and wait for 5 minutes. If Tang Long hasn't returned, we will retreat." If Tang Long's operation failed, they would have no way to deal with a company of rebels. They could only admit the failure of the operation and give up the mission. 3 minutes later, just as Sergei was anxiously preparing to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead slash phoneme his people to retreat, a small convoy appeared in the sight of the sniper Vasily. Leading the charge was a Humvee, followed by 4 armored personnel carriers. "Boss, 5 cars are coming," Vasily reminded. Seeing 4 armored personnel carriers following the Humvee, Sergei froze for a moment, and quickly pointed the night vision binoculars into the Humvee. When he saw Tang Long's face clearly on the co-pilot seat, he felt relieved and said with a smile, "It's my own, Tang Long is back." Sergei took out his mobile phone and called Tang Long. "Hey. It's me, Sergei, have the hostages been rescued?" "Yes, are those people under the tree in front of you?" Tang Long asked while looking at the thermal image on the phone screen. Sergei replied excitedly, "It's us, we'll be here right away." After hanging up the phone, he beckoned his men to get in the car, started the jeep and quickly approached the Humvee convoy ahead. After the jeep approached, Tang Long waved his hand to signal the convoy to stop, and shouted to the jeep, "Sergei, Mr. Song is here, come and talk." Sergei was about to go over to see if the patron was okay, so he jumped out of the jeep and got into the back seat of the Hummer. After getting into the car, Sergei recognized Song Mingcheng at a glance, and warmly stretched out his hand and said, "Mr. Song, hello, I am Sergei, the leader of the Scorpion mercenary group. Your father hired us to rescue you. This is a successful rescue of the hostages from the rebel army, and it is a good opportunity to make a name and a brand." Even though there were only 5 of them, at most they could only be counted as a mercenary squad, Sergei still blew the name of the Scorpion mercenary group. Tang Long couldn't help laughing secretly when he heard this. Sergei didn't dare to brag like that just now, but he didn't intend to expose Sergei phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme. It's not easy for these mercenaries to come out and exchange their lives for money, so why steal their limelight? Anyway, he doesn't rely on it for a living. Song Mingcheng glanced at Sergei with a strange expression on his face. Since he was here to rescue him, why was there no one in the rescue operation just now? But he was too sophisticated to say these words to his face. No matter what, the other party is here to save him. No matter how you say it, you can't neglect the other party. Song Mingcheng suppressed the doubts in his heart, stretched out his hand and shook the other party lightly, and said with a smile on his face, "Thank you for coming to save me. After I go back, I will definitely ask my father to pay you twice as much." Benjamin next to him quietly looked at Sergei, then at the driver in front of him, and suddenly understood something in his heart. Benjamin is not like Song Mingcheng who came to Syria for the first time. He has been in Syria for so long, has dealt with many mercenary groups, and knows the details of mercenary group battles. There is a problem with this Scorpion mercenary group. Even if Sergei, as the leader of the mercenary regiment, didn't have to go into battle himself, he should still hold the battle near the battlefield. How could he hide so far away? And judging from the way they dress and behave, these 5 Xiong people are not in the same group as the Syrian mercenaries just now. Benjamin recalled what Tang Long said before, that the Syrian mercenary group headed by Hua people was invited by Song Mingcheng's sister, and this group of Xiong country mercenaries was invited by another person. This shows that the 2 groups are not together, and the people who really rescued them were the Syrian mercenary group headed by Hua people. Wanting to understand this, Benjamin didn't show any enthusiasm for Sergei, and sat quietly aside, treating him as a passerby. Upon hearing Song Mingcheng's words, Sergei was overjoyed immediately, and hurriedly promised, "Don't worry, Mr. Song, we will definitely send you to the plane back to China safely." Out of the corner of Song Ming's eyes, he caught sight of the driver with a Syrian face in front of him. His heart moved, and he suddenly asked, "Is Commander Sergei the commander-in-chief of this operation?" Sergei was about to answer yes, but when he thought that Tang Long was still sitting in front, and they were standing guard, waiting and watching, during the battle just now, he didn't know how to speak. Tang Long heard the conversation between the 2, and interjected to explain, "Yes, thanks to the wise command of the regiment leader, we were able to rescue you in time." The regiment commander also personally guarded the only escape phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals rut route slash phoneme, for fear of being copied by the rebels. Back road. After finishing speaking, he secretly winked at Sergei. Anyway, the success of this operation really depends on Sergei's accurate intelligence, and he and the robot corps have no intention of mixing with the mercenary world, so it is better to push the boat and push this record to Sergey's head. Sergey smiled awkwardly, his brain was running fast, and he responded, "This time it all depends on the cooperation of everyone to make it so smooth. As long as we leave Aleppo province, we will be safe." Chapter 75. The moment he saw the 4 armored personnel carriers behind the Humvee, Sergey understood why Tang Long had the confidence to come to rescue Song Mingqing alone. There are at least 100 people in 4 armored personnel carriers. This is a company of elite soldiers called to help. Sergey was very curious about Tang Long's identity. A company of elite soldiers can be transferred at will to go abroad to fight. What kind of background can this be done? This also confirms Sergey's previous speculation that Tang Long does have military background support, otherwise he would not be able to come up with such an advanced bionic drone. At the same time, it also explained why the battle ended so quickly just now. With the same number of Huagua's elite soldiers, it really didn't take long to fight the mob of the rebel army. Now with the escort of soldiers from this company, there is no problem at all to return to Damascus City smoothly. Hearing Sergey's words, Tang Long pursed his lips, thinking that this guy must not be a crow's mouth. Fortunately, the journey was safe and sound, and the convoy did not encounter any rebels until it left Aleppo. Of course, this is also related to his command of the robot army to wipe out all the rebels in the village. No one reported it, and with the command system and communication conditions of the rebel army, no one would notice the accident in the temporary barracks before dawn. As for after dawn, Tang Long had already returned to Damascus City. From the outskirts of Afrin to Damascus City, the whole journey took more than 5 hours at night. After Song Mingqing and Benjamin ate the food in the car, and borrowed Sergey's satellite phone to report their family's safety, they leaned on their seats and fell into a deep sleep. Seeing Song Mingqing calling home, Tang Long remembered to report to Song Qingwan. But since Song Mingqing called first, Song Qingwan must have known about it too. It was inconvenient for him to speak in front of Song Mingqing, so he just sent Song Qingwan a text message. Brother was successfully rescued, and he is on his way back to Damascus City. He will fly back to China via Dubai tomorrow morning. Everything is fine, don't worry about it. Thinking of you, Tang Long. Seeing Song Mingqing resting, Sergey said softly, "Tang Long, do you want to take a rest first, and then replace me later?" Before arriving in Damascus City, the road is not safe. Someone needs to observe the surrounding conditions at all times, and the driver alone cannot do it. As a veteran and the head of the Scorpion Mercenary Corps, Sergey volunteered to be on the first shift. "You go to rest first, I'll just keep an eye on it, and I'll call you if there's anything else to do." Tang Long raised his phone, shook it, and replied with a smile. He has a lot of energy right now, and he still needed to operate the drone, so there's no need for a break. In front of the convoy, there are 2 bionic drones that he flew out, which can monitor things within 5 kilometers around at any time, and any trouble can't be hidden from his eyes. Seeing the surveillance virtual map on the screen, Sergey remembered the 2 drones, nodded, and rested on the seat in peace. 5 hours later, the convoy successfully arrived outside Damascus City, and a large building could be vaguely seen in the distance. The robot soldiers in the 4 armored vehicles at the back of the convoy are not real government troops, and they cannot pass through the government military checkpoints, so they can only be dealt with outside the city. Tang Long waved his hand to the back, and the car stopped immediately. As soon as the car stopped, Sergey opened his eyes vigilantly and asked, "Why did it stop?" Tang Long said lightly, "The brothers in the back can't enter the city, so they can only break up here. I'll go and tell them, just wait for me at the front checkpoint." "No problem, leave it to me, you go." Sergey smiled and nodded. Although he didn't see the appearance of the soldiers in the armored vehicle at the back, he had long believed that it must be the elite troops of Huagua, or even a company of special forces. Chinese soldiers are performing special missions overseas, so of course they cannot be exposed to the Syrian government forces. It is normal to part ways outside Damascus. After entering the city is much safer. The Scorpion mercenary group is enough to protect Song Mingqing and his friends from Country M. After Tang Long jumped off the Humvee and watched Sergey and others go away, he immediately came to an armored personnel carrier. "Instruct the robot soldiers to turn around and walk back for 100 meters, then turn off the lights, and wait for Tang Long to shrink one by one with the quantum beam instrument. Tang Long took out the titanium alloy box on his body and loaded 4 miniature armored personnel carriers, together with 99 miniature robot soldiers, into it. Put away the titanium alloy box. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to your body, and quickly ran along the road towards the checkpoint outside Damascus City. 5 minutes later, Tang Long arrived outside the checkpoint and got into the Humvee. Like the last time, Sergey used US dollars to clear the way again, and the Humvee entered Damascus smoothly. After entering Damascus City, Song Mingcheng and Benjamin also woke up, turned their heads and looked around outside the car. Since it was late at night, there were many obstacles such as cement bricks and abandoned car wrecks on the road, so the speed of the Humvee slowed down. Sergey suddenly stuck his head out of the window and shouted at the jeep behind, "Oleg, you go ahead and open the way, pay attention to vigilance." Although it is said that Damascus City is much safer than outside the city, to be honest, only the foreigner residential area near the international airport, where the wealthy gather, is a safe zone. From the gate of the city to the foreigners' residential area, there are slums and many street ruins in the middle. There are mixed people in the city, so it is not so safe at night. "Yes, boss." Oleg responded, started the jeep and rushed to the front of the Humvee. Others in the car were also armed with guns to guard against possible thugs and terrorists around them. Seeing that Sergey and the others were so professional, Tang Long felt relieved and gave Sergey a thumbs up. The two cars kept a distance of 10 meters one after the other, and drove towards the foreigners' residential area at a leisurely pace. Half an hour later, Tang Long and others came to the checkpoint outside the foreigners' residential area. "Why is there a checkpoint here?" Tang Long looked at the soldiers around the checkpoint in front of him and asked suspiciously. This time, the jeep led the way, and the robot driver did not use the automatic navigation system. Sherman replied with a relaxed expression, "This is not the same way as going out during the day. The checkpoint here is only for pedestrians and vehicles entering the foreigners' residential area." Tang Long withdrew his gaze and said absent-mindedly, "So that's how it is. I thought we were going the same way." "Wait. Something's wrong, stop the car. Back up quickly." Tang Long immediately bowed his head the moment he roared, and at the same time took out the high-energy pistol on his body. Just as Tang Long shouted, there was a flash of light at the checkpoint ahead, and then he saw 2 flames flying towards this side. The driver of the Humvee was a robot soldier. Hearing Tang Long's order, he stopped and shifted gears without hesitation and retreated sharply. 2 rockets were fired at the jeep and the Humvee, one in front of the other, and one of them hit the Humvee 2 meters in front of it and exploded with a bang. Shrapnel scattered and flew towards the front of the Hummer. However, this Humvee was a military-grade bulletproof Humvee specially purchased by Tang Long. The splashed shrapnel failed to break through the windshield, but left bumps and holes on it. The Humvee continued to retreat sharply. The jeep walking in front was not so lucky. It was hit head-on by a rocket, and its body was instantly blown over. None of the 4 polar bear mercenaries in the car was spared. Fake oil. Sergey was so sad that he picked up the submachine gun under the seat and fired at the window. At this time, Tang Long also stretched out the high-energy pistol out of the car window, and calmly fired at the enemy in the distance. Puff! Puff! The 2 soldiers who fired the rockets fell to the ground. Someone in the distance shouted in English, "Hurry up, don't let them get away." Chapter 76. In the dark places on both sides of the checkpoint, dozens of flames suddenly lit up, which were the muzzles of dozens of bullets. After the RPG sneak attack failed, the enemies who had been ambushing nearby fired decisively. Bullets formed a hail of bullets, shooting wildly towards the Humvee in the middle of the street. Da-da-day. The Humvee retreated sharply against the rain of bullets. The bullets jingled on the bulletproof glass and armor, and the white glass powder scatter in all directions, leaving large white bullet marks. Although the bullet failed to penetrate the bulletproof glass, obvious network cracks appeared on the glass. Under the control of the robot driver, the Humvee accelerated in a straight line and quickly retreated to the back of the street, quickly getting out of range of the enemy's machine gun. The damaged windshield seriously affected Tang Long's vision, and he had to retract the high-powered pistol. Hearing the fierce gunshots outside the car window, Song Mingcheng huddled in the back seat and asked in a trembling voice, "What happened? Why did the government forces attack us?" After firing a round of bullets, Sergei retracted the submachine gun into the car, and said with a sullen face, "That's not the government army. The government army will not deploy such strong firepower at the checkpoint." Benjamin, who was hiding behind the front seat, raised his head and asked, "Then who are they? The rebel organization? Or mercenaries?" Apart from government forces, the only ones capable of carrying weapons into the Syrian capital are major mercenary organizations and underground rebel organizations. Do you think the rebel organization can get RPG and so much firepower in the city? Sergei sneered, stretched out the submachine gun with the magazine replaced, and fired at the soldiers who were chasing ahead. Through the front windshield, Benjamin saw more than a dozen armed soldiers chasing after him regardless of casualties, and his face suddenly became very ugly. These people are definitely not government troops who are greedy for life and afraid of death. If these people are mercenaries masquerading as government forces, who are they targeting? Is it Song Mingcheng, or himself? Perhaps it was no accident that he was kidnapped by the rebels this time. Is he really going to die in Syria this time? Benjamin's eyes fell on Tang Long, who was in the co-pilot seat. Despite being ambushed, this young Chinese man was still very calm, as if he was not worried about his safety at all. At this moment, Tang Long put all his attention on his mobile phone. Although he heard what everyone said, he didn't have time to take care of these things. Just now he killed 2 of the enemy's RPG shooters, but the opponent's firepower was too fierce, and if this continued, the Humvee would be finished sooner or later. It is not safe to stay in the car all the time. They must abandon the car and escape before the Humvee is blown up. However, Tang Long didn't know the enemy's situation outside. If there were ambushes on both sides of the street, without the cover of the bulletproof body, he would only become a living target if he went out. Quickly operating the phone, the bionic drone was reactivated, and 2 gray pigeons flew silently from the roof of the car into the night sky. "Tang, what should we do next?" Sergei noticed Tang Long's movements and knew that he was checking the enemy information sent back by the drone. Hearing Sergei's words, Benjamin and Song Mingcheng also looked up at Tang Long. Now, their only hope is Tang Long. Noticing the gazes of the 3, Tang Long raised his head and glanced quickly out of the car window, and said in a deep voice, "Open the door and prepare to abandon the car." He has already observed the footage sent back by the drone. There are no crowds gathering in the houses on both sides of the street, so there should be no ambush. On the contrary, there are already enemies chasing him in front of him. With the infinite intrusion system, Tang Long is not worried that he will fall here. The only thing to pay attention to is Song Mingcheng. If it doesn't work, he can travel to the world of mechanical enemy to avoid danger, but Song Mingcheng will be dead in this way. He wouldn't do it unless it was absolutely necessary. If Song Mingcheng was left to die like this, Tang Long would not be able to face Song Qingwan in the future. The Hummer accelerated to an intersection and stopped next to a telephone booth on the side of the road. The phone booth just gave them cover and was a good place to stop. Tang Long glanced at the pursuers on the street in the distance, turned his head and said to Sergei and the others, "Just get off here," and walked the east side of the street to bypass the checkpoint. Everyone in the car immediately opened the front and rear doors, lowered their heads and prepared to get out of the car. Suddenly, a palpitating feeling came to his heart, and Tang Long shouted, "Jump all the cars, hurry up!" This time, no one hesitated. Everyone, including the robot driver, immediately jumped out of the car and ran wildly to both sides of the intersection. After getting out of the car, Tang Long saw a rocket flying from a distance out of the corner of his eye, aiming at the Humvee behind him. Before he had time to think about it, he grabbed Song Mingcheng's right hand and threw him down beside the ruins of the house on the side of the road. Boom! A mass of orange flames exploded from the Humvee, and steel fragments mixed with the burning car wreckage flew in all directions. Fortunately, Tang Long pulled Song Mingcheng to lie down in advance, otherwise he would definitely be hit by the wreckage of the car. But Sergei and Benjamin were not so lucky. They were blown away by the shock wave of the explosion and fell into the middle of the street. After landing, Tang Long immediately let go of Song Mingcheng's hand, and at the same time took the high-energy pistol at his waist with his right hand, and then rolled over to the trash can on the side of the road. At this time, a pickup truck drove 2 soldiers to chase them 10 meters away. One of them was carrying an empty bazooka and laughed loudly, "Look, I hit it! I hit it!" Tang Long got up quickly, squatted behind the trash can, raised his hand and fired several shots at the pickup truck compartment. Puff, puff. 2 soldiers were shot in the head, and one fell off the pickup truck. The driver braked and jumped out of the vehicle. Fack! They're not dead yet, be careful, someone cursed in English in the distance. A dozen pursuers stopped immediately and shrank behind the nearest bunker. The target's marksmanship is so accurate, no one dares to show it rashly. Tang Long turned his head and saw Song Mingcheng lying on the ground trembling, not daring to move. He quickly greeted in a low voice, "Mr. Song, hurry up." Song Mingcheng looked up and saw that Tang Long was calling him, and ecstatically crawled towards him quickly. He has lived in the stable China since he was a child, and he has never experienced such a scene. At this time, he looked at Tang Long with a closer look than his own father. At this time, Tang Long found Sergei and Benjamin in the middle of the road lying motionless on the ground, not knowing what was going on. The robot driver next to him was fine, looking up at Tang Long and waiting for his instructions. Tang Long hurriedly ordered, "Number 1, bring the 2 of them here." The robot driver's eyes lit up, and under Song Mingcheng's stunned gaze, he stood up, grabbed Sergei and Benjamin one by one, and quickly ran towards Tang Long. The mercenary leader hiding behind the bunker in the distance saw this scene through the binoculars, and said in a voiceless voice, "Fake. Who is our opponent? Is this arm strength still human? What are you doing in a daze? Shoot!" The mercenary leader came back to his senses and shouted angrily. "Day." The few mercenaries walking in the front immediately stood up and opened fire. A series of bullets shot towards the robot driver. Chapter 77. Just when the group of mercenaries thought that the Syrian native was dead, they were surprised to find that the other party rushed across the street unscathed and disappeared at the corner of the street. The mercenary leader Ackerman wiped his eyes, and said with disbelief, "Fack. Is this guy still human? Even bullets can't kill him? Head, shall we continue?" A mercenary swallowed and couldn't help but ask. Facing inhuman opponents, he was a little timid. Ackerman glanced at his subordinates coldly, and said viciously to the radio, "Let's go together, I don't believe I can't beat him to death." Hearing the boss's order, dozens of mercenaries on both sides of the street stood up immediately, forming a skirmish formation, with a distance of about 10 meters from each other, and slowly moved towards the intersection ahead. Dozens of people moved together. No matter how cautious they were, they could not conceal the sound of their footsteps. Hearing the chaotic footsteps, Tang Long was a little depressed. How could he cope with so many people going up together? Unless the opponent can be dispersed, even if he can kill a few people, he will be focused by the rest. Tang Long immediately lowered his body and stepped back, and came to the corner to join Sergei and the others. At this time, Sergei and Benjamin had already woken up. They were only affected by the shock wave of the explosion and fell to the ground and fainted. There was no serious problem. Seeing that Sergei woke up, Tang Long heaved a sigh of relief, and quickly said, "Sergei, you take Song Mingcheng and Benjamin and go first, and no, and I will stay and finish." Sergei glanced at the driver, thinking that the driver was also with Tang Long, so he nodded without saying anything, took Song Mingcheng and Benjamin away. He knew that the most important thing now was to escort Song Mingcheng into the airport. As long as they entered the airport, they would be safe. Damascus International Airport is heavily guarded by soldiers. No mercenary regiment dares to open fire at the airport. Before Sergei and the others left, Tang Long took robot number 1 into an abandoned building by the side of the road. Since you can't beat the mercenary group on the opposite side by fighting more with less, then summon a company of robot soldiers to fight more with less. Anyway, there are no outsiders around now. He was attacked by the opponent just now and almost capsized Tang Long in the gutter, which made him very upset. Tang Long took a high-powered pistol and handed it to robot number 1, and ordered it to go to the roof of the building and shoot to attract the attention of the enemy, and he went to restore the robot army by himself. Take out the titanium alloy box from the inner pocket of the jacket, take out the robot soldiers in the miniature armored vehicle individually, and restore them in batches using the quantum beam instrument. 3 minutes later, 3 fully armed robot soldiers appeared in the building. According to the usual practice, Tang Long connected the reconnaissance system on the bionic drone to the robot core, and ordered the robot core to disperse and prepare to ambush the enemy. Soon, 99 robots disguised as Syrian soldiers were hidden in the buildings on both sides of the street. After a while, dozens of mercenaries on the side street, scattered around the two pickup trucks, came to the intersection. Just now, robot number 1 shot coldly on the roof of the building and killed 2 enemy mercenaries, which made the leader of the opponent furious. If the opponent's leader hadn't ordered his subordinates to suppress robot number 1 with firepower in time, there might have been more casualties. Tang Long saw that the purpose of delaying time had been achieved, and there was no need to let robot number 1 take risks, so he called robot number 1 back. Through the lens of the drone, he clearly saw dozens of people appearing downstairs, but these people stood scattered, and he had to wait patiently if he wanted to catch them all. "Boss, that bastard should be hiding on the roof of this building just now. Do you want me to take someone up to kill him?" A mercenary stood beside Ackerman and said. Ackerman did not speak, but scanned both sides of the street with his night vision binoculars, and when he found no one in ambush, he waved his hand and said, "Divide into 3 teams." Harry took 4 people to drive to the front, and the others followed along. Search room by room on the street. 4 mercenaries boarded the pickup truck and prepared to pursue it along the street. The others split into 2 teams and approached the houses on both sides of the street. Seeing this scene, Tang Long became a little anxious. Sergei alone could not handle these 5 mercenaries, let alone 2 oil bottles. After thinking about it, he used his mobile phone to order a small group of robots to go around behind the mercenaries, while the others opened fire. Day. In an instant, nearly 100 robot soldiers suddenly appeared on the roofs on both sides of the street, shooting wildly at the mercenary group downstairs. The dense rain of bullets instantly enveloped the enemies downstairs, and the drivers of the 2 pickup trucks, together with the 4 mercenaries on the carriage, were the first to die. "There is an ambush, quickly find cover!" Ackerman yelled loudly, lying behind a flower bed by the roadside. Unfortunately, it's too late. Most of the mercenaries were exposed to the crossfire on the roof, and more than half of them were killed by random gunfire in an instant. Facing this sudden attack, the mercenaries downstairs were all stunned. Obviously, only a few people from the other party ran away just now. Why so many enemies suddenly appeared now? A small number of mercenaries who were still standing at the intersection knew that they had fallen this time, so they turned around and ran back without hesitation. However, they were greeted by a deadly barrage of bullets, already guarded by 10 robot soldiers. Only then did they discover that the enemy was a group of Syrian government soldiers. The whole process took less than 5 minutes, and only the mercenary leader Ackerman was left on the street. After hearing his order, Tang Long deliberately marked it in the system and asked the robot soldiers to save his life. Tang Long went downstairs and came to the white man being guarded by the robot soldiers, and asked loudly in English, "Who sent you here?" Ackerman smiled bitterly and said, "You won. I didn't expect that I would lose so badly. The entire Hell mercenary group is over." Tang Long smiled lightly and said, "I never thought I would lose, so tell me, who sent you here? I will give you a good time." After a moment of silence, Ackerman said in a deep voice, "I'm a mercenary. I work for money, and I can't blame others if I die. If you can tell me your real identities, I'll tell you who your employer is." After a pause, he continued, "Don't lie to me that you are Syrian government troops, or Syrian mercenaries. You and I both know that Syria cannot have such elites." Tang Long thought for a while, and replied, "I am from Huagua, and these people are all my subordinates, but we are not mercenaries. Do you understand now?" Ackerman suddenly realized, "It turns out that you are the special forces of Huagua. No wonder we didn't lose wrongly. I only hate that the employer deliberately concealed this information. We are employed by Alpha Investment Company, and the behind-the-scenes mastermind is Huasheng Group. You won't let them go?" Ackerman said solemnly. "Alpha Investment Company? Huasheng Group?" These 2 names were very unfamiliar, so he had to go back and look them up. Tang Long smiled and nodded, "Don't worry, I will send them to hell to accompany you as soon as possible." After finishing speaking, he winked at the robot soldier beside him. Boom! A bullet went straight through Ackerman's head. Completed. Prepare chapter country near the west entrance of Damascus foreign residential area, rich area. Sergei hid in the shadow of the roadside, carefully watching the checkpoint in the distance. Just now, the 3 of them separated from Tang Long for less than 5 minutes when they heard gunshots from behind, and Sergei and the others immediately ran all the way. Fortunately, no one was chasing after him, so Sergei led people to take a small road to the entrance of the West District. Hearing the dense gunshots behind him, he knew that Tang Long and Number 1 had already exchanged fire with the enemy. Two people fighting against dozens of mercenaries must be in danger, so he didn't dare to stop at the entrance of the West District. As for calling Tang Long to inquire about the situation, even if Tang Long hadn't turned his phone to silent, Sergei would not do such a stupid thing that would expose the other party's location. The most important thing now is to send Song Mingcheng out of Syria safely, so as not to disappoint Tang Long's good intentions. Holding the night vision binoculars, Sergei carefully observed the faces of the 4 soldiers huddled inside the checkpoint, and saw a familiar local face. He turned around the checkpoint and looked around, but found nothing unusual. Only then was he convinced that the guards at the checkpoint were real government soldiers and everything was normal here. He was ambushed at the entrance of the North District just now, and 4 brothers who had been through life and death for many years were killed in one fell swoop, which made Sergei very sad. Now, he had to be careful, for fear that there would be an ambush at the entrance of the West District.
"How is it? Is there any problem here?" Song Mingcheng asked in a low voice.
Sergei put down the binoculars, took a long breath and said, "It should be no problem, they are all real government troops."
"Shall we go there now?" Benjamin asked. Song Mingcheng looked back at the distance of the street, and couldn't help asking, "Don't you wait for Tang?"
In the car just now, both Song Mingcheng and Benjamin heard Sergei address Tang Long, and knew that the Wagwa special soldier who came to rescue him was surnamed Tang, but Sergei didn't say what his name was. The two knew the rules very well and did not ask Tang Long's name. Sergei shook his head. "I'll take you to the Chinese embassy first, and wait for Tang there." After Song Mingcheng was kidnapped by the rebels, he lost all his documents. If he wanted to fly back to China, he had to go to the Chinese embassy to issue a certificate. Send Song Mingcheng to the embassy, Sergei's mission is considered complete, and he can take the reward and leave. As for Benjamin, it was just someone Tang Long saved incidentally, and had nothing to do with him. He would escort Benjamin to the embassy of Country M unless Benjamin paid for it. "Song, it's not safe here. Let's go to the rich area and wait for Tang at the embassy." Benjamin patted Song Mingcheng on the shoulder and reminded. Both the embassy of Country M and the embassy of Country M are in the center of Damascus. When you arrive at the embassy of Country M, it is not far from the embassy of Country M. Sergei didn't want any more accidents, and urged, "Let's go, I'll contact Dawn when I get to the embassy." "Okay." Song Mingcheng sighed. Although he was worried about Tang, he couldn't risk the lives of the 3 of them. The 3 of them emerged from the darkness and walked down the street towards the West End entrance checkpoint. Sergei greeted the familiar Syrian soldiers, gave a tip, and left the submachine gun he carried with him, and entered the foreigners' residential area, rich area, smoothly. 20 or 10 minutes later, the 3 of them were walking to the Chinese embassy when Sergei's cell phone rang suddenly. "Hey! It's me. I'm fine. Where are you?" Tang Long's voice came from the other end of the phone. "It's Tang, he's fine." Sergei waved his phone excitedly at Song Mingcheng and the others, then turned around and said, "Hey! Brother, it's good that you're fine. We've entered the city center and are about to arrive at the Chinese embassy." Hearing that Sergei and others entered the city center safely, Tang Long felt relieved and said with a smile, "Understood, I will come right away, see you at the embassy later." After hanging up the phone, Tang Long found the location of the Chinese embassy on Google Maps, and drove a brand new Hummer forward at high speed. Half an hour ago, Tang Long commanded the Robot Corps and wiped out more than 40 people from the Scorpion Mercenary Corps. In order not to leave any traces, he asked the Robot Corps to gather the corpses of all the mercenaries together, shrink them all and burn them with a quantum beam instrument. The 2 bullet-riddled pickup trucks were also shrunk and destroyed. After finishing all this, Tang Long shrunk down all 100 robot soldiers and took out a spare Humvee to restore them. He did not call Sergei until he had driven through the deserted northern checkpoint. In less than 10 minutes, Tang Long had arrived near the Huaguai embassy. In order not to make people suspicious, he got out of the car and shrunk the Hummer, took the miniature Hummer, and walked to the gate of the Chinese embassy. After showing his ID to the soldier on duty at the gate of the embassy,
the Chinese soldier enthusiastically led Tang Long into the embassy. "Hey! Brother, it's great to see you."
Seeing Tang Long coming in, Sergei came up to meet him, hugged him warmly, and said in a deep voice, "I thought you wouldn't come back." Although he was only cooperating with Tang Long for the first time, Tang Long's people not only saved his life, but also took the initiative to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead slash phoneme him to the back, and let him phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals lead slash phoneme them away first, which moved Sergei very much. In his heart, Tang Long is a brother worthy of his life. The conditions here are too bad. I think it's better to go back to China to phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals live slash phoneme. Tang Long patted Sergei's back and gently touched the topic. This is the Chinese embassy, and Tang Long doesn't want to reveal more information to others. Sergei let go of Tang Long's shoulders, wondering why Tang Long said such nonsense. It wasn't until he noticed the surrounding environment that he realized that there were officials from the Hua kingdom around him. Tang Long didn't want to reveal his identity in front of the Huagua people. Sergei took a step back and found that Tang Long was the only one coming, and asked, "Why are you the only one? Where is number one?" Tang Long understood what Sergei was asking, and didn't want to say more, so he replied casually, "He's fine, he's going back first." Sergei nodded thoughtfully, "It's fine." This time Tang and Long were able to escape from dozens of mercenaries. Phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals or either slash phoneme because there were still people in the city to support them, or because they were super strong. According to his thinking, maybe there are two possibilities. Song Mingcheng walked up to Tang Long, stretched out his hands to hold Tang Long's right hand firmly, and said seriously, "Tang, thank you this time. If it wasn't for you, I would really." "Okay, there's no need to talk about the past, you should take the fastest plane back home." Tang Long interrupted Song Mingcheng. He didn't want the people in the embassy to know about it. Song Mingcheng was taken aback for a moment, then came to his senses, and said with a smile, "I have already contacted my family, and I will take the 7 o'clock flight to Dubai to return home." Sergei on the side interjected, "Okay, my task is completed, and the money has been received. Goodbye, I will contact you again when I have a chance." He waved to Tang Long and left the embassy with a smile. "What about you? Will you go back to China with me?" Song Mingcheng looked at Tang Long. He really wanted to know more about this mysterious Huagua Special Forces commander. When he called back to China just now, his younger sister Song Qingwan hesitated and refused to tell him Tang Long's identity, only saying that he would know in the future. Tang Long nodded, "Yes, I will book a ticket right away." After leaving Huagua for so long, there are still tasks waiting for him to complete in the world of 12 monkeys. To meet her parents hearing that Tang Long was going back to China together, Song Mingcheng immediately enthusiastically contacted his acquaintances at the airline to book him a ticket on the same flight. Tang Long thought that Song Mingcheng would know his true identity sooner or later, so he simply agreed. In this way, Song Mingcheng knew Tang Long's name logically, but he was not sure that the information on Tang Long's ID card was true. After all, the other party belonged to the Special Forces. Taking this opportunity, Song Mingcheng arranged the seats of the two of them together, intending to chat more on the plane. After finishing his work, Song Mingcheng remembered what Benjamin said before he left, and quickly conveyed Benjamin's thanks to Tang Long, and informed Benjamin's identity and contact number. It turned out that Benjamin was the manager of an international trading company in Country M, and he came to Syria this time with the idea of exporting crude oil from Syria. With the stability of the Syrian war situation, more and more international capitals have taken a fancy to Syria's rich oil resources, and various forces have sent people to explore the way, but it is rare for high-level officials like Song Mingcheng to come here in person. Hearing what Song Mingcheng said, Tang Long immediately realized that there was a problem. It is definitely not a coincidence that two senior executives of companies engaged in the energy and chemical industry were kidnapped by rebels, but deliberately arranged by someone. If it was someone else, he would be too lazy to take care of this kind of thing, and it would be over after rescuing the hostages. But Song Mingcheng was his future brother-in-law, and Tang Long had to worry about the Song family. He was in the Chinese embassy and it was inconvenient to speak, so he didn't ask any more questions and just found a room to rest. At 6 frowny face dash in the morning, the two left the embassy and headed to Damascus International Airport. At 7 a.m., Tang Long and Song Mingcheng got on the plane to Dubai. On the plane, having nothing to do, Song Mingcheng chatted with Tang Long beside him, wanting to know Tang Long's identity by insinuating. Tang Long just wanted to know the ins and outs of the kidnapping case, so he chatted with Song Mingcheng. Soon, Tang Long figured out the details of the incident. It turned out that after the war stabilized, General Hassan, who had a large army in his hands, had a large number of high-quality oil fields in his jurisdiction that needed to be jointly developed by someone. All of a sudden, many forces in the world have emerged one after another, wanting to carve up this big piece of cake. As a leading domestic energy and chemical enterprise, Ziyuan Energy will certainly not let go of this good opportunity. In order to win this important oil field resource, 5 large domestic energy and chemical companies jointly invested and formed an Alpha Investment Company. After preliminary negotiations, General Hassan intends to hand over half of the oil fields under his name to Alpha Investment Company, and Song Mingcheng, as a company representative, came to Damascus City to sign the contract. However, on the first day in Damascus, Song Mingcheng not only failed to see General Hassan's subordinates, but was kidnapped by the rebel army. Although Song Mingcheng had some doubts that there was an internal problem, but he had an accident, and many foreign companies also benefited, so he was not sure if there was an internal ghost. Hearing this, Tang Long couldn't help muttering in his heart. Before he died, the leader of the Hell mercenary group said that the person who hired them was the Alpha Investment Company, and the mastermind behind it was the Huasheng Group. Tang Long believed his words were true, because the Alpha Investment Company or the Song family clearly had an insider. You know, even the high-level rebel army didn't know that Song Mingcheng was rescued back to Damascus City. How did the Hell mercenary group know to set up an ambush at the checkpoint in advance? However, what is the intention of Huasheng Group to find mercenaries to kidnap the representative of the partnership company? Infighting? Or was someone deliberately blaming Huasheng Group? Alpha Investment Company is composed of 5 companies. Except Ziyuan Energy, the other 4 companies are all suspects, and Huasheng Group is the most suspected. For a while, Tang Long couldn't think of a clue, so he simply put it aside and didn't think about it. He didn't plan to tell Song Mingcheng about this, but planned to investigate carefully after returning to China. In the past few days, too many things have happened around himself and the Song family, and he has to give those people some color. After chatting with Song Mingcheng for a few words, Tang Long ended the topic on the pretext of being tired, leaned his head on the seat, closed his eyes and began to rest. Song Mingcheng had no doubts about him. He was already very satisfied to be able to get to know Tang Long, and he would come back to other things slowly. After more than 10 hours of flight, the two finally got off the plane at Shangjingqing Airport. Returning to the country again, Song Mingcheng was filled with emotions. Only after going through this ordeal did he understand how happy it is to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in a stable country. Especially a rich second generation like him, why not go abroad to die? Tang Long saw Song Qingwan and Song Mingyuan among the crowd picking up the plane. With so many Song family members present, he felt embarrassed to go to find Song Qingwan. He smiled at Song Qingwan from a distance, secretly made a call me gesture, and left the airport alone. Knowing that Song Qingwan was in Shangjing City, Tang Long did not return to Linjiang City immediately, but found a 4-star hotel near the Forbidden City to stay. After running back and forth for so long, he was also tired. After dinner and shower at the hotel, he lay on the bed and watched TV, waiting for Song Qingwan's call. By the way, when I was idle and bored, I took the remote control and adjusted it around, just in time to see a news report about Syria broadcast by the international news station. At about 20 o'clock last night, the rebel barracks in a village on the outskirts of Afrin in northern Syria was attacked by unidentified armed forces. All the rebel companies stationed there were attacked and killed. No attackers were found at the scene. Identity clues. According to sources, this group of armed forces has advanced weapons and equipment, and the soldiers have excellent combat qualities. They are definitely not Syrian government forces. They are most likely disguised by soldiers from the Xiong kingdom. Seeing the news on TV, Tang Long couldn't help but smile. What was said on TV was also good. People from the Xiong kingdom were indeed involved in the surprise operation, although it was only on the outside to prevent the phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals wind/phoneme. It is possible that 4 Xiong kingdom mercenaries died in Damascus City, and Sergei intended to promote it, so when the news spread, everyone thought it was Xiong Kingdom who sent troops directly to attack. That Benjamin was probably also confused by the Syrian mercenaries, and only Sergei could guess the truth. That's fine, let Xiong's mercenaries take the blame, so that no one will check him. Even if someone comes to investigate Tang Long in the future, he will refuse to admit it and push everything to the Scorpion mercenary group. At 20 o'clock in the evening, Tang Long's cell phone rang suddenly.
Hey, Tang Long, thank you very much this time. After connecting, Song Qingwan's voice came from the other end of the phone.
Tang Long smiled and said, "There is no need to be so polite between you and me. Besides, the elder brother is not an outsider. I should go to save him."
Hearing Tang Long's words, Song Qingwan's heart warmed up.
Tang Long not only risked his life to save Song Mingcheng, but also directly regarded Song Mingcheng as his eldest brother, which showed how important she was in Tang Long's heart. Before that, she was still a little worried about the relationship between herself and Tang Long. After all, Tang Long is a unique existence in this world, and there will be many women who will like him in the future.
Where do you phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals live live slash phoneme now? Song Qingwan remembered something and asked. Tang Long joked, "What? Miss me? Want to come and accompany me?"
"Where do you want to go? I have something serious to tell you,"
Song Qingwan said angrily. Tang Long replied truthfully, "I'm at the Tianha Hotel near the Forbidden City.
Tomorrow at 10 o'clock in the morning, I will go to find you, and come home with me for dinner at noon,"
Song Qingwan said softly.
Although her father objected to her dating Tang Long a few days ago, after this incident, I believe that her father will no longer object. She planned to take Tang Long home to meet her parents.
Tang Long was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, "Okay, I'll wait for you." This is to see the parents?
His career hasn't started yet, and he hasn't known Song Qingwan for long.
Is it appropriate to meet someone from the Song family now?
Thinking of this, Tang Long felt extremely uneasy. After all, this was the first time for him.
The parents, how has it changed?
Hanging up the phone, Tang Longxin wanted to call his classmate Lu Jingwei and learn from him. Anyway, Lu Jingwei had already gone to his girlfriend's house several times.
After thinking about it, Lu Jingwei's situation is different from his.
Hu Huishan came from an ordinary working family, which is incomparable with Song Qingwan's family. However, no matter how awesome Song Qingwan's family background was, it still couldn't shake Tang Long's belief in wanting to associate with her.
What's more, in his opinion, the Song family's hundreds of billions of assets are not as good as 1/10,000th of the infinite intrusion system.
He is now also an invisible rich man worth billions of yuan, accumulated from multiple parallel time and space, and he is completely worthy of the Song family's seniors. After trying to understand this point, Tang Long was immediately full of confidence and calmed down. However, going to Song Qingwan's house for the first time tomorrow, I have to prepare some decent gifts. The Song family is so rich, ordinary gifts are not appreciated by others, so he has to spend some time to prepare a unique gift.
What can I give you?
Tang Long's mind suddenly had a flash of inspiration, and he remembered something that was absolutely suitable. He opened the system's black technology mall silently in his mind, and clicked to exchange for 2 bottles of Superior Life Healing Potion.
In the next second, 2 fist-sized transparent glass bottles appeared in his hands out of thin air.
The glass bottle contained 200 milliliters of light red liquid, and the words Superior Life Healing Potion were printed on the body of the bottle, and there was no other written description other than that.
Tang Long's eyes stayed on the transparent glass bottle for a few seconds, and a line of text flashed in his vision: Superior Life Healing Potion. After drinking, it can quickly cure trauma and S-level diseases, and delay cell aging, cannot treat broken limb injuries.
In this world, no matter poor or rich, no one can escape the natural law of birth, old age, sickness and death, and Song Qingwan's parents are no exception. Ordinary people give gifts to their elders during festivals, mostly tonics or health food, and Tang Long is no exception. However, when he was giving gifts to Song Qingwan's parents, he couldn't buy high-end products such as ginseng bird's nest, X-Platinum, etc., so he simply exchanged 2 bottles of Superior Life Healing Potion from the mall as gifts. This gift was given to Song Qingwan's parents. If you are sick, drinking it can cure the disease, and if you are not sick, it can also delay cell aging and prolong life. 2 bottles of super potions from the Black Technology Mall cost him 20,000 points, converted into US dollars to carry a limit of 20,000 million US dollars. For this gift, Tang Long spent 1.4 million renminbi, which can be said to be full of sincerity. The only fly in the ointment is that although the 2 bottles of medicine look exquisite in appearance, the 2 bare glass bottles are too ugly to take out. This problem is easy to solve. When you go shopping tomorrow, just pick a gift box and replace the contents. Thinking of this, Tang Long smiled, put down the medicine bottle, fell on the bed and fell asleep peacefully. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Tang Long woke up full of energy. After washing up, he casually took a paper bag in the room, filled it with 2 bottles of Super Life Healing Potion, and hurried out the door. After breakfast in the restaurant downstairs, Tang Long sat on the sofa in the hotel lobby, watching news on the internet on his mobile phone, while waiting for someone. When it was almost 10 o'clock, Tang Long seemed to have a feeling, and looked up towards the door, only to see Song Qingwan appearing at the door of Tianhe Hotel smiling like a flower. She was dressed very beautifully today, wearing a white slim chiffon tunic dress, which set off her slender waist and a pair of slender white thighs. She also put on light makeup on her face, wore delicate earrings, and specially made a wavy hairstyle. "How long have you been waiting?" Song Qingwan walked straight towards Tang Long. Tang Long smiled and said, "Not long ago, I just finished breakfast, how about you?" "I've eaten it a long time ago, who sleeps like you and only wakes up now?" Hearing Tang Long's words, Song Qingwan said with a chuckle. Having said that, in fact, Song Qingwan knew that Tang Long had been working hard these past few days, so she purposely made an appointment until 10 o'clock, just to let him sleep for a while. Tang Long shrugged his shoulders and said with a smile, "Yes, I'm a big slob, it's too late for you to regret it now." Song Qingwan tenderly gouged him out, stepped forward and took his arm. "Okay, let's go quickly, I have to buy you some clothes." "Okay." Tang Long looked down at the domestic sportswear on his body and nodded. This time he went to Syria, he only brought a set of underwear to change, and his coat and pants were already dirty after wearing them for a few days. He was too tired yesterday, so he casually bought a set of sportswear in the supermarket next to the hotel for a change of clothes, and asked the hotel attendant to wash the clothes on his body. With his clothes now, there was no way he could go out to meet Song Qingwan's parents. The two left the hotel, got into the BMW driven by Song Qingwan, and headed to the nearest international shopping mall. An hour later, Tang Long, wearing a black Armani casual suit and a pair of brown Louis Vuitton leather shoes, left the shopping center with Song Qingwan. In addition to changing his clothes, he also changed 2 bottles of Superior Life Healing Potion into a high-end gift box, put them in a paper bag and twisted them on his hands. As for the ginseng antler originally contained in the gift box, Tang Long packed it in a plastic bag and randomly threw it in the innermost part of the paper bag. Regarding Tang Long's actions, Song Qingwan could only smile wryly and let him go. At 11 frowny face dash, in the morning, Tang Long sat in Song Qingwan's BMW and arrived at the Yanqi Villa area. Yanqi Villa area is located in Fengtai district of the 6th district of the city. It not only has convenient transportation conditions and living facilities, but also has high-quality landscape natural resources. It can be called the first urban landscape villa area in the west of Beijing. Although the villas here are not comparable to those unique courtyard houses that only the rich and powerful can phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in, they are also high-end villas where every inch of land is expensive, and most of the residents are the top 20 richest people on the domestic rich list. After getting off the car, Song Qingwan didn't show that she was very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close/phoneme to Tang Long, and the two walked into the gate of the villa one after the other. Many people gathered in the villa in 2s and 3s, most of them were Song Qingwan's cousins, and there were also a few elderly elders. Seeing so many people inside, Tang Long couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Didn't they agree to meet their parents? Why are there so many people? When meeting for the first time, there is no need to call the entire Song family here like 3 trials, right? Tang Long looked around, but he didn't see Song Mingcheng and Song Mingyuan father and son in the crowd. Who is this man? Seeing a stranger coming in behind Song Qingwan, someone asked in a low voice. I haven't seen it before, could it be someone from the group company? This time something happened to the group company, and there were several company executives in the reception room on the 3rd floor. He came back in Sister Wan's car. A young boy interrupted when he saw Song Qingwan and Song Qingwan getting off the car.
He came in Xiaowan's car? Could it be her friend? Song Qingwan's cousin Song Sherwan looked gloomy and seemed displeased.
Song Sherwan had a good relationship with Gu Weiqi in private. He made several investments with Gu Weiqi and made a lot of money. Recently, he himself lost a lot of money investing in futures, and he still counted on Gu Weiqi to reveal some news to him so that he could make up for the shortfall. At this time, I saw that Song Qingwan brought another man home. If Song Qingwan and Gu Weiqi had a falling out, then he would have no reason to be phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme to Gu Weiqi in the future. Thinking of this, Song Sherwan stepped aside, took out his mobile phone and sent a few messages. Chapter 81. You sit here for a while, I'll go in and find my dad. Song Qingwan smiled at Tang Long. Well, go get busy. Tang Long nodded, watched Song Qingwan go up to the second floor, and sat down on a sofa in the living room.
The Song family's villa is very large, and the overall decoration style is Chinese style.
The living room on a single floor has hundreds of square meters. Tang Long didn't know anyone here, so he could only stare at a picture of going up the river during the Qingming festival on the wall boldly, as if he wanted to see something tricky. Seeing that Tang Long was alone, Song Sherwan rolled his eyes, and told his cousin Song Ziyu next to him, Xiaoyu, go over and ask, and see where that kid comes from. Song Sherwan works as the deputy general manager of a trading company affiliated to Ziyuan Group. He phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often slash phoneme invites a group of cousins to clubs, and he has more prestige among the cousins. Song Ziyu followed Song Sherwan's gaze and saw a young man on the opposite sofa, and immediately understood what Song Sherwan meant.
Okay, brother Wen, look at me. Song Ziyu chuckled, and strode towards the opposite side.
From his point of view, it was nothing to sniff the other party in the past, since this was the Song family after all.
Hi, my name is Song Ziyu, and I'm Song Qingwan's cousin. Nice to meet you.
Tang Long was studying which tradesmen were on the picture scroll, when a clear voice suddenly came from his ear. Turning around, I saw a young man in casual clothes looking at him with a smile. Tang Long thought for a while, then replied lightly, Hello, my name is Tang Long, and I am Song Qingwan's boyfriend.
What does brother Tang do? Song Ziyu was stunned for a moment, then he realized and continued to ask. Calling brother so soon?
It seems that I have changed into a suit, and my face is much more mature, so I still need to wear more suits in the future. But this kid in front of him is very promising. He even knew that he came to visit the pier in advance, so he can take care of him in the future. Tang Long's heart felt dark, but on the surface he said calmly, It's not worth mentioning to do a small business casually.
Where is brother Tang from? Why haven't I seen you before? Song Ziyu showed a sincere smile on his face.
Tang Long frowned slightly. Is this kid here to check his household registration?
How come it's a classic 3-in-a-row question?
For Song Qingwan's sake, he decided not to argue with Song Ziyu, and replied calmly, The ones from Linjiang City just came to the capital this time.
Oh. Song Ziyu nodded, and opened his mouth to say something else.
Tang Long put his hand into his trousers pocket, and quietly pressed the button on the phone, and the phone rang immediately.
Excuse me, I'll answer the phone.
He smiled at Song Ziyu, then took out his mobile phone, turned around and walked aside to pretend to answer the phone. Song Ziyu was stunned, looking at Tang Long's appearance. He couldn't finish calling for a while, so he turned around and walked back to Song Sherwan, and began to report the information he had just learned. Seeing Song Ziyu and others whispering, Tang Long finally understood that the idiot just now was summoned to inquire about the news.
After listening to Song Ziyu's report, Song Sherwan looked at Tang Long with some disdain.
This kid just opened a small company in Linjiang City, and he dared to play Song Qingwan's idea. It seems that without Gu Weiqi's action, he will be able to make Tang Long go back to Linjiang City in disgrace. Feeling someone staring at him, Tang Long turned his head and saw a man with dark eyes standing among several young people opposite him. This man was about 30 years old, wearing a brand-name suit, and seemed to be the head of Song Qingwan's cousins. There was a sudden sound of footsteps on the stairs, and surrounded by a group of men and women, a middle-aged man with a refined and handsome appearance came down.
Uncle! Chairman!
Seeing Song Mingyuan coming down, everyone in the living room stepped forward to say hello.
Song Mingyuan smiled and nodded to everyone, accompanied by Song Qingwan, walked down the stairs. At this time, he looked around and suddenly said, "Who is Tang Long?" Everyone was startled and looked around one after another, and finally looked at Tang Long, who was sitting in the corner of the living room, with more or less gloating in their eyes. This is the rhythm of the old man who wants to liquidate his daughter's door-to-door boyfriend.
Tang Long stood up, nodded calmly to Song Mingyuan and said, "Hello, Uncle Song, I am Tang Long." Seeing this, Song Qingwan couldn't help but change her expression.
She pulled Song Mingyuan's arm and said coquettishly, "Dad, why did you trouble Tang Long as soon as you came here? He is very nice."
"I didn't trouble him, it's just that I've heard his name too much these days, and my ears are calloused." Song Mingyuan took a deep look at Tang Long, then turned his head and said to everyone, "This time Mingcheng was kidnapped abroad. Fortunately, he found Xiongguo mercenaries to rescue him and he was able to come back safely."
"Thank you for your concern." Some of the Song family's children, who were not well informed, suddenly took a deep breath.
Unexpectedly, something like this happened to Song Mingcheng recently. No wonder Song Mingyuan didn't show up at Ziyuan Group for a few days. Hearing this, Tang Longchao and Song Qingwan nodded slightly. Regarding Tang Long's going to Syria to rescue Song Mingcheng, Tang Long had warned Song Qingwan and Song Mingcheng in advance, so Song Mingyuan thought that Song Mingcheng was rescued by the Scorpion mercenary group. It seems that Song Qingwan has done a good job and has not revealed the truth of this matter yet. Song Mingyuan looked around and said in a deep voice, "It's not only Mingcheng who has an accident this time, the group has also encountered some troubles recently, and some personnel and business changes will be made recently, and a detailed notice will be sent to the entire group company tomorrow." Hearing this, the faces of more than a dozen middle-aged men and women in the living room became gloomy. And those young children who had been staying in the hall on the first floor looked at Song Mingyuan blankly. Not every son of the Song family works in the group company, and several of them are still in college. This is the first time that they have talked about the company at a family gathering. Starting today, all the children of the Song family will no longer enjoy dividends from the family fund, but the group will compensate everyone with a large sum of money at one time. Song Mingyuan continued. Hearing this, the young people in the living room were both worried and happy. Those who are worried know the inside story, and short-term compensation is not as reliable as long-term meal tickets. Those who are happy are lamenting that they can finally get a large sum of money, and they can invest and start their own businesses. In the future, they will no longer have to receive such a small dividend every month like squeezing toothpaste. Tang Long thoughtfully looked at the expressions of everyone in the hall. It seemed that the Song family was in serious trouble this time, and they might have to cut off their tails to survive, or even split up to avoid disaster. I just don't know if this is causing trouble for the Song family, whether it is Huaxing Group or other shareholders of Alpha Investment Company. There were outsiders in the villa, and Song Mingyuan was unwilling to say more. Anyway, those who should know knew it, and those who didn't know would know it tomorrow. Okay, let's all go to the restaurant for dinner now, and we'll talk about other things tomorrow. Song Mingcheng waved his hand and asked the housekeeper to notify the kitchen to start serving food. Soon, everyone in the hall came to the restaurant and sat around a large table that could seat 30 people. Tang Long was pulled over by Song Qingwan and sat on her right, while Song Mingyuan sat on Song Qingwan's left. Seeing Song Qingwan's actions, Song Mingyuan frowned, opened his mouth, but didn't say a word in the end. After sitting down, out of the corner of Tang Long's eyes, he saw that there were still 2 vacant seats on Song Mingyuan's left, and was about to ask, when he suddenly saw 2 people appearing at the door of the restaurant. I saw Song Mingcheng supporting a middle-aged woman, staring at Tang Long as if he had seen a ghost. Tang Long? You're not, how could you be at my house? Mother-in-law in Song Mingcheng's cognition, Tang Long was the commander of the Huagua Special Forces recruited by his sister through his relationship. He was powerful, low-key, and mysterious. He was most likely a descendant of a certain military boss. Yesterday Song Mingcheng invited Tang Long to his home and wanted to thank him, but Tang Long flatly refused. But why did Tang Long suddenly appear at his home today? Could it be that his father specially invited him to thank him? For a moment, countless thoughts flashed through Song Mingcheng's mind. Brother, he is my boyfriend, Tang Long. Before Tang Long could speak, Song Qingwan walked over to support her mother Xiao Yayan and rushed to answer. Xiao Yayan glanced at Tang Long, but did not speak. Hearing that Song Qingwan personally admitted that Tang Long was her boyfriend, everyone in the restaurant looked over with different expressions on their faces. Some of the elders of the Song family who had a meeting upstairs did not hear what Tang Long said, nor did they know Tang Long's identity. Just now Song Qingwan's words showed that he was very protective of Tang Long, and they also had some guesses in their hearts, which confirmed Tang Long's identity. Song Qingwan is 25 years old this year and has never had a date. If it wasn't for the news that she had a boyfriend in college, everyone would have wondered if she was gay. It's normal to find a boyfriend now, although Tang Long seems to be younger than Song Qingwan. Song Shirwan and other juniors were stunned. They thought Tang Long was just bragging just now, but they didn't expect him to be Song Qingwan's boyfriend. It's just that everyone has a question in their hearts: will Song Mingyuan agree? Everyone kept silent and quietly turned their eyes to Song Mingyuan. It's a little strange that Song Mingyuan pretended not to hear Song Qingwan's words, and didn't even look at Tang Long. Although he didn't say anything, this gesture was clearly revealed. Everyone suddenly realized that Song Mingyuan was dissatisfied with Tang Long. Song Qingwan's uncles and aunts looked at each other, and they all agreed not to mention this topic. Seeing this scene, Tang Long's face was very calm, and he didn't care in his heart. In his eyes, the right family and family assets are not worth mentioning. With his current ability, sooner or later his assets will surpass the Song family's. He only cares about Song Qingwan's attitude, and everyone else treats it like air. Boyfriend? Song Mingchang was also a little confused. Even if he thought about it, he never thought that Tang Long would appear in his house in such a capacity. However, isn't my sister always single? There was no news before, so why did she suddenly have a boyfriend today? Yeah, didn't you always say you wanted to see him before, and today I did what you wished and brought him home? Song Qingwan winked at Song Mingcheng and said with a smile. After finishing speaking, she supported Xiao Yayun and sat beside Song Mingyuan. Song Mingcheng couldn't help smacking his mouth. When did he say that? Seeing Song Qingwan winking at him, he finally realized it. Well, for the sake of Tang Long's desperate efforts to save his own life, he should help his sister no matter what. Song Mingcheng nodded and said with a smile, "If you don't tell me, brother almost forgot." He sat beside his mother, secretly looking at his parents' faces. With Tang Long's identity and background, can his parents allow him to associate with his younger sister? It doesn't mean that Song Mingcheng looks down on Tang Long, on the contrary, he prefers Tang Long, a man full of masculinity and iron blood, as his brother-in-law compared to a playboy like Gu Weiqi. It's just that the Song family can be considered a big family in Xinjiang, and their parents have always attached great importance to Song Qingwan's marriage, and there are many requirements for choosing a son-in-law. Due to some special reasons, the Song family never had a deep relationship with people with military and political backgrounds, let alone a marriage. Tang Long was able to become the commander of Huagua's special forces at a young age. He obviously had a military background. For such a person, would his parents allow him to associate with Song Qingwan? Just as Song Mingcheng was thinking wildly, Xiao Yayan next to him pushed his shoulder and said softly, "Go and change seats with your sister, I'll talk to her." Song Mingcheng immediately got up and walked to Song Qingwan's side, and secretly gave his sister a wink, which meant that elder brother can only help you so much, and the rest is up to you. Song Qingwan looked at Tang Long with an apologetic face, for fear that he would not be able to bear the grievances. You must know that Tang Long is a superhero in her heart. Tang Long smiled at Song Qingwan, and made an okay gesture, signaling her to rest assured. Song Qingwan nodded, got up and sat beside Xiao Yayun. After Song Qingwan sat down, Song Mingyuan gave Tang Long a puzzled look. In front of so many people, he didn't want to say anything more because he was worried about his daughter's face. At this time, the table was already filled with various dishes, such as the famous shredded pork with Beijing sauce, braised shark's fin in yellow, crystal elbow, yellow croaker in soup, etc. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Song Mingyuan greeted him, "The dishes are already served, let's eat while it's hot." Hearing Song Mingyuan speak, Song Ziyu and other young people waited for a long time, and they were already hungry, so they immediately raised their chopsticks and started eating, and the others also started to eat. The Song family's family style is relatively traditional, and they pay attention to not talking when eating or sleeping. If Song Mingyuan doesn't speak, no one else will speak. Although the dishes on the table were plentiful, What happened today was so important that no one present was in the mood to eat.
In addition, the atmosphere was extremely dull, and the luncheon ended quickly.
All members of the Song family hurriedly left Jingxi Villa, preparing for the upcoming separation. Song Sherwin originally wanted to find an opportunity to attack Tang Long, but unfortunately the atmosphere today was not right, and he couldn't find a chance. But judging from his uncle's attitude, even if he doesn't need to speak, the affairs of Tang Long and Song Qingwan may be in trouble.
Song Sherwin left the villa with a smile on his face, and he couldn't wait to send a few messages to Gu Weiqi in the car, telling him what happened today. What he didn't notice was that everyone in the Song family had left, but Tang Long stayed in the villa. After finishing this extremely dull lunch, Tang Long was planning to say hello to Song Qingwan's family and leave, but he was unexpectedly retained by Song Mingcheng. Standing in the living room on the first floor, Tang Long studied the Qingming Riverside picture on the wall again. After a while, Song Mingcheng supported his mother Xiao Yayun and came to him. Xiao Tang, right? You're welcome, sit down and talk. Xiao Yayun said politely. Tang Long responded immediately, hello, auntie. Please sit down. I heard from Wanner that you are the boyfriend she has been waiting for 7 years? Xiao Yayun took the initiative to ask, do you think this is appropriate?
A woman can have several 7 years in her life, and Song Qingwan spent her best years waiting for Tang Long, which made Xiao Yayun's heartache as a mother.
If it wasn't for her daughter's begging, Xiao Yayun would never have agreed to Tang Long's visit.
What's more, according to the investigation results of the past few days, Tang Long is only from an ordinary working family. Even if he starts his own business, he is not good enough for Song Qingwan. She hoped that through this conversation, Tang Long would retreat and leave Song Qingwan voluntarily. Tang Long was taken aback for a moment, he also forgot about this. Counting from the first meeting between him and Song Qingwan in 2013, it has indeed been 7 years. However, he didn't mean to ask Song Qingwan to wait for him for 7 years, that's because he couldn't control the time when he returned to the main world. He couldn't explain the truth. Tang Long could only smile wryly, auntie, I didn't do it on purpose, and I can't help myself in many things, small goal, it's so involuntary, Wanner has waited for you for 7 years, what will you give her as compensation?
Xiao Yayun frowned and snorted coldly.
In fact, what Song Qingwan and Xiao Yayun said was that she met Tang Long for the first time in China after graduation and waited for him for 3 years, and the 4 years in university and country were not counted. Because Tang Long is only 22 years old now, if you subtract 7 years, then when they first met, Song Qingwan was 18 years old and Tang Long was only 15 years old, and it was impossible for them to date. What's more, with Tang Long's family background, he hadn't left Dongshi City at the age of 15, so how could he meet Song Qingwan? It's just that Xiao Yayun's purpose was to force Tang Long to leave her daughter, so the 4 years of college were counted. Anyway, Song Qingwan never had any friends in college.
Hearing this, Song Mingcheng looked at Tang Long with some sympathy.
Tang Long said that he could not help himself in many things, and he believed it. With Tang Long's current status, 3 years ago, he was phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals or either slash phoneme in his secret training camp or on a mission, so he really didn't have much time to see Song Qingwan.
But Song Mingcheng didn't intervene. He was worried that if Tang Long's identity was exposed, his parents would even more object to Tang Long's relationship with Song Qingwan. How to compensate? Exchange it for another, superior life healing potion, to increase Song Qingwan's lifespan and delay aging? Or wait for more advanced biological agents to make up for Song Qingwan? Thoughts flashed through Tang Long's mind, and he said sincerely, auntie, I will spend my whole life loving Qingwan and making her happy forever. It's no use talking nicely, you have to take action. Xiao Yayun replied impatiently.
She used to be Song Mingyuan's right-hand man, shrewd and capable, far from being comparable to ordinary housewives, so naturally she would not be fooled by Tang Long's 2 nice words. Tang Long thought for a while, and said neither arrogant nor humble, auntie, please tell me, how can I agree with Qingwan and me to continue our relationship? Xiao Yayun said earnestly, Xiao Tang, I didn't mean to make things difficult for you on purpose. You also know that our Song family is considered a big family in Shangjing, and Wanner will inherit part of the family business in the future. If you don't have a career of your own, others will gossip about you. Tang Long could naturally hear the meaning of Xiao Yayun's words. It was nothing more than disliking his family for being too poor, and being with Song Qingwan suspected of coveting the Song family's property. Even if he marries Song Qingwan in the future, others will say that he lives on soft food and relies on women for his position.
But she was wrong. Tang Long didn't think much of the Song family's property at all.
He smiled lightly and said, "Auntie, don't worry, Warner and I don't need a piece of the Song family's property in the future."
Hearing this, Song Mingcheng felt a little indignant.
"Although you are a son and grandson of a military boss and don't care about the Song family's business, you said it as if the Song family couldn't afford the dowry." Xiao Yayun frowned. This boy couldn't understand why. His daughter is a rich lady, how could she marry a poor boy?
Does it have to be clear and let Tang Long go?
Caring about her daughter's thoughts afterwards, Xiao Yayun spoke so politely and tactfully.
"Xiao Tang, you still don't understand what I mean.
Warner has never had to worry about food and clothing since she was a child."
"Is she used to following you?" Xiao Yayun explained patiently. Tang Long smiled. "Auntie, I understand what you mean.
You are afraid that Qingwan will suffer hardships with me.
Just tell me, what do I want to do in my career to satisfy you?"
Xiao Yayun was silent for a moment, and decided to pose a difficult problem to Tang Long. "How about this, if you can earn million within a year, I will agree with you to associate with Warner. Isn't that a high request?" With Song Qingwan's status in the Song family, she will have to spend at least billions or even tens of billions of assets as a dowry in the future, and it is not too much to ask the man's net worth to be hundreds of millions.
However, Xiao Yayun had investigated Tang Long's family background beforehand.
The newly registered shell factory had a registered capital of less than 100 million.
It was a dream to earn million within a year. Song Mingcheng has been imprisoned in Syria these days, and Tang Long's family background is still unclear.
He looked at Tang Long and said with a secret smile in his heart, "Boy, even if your family is a military boss, you won't be able to give you so much money right now, right?
What do you do now? If it doesn't work, you secretly come to beg me."
Tang Long looked at Xiao Yayun with a strange expression. He didn't expect that the other party made such a simple request, which was only million. Now the company has million in its account. After thinking about it, he understood that the news obtained by the Song family was probably found on the 21st, and he didn't know that he had million. However, the money was transferred to him by Song Qing. Although he also took half of it, he was afraid that he would not be able to explain it at that time, so he had to wait until the mobile phone project was launched. It is not too easy to sell mobile phones that are 10 years ahead of this era and make hundreds of millions casually.
"Auntie, is what you said true?" Tang Long asked in fear of Xiao Yayun's repentance.
Xiao Yayun said indifferently, "I keep my word, and with Warner's eldest brother to testify, I will never go back on my word." Tang Long suddenly took out his mobile phone, brought up the mobile bank account balance interface, pointed the screen at Xiao Yayun, and said seriously, "I believe that my aunt keeps her word. Now the company has million in the account.
I believe it will take less than a year. Can earn another 200 million. Song Mingcheng looked at the long string of zeros behind the 2 on the screen, and was stunned, unable to speak.
Xiao Yayun said with a look of disbelief, Is this really your company's account?" To be precise, this is a company jointly owned by Cheng Wan and I, with each holding half of the shares.
Tang Long explained.
Tang Long showed the account name of the public account to the other party clearly, without him needing to say more. Xiao Yayun also knew that Longting Heavy Industry was a company under Tang Long's name. Only now did Xiao Yayun reluctantly accept the reality that this young man with no background is really an invisible rich man with a net worth of hundreds of millions.
However, when did Qingwan have million funds? How did you do it? Xiao Yayun asked in fear that the money came from a wrong path.
Tang Long said calmly, "Investing in stocks, the long-term investment that Qingwan and I made together, has only recently been liquidated and sold. The year involved in specific matters is relatively early," and he did not elaborate. It was only then that Xiao Yayun remembered that Song Qingwan brought out all the lucky money in the birthday fund and said that she was going to invest in it, but it turned out that she went to speculate in stocks. But Song Qingwan didn't mention this matter since then. She thought Song Qingwan had lost a lot, so she didn't talk about it. Unexpectedly, she accumulated million yuan.
Xiao Yayun was very aware of Song Qingwan's hobbies.
Song Qingwan had never talked about stocks at home, so she immediately understood that these investment suggestions must be made by Tang Long. She has earned such a large amount of money at a young age, and has been able to hold it for so many years without making a fuss. Both in terms of ability and character, she is outstanding. It seems that her daughter has not misunderstood the person. In this way, she has no reason to prevent the two from being together. Thinking of this, Xiao Yaiyun breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Tang, it seems that I have underestimated you. From today onwards, I have no objection to your association with Wanner. After a pause, she continued, however, you have to remember what you said, use this money to do legitimate business and earn another million, so I can safely hand over Wanner to you. Tang Long smiled and said, don't worry, I will do what I say. A Special Forces soldier Tang Long has absolute confidence in his own words, because he has such capital. Even if he didn't cheat or transfer money from other worlds, he could easily earn million within a year. Hearing Tang Long's words, Xiao Yaiyun finally showed a smile on her face. She could tell that Tang Long's words were full of strong confidence, not the kind of boastful self-confidence. Maybe without today's talk, Tang Long would also start to vigorously develop his career. Knowing that her daughter's date is not an incompetent person who is greedy for money and lust, Xiao Yaiyun's heart is finally at ease. She doesn't want to completely freeze the relationship with her daughter because of Tang Long's matter. You must know that in order to urge Song Qingwan to get married as soon as possible, the mother and daughter almost fell out, and in the end they each gave in. Song Qingwan promised to find someone to talk about marriage by the end of 2020 at the latest, and before that, Xiao Yaiyun would no longer force her to go on a blind date with others. However, what Xiao Yaiyun didn't expect was that within half a year, Song Qingwan had already found the lover who had been waiting for 3 years. Leaving aside the family background, Xiao Yaiyun actually has a good impression of this kid from the perspective of Tang Long's ability and character. Compared to Gu Weiqi, a playboy, Tang Long had a clean background, a good figure and appearance, and he didn't have any bad hobbies or vices. The only and important shortcoming, poor, has been made up for now, and she has no reason to make things difficult for Tang Long and make her daughter unhappy. Song Qingwan's marriage affairs have always been decided by Xiao Yaiyun. Tang Long passed her test, basically there is no problem. After finishing the business, Xiao Yaiyun casually asked about Tang Long's family situation, left Song Mingqing to entertain Tang Long, and let the nanny help him back to his room to rest. Tang Long also knew that Xiao Yaiyun's last few questions were just superficial. The Song family had already asked someone to investigate him. Apart from the New Era group registered overseas, he probably even found out which elementary school he attended. As soon as Xiao Yaiyun left, Song Mingqing took out a box of luxury Panda cigarettes from his pocket, took out 2 and said to Tang Long, Brother Tang, can you have one? Tang Long waved his hands and said with a smile, just call me Xiao Tang, I don't smoke. Song Mingqing lit a cigarette on his own, and said casually, it's fine, you are not an outsider, you will call me Big Brother sooner or later. After taking a deep breath of the cigarette, Song Mingqing exhaled a smoke ring, stared at Tang Long, and asked seriously, Little Tang, there are no outsiders here now, tell the truth to my brother, are you serving in a special force in China? This matter was related to whether Tang Long could be with Song Qingwan, he had to ask clearly in advance. Tang Long was startled, then shook his head, I am a senior student at Linjiang University of Science and Technology, how could I be involved in the army? You're not a soldier? Then how can you command a company of special forces? Song Mingqing frowned slightly and asked. Tang Long remembered that Song Mingqing had seen those 100 robot soldiers, and he made up nonsense, brother, those people are all international mercenaries. I happened to help their regiment leader before, so they are willing to help this time. Big reward. Are you really just a college student? Song Mingqing still couldn't believe it. Although he rarely dealt with mercenaries, he vaguely felt that those people were more disciplined than Sergei and others, and they didn't look like mercenaries. Tang Long replied with a sincere face, Brother, why am I lying to you? I'm really just a college student at Linjiang University of Science and Technology. If you don't believe me, you can ask your aunt. Well, I believe you. Fortunately, you are not a descendant of a military boss, otherwise your parents would not agree to you being with Qingwan. Song Mingqing replied calmly. He believed that Tang Long would not lie about this matter, but Tang Long must not be as simple as an ordinary college student. At this time, Song Qingwan poked her head out from the stairs on the second floor, and asked expectantly, "Brother, how is Tang Long talking with Mom?"
"With me, of course it will be done."
Tang Long was in a good mood, grinning and said, "From today onwards, your mother agrees to our relationship."
Song Qingwan jumped up excitedly. "Yeah. That's great."
If Tang Long's talk with her mother collapsed, she really didn't know what to do. Seeing Song Qingwan bouncing down the stairs, Song Mingqing pointed at Song Qingwan and said, dumbfounded, "Wanner, when did you find a boyfriend, and you even kept it from me?"
"You still have me in your eyes. Is this for the big brother?" Song Qingwan snorted softly, "Oomph. I wanted to tell you, but you're not at home. Besides, don't forget who asked someone to rescue you from Syria.
My good sister, big brother will never forget your love. If Xiao Tang needs help with anything in the future, just come to me."
Song Mingqing patted his chest and said. Song Qingwan raised the corner of her mouth, "It's not too bad."
At this time, the doorbell on the gate of the villa rang. After a while, the servant led a middle-aged man in tang suit carrying a medicine box and walked in. As soon as Song Mingqing saw this person, he immediately got up and greeted him warmly. "Dr. Ding, you are here." Ding Zhigua looked around and said gently, "There are guests at home, you are busy, I will go to Lingtang for physical therapy first. Then I won't disturb you." "Xiao Zhou, take Dr. Ding to the guest room upstairs."
Song Mingqing smiled. Soon, the middle-aged doctor was brought up to the second floor by the servant Xiao Zhou. Tang Long asked curiously, "What is Dr. Ding here for?" Dr. Ding is the director of the rehabilitation department of the Municipal Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. My father asked him to give my mother rehabilitation therapy. Song Mingqing explained. Physiotherapy? What's the matter with Mom's body? Tang Long asked, thinking of Xiao Yayun's inconvenience. Mom used to be busy with work and worked day and night.
She had an accidental stroke a year ago. After it was cured, her left leg suffered a problem.
It's not very convenient to move around, Song Qingwan said sadly.
When mentioning her mother's body, Song Qingwan felt very sad, completely ignoring that Tang Long had already regarded Xiao Yayun as his mother in his words.
That's okay, Tang Long said subconsciously when he heard that Xiao Yayun was inconvenient due to a stroke.
Song Qingwan shot Tang Long a gouged look, and said angrily, "My mother is already like this, so why not?"
Tang Long smiled lightly, "It's not because of the skeletal problem of the left leg that the mobility is inconvenient. I have a way to treat it." Really? Song Qingwan grabbed Tang Long's arm and said pleasantly.
Since Xiao Yayun's left leg was paralyzed due to a stroke, she spent a lot of money to find famous doctors everywhere. Unfortunately, paralysis caused by stroke is a worldwide problem, and Western medicine still has no good way to cure it. Later, through someone's introduction, I found Dr. Ding from the Municipal Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The left leg gradually improved with acupuncture and physical therapy, but it is still a luxury to fully recover.
When did I ever lie to you?
Tang Long smiled faintly. "The gift I brought over at noon, go and get it."
"The said gift box?" "I put it in the guest room." Song Qingwan remembered the gift box prepared by Tang Long, and immediately ran to the customer service to take it out. "Can this thing cure diseases?" Song Mingqian looked at the gift box in his sister's hand suspiciously.
"I saw a pattern of ginseng and deer antler wild honey on the gift box, and 3 gold-plated characters of 3 treasures of health written in the middle. As far as the so-called 3 treasures of health preservation are concerned, if they can be used as medicine to cure diseases, he will eat this gift box directly. Healing potion and quote." Seeing Song Mingqing's expression that "you thought I was a fool," Tang Long explained, "If it works, you will know if you try it." "Brother, I trust Tang Long," Song Qingwan said confidently.
"Isn't this gift box filled with the 3 treasures of health?" Song Mingqing's eyes flashed with suspicion.
But as Tang Long said, "It's okay to try, anyway, ginseng and deer antler wild honey can't play any tricks." Tang Long took the gift box from Song Qingwan, and followed her siblings to the second floor of the villa. The 3 of them came to a guest room on the east side of the second floor. Song Mingqian was about to go in when he was stopped by the nanny at the door. "Young master, madam is doing acupuncture inside.
It's not convenient for you to go in now."
Song Mingcheng smiled awkwardly and had to wait outside with Tang Long. Only Song Qingwan walked in. Half an hour later, Song Qingwan's voice came from the guest room. "Brother, you can come in now." After entering, Tang Long saw Xiao Yayun sitting by the bed, with a thin quilt covering her legs. Dr. Ding next to him was packing silver needles and other medical equipment.
Mingcheng, what do you want to see, Mom? Xiao Yayun asked gently.
Song Mingcheng raised his head and glanced at Song Qingwan, thinking that his sister had vowed to trust Tang Long just now, but she dared not explain why she came to this meeting, which was clearly a lack of confidence. After thinking about it, he understood Song Qingwan's thoughts. If Song Qingwan took the initiative to say that Tang Long had medicine to heal her mother's left foot, but it turned out that the bamboo basket fetched water in vain, which ruined Tang Long's image in her mother's heart, then things between the two of them might be in trouble. If he was the one to say this, and if the medicine was effective, it would not be too late if Tang Long brought it. If it was ineffective, he would have to admit it. However, does this blame have to be let him carry it? Song Mingcheng looked at Song Qingwan bitterly, knowing that he also had his own agenda. He is nearly 30 years old and has not yet married a wife and had children. He has been told countless times by his family that he has set a bad example for his younger sister. In fact, it was because Song Mingcheng knew that his parents would not agree to him marrying that female celebrity, so he was able to procrastinate all the time. If he can do a good job, and at the same time, that celebrity girlfriend secretly gave birth to a son for him, maybe his mother will admit it for the sake of her grandson. It is unwise to leave a bad impression in my mother's heart at this time. But Tang Long saved his life again, so it would be impossible not to help him. Just as Song Mingcheng was standing there tangled, Tang Long said directly, "Auntie, I have medicine to heal your left leg." Tang Long's words fell into Xiao Yayun's ears like thunder on the flat ground, and they could not dissipate for a long time. "What? What you said is true." Xiao Yayun was surprised and delighted. In the past year, she traveled to many places, and even went abroad a few times, but each time she came back disappointed. Now that Tang Long actually said that there is medicine that can cure her left leg, how could she not be overjoyed? Compared to Xiao Yayun's surprise, Ding Zhigua was much calmer. Hearing the words of the young man in front of him, his first reaction was that this man was a liar, and he was quite courageous enough to deceive the Song family. However, judging from the address of this young man, he has a very phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close slash phoneme relationship with the Song family. Maybe he was also tricked into buying medicine for Mrs. Song out of good intentions. So he didn't reprimand him immediately, but wanted to see what kind of medicine this young man would come up with. Could he be a liar? Tang Long smiled and said, "Auntie, of course what I said is true. I brought all the medicine." While talking, he took out the gift box, untied the ribbon on it, and prepared to take out the superior life healing potion inside. Seeing the gift box in Tang Long's hand, Ding Zhigua couldn't help frowning. The Song family is not short of money. Ding Zhigua has tried all kinds of precious Chinese medicinal materials, and the effects are mediocre. If patients consume too much, it will have the opposite effect. The young man was holding a gift box containing ginseng antler and wild honey, and it looked like he had been cheated. Probably because I phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals red slash phoneme too many martial arts novels, I bought some so-called 1,000-year ginseng and 100-year-old wild honey, and gave them to Mrs. Song like treasures, thinking they could cure all diseases. The young man's heart is still good, but it's a pity that his IQ is not high, and he doesn't know what kind of relative he is from the Song family. How could he be deceived so easily? Ding Zhigua secretly sighed. But these supplements are not good for patients, so Ding Zhigua had no choice but to dissuade them. "Young man, the supplements you bought are useless, Mrs. Song can't take them casually." Before he could finish speaking, he was stunned. I saw that the gift box printed with the pattern of ginseng antler and wild honey was opened, and there were 2 fist-sized glass bottles inside. Hearing Ding Zhigua's words, Tang Long was at a loss. The gift box contained superior life healing potion, not a tonic. "Dr. Ding, is there something wrong with this medicine?" Xiao Yayun asked suspiciously. Ding Zhigua reached out and took a glass bottle from the gift box, looked carefully, and found that the glass bottle was exquisitely crafted, filled with a transparent liquid, and had a label of Super Life Healing Potion on the bottle. In addition, there is no other written description on the medicine bottle, not to mention the batch number, ingredients, manufacturer, production date, etc. Even the function and indications are not explained. This is no longer a three-nose product, or a counterfeit product. It is no different from the fairy water that can cure all diseases in the early years. Ding Jigua already suspected that Tang Long was a fool. He dared to give Mrs. Song such an obviously fake medicine. After Ding Jigua coughed lightly, he explained, "Mrs. Song, this so-called bottle of medicine has no products, not even the manufacturer, efficacy, production date, etc. I don't recommend you to take it." From his point of view, he did not face-to-face Tang Long by saying that the bottle was a counterfeit medicine. After all, it's not his fault that people are stupid, it's the liars who lie to fools. Ah? Is this fake medicine? Xiao Yayun was shocked. Although Ding Jigua didn't say it clearly, she had already heard it. However, with Tang Long's identity and IQ, there is absolutely no need to use fake medicine to harm her. What's going on? Tang Long took back the superior life healing potion from Ding Jigua and smiled. "Many things, if you haven't seen it before, it doesn't mean it's fake." "Auntie, do you think I'm stupid?" Xiao Yayan shook her head. "How can a college student who can earn million RMB in the stock market be a fool?" Tang Long unscrewed the bottle cap of the superior life healing potion and said flatly, "Auntie, if you trust me, drink this bottle of medicine, and I promise to cure your leg." Xiao Yayan turned her head to look at Song Qingwan and Song Mingcheng. Song Qingwan stepped forward and took Tang Long's arm and said firmly, "Mom, I believe Tang Long, he will never harm you." Song Mingcheng thought for a while and nodded. Xiao Yayun turned her attention to Ding Jigua. Only Ding Jigua was a professional doctor, and he had the most right to speak. Ding Jigua frowned. Even if he offended Song Qingwan, he would still speak up. He has practiced medicine for decades. Although he studied Chinese medicine, he has also taken Western medicine as an elective. For Xiao Yayun's condition, he also tried to find suitable Western medicine to treat it. It's just that there is no Western medicine on the market that can cure the sequelae of stroke, not even in the laboratory. As a well-known doctor in the capital, Ding Jigua would certainly not watch someone cheat Mrs. Song with fake medicines. If word got out, he would be nowhere in the medical profession. After thinking about it for a long time, he said slowly, "Mrs. Song, I personally don't recommend you to take this medicine, but if you insist on taking it, if something goes wrong, don't say I didn't warn you." Although Ding Jigua didn't believe that there were special medicines, Tang Long was right in saying that things that have never been seen are not necessarily fake. Maybe this is the medicine that someone else has worked so hard to find from abroad. Since he can't stop it, he should just get rid of the relationship and don't blame him for any problems. Tang Long handed Super Life Healing Potion to Xiao Yayun. Xiao Yayun took the medicine bottle, and under the expectant eyes of everyone, she drank it neatly in one gulp. Super Life Healing Potion. As soon as she took it in, Xiao Yayun felt a warm current flowing into her body, and then flowed along the blood vessels to her limbs. Soon, she felt sensations on the left side of her body, from her thigh to her left foot. The left leg, which was originally unconscious, now feels a little warmth. She touched her calf with her hand, and felt that the muscles that had been atrophied due to long-term inactivity had regained their elasticity. Xiao Yayun tried to move her left foot, but she didn't expect to lift her left foot directly. With a move in her heart, she simply got out of bed and stood up. Seeing this scene, Song Qingwan covered her mouth, her eyes widened in disbelief. Song Mingcheng and the nanny stood there dumbfounded as if under a petrification spell. Ding Jigua, who was standing aside, was completely dumbfounded. "What's happening here?" "Medicine, Mrs. Song, can your leg move?" Ding Jigua looked at Xiao Yayun's left leg in disbelief. When he gave Xiao Yayan acupuncture just now, her left leg was still unable to move, but now she can stand up immediately after drinking that bottle of fake medicine, which is unbelievable. Even if Ding Jigua has decades of cultivation skills, he is still shocked from ear to ear. Xiao Yayun turned around and tried to move her body, especially her left leg. "Mom, be careful." At this time, Song Qingwan came back to her senses, rushed over in surprise, and reached out to help Xiao Yayun. From her point of view, even if the medicine Tang Long brought was effective, her mother's body still needs to recover slowly, so no accidents should be careless at this time.
Xiao Yayan pushed Song Qingwan's hand away, and said with a smile, "Mama's fine, Mama's doing well now, I don't need your help." At this moment, Xiao Yayan felt that she was reborn, and she had never felt so good. Not only did his left leg regain mobility, but he also felt much younger. Even the hidden diseases in his body caused by long-term desk work in the past disappeared. Xiao Yayan not only turned around in place, but also walked back and forth in the guest room. Looking at Xiao Yayan, who was walking freely in front of him, Ding Jigua suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "Mrs. Song, if you don't mind, I would like to give you a brief examination to see if you are fully recovered." As a well-known doctor in Beijing with decades of medical experience, his first reaction now is to examine Mrs. Song to determine whether the patient has really recovered. Song Mingcheng agreed, "Dr. Ding is right, Mom, just ask Dr. Ding to examine you." Xiao Yayan looked at Tang Long with some hesitation. She knew that her body had recovered, and she seemed to distrust Tang Long when she had another checkup. Tang Long smiled and said, "Auntie, let Dr. Ding check it out. He is absolutely confident in the efficacy of the superior life healing potion. It is only the paralysis of the left leg caused by a stroke, and it is not an S+ incurable disease." Now that Xiao Yayan was able to get out of bed and walk around, it was obvious that the medicine had taken effect. It would be better to have Dr. Ding do a checkup and give them a reassurance. "Okay, then trouble Dr. Ding." Seeing that Tang Long also agreed, Xiao Yayan no longer hesitated. She also wanted to get an authoritative answer from a professional. A healthy person cannot understand the distress of a disabled person with limited mobility, especially a patient who was ill the day after tomorrow. For more than a year after the stroke, Xiao Yayan hardly ever went out. She was ashamed to show embarrassment of limping in front of outsiders. In order not to worry her husband and children, she always smiles at others, hiding her depression and sadness in her heart. Now that she was finally able to walk on her own, Xiao Yayan was extremely excited. In 5 minutes, Ding Jigua gave Xiao Yayan a simple examination, including nerve reflexes, leg function tests, etc. The test results showed the fact that Xiao Yayan's left leg has fully recovered. If Ding Jigua hadn't given Xiao Yayan acupuncture and moxibustion therapy for half a year and knew her condition well, he would have thought that Xiao Yayan and Tang Long had colluded to deceive him. Now, he could only reluctantly accept the reality in front of him, and said, "Mrs. Song, after a preliminary examination, the function of your left leg has recovered, %. For a more detailed examination, you need to go to the hospital." "Excuse me, Dr. Ding, I'll go for a checkup when I have time," Xiao Yayan said gently. Ding Jigua suddenly remembered the bottle of Super Life Healing Potion. He was very curious about what was in the glass bottle. He walked over to pick up the empty bottle on the bed, put it up to his nose and smelled it. There was no smell at all, and from the appearance, there was no clue, and there were no clues left on the bottle. Ding Jigua remembered that there was a bottle of the same potion in the gift box, and turned around to take it for research, but found that the gift box was empty. The remaining bottle of Superior Life Healing Potion has been put away. At this time, Xiao Yayan suddenly said, "Mingcheng, write a check to Dr. Ding, and send Dr. Ding by the way." Xiao Yayan's meaning was very clear. Since her leg had been healed, there was no need for Dr. Ding to come for physical therapy in the future, and she simply settled all medical expenses at once. As for the amount, she believed that her son would not treat Dr. Ding badly, even though it was Tang Long who cured her left leg. Of course, there is another meaning in this. Xiao Yayan obviously does not intend to let Ding Jigua know about the origin of Super Life Healing Potion. The information about this kind of special drug is obviously to be closed, and the family should discuss it carefully. Song Mingcheng understood what his mother meant. He quickly took out the checkbook from his pocket, picked up a pen on the table next to him, and wrote out a 7-digit cash check with 2 swishes. "Dr. Ding, I'll take you out." Song Mingcheng handed the check to Ding Jigua, smiling. Ding Jigua originally planned to ask about the origin of the Super Life Healing Potion, but when he saw the 7-digit number starting with 5 on the check, he immediately shut his mouth tactfully. He collected the check, and before leaving the house, out of the mentality of a doctor, he asked a little unwillingly, "Xiao Tang, can you ask the price of this special medicine?" In China, there are still millions of stroke patients, all of whom need such special drugs. If the price of this new drug is not expensive, Ding Jigua can make an exception and persuade the hospital to exclusively introduce this new drug, so as to benefit thousands of people. Patient.
Tang Long thought for a while, and somewhat understood the meaning of Ding Jigua's words, and said with a wry smile, "Dr. Ding, I'm afraid you will be disappointed, this new medicine is very expensive."
How expensive?
Ding Jigua subconsciously asked.
Tang Long replied truthfully, a bottle of 1,000 million US dollars, and this is a product in the laboratory. Everyone in the room couldn't help but gasp.
1,000 million US dollars, equivalent to 7,000 million yuan, this new drug is not only expensive, but sky high.
Is it possible to mass produce? Ding Jigua was a little bit unwilling.
The cost of developing a new drug is very high, possibly hundreds of millions or even billions of dollars. If only a few bottles are produced after research and development, the price of each bottle will be sky high. If tens of millions of bottles are produced every year, on average, the price will be much cheaper, the common people can accept it, and the manufacturers can make money. Most of the specific medicines on the market are in this mode.
It's not possible for at least 5 years.
Tang Long shook his head, but he didn't say anything dead. 1,000 points for a bottle of superior life healing potion is not such a waste to treat stroke. Besides, points are so difficult to get, there are so many products that can be exchanged in the black technology mall, and there are many ways to make money, so why waste points for a little money? As for the future, whether it is possible for him to obtain the advanced medical technology of the future world, and analyze and mass produce the components of superior life healing potion, is another matter.
Hearing Tang Long's words, Ding Jigua completely gave up.
A bottle of 7,000 million special effects medicine is doomed to be out of reach for ordinary people, only those billionaires who are worth more than billions will be willing to buy it.
Song Mingcheng sent Ding Jigua out of the villa.
Before the two parted, he suddenly said, "Dr. Ding, this time my mother can recover completely, thanks to your physical therapy, and has nothing to do with special medicine."
I understand. Ding Jigua nodded.
Song Mingcheng's meaning was obvious, he didn't want outsiders to know about Super Life Healing Potion, especially since the Song family still had a bottle of special medicine. Although it is a bit reluctant to put Xiao Yayun's recovery on him, there are many examples of acupuncture and moxibustion physiotherapy helping stroke patients recover. After receiving a hush money of 500 million, he knew what to say and what not to say. Phone factory, the second floor of the Song family villa.
Apart from Song Qingwan's family, Tang Long was the only outsider in the living room.
Xiao Yayan looked at Tang Long, and said gently, "Little Tang, thanks to you, Auntie's leg was able to recover this time."
"I don't even know how to thank you."
"Auntie, you're welcome, we're all a family, I should do this."
Tang Long smiled.
Hearing what he said, the smile on Xiao Yayun's face became brighter.
She rolled her eyes and asked tentatively, "Xiao Tang, did you really pay 1,000 million US dollars for those 2 bottles of special medicine just now? Although this superior life healing potion has miraculous effects, the price is too expensive."
Xiao Yayun thought this was just Tang Long's excuse to evade Dr. Ding. After all, no one had ever heard of such an expensive medicine. "That's right, it's really that expensive, and there are only a few bottles in this world, and you can't buy them even if you have money," Tang Long replied seriously. Hearing Tang Long's words, Song Mingcheng immediately protected the glass bottle in his hand as if holding a treasure. "It feels too exciting to hold 1,000 million US dollars in your hands."
"Xiao Tang, why is this medicine so expensive?" Xiao Yayun didn't understand. Song Qingwan also looked at Tang Long in puzzlement.
Although stroke is a common disease, most of them happen to ordinary people.
How could these people spend sky-high prices to buy specific medicines? Isn't it a loss for the manufacturers to develop and produce such special medicines?
In the expectant eyes of the three, Tang Long said lightly, "Superior Life Healing Potion is not only for the treatment of stroke sequelae, it can treat all diseases in theory." In order to avoid causing unnecessary sensation, Tang Long deliberately concealed the effective Super Life Healing Potion that can prolong life.
"Cancer, too?" Song Mingcheng trembled. Tang Long nodded, "Not bad." Song Mingcheng looked at Superior Life Healing Potion even more frantically. As an outstanding businessman, he naturally knows how valuable Super Life Healing Potion is.
Such a special medicine that can cure all diseases, even if it sells for several million bottles, there will be people rushing to buy it. If it can act as an agent to sell this specific drug, then Ziyuan Group can completely transform into medicine in the future, and will no longer be controlled by others.
Xiao Tang, is it true that this medicine cannot be mass-produced? Song Mingchang was a little reluctant. Really not, the raw materials are too rare, and there is no second bottle in the laboratory.
Tang Long shook his head. Not to mention mass production, he didn't even get 2 more bottles out.
Elementary life-healing medicine can be exchanged for dozens of bottles, but the effect of the medicine is far worse, so there is no need to waste points.
Song Mingcheng let out a long sigh. Oh, what a pity.
Tang Long smiled. Brother, don't forget that you still have a bottle in hand. This is the last bottle in the world.
Song Mingcheng's eyes suddenly glowed with gold, as if he was holding an emperor's jade cup. He carefully put the Super Life Healing Potion into the box. This bottle of Superior Life Healing Potion will be stored in the safe at home as the treasure of the Song family. As for selling it, after learning that this was the last bottle, Song Mingcheng never thought about it again. From the beginning to the end, Song Mingcheng never asked about the origin of the special medicine. He knew that even if Tang Long was not a descendant of a military boss, he was definitely not an ordinary person. To be able to develop this special drug, there must be some powerful forces behind Tang Long, which also explains why he can command a company of special forces. Xiao Yayan looked at Tang Long again, and the more she looked at it, the more she felt that this future son-in-law was not simple. To be able to calmly take out a special medicine worth $20 million to the Song family, this is no longer a matter of more money and less money, but really treats oneself as a family. At this moment, she had already regarded Tang Long as her son-in-law in advance. As for her husband Song Mingyuan's opinion, Xiao Yayan didn't care at all and was confident in persuading her. Okay, this matter is over, Warner. It's rare for Tang Long to come to the capital. You take him out for a stroll.
Xiao Yayun intends to let her daughter and Tang Long deepen their relationship. She doesn't want to let such a good son-in-law go.
I see, Mom. Song Qingwan stepped forward and took Tang Long's arm. A happy smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Before going out, Tang Long remembered one thing, and told Song Mingcheng about buying a mobile phone manufacturer, and he also told him about the specific requirements. His main purpose is the other party's production license, and he doesn't care about technology brands. Anyway, new mobile phone brands will be launched in the future, and the production line and related technologies will be obtained from the world of Mechanical Enemy. Song Mingcheng was very surprised to learn that Tang Long wanted to participate in the brutally competitive mobile phone industry. But when he thought of the background behind Tang Long, he felt relieved. Tang Long's request was very simple, and Song Mingcheng agreed to help him settle the matter with full authority. Knowing that Tang Long didn't have much funds, he promised to lend the funds to Tang Long without interest, but Tang Long refused with a smile. Perhaps Tang Long will borrow the contacts and channels of Ziyuan Group in the future, but he will not borrow funds from the Song family. After discussing related matters, Tang Long took Song Qingwan to visit the major scenic spots in the capital, and had a candlelight dinner directly outside. At 21 o'clock in the evening, Tang Long reluctantly sent Song Qingwan home. Under the eyes of Song Qingwan's parents, he couldn't keep Song Qingwan outside for the night. At the same time, Tang Long had no plans to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live/phoneme in the Song family's villa. Because he needs to enter the world of Mechanical Enemy at night to purchase holographic full-screen mobile phone technology and production lines. In order to keep it secret, Tang Long asked the New Era factory to refit all the mobile phone production lines it bought, erasing all the manufacturer's logos and information. At the same time, he redisguised the 100 LT1 robots, most of them into the faces of ordinary men in Huagua, and a small number of them into European and American faces. For the new mobile phone production line, the New Era factory has refitted 5 robot workers with NS200 robots. These robots are all equipped with artificial silicone skins and changed into faces of Chinese people. In addition, the corresponding production database is loaded in the database. The most important thing is that the underlying core has added the command code to obey Tang Long forever. In order to give full play to the functions of all the robots, Tang Long decided to bring back the V-Star spacecraft on the moon. He needed the intelligent optical brain and AI Avril inside. In order to achieve this goal, Tang Long spent hundreds of millions of dollars to customize a spaceship to go to the moon. Fortunately, in 2035, human space technology has greatly improved, otherwise, at the price in 2020, he would not be able to afford a spaceship at all. After receiving a month of specialized training, Tang Long himself boarded the spaceship and arrived at the forced landing point of the V-Star Discovery spacecraft on the Moon. After notifying Avril Lavigne to download herself to the Blue Star, Tang Long used the quantum beam instrument to shrink the entire Star V Discovery spacecraft back to the Blue Star. Back at the New Era factory in Xicheng, Tang Long asked the robot to set aside a special warehouse for storing the V-Star Discovery spacecraft. When Avril returned to the virtual space city in the intelligent optical brain, Tang Long returned to the real world with the shrunk intelligent optical brain. A week later, Tang Long bid farewell to Song Qingwan and returned to Linjiang City alone. He's going to take over a factory that makes shell phones. Song Mingcheng had already helped him buy a third-tier mobile phone manufacturer that was on the verge of bankruptcy. He spent a total of 3,000 million to buy a factory that was almost an empty shell. Basically, all the original workers were dismissed, and Tang Long did not need to be responsible for the debts. Of course, the other party's equipment factory had nothing to do with him. Only the mobile phone production license and related qualification certificates, as well as dozens of domestic after-sales service outlets, have been retained. These are the most basic conditions for the production of mobile phones. With these, Longting Heavy Industry can start producing new holographic full-screen mobile phones in less than a month. Monkeys in quote, Tang Long returned to the garden district of Linjiang City with all the materials. However, he now faces a new problem. New mobile phones can use robots to realize fully automated production, but sales and after-sales service work requires people to do it. And these employees need someone to manage them. When the company grows bigger in the future, there will be more and more people who need to be managed. All in all, companies need to recruit a lot of talents, especially managers. Tang Long had no experience in managing a company, nor did he devote so much energy to it. For him, the real world is not everything, he needs to devote more time and energy to the parallel world. And he will phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme disappear in the future. The best option is to find someone he can trust to help manage the company. Tang Long immediately thought of Song Qingwan and immediately called her. Hey, Qingwan, can you do me a favor? What's the matter, you said. Didn't I just register a company a few days ago, and I want you to come over and help manage it? On the phone, Tang Long explained Longting Heavy Industries' affairs and future plans in detail. No problem, I will return to Linjiang City tomorrow. Song Qingwan studied business management abroad, and when faced with Tang Long's request for help, she agreed without hesitation. After hanging up the phone, Tang Long thought of his college classmate Lu Jingwei again. Starting from scratch, a new company needs more than a top executive. For him, the most important thing for the top management of the company is loyalty and trustworthiness, and the ability is second. Because Longting's future products are destined to be hot-selling products that are in short supply, sales and after-sales service are secondary. Lu Jingwei is Tang Long's phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals clause close / phoneme buddy. When he was in financial difficulties, he enthusiastically helped him find a part-time job, and generously threw his meal card to him to use casually. Such a rare friendship deserves to be rewarded thousands of times. Thinking of those things in the past, a smile appeared on the corner of Tang Long's mouth. He directly dialed Lu Jingwei's phone number. Hello, shall we, are you free now? I'm going, it's you, brother Tang. I called you several times but couldn't get through, I thought you forgot my brother after work. Lu Jingwei complained from the other end of the phone. Tang Long smiled and explained, I've been quite busy these few days. I've just returned from a business trip to the capital, so I'll call you right away. He used another GSM number to go to Syria, and it's normal that the old number couldn't get through. But Lu Jingwei couldn't tell these things, so he could only find an excuse. TSK, you just joined Blue Shield, so you've been reused so soon? Lu Jingwei sighed. Tang Long smiled and asked without further explanation, have you found a suitable job? How can it be so easy? You also know that the computer application major is a big pit. Lu Jingwei sighed. What used to be a popular major has now turned into a big hole. If he hadn't filled in an obedience transfer,
Lu Jingwei would never have entered the Department of Computer Science.
Tang Long said with a smile, I have a good job here, with a monthly salary of, during the trial period, 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, plus year-end dividends.
Are you interested? Brother Tang, are you kidding me? Lu Jingwei asked tentatively.
If a fresh graduate of the computer department has no special expertise, in Linjiang City, a city where there are so many college students, the monthly salary is as high as 4,000. A monthly salary of, yuan during the probationary period, 5 insurances and 1 housing fund plus year-end dividends, this kind of treatment is only available in dreams.
Tang Long said seriously, when did I fool you in business?
Lu Jingwei thought for a while, although the two of them would phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme joke around, Tang Long seldom talked nonsense when it came to business.
Could it be that Tang Long hooked up with the female executives of Blue Shield Company?
Thinking of Tang Long's tall figure and handsome face, Lu Jingwei felt that this was possible.
Blue Shield is a big company, and there is nothing illegal about it.
Even if it is eating soft rice, Tang Long is eating it, and he only enters because of his brotherhood.
I've done it, even if it's 996, I'm willing. Lu Jingwei made up his mind. Tang Long smiled, are you free now, come out to have supper together?
It is already 19 frowny face and he is going to ask Lu Jingwei out to have a detailed talk.
Sorry, Brother Tang, I asked Shanshan to watch a movie, how about I tell her to watch it another day? Lu Jingwei replied apologetically.
Shall we, hurry up, the ticket check is about to enter.
A girl's voice was vaguely heard on the phone. Tang Long recognized that it was Hu Huishan's voice, he didn't have the guts to ruin someone else's date.
Maybe the two of them have other arrangements for the night, so he quickly replied, no, you go ahead, see you at the Starbucks on the 2nd floor of Zhongnan Commercial Building at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and I'll wait for you there.
There are many office buildings near the Zhongnan Commercial Building.
Tang Long can rent an office building on the way to meet up there, and use it as the office of Longting Heavy Industry.
Okay, Brother Tang, see you tomorrow.
Hearing Tang Long's answer, Lu Jingwei heaved a sigh of relief and replied with a smile. After hanging up the phone, Tang Long had a casual dinner near the community, and then stopped at Felice Fitness Club on the way. His purpose was not to go to the gym, but to know about the injury of Tan Yaotian who was kicked away by him last time. Chatted with the manager of the fitness club, and learned that Tan Yaotian was fine.
Tan Yaotian's family is very rich, and he didn't bother to ask Tang Long for a few hundred yuan for the inspection fee.
In addition, he took the initiative to provoke, so the matter of the martial arts competition was handled in a low-key manner. Hearing this news, Tang Long understood that the last time he was attacked on the highway should have nothing to do with Tan Yaotian. Over the years, he hasn't had any feud with anyone.
Apart from Tan Yaotian, the only person who was looking for a killer to kill him was Gu Weiqi, a rich second generation.
Reminiscent of Song Mingqing being kidnapped in the first place abroad instead of being directly assassinated, Tang Long had some guesses in his mind. He will avenge this revenge sooner or later, and it will ruin the entire Gu family. Back at his new home in the Garden District, Tang Long is about to enter the world of 12 monkeys again. 7 days have passed since he returned to the real world. According to the time flow rate of 7-1, the world of 12 monkeys should be in 100. Now that Kerr should be back in 2015, it's time to go in and get Kerr. In order to avoid the accident last time, Tang Long restored the high-energy pistol and body armor in the titanium gold box and equipped it on his body. He brought another $, in cash, and he locked the other miniature robots and miniature cars in the bedroom cabinet. In fact, he really wants to bring the robot army into the world of 12 monkeys, but unfortunately the system does not allow quantum beam guns. Tang Long guessed that maybe it was because there were too many time travelers. If the quantum beam gun fell into the hands of others, it would cause unpredictable consequences. Instructing Sunny to turn on the alert mode, Tang Long silently activated the infinite intrusion system in his mind, and entered the world of 12 monkeys again. As usual, Tang Long briefly lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he froze for a moment. In front of him was a dark and narrow alley with a row of old buildings with red lanterns hanging on both sides of the alley. Outside the old houses, there are all kinds of neon signboards, and the signboards are full of Japanese. Siate.
What the hell kind of place is this? Tang Long murmured.
1987. Seeing the Japanese signboards around him clearly, Tang Long had a bad guess in his mind.
Could this be Edo, the country of cherry blossoms?
He watched the TV series and knew that Cole would teleport to Edo in 1987 to find Goins when he was young.
Tang Long raised his left wrist and glanced at the time on the watch. 198712232134. What the hell? Sure enough, I came to Edo in 1987.
Tang Long said silently in his mind, turn on the system. A translucent virtual light curtain appeared in front of his eyes. Fortunately, there was no malfunction in the system, so he felt more at ease now. Tang Long thought about it, maybe the time and space in this world are chaotic, and the system follows Cole's footsteps every time it teleports.
When you come to Sakura country, you can't speak Japanese.
He found a language class in the Black Technology Mall, and spent 100 points in exchange for the ability to be proficient in Japanese. Originally, Tang Long had 7,445 points, and he exchanged for 1 bottle of H2 Biological Gene Medicine, 2 bottles of Superior Life Healing Potion, 3 language talents of Russian, Arabic, and Japanese, and spent a total of 4,300 points. Adding the transfer of miniature robots and miniature cars back and forth, it took another 42 points here and there, leaving only 3,103 points. The timeline of this world is too chaotic, he can't reset the timeline, and can only passively track Cole's timeline. At present, if you return to the real world and then enter, there is no additional consumption of points to teleport. If he takes the initiative to teleport to the time and space where Cole is, depending on the timeline, it will cost 500,2000 points each time. After figuring this out, Tang Long left the alley and, according to the memory in his mind, went to find the bar where Cole was. According to the original plot, Cole also appeared in the alley just now, and the bar should not be far from here. Tang Long searched around the nearby pedestrian street, and soon found a luxury bar named Roppongi. Speaking fluent Japanese, and with a tip of $100 to clear the way, Tang Long easily sneaked into the bar with a high-powered pistol. The area of the bar is very large, the hall has at least 1,000 square meters, and there are scantily clad Sakura country beauties everywhere. Tang Long casually ordered a cocktail, sat near the bar and looked around, looking for Cole's trace.
Wearing brand-name clothes, tall and handsome, drinking alone. Such a man is the best target for many nightclub women. Soon, Tang Long attracted many beauties from Sakura country to strike up a conversation. "You handsome guy, can you buy me a drink?" A hot girl with a hot figure and cool clothes came over.
Tang Long glanced at the woman from Sakura country with heavy makeup on her face, and said in English, "Give me a suitable reason."
What did you say?"
The woman from the Sakura country froze for a moment, then stammered back in English. Tang Long said lightly, "The person I am waiting for is not you." The woman from the Sakura country immediately understood that the other party was not from the Sakura country, and she was not interested in chatting with her, so she smiled awkwardly and walked away tactfully. After dismissing the woman from the Sakura country, Tang Long turned his gaze to the center of the bar. Unlike ordinary bars, there are 4 golden sofas and a tempered glass tea table in the middle. This is the VIP seat of the bar, ordinary people are not qualified to sit here. On both sides of the sofa, there was a man in a suit sitting, surrounded by 7 or 8 big men in black suits and glasses. From the clothes of these people, Tang Long could tell at a glance that they were members of the Sakura Country Association.
The person on the sofa was from the country of Sakura.
Although he didn't know him, he knew that this person was the leader of the club. The other person is Goins, the president of the Mark Ridge Group. At this time, Goins was much younger than in 2013. The two were talking about something while holding the photo. The bar was too noisy, Tang Long couldn't hear clearly. After a while, someone pushed a suitcase-sized freezer over, and a human skeleton could be seen inside from a distance. Seeing this scene, Tang Long remembered that this was the corpse of an ancient person who might be carrying the original body of the X virus.
"Do you want to destroy this corpse now and completely cut off the source of the X virus?"
Tang Long looked around, and after seeing the surrounding environment clearly, he immediately dismissed this idea. This bar is full of community members carrying guns, and there are 7 or 8 standing in the middle alone, not to mention there are people in the 4 corners. If Tang Long acted forcefully, with his skill, it would not be difficult to kill these people. But to snatch such a large freezer, he had to rush to the very middle and touch the freezer with his hands. In this way, he will inevitably be shot. Although Tang Long can travel back to the real world with the freezer and avoid the siege of community members, doing so will expose the identity of the traverser. His main task in this world is to find pieces of the Rubik's Cube, and it would be unwise to reveal his identity for side quests. Once he is on the special list of Sakura Country and the government agencies of Country M, it will be very difficult for him to find the pieces of the Rubik's Cube. Just as Tang Long was thinking wildly, he suddenly saw a familiar figure out of the corner of his eyes. Cole also came to the bar. At this time, Cole was looking around for Goins. Soon, Cole spotted the target in the middle of the hall and followed Goins to the restroom. Seeing this scene, Tang Long was thinking whether to tell Cole about the ancient corpse. If Cole could destroy the ancient corpses in the freezer, maybe the X-virus would not be produced. After thinking about it, he still gave up on this plan. Because this task is too difficult for Cole. Tang Long decided to follow Goins by himself for a while to see if he could solve the problem of the freezer outside the bar. At this time, there was a sudden scream in his ear. I saw Cole was thrown from the bathroom into the middle of the bar, and a bald man chased after Cole and fought with Cole. Tang Long recognized the identity of the bald man. This man was Ramsey, Cole's former good brother, good buddy. When they found someone fighting, the members of the surrounding clubs took out their pistols one after another, pointed their guns at the two people in the middle, and yelled at them in Japanese. With these community members sitting in town, the surrounding drinkers gathered around to watch the excitement, without worrying about their own safety at all. The club leader in the middle pulled out his pistol and sat on the sofa watching the play with a displeased expression. Cole and Ramsey fought fiercely, the tempered glass tea table in the middle was broken, and wine glasses and bottles were shattered all over the floor. Soon, Cole got the upper hand and tried to strangle Ramsey with the rope attached to the bar stool. The club leader who was watching the show suddenly stood up and fired a shot at the ceiling. Tang Long understood the meaning of the shot, and the leader of the Sakura Country was warning Cole. He is the boss here, no one can kill in front of him. Hearing the gunshots, the drinkers in the bar ran away screaming, and Tang Long had no choice but to retreat to the corner. But he didn't walk out of the bar, but hid in the corner and waited for an opportunity to see if he could save Cole. The boss ordered that the community members who were watching the excitement on both sides act, and made Cole and Ramsey kneel in the middle. Despite the predicament, the two continued to spar. At this time, Goins came out of the bathroom, stepped forward and punched Cole in the face, turned around and asked the club boss, "Are these two people yours?" The club boss shook his head, "I've never seen it before." "So how do you deal with this kind of thing?" Goins laughed. The leader of the club took out a folding knife from his pocket, unfolded it and threw it between Cole and Ramsey, and said coldly, "Let's decide the winner." History. The boss of the club, Nakano, was very angry. The two dared to make trouble in his territory. Even if it is two foreigners, Nakano will not let them go easily. But it seems that these two people have enmity, so follow the rules and fight to the death in public. Although they couldn't understand what Nakano meant, Cole and Ramsey immediately understood what Nakano meant when they saw the jackknife on the floor. The opponent asked them to continue the duel. "If you lose, you will die. If you win, you will have a chance." Of the two of them, at most, only one of them will make it out of the bar alive. The community members around let go of Cole and Ramsey, and the two slowly stood up. Tang Long saw bloodstains on the corners of Cole and Ramsey's mouths from a distance, and knew that the two men had really done something cruel. The brotherhood of more than 20 years was all left behind by them at this moment. The two stared at each other, and suddenly attacked again. Ramsey stepped forward to grab the jackknife on the ground, but Cole kicked him on his left leg, and Cole grabbed the pocket knife first. But before Cole could hold it firmly, Ramsey seized the opportunity and kicked Cole on the wrist, kicking the jackknife away. The two punched and kicked, roaring and wrestling together. Cole was more powerful, and he threw Ramsey to the ground in one fell swoop, and rushed forward to continue attacking. Unexpectedly, Ramsey picked up the folding knife from the ground and stabbed Cole in the lower abdomen. "Ah!" Cole snorted, grabbing Ramsey's arm and unable to move. Ramsey gave Cole a cold look,
and pulled out his pocket knife. He didn't continue to stab the knife. After all, the two are old friends for more than 20 years, and there is a little affection in any case. Tang Long frowned and looked at Cole in the middle of the hall, thinking about what to do next. At this time, Cole was seriously injured, covering the wound with his hands, and knelt down on the floor weakly. If Cole is left alone, according to history, Cole will be forcibly teleported to 2015. Although Cole was eventually rescued by Riley and the young Dr. Jones, Cole would lose the ability to travel through time and space. If Tang Long wanted to continue tracking Cole, he would have to spend at least 500 points. In addition, from the perspective of mission objectives, Cole is a natural ally of Tang Long, and both of them want to prevent the outbreak of the X virus. If Cole loses the ability to travel through time and space, he will be no different from ordinary people. This is a situation that Tang Long does not want to see. Don't think too much, Tang Long also knows what to do. He quietly activated the infinite invasion system, and spent 100 points in exchange for a bottle of primary life healing potion. Cole was only traumatized, and using primary life healing potion was enough to save his life. Tang Long put away the elementary life healing potion, quietly retreated to the bathroom, and observed the situation in the hall from the crack of the door. At this time, the duel has been divided, and the winner is Ramsey. Ramsey looked at his blood-stained right hand and threw away the pocket knife tremblingly. Seeing his former brother kneel down in front of him, he felt very complicated. He and Cole grew up together in an orphanage and have been together for more than 20 years. They are almost life and death brothers. Now, though, he doesn't regret killing Cole. Because Cole traveled through time and space to go back to the past, his wife was killed by Dr. Jones's men, and his son was also missing. For the sake of his wife and children, even if people from all over the world are buried with him, Ramsey doesn't care, let alone Cole. These thoughts flashed through Ramsey's mind. Out of the corner of his eyes, he noticed someone pointing a gun at him, and immediately raised his hands. The outcome has been decided, and a member of the Sakura country community raised a pistol, ready to kill Ramsey. Anyone who dares to make trouble in the Roppongi bar will not be let go. At this moment, Goin suddenly said, "Don't shoot, save him." He was held hostage by Cole in the bathroom just now, and it was Ramsey who saved him. For the sake of his compatriots, Goins didn't mind giving him a hand. Nakano was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Goins is his important partner, and he still thinks that Goins spent $50 to buy the remains of the ancients, so he has to give him some face. Ramsey nodded gratefully to Goins. Goins ignored Ramsey, his eyes fell on Cole who was kneeling on the ground, and the scene in the bathroom just now appeared in his mind. As soon as the psychopath came up, he asked him some inexplicable words, such as 12 Monkey Legion, virus, and so on, and said that he got the virus from the corpse. Although Goins didn't quite understand the meaning of the other party's words, he got a message from it, that is, the remains of ancient people in the freezer contained viruses. Originally, he thought that the remains of ancient people were worthless dry bones, but now he knew that there were living cells in the remains. Regardless of whether it is a virus or something else, this is of great value to the Makriki group, which is engaged in the research of biomedicine and biochemical weapons. Goins turned his head to look at the freezer, and said calmly, "I bought this thing, and packed up these remains and sent them to Mark Ricky." He walked slowly to Cole, wanting to hear what last words the psychopath had. "The 12 monkeys, if they destroy the world." Cole gasped. Sure enough, he still said some insane nonsense. Goins frowned, and said coldly, "Let's deal with this guy." After finishing speaking, he ignored the people in the bar, turned around and walked outside. Hearing what Goins said, Nakano winked at the subordinates next to him, and a club member immediately shouted, "Everyone get out and clean up the room." This person is the gunman in the society, responsible for staying and shooting Cole. Soon, most of the community members, including Nakano, left the bar, and the freezer was also taken away. In the hall, only one club member with a gun was left, and Cole was kneeling on the floor. Seeing this club member walking behind Cole, Tang Long knew that time was running out, so he acted immediately. He raised his high-powered pistol and shot the club member in the head. Boom! The bullet directly exploded the head of the club member. Hearing the gunshots, the people outside the bar thought that their own people had killed the foreigners who came to make trouble, and no one came in. Tang Long stepped forward quickly, unscrewed the elementary life healing potion on his hand, and handed it to Cole. "Drink this bottle of medicine quickly if you don't want to die," Tang Long said in English. Cole looked at the Asian man in front of him in surprise, not understanding why the other party wanted to save him. His injuries were serious, and before he had time to think about it, he reached out to take the medicine bottle and drank it all in one gulp without hesitation. As the medicine entered his mouth, he felt a warm current flowing down his throat into his body, rushing towards the wound in his lower abdomen. When I touched it with my hand, the wound had stopped bleeding and began to heal quickly. "What kind of medicine is this? The medicine works so fast." For a moment, Cole was stunned. Seeing that Cole was still kneeling on the ground in a daze, Tang Long pulled him up, picked up the pistol on the ground and handed it to him. "We don't have much time, get out of here quickly," Tang Long urged. If the people inside did not go out for a long time, members of the community outside the bar would come in to check sooner or later. Cole suppressed all the doubts in his heart, followed the Asian man in front of him, and quickly ran towards the bathroom. Parallel time and space, the two ran into the bathroom of the bar. Cole followed closely behind Tang Long and asked, "Who are you? Why did you save me?" Tang Long said without turning his head, "Cole, my name is Tang Long, and I am another time traveler." "Dr. Jones sent you here?" Cole asked in a daze. The other party knew his name and that he was a time traveler, which showed that Tang Long's identity was not simple. Maybe Tang Long is really another time traveler. Tang Long shook his head. "No, this matter is very complicated, we will talk about it later." He walked to the innermost window of the bathroom and looked out. Outside was an empty alley. Cole frowned. If it wasn't sent by Dr. Jones, who else has mastered the time-space teleportation technology? He found that Tang Long seemed to want to go out through the window, but this window was sealed with a cross from the middle with iron bars, and even children could not get out of the remaining space. Cole couldn't help but said, "This window is too small, we can't get out, so we should find another exit." Tang Long smiled, "That's not necessarily the case." As soon as he finished speaking, he rapped his fist with his sleeve and hammered hard at the frames on both sides of the window. Bang! Bang! Under Cole's sluggish gaze, Tang Long took down the entire window and the iron bars in 2 clicks, and threw it outside the bathroom. Tang Long ducked out quickly with his head down, stood outside the alley and urged, "Hurry up, what are you still doing? God! Are you still human?" Cole exclaimed after coming out. Tang Long curled his lips and said, "It's just that the power is stronger." "Is it even more outrageous than traveling through time and space?" Cole remains silent. Since he can accept the existence of time travelers, there is nothing he can't understand. Japanese shouts came from outside the bathroom door. Tang Long didn't stay any longer, and took Cole quickly out of the back alley of the bar. 10 minutes later, the two came to a small hotel away from the bar. Although he didn't have a proper ID card, Tang Long's ID was obtained in 2013. Tang Long successfully opened a room with his fluent Japanese and US dollars. After entering the door, Tang Long pointed to the bathroom and said to Cole, "You have too much blood on your body, go take a shower, and I'll buy you some clothes when you come back." "Buy some food, by the way," Cole said suddenly. In the apocalyptic days where the X virus was rampant, food was scarce and the variety was single. He hadn't had a decent meal for a long time. Tang Long nodded and left the room. Cole is less than 175 centimeters tall, so he knows that the other party is wearing size M clothes without asking him. Tang Long first went to a nearby clothing store to buy a set of underwear and a coat, and then bought a lot of sushi at a sushi restaurant to take back. Back at the small hotel, he threw the clothes to Cole to change, and watched Cole gobble up food. "Tang Long, who sent you here? Has the X virus in the future world disappeared?" Cole asked while eating. What he is most concerned about is whether the outbreak of the X virus has been successfully prevented. Tang Long thought for a while and replied, "I don't know whether the outbreak of the X virus has been prevented, because I am a traveler from a different universe." "What do you mean? I don't understand," Cole asked, puzzled. Tang Long explained, "You can think of the timeline as a flowing river. The universe you are in is a different river from the universe I am in.
The future of your timeline will not affect my future. After a pause, he continued, I'm not completely clear about the future of this world, because it changes at any time. Okay, I get it roughly. What are you doing in this world? Cole was overwhelmed by these questions, and he didn't want to continue entangled in this question. Tang Long was studying the Rubik's Cube debris radar on his wrist, but found that there was no signal at all. Although he was very depressed in his heart, he replied calmly on the surface, like you, come to stop the outbreak of the X virus, and come to find something by the way. So far, he still has no clue of any cosmic cube fragments. According to past experience, pieces of the Rubik's Cube usually appear near the protagonist. If you can't find them now, it means that he came at the wrong time. Perhaps the fragments of the Rubik's Cube fell into the hands of the 12 monkeys, or even the mysterious witness of the Traverser. Thinking of the chaotic timeline of this world and the witness of the mysterious behind-the-scenes mastermind, Tang Long suddenly felt dizzy. Did you find any clues? Cole asked. Tang Long sighed, I've only traveled here twice, and I don't have many clues yet. What he meant was about the pieces of the Rubik's Cube. As for the X virus, he has already determined that it was made by the Mangarecap group, and it is relatively not too difficult to solve this problem. I've failed a few times, and I was taken a step ahead every time, but now I understand why. Cole said in a deep voice. Tang Long was taken aback and asked casually, why? Because Ramsey is the witness. Cole said angrily. For this kind of scum who sacrificed the lives of 70 billion people around the world for his own selfish desires, Cole can't wait to get rid of it immediately. You must know that he was only 8 years old when the X virus broke out, and he spent his entire childhood in anxiety. Is Ramsey a witness? Tang Long recalled the history and found that what Cole said was not quite right. However, although Ramsey is not the witness behind the scenes, he will definitely join the 12 monkeys in the future and play a key role in the outbreak of the X virus. Cole nodded, yes, only he can know all my whereabouts in advance and do it before me. Ramsey is currently being imprisoned in Fuchi prison. It is not easy to kill him. Tang Long said helplessly. Historically, Ramsey was accused by the police of killing Cole, so he was imprisoned in Sakura Kokofuchi prison. Hearing Tang Long's words, Cole also fell silent. Both of them have no documents, and they have provoked the Sakura Country Community Organization, making it difficult to even do daily activities, let alone get phoneme alphabet equals IPA PH equals clause close slash phoneme to Fuchi prison. Tang Long suddenly said, how long do you have to split? There are still about 8 hours. Cole replied truthfully. Unlike Tang Long, Cole has a time limit every time he travels through time and space. Once the time is up, he will be forcibly teleported back to the base in 2035. You stay here and have a good rest. I'll go out and do some preparations. See you in 2015. Tang Long left some money for Cole and left the small hotel. Continuing to stay by Cole's side has no effect at all. The history of this world before 2013 is similar to the real world. Since Olivia, the female leader of the 12 monkeys, can rely on foresight to become a billionaire, Tang Long can do the same. He decided to learn from Olivia's approach, earn a lot of money first, and then invest in the Mangarecap group in the future, so that he can control Goin's every move at any time. It is now December 19, 87:12. The global stock market crash that broke out in October caused an unprecedented plunge in the stock market in Sakura Country. However, this is just the beginning for Sakura Country. The stock market in Sakura Country rose by 300% in 3 years, and the real estate was even more astonishing. The total value of real estate in the Edo area alone exceeded the total real estate value of the entire country at that time. The people of Cherry Blossom Country have obsessive confidence in the stock market of Cherry Blossom Country, and believe that it is impossible for the stock market of Cherry Blossom Country to fall. When the financiers of Country M tried their best to get Sakura Country to introduce the financial nuclear bomb stock index futures, the catastrophe of Sakura Country's stock market was coming. After January 91, the stock market of Cherry Blossom Country plummeted by 12%, real estate declined for 70 consecutive years, and the stock market economy of Cherry Blossom Country fell into a recession that lasted for more than 10 years. Such an opportunity is really rare.
Tang Long only needs to spend points to solve the identity problem, prepare funds, and wait patiently.
More than 2 years, converted into real time, less than 8 days, he can afford to wait. Calligraphy and paintings across time and space. Tang Long didn't tell the truth to Cole. The identity issue Cole couldn't solve, but it wasn't a problem for him. However, even if he can move freely in Sakura country, he has no interest in going to Fuchi prison to kill Ramsey. The 12 monkeys came to 1987 earlier than him, and have been sending people to monitor Ramsey. In this unfamiliar place, Tang Long would not take the risk of sneaking into the prison, nor did he have the ability to direct others to do it. After finding a random small hotel to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme in, Tang Long returned to the real world. I inquired on the internet about the index operation of the Cherry Blossom Country stock market after December 19, 87-12, and found that the trend of the Cherry Blossom Country stock market was indeed weird. 871033%, 8821564301599901. However, during this period, more than a dozen high-quality pharmaceutical consumer companies such as Toyota and Takeda rose tenfold against the market. This time Tang Long planned to use his foresight to make a fortune in the world of 12 monkeys. There are currently 3 worlds in the Infinite Invasion system: John Wick, Mech Enemy, and 12 monkeys. In the world of John Wick, Tang Long probably owns gold coins worth $600 million, which can be used to phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals live live slash phoneme comfortably. If it is used to start a high-tech company, it will not be enough at all. And in the world of Mechanical Enemy, although he has a base of million from USR company, New Era technology has always been only out and not in, and the funds are consumed quickly. Just ordering 2 small spacecraft to go to the moon cost $2 million. The acquisition of high-density alloy materials to produce LT-1 robots, several holographic full-screen mobile phone production lines, armored transport vehicles, Hummers, etc., cost another nearly million. Now New Era technology only has million left. If this continues, the company's most important robot production line will face the dilemma of lack of raw materials and stop production. As for the world of 12 monkeys, Tang Long is still paying for it. For Tang Long, the world of Item Enemy is a very important production base. Before he thought of a suitable way to make money, he could only make money from other worlds to subsidize New Era technology. Now, the world of monkeys is a good opportunity to make money. But the world of 12 monkeys is now in 1987, and other worlds are decades ahead of their time, so it is troublesome to bring large amounts of cash into it. Tang Long had no choice but to enter the world of John Wick, took out gold coins worth $1,500 million from the basement of City N, and exchanged them for cash at the Bounty Center. In order to carry it easily into the world of 12 monkeys, he had to repeat the same trick and bought 3 sets of Huagua antique calligraphy and paintings for $1,500 million. These include Zhao Mengfu's Prajna Paramitha Heart Sutra, Song Gaozong's Sichao Chunhan, and Ming Dynasty Wu Bin's 18-inch picture volume. These 3 calligraphy and paintings were all handed down after 2013. They were still collected by private collectors in 1987 and have never been put up for auction. Tang Long packed the 3 sets of antique calligraphy and paintings and brought them back to the real world. Back in the real world, he found that the system's valuation of antique calligraphy and paintings was very low, and only 100 points were deducted at a time. For the system, these are just useless waste paper, unlike cash, which has strict restrictions. Although it seemed like a loophole, Tang Long would face a big problem if he wanted to take advantage of the loophole to resell antiques to make money. For example, Vincent van Gogh's Fenced Wheat Field and Flowers was sold at auction in November 2017 for a whopping $11 million. Theoretically, Tang Long can buy it in the parallel world, and then bring it back to the real world or other worlds to sell, so as to avoid high points handling fees. However, this famous painting is already very famous in the real world, and many people know who collected the original painting. Even if Tang Long took an authentic painting, he couldn't explain the origin of the famous painting, so he couldn't sell it. Doing so may attract the attention of interested people, who may regard him as a thief or a liar, or even the attention of a government agency. Therefore, Tang Long would never do this in the real world. In the world of 12 monkeys, the restrictions are much looser. He chose Huagua antique calligraphy and painting.
These three calligraphy and paintings were still collected in China in 1987. Due to the age, foreign collectors seldom pay attention to the origin of these three paintings. Even if someone finds out that there are two sets of the same calligraphy and painting in the future, it will be 2 or 30 years later, and Tang Long will never be involved. In the end, Tang Long returned to the world of 12 Monkeys with 3 sets of antique calligraphy and paintings, as well as recorded Nikkei and Toyota Takeda stock charts. In addition, he spent another 100 points to regenerate a new set of M-country passport, green card and other documents. When Tang Long reappeared in a small hotel room in Edo, Sakura Country, it was only 2 hours later, and Cole still stayed in 1987. At 9 o'clock in the morning the next day, Tang Long came to the branch of Sotheby's auction house in Edo with his suitcase in hand. Sotheby's auction house has a long history and a complete auction system, and its branch in Edo is located in the most prosperous business district. Walking into Sotheby's auction house, staff members in neat suits immediately came up to inquire. Tang Long explained his intentions in fluent English. When the other party heard that the value of the lot exceeded $1,000 million, he immediately notified the manager to come down to receive it in person. The other party immediately sent a white man wearing gold-rimmed glasses to receive him. "Hello, Mr. Tang, my name is Charles Andrew, and I am the manager of this auction house." A Caucasian man wearing gold-rimmed glasses smiled and stretched out his right hand, and enthusiastically walked in front of Tang Long. "Hello." Tang Long stretched out his right hand and gently shook Charles's hand. Following Charles to the reception room on the second floor, a staff member immediately came up and asked him if he wanted tea or coffee. "Coffee, more sugar, and less milk." Tang Long smiled. After sitting down, Tang Long opened the suitcase, took out the 18-inch scrolls inside, and placed it on the table in the middle. Charleston's eyes lit up when he saw the 18-inch picture volume. Although he is not an expert in the study of Huagua antique calligraphy and painting, he has also handled hundreds of Huagua antique calligraphy and paintings. He can tell that this painting is genuine just from the paper quality, ink, and seal of the calligraphy and painting. "Mr. Tang, please wait a moment, I'll get someone to come down for an appraisal," Charles said with a polite smile. Any item sent to Sotheby's auction house will be appraised by professionals to avoid such embarrassing things as inferior fakes being auctioned. Although it is preliminarily judged that the painting is genuine, Charles still asks a professional appraiser to appraise it to be on the safe side. Tang Long smiled and said, "Please go ahead." After finishing speaking, he picked up the coffee on the side and tasted it slowly. Soon, 2 Asian-looking appraisers walked in, wearing gloves, holding a magnifying glass and an infrared detector, and carefully looked at the 18-inch picture volume. Charles leaned on the sofa, half-closed his eyes and rested his mind, but Tang Long could notice that his eyes were all focused on the calligraphy and painting. 15%, 20%, 1000150 200. This is definitely not a small sum for Charles and the Edo branch of Sotheby's auction house. Of course, the premise of all this is that all the antique calligraphy and paintings brought by the other party are genuine. The expressions of the two appraisers became more and more solemn, and they began to exchange opinions in a low voice from time to time. Bonus of $10,000 in 1 year? Charles held his breath nervously, his heart beating fast. This is one of the few transactions with an auction value exceeding US $1,000 million since the establishment of the Edo branch of Sotheby's auction house. After all, Edo is not Country E, and there are not many international buyers living here. Most of the high-value items will be auctioned at the headquarters of Country E. At this time, an appraiser suddenly said, "Sir, can we have a look at the other 2 calligraphy and paintings?" "No problem, anyway, these 3 calligraphy and paintings are all for auction." Tang Long nodded. Before the 2 appraisers reported the results of the first painting to Charles, they started a new round of work. After 10 minutes, the 2 appraisers straightened up. Judging from their actions, the appraisal work was over. Result? Charles was even more eager than Tang Long, impatiently asking the 2 of them. An older appraiser nodded and said in English with a smile, "After our careful inspection, we can confirm that these 3 paintings are 200% authentic, and the value is definitely more than million US dollars." Charles breathed a sigh of relief. "Very well, thank you for your hard work. Now, we can talk about the specific matters of the entrusted auction." Tang Long smiled.
Soon, Charles introduced the details of the auction to Tang Long, and mentioned that there would be a New Year's auction at the end of next month. If Tang Long is not in a hurry, he can wait until the end of next month, so that the auction price will be higher. Unfortunately, Tang Long couldn't wait that long. He was in a hurry to spend the money. In 1 month, the money he made in the stock market was much more than the millions he made in the auction. Tang Long excused that because of capital turnover problems, he needed to withdraw the funds as soon as possible, even if the auction price was lower. Charles frowned. In the recent global stock market crash, there are many situations like Tang Long who lack capital turnover, but he needs more money. It is not difficult to find sellers for these 3 antique calligraphy and paintings in the short term. The problem is that the price will not be too high. In this way, the commission earned by the auction house will be much less. He suddenly thought of a good idea, and immediately called a friend who worked at Express Bank. Soon, a somewhat bald middle-aged man rushed to the auction house. "Charles, what's the rush for me to come here?" the middle-aged man yelled as soon as he entered the door. Charles quickly stood up, smiled and introduced them to the two. "This is Philip Locke, the vice president of the Edo branch of the Country Express Bank, and this is Mr. Tanging from the Country. I have some business to introduce to you." Just in case, Tang Long asked the system to customize a new identity for him, named Tanging. Tang Long stood up smiling and shook hands with Philip, listening quietly to Charles's explanation. The problem is actually very simple. Tang Long's antique calligraphy and paintings worth more than $200 million are going to be auctioned. He urgently needs funds and can't wait for a month. For the benefit of itself and its clients, the auctioneer hopes that Tang Long can put the antique calligraphy and painting in next month's New Year's auction. In order to solve this problem, Philip from the National Express Bank was called. Tang Long, we mortgaged these 3 antique calligraphy and paintings at Sotheby's auction house to obtain a loan of $1,000 million with a monthly interest of 3%. When the auction is over, Sotheby's will deduct 15% of the commission first, and then transfer the $10-30 million directly to the National Express Bank, and the rest will belong to Tang Long. If the total price of the auction is less than $1,000 million after deducting the commission, Tang Long will make up for the arrears. 3% interest is not worth mentioning to Tang Long, so he readily agreed. For National Express Bank, with Sotheby's as a guarantee, this transaction has no risk, but the annualized return is very considerable. Philip agreed without hesitation, and warmly invited Tang Long to open an account at the National Express Bank. In the phone call just now, Charles described Tang Long as a rich second generation from an ancient Oriental country. His family has antique calligraphy and paintings worth billions, and any 3 of them are worth tens of millions of dollars. Such local tyrants are exactly the big customers that National Express Bank needs to win over. The 3 parties signed the relevant contract, and Tang Long left the 3 calligraphy and paintings at Sotheby's auction house, and followed Philip to the nearby National Express Bank. Tang Long opened an account as Tanging at the National Express Bank, and Philip immediately had $1,000 million transferred to his account. After completing the formalities, Philip asked habitually, "Mr. Tang, what investment do you plan to make with this money?" For such a potential big client, he didn't want the other party to take the money and leave. "There are a lot of opportunities in the stock market of Cherry Blossom Country recently, and I plan to try investing in it," Tang Long said with a smile. Tang Long will invest all of this money in the stock market of Sakura Country, focusing on buying 2 stocks of Toyota and Takeda. When the stock index futures are open in 90, that's when he will short sell the stock index. Hearing Tang Long's words, Philip immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to draw the relationship between the two closer. National Express is the largest global company in the world for travel services, comprehensive finance, financial investment and information processing. It not only has banking business under its name, but also provides various financial services. If customers can hold the Centurion Black Gold Card, they will enjoy various privileges. Mr. Tang, American Express also has a financial investment business. You can directly open a corresponding investment account with our company," Philip introduced enthusiastically. Tang Long asked with interest, "Oh? Does your company provide investment consulting services?" America Express has a top-notch investment consultant team, and we promise to formulate the most comprehensive investment and financial management plan for you.
Seeing Tang Long's interest, Philip immediately advocated. Tang Long nodded. Yes, I need a Chinese female investment consultant, which is convenient for communication.
From now to January 19, 90, there are still more than 2 years. It is impossible for him to stay in the world of 12 monkeys all the time, and he needs a reliable investment advisor to carry out his plan. Chinese female investment consultants usually have a low status in foreign companies, and are easier to obey, and will not advocate changing his trading plan without authorization. The most important point is that as a Chinese, it is easier for a foreigner to keep his investment plan conservative.
Philip froze for a moment, then replied, "No problem, I'll arrange it for you right away." In his opinion, Tang Long speaks fluent English, so there is no communication problem, so there is no need to name Chinese female investment consultants. However, the customer is God, and American Express can satisfy even weirder and weirder requirements. This trivial matter is not a problem at all.
American Express has tens of thousands of employees, and there are all kinds of talents. It is not a problem to find a few Chinese female investment consultants. Soon, a petite and cute-looking Huagua woman in her 20s, wearing a uniform, came to Tang Long. "Hi. My name is Feng Rushuan, and I am an investment consultant of American Express Investment.
May I help you?"
The short-haired girl looked at Tang Long cautiously and said in English. Tang Long said in Chinese with a smile on his face, "Don't be so nervous, sit down first."
"Thank you, Mr. Tang." Feng Rushuan sat on the sofa opposite and replied in Chinese. Looking at Feng Rushuan's immature face, Tang Long asked calmly, "How long have you been investing in Express?"
"Less than a year." Feng Rushuan replied truthfully. Tang Long asked seriously, "If you want to do a good job in performance, do you want to get a bonus of, or even $1 million a year?"
Feng Rushuan looked at Tang Long dully, and subconsciously nodded.
If the vice president of the company hadn't called her personally and told her that Tang Long was an important customer of the company, she would have thought this young man was a liar. Years. Tang Long smiled and said, "To be honest, this is very good. As long as you strictly follow my plan, I guarantee that you will get at least 100 million bonus next year. It is already late December, this year is coming to an end, and everything will have to wait for next year." If Feng Rushuan is obedient, according to Tang Long's estimated transaction volume, her bonus next year will definitely exceed 100 million.
Really? Feng Rushuan couldn't believe it.
She has no relatives and no reason in American Express, and belongs to the lowest newcomer. She couldn't believe that such a good thing would fall on her head from the sky.
Tang Long smiled lightly. "What's the benefit of lying to you? You look good?"
Although Feng Rushuan's appearance is not bad, but she can't even compare with Dr. Riley, how can she catch his eyes? What's more, Tang Long already has Song Qingwan, so how could he casually look for women outside?
"Why did you choose me?" Feng Rushuan asked a little unconfidently.
She knew her own qualifications, her figure and appearance were all average, and she would definitely not be the object pursued by those multimillionaires. Tang Long said seriously, "There are 2 reasons, one is that I can't trust foreigners, and the other is that I need a completely obedient investment consultant, and I don't need others to beep." "Understood, what do you need me to do? Just tell me, I promise to complete it to the letter."
Feng Rushuan's face returned to normal, and she replied bluntly.
She finally knew why she was selected, because she was one of the few Chinese female employees in the Edo branch of American Express Investment. For a newcomer like her, if she wants to stand out, she must know how to seize every opportunity.
This time is her once-in-a-century opportunity.
Tang Long watched the change of expression on her face with satisfaction. He knew that Feng Rushuan had already understood his own position, so he directly ordered, "You help me open an account in American Express, and use it to speculate in Sakuragwo stocks. The initial principal is $1,000 million US, and you follow my plan." After a pause, he then added, "I will call you from time to time to inform you of the specific operation. If I don't contact you, you can follow the plan I left you." After speaking, Tang Long asked Feng Rushuan to handle the account opening procedures for him, and at the same time brought a stack of envelopes and a letter. It took him half an hour to compare the future stock price trends of Toyota and Takeda, formulate several investment plans in batches, put them in different envelopes and seal them. In addition, he also made a short-selling plan according to the future decline of the Nikkei index, which was also packed in several envelopes. After marking different serial numbers on the envelopes, Tang Long handed them over to Feng Ruchuan. The $1,000 million has been transferred to the newly opened American Express investment account, and the account number and password are all operated by Feng Ruchuan.
However, Feng Ruchuan only has the operating authority and cannot transfer the money in the account.
After instructing Feng Ruchuan to strictly follow the plan in the envelope and not to reveal her plan under any circumstances, Tang Long left the express company with Feng Ruchuan's business card. The plan has been arranged, all that remains is to wait patiently. Naturally, Tang Long would not wait in this world for 2 years. After returning to the hotel, he returned to the real world. Back in the garden district of Linjiang City, less than half an hour had passed, and it was less than 20 frowny-faced dash. Being idle and bored, Tang Long took out a mobile phone purchased from the world of Mecha Enemy, and researched which technologies are suitable for application in new products. Half an hour later, he calculated in his mind that now Cole should have returned to 2015, and it was time to go to Cole. Silently opening the infinite invasion system in his mind, Tang Long entered the world of 12 monkeys again.
When he opened his eyes and saw the surrounding environment clearly, he couldn't help cursing loudly, "Fake! Why did you come to this ghost place again?" In front of him was a wasteland overgrown with weeds, there were a few rusty cars on the side of the road, and there was no one in sight. 2035101111532 Sure enough, as he expected, he was teleported to the end of the world after the outbreak of the X virus. Tang Long silently activated the infinite intrusion system in his mind, and found that this time it was not a system failure. This shows that Cole is still staying in the base where Dr. Jones is, and for some unknown reason, it has not been transmitted back to 2015. The environment in this world is too harsh for him, and he doesn't want to stay for a minute longer. Just as Tang Long was about to leave this world, an electronic voice suddenly came from his ear. The system detected that the host is less than 20,000 meters away from the pieces of the Rubik's Cube. Please pay attention to the host. Turning off the virtual screen, Tang Long pressed the switch on the dial on his wrist, and the Rubik's Cube radar popped up. According to the signal on the radar, the fragments of the Rubik's Cube are located less than 20,000 meters to the northeast. Tang Long pulled out the high-energy pistol on his waist and walked northeast along the deserted path. 3 minutes later, a 3-story red-brown building appeared ahead. Although the building is not high, it covers a large area, over 100 meters long and over 20 meters wide. According to the orientation shown by the Rubik's Cube radar, the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments should be in this building. Tang Long thought about it carefully, and remembered the origin of this building. This is the base of Jones and the gang of scientists, where the spacetime teleporter and Cole are. After searching for so long, he never expected the pieces of the Rubik's Cube to be here. No wonder he couldn't find any clues in 2013. The people here are not like the Wanderer Legion. You can go over and contact them to see if there is a chance to take away the fragments of the cosmic Rubik's Cube. With the unlimited intrusion system, he can leave at any time without any security issues. After making up his mind, Tang Long put away the high-energy pistol and walked slowly towards the red base. Passing through the outer barbed wire fence, he walked down the stairs from the main entrance and came to a closed steel gate. There is a password controller on the door, and Tang Long didn't know the password, so he had to shout to the camera on the upper left, "Hi! Cole, here I come, open the door." A moment later, the steel door opened, and Tang Long strode in. After entering, he closed the door smoothly. This is a small room used for temporary isolation testing, with ultraviolet lights on the roof. There is a row of cages next to the wall, and a group of yellow birds are kept in the cages. Just when Tang Long wondered why people would keep pets in the last days, the horn above his head rang, "Come closer to the cage and put your fingers in the cage." Although Tang Long didn't understand what was going on, he still followed the instructions. A few minutes later, the ultraviolet light overhead was turned off, and a steel door directly in front was pushed open. No virus variant was detected. Raise your hands and walk in slowly. A black soldier in Army camouflage uniform and holding a submachine gun said coldly. Facing the cold muzzle of the gun, Tang Long raised his hands consciously and walked in. 2 black soldiers came forward to search him,
took the high-powered pistol away from him, and escorted him to the command center of the base.
Seeing Tang Long coming in, Cole asked with a dull face, "Hi. Brother, why are you here?"
Legion Tang Long shrugged and said, "Nonsense, you know, there are always some uncertainties in time travel.
Now that I'm in this era, I'll just come and see you."
At this time, a woman in her 50s from Country M with gray hair and black-rimmed glasses came over. She stared at Tang Long and said in a cold tone, "Mr. Tang Long, I am Dr. Jones, the person in charge here.
Please explain your background."
Although Cole reported Tang Long's situation to her after he came back, Jones still had some doubts about Tang Long's identity. Because from the beginning to the end, Cole has never seen Tang Long travel through time and space. As far as she knows, the only one who has mastered the space-time transmission technology is the scientific research base where she works. If Tang Long can really travel through time and space, why is there no record left in history? For this Asian youth of unknown origin, she is cautiously skeptical. Tang Long turned his head to look at Dr. Jones with a slightly old face, and explained, "I think Cole should have reported my background, but since the doctor asked, I can explain it again." After a pause, Tang Long continued, "I come from Huagua, a parallel universe, and I traveled through time and space from the future to come here, with the purpose of preventing the destruction of this time and space. For the witnesses and the 12 monkeys, their purpose is to destroy this time and space, so there is nothing wrong with Tang Long saying so."
"That's impossible. I've never heard of a similar research project in Huagua."
Jones looked at Tang Long suspiciously and shook his head. Tang Long could feel the distrust in the other party's words. Indeed, there is only this Research Institute time-space teleporter in this world, and there is no other place in the world. However, he does not belong to this world, but crosses over from another river of time. Tang Long smiled lightly and said, "I said before that the time and space I'm in doesn't belong to your branch of time. You can ask Cole if there is any change from my appearance 48 years ago. Dr. Jones, Tang Long indeed looks the same as when I met him in 1987.
Cole interjected.
Well, Jones gave up and continued to entangle on this issue, changed the subject, and asked, "Even if you are a time traveler, if you don't go to 2015 to change history, what are you doing here?" Under normal circumstances, if you want to change history, you must go back to the past.
And this is the end of the world after the outbreak of the X virus. It is really unreasonable for Tang Long to travel to this era.
For me, 2035 is also in the past. Tang Long explained with a smile, "I know you will encounter big trouble here, so come here to help." Jones pointed to the red ivy on the time-space transfer seat, and asked nervously, "What's the big trouble?"
"You mean these red ivy?"
Since Cole followed Ramsey to 1987, red ivy began to grow out of thin air on the teleportation seat. After Dr. Adler's research, it was found that these red ivy came from before the virus outbreak. These red ivy appeared out of thin air on the spacetime teleportation seat, and after being removed, they would grow back again. The specific reason is unknown. This question has been bothering Dr. Jones, but it is not a big trouble. Tang Long turned his eyes to the red ivy, shook his head, and said seriously, "No, that's not what I'm talking about."
"Have you received the news from the 12 monkeys?" Sergeant Whitley, who was wearing a camouflage uniform next to him, raised his bandaged hands and said coldly, "You mean this?"
"Yes, I was just released by them yesterday, and 4 of my companions died in their hands, Superior." Seeing the injured Sergeant Whitley, Tang Long understood that their time was running out. The 12 Monkey Legion of this era was about to join forces with the leader of the Wanderer Legion to attack the base. Beep. 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 At this time, the computer in the command room next door suddenly sounded an alarm.
"There's something wrong with the cooling grid."
Dr. Adler ran over and said, "The central system of the base has stopped operating due to overheating."
Jones asked blankly, "How is this possible?"
"Something blocked the exhaust and the system crashed," Dr. Adler explained. "Without the monitoring system, the entire base is like a blind man, unable to effectively defend against foreign invasion." Tang Long said in a deep voice, "The enemy has already arrived. The exhaust pipe was blocked by the crows they released. Get ready to fight." At this moment, Jones understood what Tang Long meant. The other party came from the future time and space and knew what was about to happen. She turned to look at Sergeant Whitley,
and ordered, "Everyone act, guard all passages. Our manpower is seriously short, and we can't resist another attack," Whitley said in a deep voice. When Duncan led the rogue army to attack the base last time, the soldiers in the scientific research base suffered heavy casualties. Now, including him, there are only 11 people left. There are at least dozens of enemies outside. Such a large base cannot be defended by only 11 soldiers. Jones has no way to solve this problem, so he can only look at Tang Long. Tang Long said lightly, "It's okay, I know they will come in through the ventilation duct, and we just need to concentrate our people to ambush there. Go ahead and do as he says." Jones nodded. Now that things had happened, she had no other choice but to trust Tang Long. Sergeant Whitley immediately organized the remaining soldiers to start action. Except for 2 soldiers guarding the main entrance, the others were in ambush near the entrance of the ventilation duct. Tang Long successfully got back his high-powered pistol, and squatted on the side of the passage with Cole. 5 minutes later, Duncan, the leader of the Ranger Legion, and the dead soldiers of the 12 Monkey Legion entered the base along the ventilation duct outside the base. Originally, there was a security system consisting of power grids and surveillance cameras, but after the base system crashed, all of these were useless. Come in from the ventilation duct, pass through a long corridor, and enter the interior of the base that extends in all directions. Tang Long and the others divided into 2 sides, and squatted behind the wall at the bifurcated intersection. The end of the corridor was the entrance of the ventilation duct. In the darkness, a group of dead soldiers dressed in black were holding submachine guns with flashlights attached. Walked over recklessly. Seeing the lights appear, some soldiers couldn't help but want to fire, but Tang Long stretched out his hand to stop them. Listening quietly to the sound of the opponent's footsteps approaching, Tang Long waved his pistol and signaled to shoot when the opponent was about to approach the fork in the road. A group of people leaned out half of their bodies and pulled the trigger in their hands. Did-day. The dense bullets formed a rain of bullets, pouring on the unsuspecting dead soldiers of the 12 Monkey Legion. In less than a minute, more than a dozen corpses fell on the corridor. "There is an ambush, retreat quickly!" Someone roared at the corner. The 12 monkey soldiers who were walking at the back hastily retreated. Tang Long rushed up first and found Duncan's body, but the members of the 12 Monkey Legion were not dead, and their leader also ran away. Among them, 12 people are the so-called 12 monkeys. Only by killing all the dead soldiers of the 12 Monkey Legion, the entire spacetime cycle will be broken, so that the other party can no longer interfere with the past. Chapter 96. Looking at the dead soldiers of the 12 monkeys in the corridor, Sergeant Whitley shouted excitedly, "Well done! Kill these bastards!" The opponent chopped off his companion's head in front of him and sent him back to the base, which left indelible scars on Whitley's heart. "Don't let them run away, chase!" Whitley ordered 2 of his men to chase into the ventilation duct. Seeing 2 soldiers chasing into the dark ventilation duct, Tang Long suddenly remembered something. Among the dead soldiers of the 12 monkeys who escaped, there was a mutant leader with special abilities. Ordinary soldiers could not deal with the mutant leader at all. In the original play, the mutant leader killed a soldier with a submachine gun head-on with just a dagger. Although Tang Long didn't see the killing process directly, he guessed from the flashing bright light that the other party might have the ability to blur or space flicker. This situation also happened to Cole back then, but Cole couldn't control this ability. But this mutant leader was different, obviously mastering this ability. Thinking of this, Tang Long hurriedly shouted, "Wait a minute, let your people." "What? Did-day." Gunshots and screams came from the ventilation duct, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground. From Whitley's expression, Tang Long could see that the screams were 2 soldiers from the scientific research base. "Go and block the exit outside, I'll chase after it." Tang Long left behind a word, and chased in without looking back. The ventilation duct here is somewhat similar to the USR building, like a narrow alley, more than 2 meters high and 1 meter wide. But it was dark inside, with only a faint light. Tang Long's perception ability has been greatly enhanced. Even in the dark, he can see things within 20 meters clearly, and he can run freely in the ventilation duct. Around the corner inside, he found the bodies of 2 soldiers. There were bullet holes left on the wall,
but unfortunately there was no other bloodstains on the ground except the bloodstains of these two soldiers. This shows that the bullets fired by the two soldiers all missed, and the mutant leader does have the ability to flicker in the void. Tang Long took a look at the footprints on the ground, and ran wildly along the left side of the pipe. Soon, he saw a few dark shadows a dozen meters ahead. Bang bang bang! Tang Long raised his gun and fired without hesitation. The bullet accurately hit the enemy in front, and 2 or 3 black shadows fell to the ground. Suddenly, a palpitating feeling came to his heart, and he hurriedly turned his body sideways, clinging to the wall on the right. Duh-did-day. Someone turned and fired back. A series of bullets passed Tang Long's side, and the bullets hit the wall with sparks flying everywhere. For a moment, Tang Long felt a little numbness in his left shoulder, followed by a piercing pain. He knew that a bullet had hit him in the shoulder, and if he hadn't been wearing body armor, his left shoulder would have been useless at this moment. The bullet hit his shoulder at this distance, and he bared his teeth in pain as if he had been punched hard. Tang Long took a deep breath, endured the pain, and quickly raised the gun with his right hand to fight back. Bang bang bang! The black shadow in front fell to the ground. After observing from a distance for a while, Tang Long walked over slowly after finding that there was no figure standing at the corner in front of him. When he walked around the corner, he suddenly felt a chill hit the left side of his face. Tang Long raised his left arm subconsciously, and put it in front of his face. Hiss! There was a piercing pain, and the left forearm was stabbed by a sharp dagger, and blood sprayed out. Ignoring the wound on his left arm, Tang Long directly turned his right hand and shot continuously to the left. Bang bang bang! A white light flashed in front of his eyes, and all the bullets were fired. Seeing that there was no one on the left, Tang Long was slightly distracted. Bang! A strong blow from the right hit his arm, and the high-powered pistol in his hand was directly sent flying. Tang Long took 2 steps back, and with the faint light at the end of the corner, he could clearly see the appearance of this person. The man in front of him was wearing a black suit and a black hat, and his exposed face was a little blue. This person's skin was as disgusting as dried fish scales. Even though it was the first time he saw this person, Tang Long recognized his identity. He was the mutant leader of the 12 Monkeys Legion and one of the monkeys. The mutant leader held a dagger and stabbed at Tang Long again. Tang Long flew up and kicked the opponent's calf. Ah! The mutant leader roared in pain, and the dagger in his hand quickly slashed down. But Tang Long had already retracted his right foot, and the opponent's dagger missed. His body has been strengthened by H2 biological gene medicine, and his strength, endurance, and reaction speed have been greatly improved. Coupled with LV5 fighting skills, he is far beyond the opponent's comparison. If the leader of the mutants in Tang Long had a hard anus, the one who died would definitely be the other party. A dim light flashed in the blue eyes of the mutant leader, and he rushed towards Tang Long suddenly. Are you angry? Just in time. Tang Long was overjoyed, and instead of retreating, he went forward and kicked the opponent directly in the lower abdomen. He believed that his feet would be faster than the opponent's hands. Suddenly, a white light flashed in front of Tang Long's eyes, and his kick missed. In the next second, there was a stabbing pain in his back. Tang Long rushed forward hastily, then turned around and got up. Finding that the dagger in his hand failed to pierce his vest, the leader of the mutants froze for a moment, and immediately realized that Tang Long was wearing a body armor. At this moment, Tang Long's back broke out in cold sweat. If it weren't for the body armor, he would have been cool by this time, instead of just leaving a red mark. He took 2 steps back, stood against the wall, and stared at the mutant leader. The mutant leader has the ability to flicker in the void, so he can't deal with this enemy according to his previous thinking. However, from the current point of view, the mutant leader cannot continue to use the void flickering ability, and when attacking Tang Long, he will definitely activate it. Tang Long thought about it, and decided to take a bold gamble. He took the initiative to attack again, stepped forward 2 steps, swung his right fist and hit the head of the mutant leader. A white light flashed in front of him again. This time, Tang Long turned around without hesitation, and punched back hard with his left arm. Bang! His left fist hit the mutant leader's face heavily, and there was a cracking sound of bones breaking in his ear. This blow with all his strength not only shattered the mutant leader's jaw, but also knocked the mutant leader unconscious on the ground. At the same time, Tang Long also felt a strong tingling pain between his left ribs. The mutant leader's dagger pierced his left ribs, and it's unknown whether the injury hurt his internal organs. Ignoring the wound on his body, Tang Long gritted his teeth, turned around and stepped on the neck of the mutant leader. Click! The mutant leader's cervical spine was severely deformed and he died. Tang Long took a deep breath, opened the infinite invasion system silently in his mind, and quickly exchanged for a bottle of elementary life healing potion. He quickly unscrewed the bottle cap, pulled out the dagger stuck on his body with his left hand, and poured the entire bottle of medicine into his mouth with his right hand. As the medicine entered his mouth, he felt a warm current flowing down his throat into his body, rushing towards the wound between his left ribs. The wounds in the body healed quickly, and the pain was no longer felt. When I touched it with my hand, the wound had stopped bleeding and began to heal quickly. Tang Long breathed heavily, and after a while, he bent down and picked up the high-energy pistol that was blown away from the ground. Go down the stairs at the end of the corner, and see a light coming in at the end of the passage, which is the exit of the ventilation duct. At this time, there were gunshots outside. It should be that Cole and others were exchanging fire with the dead soldiers outside. Tang Long leaned against the wall and looked out, and found two black-clothed dead men hiding in the corner outside, shooting in the distance. Boom! Tang Long shot without hesitation and killed the two dead men in black. After discovering that the two dead men in black were beaten to death from behind, Cole shouted joyfully, "Tang Long, is that you?" "It's me, are all the enemies dead?" Tang Long asked while shrinking behind the wall. Cole yelled, "Yes, all ceasefire." Chapter 1991. Hearing the gunshots outside stopped, Tang Long put away the high-energy pistol and slowly walked out of the ventilation duct. In the yard, besides the two black-clothed dead soldiers who were beaten to death by him, there were 3 corpses in the same dress lying nearby. No wonder the mutant leader didn't leave the ventilation duct immediately. It turned out that Cole and others guarded the exit ahead of time. Seeing bloodstains on Tang Long's body, Cole asked with concern, "Hey, buddy, are you injured?" "A little problem, it's all right now." Tang Long smiled. Cole remembered the magic potion Tang Long gave him when he was in Edo, and immediately understood that his worries were unnecessary. After handing over the matter of cleaning up the corpses in the ventilation duct to Whitley and others, Tang Long and Cole returned to the control center of the scientific research base. "Mr. Tang, thank you very much. If it weren't for your help, the base would be over this time." Dr. Jones changed his indifferent attitude just now, smiled and expressed his friendliness, and at the same time extended his right hand. If Tang Long hadn't come to report the news in phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals lead/phoneme soldiers to ambush the 12-monkey army, the result of the battle would have been completely opposite. In the case of fighting more with less and being attacked by surprise, all the defending soldiers will die, and the scientific research base will also fall into the hands of the 12th Legion. "You're welcome, this is what I should do." Tang Long stretched out his hand with a smile, and shook hands with Jones. "I don't want the time-space teleporter to fall into the hands of the 12 monkeys. Phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals either/phoneme. Jones withdrew his right hand, thought for a while, and said seriously, "If there is anything that needs my cooperation, just ask, I will fully support you." This unexpected incident proved that Tang Long was on the same front as her, and that he came from the future time and space. Perhaps Tang Long, like Cole, was chosen to teleport to the past to change the tragic history. If Tang Long can wipe out the 12 monkeys and prevent the outbreak of the X-virus, then she will fully cooperate with Tang Long's actions at all costs. Seeing Dr. Jones' serious expression, Tang Long suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to find the pieces of the Rubik's Cube. Although he learned from the Rubik's Cube radar that the cosmic Rubik's Cube fragments are in the base, he still doesn't know the exact location. If he can successfully find the Rubik's Cube fragments, he will send Cole directly to 2015 to kill Ramsey and the 12 monkeys. After making up his mind, Tang Long smiled and said, "I'm very interested in your spacetime teleporter. It's different from the technology we use. May I have a look?" Before entering the base command center just now, he had already confirmed that the pieces of the Rubik's Cube were in the main operating room. According to past experience, the fragments of the Rubik's Cube contain special energy, and it is very likely that they are inside the spacetime teleporter. Without a good reason, he couldn't get phoneme alphabet equals IPA equals clause close slash phoneme to the spacetime teleporter.
No problem, please take a look, Jones said generously.
Anyone who sees the spacetime teleporter for the first time will have a strong interest, and Tang Long's behavior is also normal. In order to facilitate Tang Long's understanding of the spacetime teleporter, Dr. Jones arranged for Dr. Adler to accompany him to explain the principle of the spacetime teleporter.
Of course, this also meant monitoring Tang Long.
After all, the time-space teleporter is the core of the entire scientific research base, and she does not allow anyone to have the opportunity to destroy the time-space teleporter.
Tang Long readily accepted the company of Dr. Jones.
Anyway, even if he really did something, the other party wouldn't be able to find out.
Tang Long walked around the spacetime teleporter, listening to Dr. Adler's explanation while paying attention to the situation on the Rubik's Cube radar.
As he expected, the pieces of the Rubik's Cube are inside the spacetime teleporter.
Noticing that Tang Long was staring at the weird dial on his wrist, Dr. Adler couldn't help asking, "What kind of instrument is this?"
Tang Long said in a serious manner, "This is a simple energy detector, which can detect the place with the strongest energy field within a certain range."
Really? Did you find anything? Dr. Adler asked curiously.
Tang Long nodded and said, "Yes, the detector shows that there is a strong energy field inside the timespace teleporter, which may be the key to the operation of the timespace teleporter. Well, there is a special magnetic core inside the spacetime teleporter, and a beam emitter made of special ore, which emits a strong energy beam when it is running."
Dr. Adler explained.
Knowing the location of the pieces of the Rubik's Cube, Tang Long didn't need to look any further. After a few casual chats, the visit ended, and I went to the bathroom as an excuse to wash off the blood on my body. After Tang Long left, Dr. Adler returned to the control center and reported to Dr. Jones the content of their exchange.
Dr. Adler suddenly said, "What do you think of Tang Long? Does he really want to help us? Judging from the current situation, there is nothing wrong with him.
There has been no progress in this project.
Maybe he is our new hope." Dr. Jones replied blankly.
By cleaning the blood on his body, Tang Long carefully recalled the clues about the spacetime teleporter. Soon, he had a new plan. This spacetime teleporter was manufactured in 2015. If the cosmic cube fragments are in the timespace teleporter, then he can go back to 2015 and disassemble the timespace teleporter, and he can also get the cosmic cube fragments inside. However, in this way, Cole cannot go back to 2015 through the time-space teleporter. Therefore, before dismantling the spacetime teleporter, Tang Long must first completely wipe out the 12 monkeys and prevent the outbreak of the X-virus.
The X-virus was manufactured by the McCreaky Group. As long as the X-virus in the laboratory is destroyed and the relevant scientific researchers are killed, the outbreak of the X-virus can be prevented.
As for Olivia and others who control the 12 monkeys, they will also appear in the Mark Ridge group sooner or later.
Now things are very simple.
He directly follows Cole and goes back to 2015 together to solve these two problems together. After making up his mind, Tang Long returned to the control center. Both Cole and Dr. Jones are in the main operating room, and they seem to be preparing for a new round of missions.
The time coordinate point is 2015. Tang Long suddenly remembered something.
In 1987, he secretly formulated the 10 billionaire achievement plan.
If it is directly transmitted to 2015, with an interval of 28 years, will Feng Ruchuan short the Nikkei index strictly according to the plan?
Furthermore, his plans only extended to 1992. After more than 1,000 years of operation, the principal of $4 million must be turned into billions of dollars at least. From 1992 to 2015, this large sum of money has been idle for 23 years, and without contact with Tang Long for a long time, it is hard to say whether Feng Ruchuan will have any crooked thoughts. Thinking of this, Tang Long walked up to Dr. Jones and said, "Dr. Jones, can you let Cole go back to Edo in 1991 with me? I want to try to get rid of the traitor Ramsey."
"Why do you want Cole to go with you?" Jones turned to look at Tang Long and asked in puzzlement.
Since Tang Long's organization has also mastered the spacetime teleportation technology, there is no need to take Cole with him, just go by himself.
Tang Long smiled and said, the teleportation technology we use is somewhat different.
I mainly track the spacetime coordinates of Cole.
Okay, let Cole go to Edo first, and then go to Federal City in 2015.
Jones readily agreed.
Thank you.
Tang Long turned his head to look at Cole, and shouted, I'll see you near the Hachiko statue at Edo Shibuya Station in 1991. Watching Cole disappear on the seat of the spacetime teleporter, Tang Long muttered silently and returned to the real world. Annual salary of $1 after returning to the real world, Tang Long took a quick shower, casually changed into clean clothes, and entered the world of 12 Monkeys again. Opening his eyes, Tang Long found that he appeared in a public toilet again. 19911111631. Before he had time to complain about this cheating system, Tang Long hurriedly opened the door and ran out of the men's room. After getting out of the toilet, he found that there was a bustling street outside, with all kinds of vehicles constantly flowing on the street. Tang Long stopped a taxi casually, got in and sat down, and said in fluent Japanese, "Go to Shibuya Station, next to the Hachiko statue." The uncle driver gave him a strange look, muttered something in a low voice, and didn't start the car immediately. Tang Long frowned, took out a $100 bill from his pocket, and threw it over. "Take me to Shibuya Station right away, next to the Hachiko statue. This $100 bill is yours." "What you said is true," the driver uncle turned his head and asked. Tang Long nodded, "I keep my word." The uncle driver no longer hesitated, started the taxi directly, and rushed towards the intersection ahead. The taxi turned around at the intersection ahead and stopped in less than a minute. "Why did it stop?" Tang Long asked suspiciously. The uncle driver pointed out the car window with a calm expression, and said lightly, "It's already here." Tang Long turned his head to look, and saw under the tree not far away was the bronze statue of the loyal dog Hachiko. Damn, it's no wonder the driver didn't want to drive at first, but then he drove him around for $100. It is estimated that in the heart of the driver uncle, he has already regarded him as a fool with a lot of money. The corner of Tang Long's mouth twitched, pretending to be nonchalant, pushed the door open and got out of the taxi. As soon as I walked up to the statue of the loyal dog Hachiko, a familiar voice came from my ear, "Dude, you're finally here, I've been waiting for you all day." Tang Long followed the prestige, and Cole's familiar face appeared in front of his eyes. "Sorry, I changed clothes and came a little late," Tang Long said apologetically. "No way, the flow of time in the real world and the parallel world is different." It took him less than 6 minutes to shower and change clothes at home, and more than 8 hours have passed here. Tang Long stepped forward and patted Cole on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "To express my apologies, I will treat you to a big meal later." "Dude, you're right, I've been hungry all day," Cole complained. Tang Long was taken aback, and quickly asked, "What's the matter? Didn't I leave you a sum of money last time?" Last time, I was teleported back to the base before I had time to clean up the money on the table." Cole smiled wryly. Tang Long was speechless for a moment. Turning around to look around, I found a barbecue restaurant nearby, and said casually, "Wait for me here." He hurried to the barbecue restaurant, bought a lot of barbecues such as takoyaki, grilled beef skewers, grilled squid, etc., and shared more than half of it with Cole. "Let's eat something casually, and treat you to a big meal after I finish my work." Cole was already very hungry. He ate takoyaki with big mouthfuls, and sighed, "I didn't expect the food here to be so delicious." Tang Long had been busy for a long time in 2035, and he didn't need a bite. At this time, he was also hungry and started to move. After the two finished the barbecue, Tang Long hailed a taxi and took a taxi to the American Express Bank near Sotheby's auction house. By the time I got to the gate of American Express Bank, it was almost time to get off work. Tang Long rushed in quickly, and a female staff member walked towards him and asked enthusiastically, "Hi. How can I help you?" Tang Long said casually, "I'm looking for Feng Ruxuan. Does she work here now?" "Sorry, do you have an appointment?" The female staff hesitated for a moment and replied politely. Tang Long couldn't help but frowned. "What the hell are you doing? You need to make an appointment to see an investment consultant?" "No." Tang Long shook his head. The female staff said apologetically, "If you don't have an appointment, I can make an appointment for you today, and I will arrange for you to see her when Mr. Feng is free." "President Feng?"
How can a female employee of Chinese nationality be a senior executive of American Express? What a joke.
Tang Long remembered that he still had Feng Rushuan's business card on him, took out his wallet and found it, and said to the female staff in front of him, "Can I borrow a phone number?" The female staff pursed her lips, not wanting to talk to her. The student party, who doesn't even have a mobile phone, wants to see the vice general manager of the investment company as soon as he opens his mouth. He really thinks that he is the president of American Express. Besides, this is not a public phone booth, so I have to call outside. Just as she was about to refuse, she caught a glimpse of the American Express diamond card in the other party's wallet out of the corner of her eye, and immediately showed a bright smile on her face and said, "Okay, please come with me." After turning around, the female staff let out a sigh of relief secretly, thanking herself for not being rude just now. Unexpectedly, the young man in ordinary sportswear in front of him turned out to be a major client with assets exceeding tens of millions of dollars. Following the female bank staff to the VIP reception room next to him, Tang Long picked up the phone on the desk, checked the number on the business card, and dialed Feng Rushuan's cell phone. The phone rang for a while and was hung up. Tang Long's expression turned ugly, and he redialed the call. This time it rang a few times and was hung up again. Tang Long was extremely upset, so he dialed again patiently. This time there was only one ring, and the phone was connected, and a cold female voice came from inside. "Song Dao, I'm in a meeting right now, tell me if you have anything to do."
"Is it Feng Rushuan?" "I'm Tang Ing."
Tang Long said a little displeased.
"Ah. It's Mr. Tang, hello."
A surprised voice came from the other end of the phone.
Tang Long said lightly, "I'm in Edo, where are you, let's meet." "I'm on the 7th floor of the Amex building."
"Where are you?"
"I'll go find you."
A respectful voice came from the phone. Tang Long turned his head to look at the female staff next to him, and asked, "Where is this place?"
Hearing Tang Long directly calling the deputy general manager's name, the female staff showed an unbelievable expression on her face.
Seeing Tang Long looking at her, he nodded in panic and said, "This is the Yuntong building." After getting a clear answer, Tang Long replied into the microphone, "I'm in the VIP reception room on the first floor." "Okay, Mr. Tang, I'll come down right away, just wait a moment."
Feng Rushuan replied gently. After hanging up the phone, Feng Rushuan stood up under the dull eyes of all the subordinates, and said seriously, "This is the end of today's meeting. If there is anything else, we will talk about it tomorrow. The meeting will be adjourned."
Tang Long had just taken 2 sips of coffee brought by the female bank staff, and Feng Rushuan, who was wearing a suit, trotted to the VIP reception room. After entering the door and seeing Tang Long, Feng Rushuan said excitedly in Chinese, "Mr. Tang, you are finally here. I have been waiting for your call for several years." 4 years ago, when Tang Long left Edo, he took only one of her business cards and did not leave any contact information. Over the years, with the number on the other party's account snowballing, Feng Rushuan couldn't believe it like a dream. One of the things she regretted the most was not leaving Tang Long's contact information behind. It made her want to report the results to Tang Long, but she had nowhere to tell.
Tang Long smiled lightly. "How is the plan I left behind, how is it being implemented?" "The plan is very smooth.
In the past few years, I have traded according to the trading plan you left behind, and I absolutely dare not make any changes." Feng Rushuan handed over her Toshiba laptop, and proudly replied. Ever since she started implementing Tang Long's trading plan, she has watched the money in her account grow rapidly every month, doubling and doubling again. In more than 4 years, 25 billion yen, 1,000 million US dollars, has now become more than 20,000 billion yen, which is simply a miracle like a god. From the second year onwards, Feng Rushuan's annual bonus was as high as 1 million US dollars, realizing her dream that she never dared to dream of. In addition, she has also been promoted step by step from an ordinary investment consultant to the deputy general manager of American Express Investment. All of this is thanks to the young Chinese man in front of him.
Feng Rushuan looked at Tang Long's present, full of enthusiasm. Tang Long was oblivious to everything.
He took the laptop, opened the cover, and glanced at the long list of numbers in the account. The assets on the account had exceeded 20,000 billion yen. He looked up at Feng Rushuan and said calmly, "You've done a great job.
Are you willing to leave American Express and come out to work for me? The annual salary is 1,000 million US dollars, and there will be 1% performance bonus at the end of the year. Chapter 99. Feng Ruchuan thought for no more than 3 seconds, and immediately agreed, I am willing. After finishing speaking, she suddenly felt that what she said was a bit ambiguous, as if she was agreeing to the other party's marriage proposal, and then added, Mr. Tang, I am willing to work for you. Feng Ruchuan thinks very clearly that although she is now worth more than 500 million US dollars, she has also become the first Chinese vice general manager in the history of American Express Investment. But all of this is not because of her outstanding ability. It was because of the trading plan that Tang Long entrusted to her, and the assets of more than 20,000 billion yen entrusted to her to manage. If she refused to work for Tang Long, the other party would definitely transfer the funds away and find someone else to cooperate. Without Tang Long's support, her position in American Express Investment would soon be lost. Although she still has personal assets of 500 million US dollars, once a person has rights and experienced a high society life, he will not give up this life easily. Although working for Tang Long would also resign the position of Deputy General Manager of American Express Investment, but as Tang Long's confidant, he would definitely occupy a high position in the new company. After weighing the pros and cons, Feng Ruchuan made a decision in an instant. Tang Long gave Feng Ruchuan a high look in his heart. He thought she would think about it for a while, but he didn't expect her to make up her mind so quickly. It seems that this woman is not only relying on him to get the position, but she also has a certain brain and ambition. He smiled and said, Very well, you have made the right decision. I will set up a new investment company with you as the president. Thank you, Mr. Tang, for your trust. Feng Ruchuan replied in surprise. She knew she was right. After leaving American Express Investment, she will ascend to the sky in one step and become the president of a 20,000 billion yen investment company. Tang Long smiled faintly. I'll give you 3 days to go through the resignation procedures as soon as possible. Now, I'm going to take my friends to have a big meal. Feng Ruchuan glanced at Cole next to her, and instantly understood that the friend Tang Long wanted to entertain was him. She still has a lot of things to report to Tang Long, and she also needs to get Tang Long's contact information. How could she let Tang Long leave so easily? Feng Ruchuan thought about it, and then said, Mr. Tang, I know there is a very famous Chinese restaurant, why don't I host this meal? Please have a meal with this foreign friend. Okay, let's go now. Tang Long understood that she wanted to please him, and he also had a lot of things for the other party to do, so he nodded in agreement. Seeing the two standing up, Cole put down the coffee cup, shrugged and said, Dude, you're finally done talking. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Tang Long smiled. Just now Tang Long and Feng Ruchuan were talking in Chinese, and Cole couldn't understand what they were saying at all. This was done intentionally by Tang Long. He didn't want Cole to know too much about the investment, so as not to change things. Leaving the Yuntong building, Tang and Long took Feng Ruchuan's BMW to a famous Sichuan restaurant in Ginza. While Cole was feasting on the sumptuous Sichuan cuisine, Tang Long and Feng Ruchuan discussed matters related to the new investment company. In the next 3 days, Tang Long instructed Feng Ruchuan to register a venture capital company called New Era Investment in the Cayman Islands. Feng Ruchuan will serve as the president of the new company, responsible for various matters of the company, and receive corresponding dividends every year as agreed. As for other income, if there is no instruction from Tang Long, it will continue to be used for investment. The funds originally shorted the Nikkei index were all liquidated, converted into 15 billion US dollars, and transferred to the account of New Era Investment. According to Tang Long's plan, the money will invest in a large number of promising high-tech companies including Microsoft, Google, Tencent, Facebook, and Apple in the future. In addition, New Era Capital will also focus on investing in Mark Rickey Group, striving to become the second largest shareholder besides Goins. Of course, he also left an email to Feng Ruchuan, formulating an investment plan for the global stock market crash in 2001. With Tang Long's current status, it would not be difficult to kill Ramsey if he wanted to spend money to find someone to enter Fuchi prison. However, he did not do so. He didn't want to startle the enemy, and alert Olivia and others who were behind the scenes of the 12 Monkeys. Tang Long spent money to get Ramsey's photos,
and spent another sum of money to find a well-known private detective agency to investigate Ramsey's whereabouts after he was released from prison in the future. In order to facilitate Cole's activities in 2015, Tang Long specially asked someone to get a new set of documents for him, and gave him an Amex Platinum card, which deposited $1,000 million US. After doing all the preparations, the two made an appointment at the meeting place in 2015, and each returned to a different world. After returning to the real world, Tang Long did not stay for a moment, and re-entered the world of 12 Monkeys. Opening his eyes again, Tang Long found that he appeared in a men's restroom again. Looking at the flush toilet in front of him, he was speechless. I don't understand why the system will send him to the bathroom every time he teleports. Is it because there are no surveillance cameras in the bathroom? Pushing open the door and walking out of the bathroom, Tang Long discovered that it was a large department store. 201510111324. Fortunately, there is no problem with the timing. This is the time he made an appointment with Cole. Finding a random digital store, Tang Long bought a Huawei mobile phone and a prepaid phone card, and called Feng Rushuan. Hey, Xiao Feng, it's me, Tang Ying. Tang Long directly reported the identity forged by the system. Ah? Are you really Mr. Tang? Feng Rushuan's surprised and suspicious voice came from the phone. After seeing each other for 24 years, it was hard for her to believe that the other party was really Tang Ying. Tang Long said lightly, "What? Forgot what you said at the Adagawa restaurant?" When Feng Rushuan invited him and Cole to eat Sichuan cuisine, when Tang Long asked her to take full charge of New Era Investment Company, she almost patted her chest and said that she would obey Tang Long's call at any time. Hearing the other party talking about the Sichuan cuisine restaurant, Feng Rushuan knew that the other party was really Tang Ying, and immediately replied excitedly, "Mr. Tang, where are you? I'll see you right away." Tang Long raised his head, glanced at the name of the department store, and replied directly, "I'm in the center of Federal City, at the entrance of Macy's department store. Come and pick me up directly." Feng Rushuan glanced at the time on the phone, and immediately replied, "I'm in Seattle City right now, please wait for me for an hour, I'll be right over." After hanging up the phone, Feng Rushuan picked up the phone on the work desk and ordered, "Prepare the helicopter immediately, I will rush to the center of the Federal City immediately." After 24 years of separation, the mysterious chairman finally reappeared. An hour later, Tang Long met the dusty Feng Rushuan at a coffee shop near Macy's. 24 years have passed, and the originally youthful and beautiful white-collar beauty has become an old woman in her 24s. If it wasn't for the other party walking straight towards him, Tang Long almost didn't recognize that the lady in front of him was Feng Rushuan. Feng Rushuan walked slowly in front of Tang Long, stopped, and waved her hand to signal the bodyguard behind her to go out. Seeing this young and somewhat familiar face in front of her, Feng Rushuan tentatively asked, "Are you President Tang?" If this person is Tang Ying's son, it is impossible for them to look exactly alike. If this is Tang Ying himself, 24 years have passed, how come his appearance hasn't aged at all? "Yes, long time no see, Xiao Feng." Tang Long smiled. Feng Rushuan covered her mouth, her eyes widened, she couldn't believe that the young man in front of her could be Tang Ying who had been separated for 24 years. Legion in quote, end of dungeon in quote, long time no see, Xiao Feng contained many inexplicable emotions. After confirming that the young man in front of her was Tang Ying, Feng Rushuan couldn't help but shed tears from the corners of her eyes when she thought of her aging face. Looking at the slightly aged Feng Rushuan in front of him, Tang Long was filled with emotion. For him, these 24 years are just a snap of his fingers. For Feng Rushuan, it has been a long 24 years. During the hour of waiting for Feng Rushuan's arrival, Tang Long had checked the latest situation of New Era Capital on the internet with his mobile phone. As the world's largest and most mysterious private investment company, New Era Capital's assets have exceeded hundreds of billions. Whether it is Microsoft, Google, Apple, Facebook, Baidu, or Tencent, they all have shares in New Era Capital. As the president of New Era Capital, Feng Rushuan has also become the most dazzling Chinese rich man in the international capital market. Countless people have speculated that the major shareholder behind New Era Capital is Feng Rushuan's husband. But when Feng Rushuan married a certain Chinese man, the rumors were dispelled. Due to the original equity setting, Tang Long was not worried that the other party would be selfish, because he still had the trump card of the spacetime teleporter. Facts have proved that he was right. Feng Ruchuan kept her promise and developed New Era Capital into a super large company with assets of hundreds of billions. Don't get excited, sit down and chat slowly.
Tang Long smiled and handed over a tissue.
Fortunately, he booked the entire coffee shop in advance, otherwise, when people saw Feng Ruchuan's current appearance, all kinds of gossip would definitely spread. For a long time, when Tang Long traveled to the parallel world, he avoided too much contact with the locals, so this situation has never happened.
The current Feng Ruchuan is the first person who has seen his ageless face. Thank you. Feng Ruchuan sat down opposite Tang Long, took a tissue and gently wiped her tears.
She took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Tang Long said lightly, "I have worked hard for you these years, and you have done a good job."
President Tang, you're welcome. This is what I should do. You gave me this rare opportunity.
Feng Ruchuan replied with a smile. Everyone in the outside world regards her as an investment expert on par with Buffett. Only she knew that these were just investment plans that Tang Long had made in advance. Many of the companies that she really made up her mind to invest in a small amount of money went bankrupt at a loss. If it was another person, as long as he followed Tang Long's plan, he would still be able to achieve the same performance, even better than her.
In the past 24 years, Feng Ruchuan has received
$4 million in salary alone, plus a 1% annual performance bonus, and now her net worth exceeds billion US. After talking with Feng Ruchuan in detail for an hour, Tang Long had a deeper understanding of the current New Era Capital, and agreed to take over most of the resources. The former private detective agency also found out the investment company that Ramsey was in, and sent the relevant information to the mailbox designated by Tang Long. These materials were finally handed over to Feng Ruchuan, and now they are in Tang Long's hands. Tang Long called a well-known outsourcing company, the Arctic Fox Mercenary Group, and planned to start eliminating several backbone members of the 12 Monkeys.
As long as Ramsey, Olivia, and the old hat-wearing Gaigwins are eliminated, the entire 12 Monkeys will be finished.
Now, he is going to meet Cole first.
Seeing Tang Long getting up to leave, Feng Ruchuan couldn't help asking, "Mr. Tang, how long will you be away this time?"
Tang Long has been away for several years, decades, and she is afraid that she will never have the chance to meet again in her lifetime.
Now New Era Capital is already a large enterprise with hundreds of employees.
Once she dies and Tang Long is no longer around, the company will be left without a leader. In her mind, there was a guess in the past that Tang Long could predict the future, so he was able to escape several global financial crises, and all his investments were big companies with promising prospects. Now that she saw Tang Long's face and saw his face that hadn't aged in more than 20 years, she had another idea.
Tang Long can travel through time and space, so that he can explain everything. Feng Ruchuan didn't express these thoughts, and planned to hide them in her heart forever.
Tang Long didn't know these thoughts in Feng Ruchuan's heart, but he also guessed that the other party was worried that he would go for decades. He shook the newly bought mobile phone in his hand, and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I won't leave for the time being, and I will contact you phoneme alphabet equals IPAPH equals FN often / phoneme." With the development of capital in the new era to its current scale, Tang Long would never allow the 12 Monkey Legion to destroy the world and his hard work.
After killing the 12 monkeys and dismantling the spacetime teleporter, the timeline of this world should be stabilized.
When he enters this world in the future, he will not passively follow Cole's coordinates. After leaving the coffee shop, Tang Long got in touch with the person in charge of the Arctic Fox Mercenary Corps. After paying the deposit, the other party immediately arranged for people to rush to Federal City. He drove a Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicle that Feng Ruchuan had prepared for him, and went straight to the headquarters of the Mark Ridge Group. Half an hour later, Tang Long arrived outside the headquarters of the Mark Ridge Group. After getting out of the car, he saw Cole and Dr.
Riley waiting nearby.
"Hey, man, at least you're not late all day like last time."
Cole came over and joked. Tang Long smiled, "I'm sorry, I've been delayed, I've done some preparations."
"Hey, why don't you introduce me?"
Dr. Riley looked at Tang Long and smiled.
"Oh, this is my friend, he is."
Cole recovered and introduced quickly.
Before Cole could tell Tang Long's identity, he stretched out his right hand first and said with a smile, "Hello, Dr. Riley, my name is Tang Long, and I'm Cole's companion.
Let's carry out the mission together."
Dr. Riley instantly understood Tang Long's identity and shook his hand with a smile. After saying hello, the three of them entered the venue of the Mark Ridge Group headquarters together.
Today is the day of the shareholders meeting held after the new president Jennifer Goines took office.
At the beginning of the meeting, Jennifer was still a little normal, reviewing the process of Goines' founding of the Mark Rickey Group. A few minutes later, she was talking about the history of the McCreekey Group's genetic modification of animals in the past, and the entire shareholders meeting broke up unhappy. After the meeting, Tang Long and the other three followed Jennifer to the upstairs reception room.
Cole learned of the whereabouts of the spacetime teleporter from Jennifer.
The spacetime teleporter of this era, located in the Raritan Valley National Laboratory, has been bought by Ramsey. Leaving the headquarters of the Mark Ridge Group, Tang Long called Arctic Fox and asked him to start acting. He knew that Jennifer had been controlled by Olivia and was about to take 12 tubes of X-virus stock solution to different cities.
This time Tang Long asked the Arctic Foxes to divide into two groups.
A group of people followed Jennifer to find the location of the laboratory and stopped her actions. Another group of people went to the Raritan Valley National Laboratory, preparing to kill Ramsey with him and snatch the spacetime teleporter.
An hour later, the three arrived at the Raritan Valley National Laboratory. Tang Long contacted Arctic Fox, and the group rushed into the laboratory.
Entering the laboratory operation room, Tang Long saw Ramsey, who was about to use the spacetime teleporter to teleport back to the future. This time, Arctic Fox didn't talk a lot of nonsense like Cole did in history, and directly killed Ramsey with one shot. Seeing Ramsey's sudden death, Cole opened his mouth, but didn't say a word in the end. Tang Long approached the spacetime teleporter and reached into the energy beam launch chamber on the left. When his hand touched the energy spar in the launch chamber, a ray of colorful light quickly entered his body and disappeared after a few seconds. At this time, an electronic voice came from his mind, "Ding. The host has obtained pieces of the Rubik's Cube *2. The current task has been completed, and the host will be forced to return in 24 hours. After successfully getting the fragments of the Rubik's Cube, Tang Long's mood immediately improved, and the corners of his mouth could not help but rise slightly.
He turned to look at the Arctic Fox and asked, "How's Jennifer going?"
Arctic Fox made a phone call, turned around and replied with a smile on his face, "Things are going well, the laboratory has been controlled by my people, and the target is still there."
"What's going on? What happened to Jennifer?" Cole asked nervously.
Tang Long explained with a smile, "She's fine, I just asked someone to stop her from spreading the X virus, and now it's the turn of the 12 monkeys."
"Have you found out their whereabouts?" Cole asked.
"For a long time, the 12 monkeys have been hiding behind the scenes, and no one knows their whereabouts. In Tang Long's view, this is mainly because the strength of the two sides is too different. Dr. Cole and Dr. Riley are just ordinary people, but the 12 monkeys are a big consortium with money and power. However, the situation has changed now, and Tang Long also controls a company with assets worth hundreds of billions of dollars, and can mobilize countless resources. Whether mentally or not, Tang Long has already gained the upper hand. Yes, as early as more than 10 years ago, I had people investigate the whereabouts of Ramsey and the 12 monkeys, and now it's their turn," Tang Long said lightly.